Sigh. The fortune teller said I was about to run into great luck. So this is the kind of luck he meant. His consciousness slowly rose from a chaos of darkness like a drowning man finally breaking the surface of the water. Before Wu Yu even opened his eyes, the first thing that flashed through his mind was that Radan Black Road King racing straight toward him. I seem to be lying down. Am I in a hospital? I'm actually still alive. Before he could open his eyes to confirm his surroundings, a torrent of unfamiliar memories burst into his mind like a dam breaking, sweeping through with unstoppable force. Scenes, names, and past events that should have had nothing to do with him surged together into the depths of his consciousness. Lanha City, Lanha 5th High School, third-year student Wu Yu. More than 10 years of memories crashed against his awareness with tremendous impact. In his previous life, he had only been a fragile university student in his early 20s. These over 10 years of memories were almost as long as the ones he originally possessed. Just as he was struggling to digest all this. This is exactly the taste. A sticky, slurred, uncanny voice suddenly stabbed into his eardrums like a wet tongue licking along the rim of his ear. This fragrance of fear mingled with death. What a marvelous sensation. My good deskmate, do you know, the current you smells so wonderful. The voice was like an ice, all-piercing straight through Wu Yu's still muddled thoughts. He snapped his eyes open. What the hell? His gaze met a darkness so deep it felt almost viscous. Far away, a lone street lamp cast a frail light, barely sketching the outlines of the walls on either side. The walls were ashen and mottled their peeling surface like suppurating wounds. Wu Yu quickly judged that he was now in a dim, narrow alley. At the same time, corresponding fragments of memory automatically pieced themselves together in his mind. Right. After school today, Li Wei asked me to go home with him. Li Wei, his deskmate at Lanha 5th High School, his childhood friend. They were both abandoned infants adopted by two families in the same housing complex, growing up practically sharing one pair of pants, attending the same schools, even going to and from classes inseparably. But Wu Yu's brows suddenly furrowed. His memory only extended to the moment they got off the bus together at the stop, and beyond that was a complete blank. When they got off, it had clearly only been 5 in the afternoon. He even remembered that streak of orange sunset lazily slumped across the horizon. But now, he raised his head. Above him stretched a night sky with no end in sight. It was midsummer, and for the sky to be completely black it had to be at least past 8 in the evening. From 5 to 8, 3 whole hours, yet he had not a single memory of what had happened. What had occurred in those 3 hours? And who was that eerie voice? Wu Yu snapped his gaze toward where the sound had come from. 3 or 4 meters away, a human-shaped silhouette was embedded in the alley's gloom. You can still wake up from that. The silhouette let out a shrill laugh like a rusted hinge being forced to turn. You really live up to being my good childhood friend, my good brother. Hee, but as it happens, when you're alive the flavor is so much better. The shadow began to move step by step, unhurried like a cat toying with the mouse beneath its claws. Wu Yu braced his hands against the rough, abrasive concrete, struggling to get to his feet. Only now did he realize his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, as though more than half the strength in his body had been drained away. What was going on? Why wouldn't his body obey him? There was no time to think. The shadow had already closed into less than a meter away. The dim yellow of the street lamp at the mouth of the alley stretched toward them laboriously, climbing up the figure's outline. A school uniform from 5th High, a familiar frame. Wu Yu's pupils shrank abruptly. You're Li Wei. My good brother, the figure spoke again, a chilling delight threaded through its voice. You smell truly wonderful. At last the distant feeble light climbed all the way up to that face. Wu Yu drew in a sharp breath of cold air. A fine layer of sweat instantly broke out along his back. What kind of face was that? The features were still Li Wei's features, each roughly in the place where it ought to be, and yet every one of them mocked the very definition of human. One eye bulged round like a copper bell shot through, with blood locking onto Wu Yu with a predatory grip. The other was half closed, its corner drooping at a bizarre angle, the pupil dull and unfocused like a stagnant pool of dead water. The nose seemed half melted, the cartilage twisted into an uncanny curve. With each heavy breath, the mangled wings of the nose fluttered erratically. Most horrifying of all was the mouth. The lips were an abnormal purplish red, the corners torn wide toward both sides, almost reaching the earlobes, frozen into a grotesquely exaggerated rigid rictus no human could ever mimic. Within that split fissure, interlocking triangular white fangs gleamed. At the same time, a wave of rancid stench rushed at him. Instinctively, Wu Yu retreated, his back pressing against a wall, chilled to the bone. But his legs were weak, and even with the wall to steady him, his retreat was pathetically slow, while the creature was now less than half a meter away. He could make out every twisted line on that face. His breathing grew ragged, his heart pounding like a drum. And then, without warning, a cold, emotionless, mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Ding! The Sword Codex has been activated. Sword Codex host Wu Yu. Level 0. Sword techniques none. Items none. Sword Codex activated. Basic sword technique has been issued. Sword techniques none. Sword techniques basic sword technique. A cluster of unfamiliar information surged into his mind, like a tide: sword grip, footwork, body movement, breathing methods, the 13 basic forms. At the same time, threads of coolness rose from every part of his body, like a clear spring running through parched earth, sweeping away his previous weakness in an instant. His strength had returned. Sword Codex. Basic sword technique. A cheat ability. A system. Before he could think it through, that nauseating voice sounded again. Yes, exactly like this. The monster's torn maw opened and closed, that bulging bloodshot eye brimming with near ecstatic fascination. Fear truly is the most exquisite seasoning. Wu Yu kept a mask of terror on his face, but his feet subtly quickened their retreat. Li Wei, how did you become like this? My brother. The monster seemed deaf to his words, only repeating mechanically as it advanced step by step. You smell so wonderful. Wu Yu's mind raced. The Li Wei before him was no longer the Li Wei he knew at all. This was something wearing human skin, a thoroughly mutated monster. As he retreated, he shouted loudly, trying to rouse the other. Li Wei, do you still remember me? I'm Wu Yu. Li Wei. Didn't you want to go to a sports academy and become an athlete? Li Wei, why the hell have you turned into a bot now? Li Wei. The creature only cocked its head, a line of clear drool sliding from the torn corner of its mouth. Brother, you smell so wonderful. Wu Yu fixed his gaze on it, slowly backing away, until suddenly his back slammed into something solid. A wall. He whipped around. A dull gray concrete wall loomed behind him, cutting off every avenue of retreat. Damn, a dead end. He had stared so hard at the monster ahead that he hadn't realized the alley had no exit at all. The only way out was behind the monster. Refusing to give up, Wu Yu lifted his head and looked up at the tall walls on both sides, over 2 meters high. A wall over 2 meters tall would take even a nimble tall person some time to climb, and right now he was just an ordinary high school student who had barely survived a transmigration and was still shaken to the core. Wu Yu glanced at the narrow width of the alley. It could barely fit 2 people standing side by side, and the monster was currently blocking the very center of the path. Even if he turned sideways, there was no way to pass without touching it. If I dash past it? The imagined scene of contact was too vivid, too gruesome. Wu Yu dared not picture it. Besides, he still had no idea of the creature's exact strength or speed. Any reckless contact would be far too risky. Scanning the surroundings in a panic, Wu Yu found nothing he could use. Not even a stone or a simple. The monster drew ever closer, the rancid stench thickening by the moment. The situation was already critical. No time left to hesitate. He took a deep breath, the foul air of the alley surging harshly into his lungs. His gaze passed over that twisted face and fell upon the dim street lamp at the mouth of the alley. Its light was feeble, yet at this hour in this place, it had become the sole exit. So, he clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white with the force. The only choice is to fight, isn't it? The following content is meant to be savored together with later plot. New Era Annals of the Sword Ancestor Cataclysm, Chapter Part 1. The Sword Ancestor, name unknown, was born with a chivalrous heart and a fierce temperament, valuing friendship above all. While still studying in the academy and not yet finished with his schooling, he and his friend Wei were as close as brothers, ready to die for one another. The two were together day and night, feelings as deep as blood kin, their classmates, all envying their bond. At that time the world was plagued by corpse fiends known as Thousand Faces, a lowly breed, the dregs among the dead, lurking in the shadows and preying upon the living. In those years the ancestor was still young, uninitiated into the sword path, his awakening yet to come. One day on his way, Wei encountered one such lowly corpse fiend, and was suddenly attacked, devoured, and twisted into a corpse, becoming a monster no longer human in form. The ancestor witnessed the hideous transformation of his dearest friend, flesh-torn form and spirit annihilated, and was struck by a grief so vast it shattered his very soul. Grief and fury intertwined within his chest, his obsession burst forth, and in the depths of sorrow a heaven-granted sword intent descended, awakening within him an ability unlike that of ordinary men. From that moment on, the ancestor cast aside idle thoughts and embraced the resolve to slay corpses and save the world. Sword in hand, he set upon his path, cutting down fiends and purging evil, enduring 10,000 tribulations without retreat, facing 1,000 hardships, and only growing more unyielding. Tempered through years, his sword path reached the divine. He ascended to the pinnacle, suppressing corpse abominations from other realms and shielding all living beings. In later ages, he was revered as the sword ancestor. Posterity would say Thousand Faces was but a petty corpse, the most trivial of its kind. Yet with that single bite, it severed the life of his old friend and ignited the heart of the sword ancestor. Without that calamity, there would have been no awakening. Oh, without that awakening, there would have been no supreme sword sovereign of later generations. A disaster born from something small, a merit that shines through 10,000 ages. Such is the mystery of the world and truth. Certain now that there was truly no way out, Wu Yu strangely grew calm. Not entirely calm, perhaps. His heart was still pounding, as if it might leap out of his throat. The clothes on his back soaked in cold sweat, clammy fabric sticking to his skin. This calm was more like the forced composure of someone driven into a corner, the taut string in his mind snapping all at once, so that the entire world seemed to slow. It was a kind of clarity born from having no escape. Haha, bro, you smell so good. It shuffled a few steps closer, effortlessly closing the distance Wu Yu had painstakingly opened after regaining his strength. Wu Yu stared at that twisted face, his throat going dry. That face was far too familiar in his memories. It was one he had seen every single day since he could remember. They had scaled walls to skip class together, run up tabs at the corner shop together, lain on the rooftop together, bragging about the glorious futures they would carve out. Yet now those familiar features looked as if someone had shoved them into a warped mold, forcibly twisting them into this ghastly visage. What the hell is this thing? He let go of the wall, his back peeling away from the rough, icy concrete. At the very least, he had to try. Wu Yu bent his body like a bow slowly drawn. He took 2 running steps, then suddenly snapped out his right leg. Thud! The sole of his foot slammed solidly into the monster's chest. In that instant, Wu Yu felt as though he had kicked into a half-rotten slab of meat, a strange, sinking sensation beneath his foot, yet with a faint, disgusting elasticity. Information about the basic sword technique was still rampaging through his mind, giving him no time to sort or digest it. For the moment, this method allowed him to maximize his strength without getting too close to the thing. And that kick had indeed worked. The monster stumbled back several steps, its footing unsteady as it nearly fell. Wu Yu landed, breathing slightly hard, eyes locked firmly on it. Weak as he was, he could fight. Haha. Bro, you smell so good. The monster regained its balance and started again. The way it walked was bizarre, as if its joints refused to bend, or as if it were clumsily mimicking human gait, without quite succeeding. With each step, its head tilted slightly, and that wide, unblinking eye remained locked on Wu Yu. Wu Yu retreated a few steps, mind racing. The mouth of the alley was at least 30 paces away. Each kick could drive the monster back 2 or 3, which meant he would need to kick it more than 10 times to force it out. More than 10. He glanced at his right leg. That single kick had already left his thigh muscles faintly aching. A few more and his strength would inevitably fade. And the monster seemed not to know pain at all. Each kick, and it simply crowded forward as if nothing had happened. He couldn't just brute force it. Regulating his breathing, his gaze swept rapidly over the creature's body. He didn't necessarily have to kick it all the way out of the alley. As long as he could knock it aside enough to open a gap, he could squeeze through, that would suffice. The monster drew closer again. This time Wu Yu did not back away. Instead, he stepped toward it, eyes fixed on its center of gravity, on its twisted legs, on the sway of its body. Then, thud. His kick drove into the upper right side of the monster's abdomen. The instant sensation reached his foot, Wu Yu knew he had struck the right spot. The creature's body immediately lurched sideways to the left, its entire right side opening up enough space for a person to slip past sideways. Now, without the slightest hesitation, Wu Yu squeezed past, almost scraping along the wall. The rough wall scraped his cheek, his shoulder, his arm, burning his skin raw, but he couldn't spare a thought for it. Hands and feet working together, he scuttled forward like a panicked gecko, forcing himself through the slit between wall and monster. At the moment they brushed past each other, he could even see clearly that wide bloodshot, red veins crawling over the surface like a spiderweb. He was through. Wu Yu nearly rolled out of the gap, his feet stumbled as they hit the ground, and he almost fell, but he caught himself. Without a single pause, he sprinted forward toward the dim yellow street lamp at the mouth of the alley. He had made it. The exit was right before him, the light within arm's reach. But Wu Yu stopped dead, as if a hand had clamped around his throat. Outside the alley there was no road at all. Not merely no road. There was no familiar street, no bus stop, no streams of passing pedestrians. There was only a vast, dense expanse of rolling black fog with no visible end. And the fog was not still, it writhed slowly like some living thing. Every now and then some shape flickered within the haze, gone too quickly to discern, yet enough to make his scalp prickle. The only source of light anywhere was the street lamp above his head. The murky orange glow illuminated only this small portion of the alley, beyond that the light seemed to be devoured by something vanishing utterly. No wonder. No wonder his screaming himself hoarse earlier had brought no answer. Wu Yu stood where he was mind blank. He reached out automatically wanting to touch the fog, but halfway there his hand froze. Then he began to tremble. It wasn't the shiver of fear, but a primal warning etched into his genes. His body screamed at him, "Do not touch. Touch it and you die, absolutely die." He yanked his hand back and stepped away. From behind him came that persistent haunting voice. "Huh? Bro, you smell so good." Wu Yu turned. The monster had straightened itself once more, and was now advancing step by step, the light from the street lamp falling across its face, making those twisted features even clearer, even more horrifying. Wu Yu backed away step after step until his spine struck the lamp post. There was nowhere else to go. He turned, looking around. The black fog encircled this tiny pool of light, like a colossal cage with no visible bounds. The mouth of the alley was here, yet beyond it there was nothing at all. No escape. A dead end. The realization dumped over him like a basin of ice water. Leaning against the post, Wu Yu suddenly felt an urge to laugh. He had transmigrated, he had a cheat ability, had just recovered his physical strength, had kicked aside the monster believing he might actually survive. And then he realized this wasn't the original world at all. The body's original owner had lived over 10 years without incident. Why? Why was it that the moment he arrived he slammed into something like this? What had he done to deserve this? He had merely tried to cross the street, been hit by a car, and inexplicably transmigrated here. All he wanted was to live. That was all. But it seemed the heavens did not agree. Terror and indignation churned within his chest like two colliding torrents. Somehow that raging current suddenly slammed against a jagged reef named Fury. Then boom. Wu Yu's eyes reddened as he fixed his stare on the monster, drawing ever closer. The face was still Li Wei's face. The figure was still Li Wei's figure, but the childhood friend who had grown up with him in his memories, the brother who had vowed to get into a sports academy, the one who would wait for him at the corner shop to walk home together, was gone. What stood before him now was nothing but a monster wearing his skin. No way out, huh? Wu Yu heard his own voice, low, hoarse, each word squeezed up from the depths of his throat. "Then I'll blow you to hell." He drew a deep breath, slammed his foot into the ground, and hurled himself forward like a fired shell. He clenched his fist, sprinted, and swung. At the instant his fist rose, an image flared into his mind. Without warning, a hand gripping a sword, the blade held level. Then it thrust forward. Basic 13 forms. Thrust form. Level thrust. The image was so vivid that Wu Yu felt as though he truly held that sword. He could feel the hilt pressing into his palm, the resistance of air as the blade cut through it, the precision and absolute certainty as the tip drove toward its target. Just as his fist was about to crash into the monster, he instinctively loosened it. His index and middle fingers came together, ring and little fingers curling tight, thumb pressing down atop them. A rough makeshift sword finger. Following the trajectory in his mind, he drove it forward. In that instant, the cool currents roaming through his body, as if hearing a summons, surged wildly toward his fingertips. They roared through his veins, darted along his meridians, finally converging entirely in those two pressed fingers, and then poured straight into the monster's skull. Wu Yu felt himself touch something, soft, cold, and within it something shattered. The next instant, crack, agony tore through his fingers. It was not the pain of a fracture, but more like something erupting out from within the finger bones, forcing them apart and splitting them. "Damn it, my fingers!" Wu Yu screamed, tears nearly bursting out. The saying that pain in the fingers went straight to the heart was no exaggeration. But the very next second, he forgot the pain. Boom. The monster crashed to the ground. No struggle, no scream, no extraneous movement. It simply toppled over stiff and straight. And then it began to disperse. Its body unraveled into wisps of black cotton-like mist, starting from the edges and peeling away bit by bit. Under the lamplight, those strands of fog writhed briefly, then grew thinner and thinner, more and more sparse, until they vanished completely. Just before they disappeared, Wu Yu saw its eyes. That eye, always half-lidded and vacant, suddenly opened wide. It looked straight at Wu Yu. In that instant, he saw many things there. Release, gratitude, and other things he could not name, like farewell. Li Wei. He moved his lips, wanting to say something. But no words came. The monster vanished completely. Nothing remained on the ground. No corpse, no trace. As though it had never existed. The world around him began to brighten. The dense black fog thinned from the edges like morning mist driven back by sunlight, gradually fading and receding. The scene beyond the alley slowly revealed itself. The residential building across the way, the electric scooters parked by the curb, and the smear of orange-earth sunset on the horizon, exactly as he remembered. Wu Yu stood there blankly watching it all. The cold energy within him was spent, his physical strength exhausted, the force that had been holding him up dissipating in an instant. His knees buckled, and he dropped to the ground hard. The rough concrete bit into him painfully. Tilting his head back, he looked at the sunset, at the familiar street, at the place he had just been desperate to escape. It had been there all along. It was still afternoon. His vision darkened. His consciousness receded piece by piece like the ebb of a tide. Just before he blacked out, a few thoughts drifted through his mind. The cheat ability is real. The system is incredible. I survived. Moments later, a black sedan pulled up at the mouth of the alley. The engine's sound was low and deep, like the muted growl of some large beast. The door opened, and a man in a black trench coat stepped out, sunglasses, stubble, expressionless face. He swept a glance down the alley, his gaze pausing on Wu Yu for a heartbeat before sliding away. Then he lifted his head as though observing something invisible to others. Pressing a finger to his earpiece, he spoke, voice cool and indifferent. LH-14 reporting. Dark field energy at D612 has collapsed on its own. Source was a level 1 pseudo-human corpse type. No traces of other awakened individuals at the scene. Cause of collapse unknown. He paused, turned to glance once more at Wu Yu lying on the ground. There's a survivor here. No energy readings likely, just an ordinary person caught in the blast. Send logistics to clean up. I've got another assignment. No unnecessary words. He finished, got back in the car, shut the door, started the engine. The black sedan vanished quickly at the end of the road. When he opened his eyes again, a stark white hospital ceiling greeted him, while the sharp, sterile scent of disinfectant flooded his nostrils. Wu Yu stared blankly at that expanse of white for several seconds before his consciousness gradually reassembled itself. Had he been admitted to the hospital? He tentatively moved his limbs, still faintly sore yet far less exhausted than before when every muscle had felt utterly drained. Bracing himself with both hands on the bed, he slowly sat upright. His oversized patient gown hung loosely on his frame, rustling softly with each subtle shift. Before he could take in his surroundings, a voice drifted over from beside him, languid, lightly teasing, well, impressive physical resilience. Wu Yu jerked his head around. A man sat on the chair beside his bed, roughly 30 years old. He wore a crisp, white short-sleeved shirt, sleeves casually rolled to his forearms, one leg draped over the other. In his hand rested a small notebook bound in brown leather. And you are... The young man rose and slipped the notebook into his trouser pocket. Allow me to introduce myself, Lin Yuan. I'm currently assigned to the Lanha Municipal Public Security Bureau. The Public Security Bureau. Instantly Wu Yu's mind connected the term. This was the hat uncle of his past life. Instinctively he shrank back, slightly forcing a look of bewildered wariness onto his face. Uncle Lin, I haven't broken any laws, have I? Lin Yuan's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. No, I'm here only to take a formal statement, and to have you sign a confidentiality agreement. A statement. A confidentiality agreement. Precisely. Regarding what just occurred. Lin Yuan paused, holding Wu Yu's gaze for a beat. Mr. Wu Yu, you still recall it, don't you? What had just happened? He lowered his eyes, feigning deep recollection, then suddenly lifted his head as if struck by a dreadful memory, his face flooding with raw terror. A monster. His voice trembled. There was a monster. My friend turned into a monster. Lin Yuan observed him impassively, then withdrew the brown notebook and held it up gently before Wu Yu, his tone softening. Mr. Wu Yu, there's no need to be anxious. Take a deep breath. The creature is dead. Today's visit is solely to document your account in detail, so I may record it properly. Wu Yu complied, drawing several slow breaths until his chest rose and fell steadily once more, then began to speak. This afternoon after school, Li Wei, my childhood friend, invited me home as usual. We live in the same residential complex, we've grown up together. He recounted everything he could. Walking home together, taking the bus, stepping off, and encountering the thing wearing Li Wei's face. Then darkness. Then awakening in this hospital. Not a single word about the rest, no mention of transmigration, no whisper of the sword cannon, no reference to the chilling chi or that sword finger technique. His most guarded secrets instinctively shielded from all eyes. So you remained unconscious throughout. Lin Yuan paused his note-taking and looked up. Yes, Uncle Lin. Wu Yu replied, his pallor still tinged with residual shock. My memory ends right there, before I lost consciousness. Lin Yuan studied him silently for several seconds before returning his gaze to the notebook and jotting something down. Unconsciousness. Wu Yu hesitated. Then, as if summoning courage, ventured, Uncle Lin, what exactly was that? He left the sentence unfinished, but Lin Yuan understood. With a quiet shake of his head, his voice remained neutral. Your friend has been fatally victimized. As for the creature itself, the Bureau has strict protocols prohibiting disclosure of related information. Furthermore, you must not discuss it with anyone else. A stipulation explicitly outlined in the confidentiality agreement you'll soon sign. This measure, of course, is primarily intended for your own safety. As if recalling something additional, Lin Yuan tore a page from his notebook and quickly scribbled upon it. Then reaching into his briefcase, he withdrew a formal document and handed it, along with the slip of paper, to Wu Yu. Wu Yu accepted both with outstretched hands. The slip bore a string of digits, unmistakably a telephone number. Anticipating the question, Lin Yuan explained directly, "That's my personal number. Should you witness anything anomalous again, call," without hesitation. Wu Yu nodded, shifting his gaze to the document. Its cover bore only 2 lines of bold black type serial no. LHXY 1765, Confidentiality Agreement. Spare to the point of austerity. The agreement itself spanned only a few pages, concise, unadorned. Wu Yu finished reading it within 5 minutes. Its sole core clause read: "The Party B hereby agrees not to disclose by any means or medium the existence or any related information concerning the corpse strain. Failure to comply shall result in mandatory enforcement measures against Party B." What those measures entailed remained unspecified, yet 2 words made Wu Yu's eyelids twitch. Corpse strain. He raised his eyes to Lin Yuan. Corpse strain, that creature. Lin Yuan seemed to have anticipated the question. "Yes, that is our collective designation for such entities." Wu Yu caught the plural immediately. "Such entities? Are there many kinds of monsters?" Lin Yuan met his gaze. That faint smile lingered, but something deeper flickered in his eyes. Ahem. He cleared his throat. "I'm not permitted to say. Regrettably, you understand. It's protocol." He took the agreement from Wu Yu's hands and extended a pen. "If there are no objections, please sign here. I must be on my way." Wu Yu accepted the pen and signed his name in the designated space for Party B. The nib whispered across the paper, a soft, steady rasp. Lin Yuan retrieved the document, inspected the signature, folded it neatly, and tucked it into his briefcase. "By the way," Lin Yuan added as he stood, "your parents have been notified of your hospitalization. The official cause cited is a traffic accident." Wu Yu nodded. It was plausible, and he knew precisely how to uphold the fiction. "Hospital expenses will be covered through bureau accounts. No concern necessary." Lifting his briefcase, Lin Yuan offered a final courteous phrase, "Wishing you a swift and full recovery." With no further words, he turned open the door and closed it softly behind him. Click. Silence settled over the room once more, the antiseptic tang lingering, the light outside dimming, the distant rhythmic clatter of a nurse's cart echoing faintly down the corridor. Wu Yu stared at the closed door, motionless for a long moment. Corpse strain. Confidentiality agreement. Such stringent information control could mean only one thing: these creatures were not new. They had appeared before. And Li Wei's final glance, before dissolving into nothingness. Wu Yu drew a slow, steadying breath and reined in his thoughts. Right. There was also the system. Closing his eyes, he willed his focus inward. A line of text shimmered into view within his mind. Sword cannon. Master Wu Yu Level 0 Sword Art Basic Sword Technique. 110 allocatable experience points 10. Wu Yu blinked. Something had changed. New elements now adorned the interface. What did that number after Basic Sword Technique signify? And what purpose did these experience points serve? He attempted to mentally touch the figure 10. Nothing happened. Then he concentrated fully on the Basic Sword Technique, imagining an invisible current flowing into it. Basic Sword Technique. 110 Basic Sword Technique. 210 allocatable experience points 10-9. A delicate stream of information flowed into his consciousness. Not words. Not images. A sensation, as if his grip on the sword had subtly steadied, as if the angle of his thrust had grown fractionally truer. Indescribable, yet undeniably real. Wu Yu understood. These experience points did not elevate his overall level, they refined his sword art alone. And that numeral represented something akin to proficiency, each point incrementing it by 1 degree. Without hesitation, he poured 8 points in at once. Allocatable experience points: 9-1 Basic Sword Technique. 210 Basic Sword Technique. Initiate 050. Boom. This time it was no mere trickle. It was a tidal surge, an overwhelming flood of swordsmanship memories, techniques, and embodied insights crashing into his mind. Not borrowed from others, his own. As though he had truly gripped a blade day after day, year after year, training relentlessly in some unseen realm. Stance initiation. Stance completion. Thrust. Slash. Uppercut. Hook. Each motion seared itself into his sinews, fused itself into his bones. Simultaneously, that familiar chill surged anew from every corner of his body. But this time it was no longer faint or fragmented. It flowed in warm, thick currents through his veins. Where it passed over lingering soreness, pain dissolved. Where it bathed his injured finger, the deep, gnawing ache receded. More than that, Wu Yu clenched his fist. His arm felt markedly stronger, his core profoundly sturdier. His entire being felt tempered, reforged as if submerged in molten steel and drawn forth anew. This was the initiate stage of basic sword technique. If he faced that creature again, sword, Wu Yu instinctively reconstructed the scenario in his mind. One strike, no two. The first would deflect its assault, the second would pierce it clean through. No more panicked flight. No more desperate futile grappling with bare hands. That suffocating loss of agency, the utter surrender to fate, he never wished to endure again. And this was merely the initiate stage. His gaze lingered on the notation Initiate 050 beside basic sword technique, then drifted to the solitary one remaining under allocatable experience points. What if he advanced further? To mastery. To perfection. Wu Yu inhaled deeply, suppressing the storm of emotion rising within. The greater the power, the more absolute the silence required. Just as he prepared to delve deeper, another question surfaced. Where had those 10 experience points originated? Before losing consciousness, the entity, known as the corpse strain, had disintegrated spontaneously. So, were experience points linked to the corpse strain? And once more Li Wei's final fading gaze flashed before his eyes. How had Li Wei become one? Why had he been targeted? If experience points derived from the corpse strain, did that imply? As Wu Yu pondered, suddenly, bang! The hospital door burst open. Xiao Yu! Xiao Yu! A middle-aged man and woman dressed in matching blue-gray work uniforms stand by the hospital bed with threads and fluff stuck to their clothes, clearly having rushed over right after work. Beside them stands a girl in a blue and white school uniform, her ponytail tied high, her face devoid. They are Wu Yu's adoptive parents, Wu Linhai and Cui Zhu, along with their biological daughter, Wu Jing, who is not related by blood to Wu Yu. After being subjected to a thorough checkup, Wu Yu felt a bit helpless. Dad, Mom, I'm really fine. He stepped back to avoid Cui Zhu's reaching hand. I was just brushed by a car that ran a red light on my way here. I didn't get hurt at all. Cui Zhu raised her eyebrows. You're in the hospital, and you say you're fine. Wu Linhai chimed in. That's right, Xiao Yu, you don't need to be afraid. Even though you're not badly hurt, your dad and I will definitely get justice for you, because you were hit by a car. I'm really fine. Wu Yu said with a wry smile. Didn't you just ask the doctor? It's just a little bruise. I bumped my finger. There's nothing else wrong. That doesn't matter. The couple replied in unison. Wu Yu opened his mouth, but didn't argue further. He understood their temperament. He was aware of the family's financial situation. Both his parents worked in a garment factory, and together their monthly income barely reached 6,000 or 7,000. They had scrimped and saved for years before finally taking out a loan to buy a home, managing to settle in Lanhua City. When they received the call about his accident, they had just gotten off work and returned home, without even changing their clothes, hurriedly taking a taxi with Wu Jing to rush to the hospital. Wu Yu had always been introverted, speaking little, and had never dared to voice his grievances when bullied at school. Their urgency was twofold: genuine concern and fear that he might become even more withdrawn, locking himself away at home because of this incident. Mom and Dad, I'm really fine. Thinking of this, Wu Yu softened his tone. The driver has already been taken by the Public Security Bureau. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask Uncle Lin, who just came to take my statement. Left his number. He fished out a piece of paper from the bedside table and handed it over. It was the contact information left by Lin Yuan before he left. Cui Zhu took it, glanced at it, and dialed the number. The phone rang twice before connecting. This is Lin Yuan. Cui Zhu tightened her grip on the phone. Hello, Officer Lin. I'm Cui Zhu, Wu Yu's mother. I want to ask about my son being hit and the driver responsible. There was a brief silence on the other end. Your son was injured by an out-of-control car driven by someone under the influence on Xinhai Road. Lin Yuan's voice was steady, adopting an official tone. Although the injuries do not qualify as minor, the driver is suspected of violating public road safety laws, and we have detained him as per regulations. All of your son's medical expenses will be covered by him. Additionally, he will need to compensate Wu Yu with 4,000 jade coins. Cui Zhu was taken aback. Oh, is that so? Thank you, it's just that this whole situation is so sudden. No need to thank us, it's our duty. The call. Wu Yu listened from the side, feeling a stir in his heart. 4,000 jade coins. His parents worked a month in the factory, and each earned just over 3,000. The compensation from the driver and the Public Security Bureau covering the expenses. Lin Yuan had arranged everything quite well. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan on the other side had just hung up the phone. A man dressed similarly looked over and asked, how did it go? There was no energy response. He is indeed just an ordinary person caught in the crossfire. Then it's likely those unregistered awakened individuals who dealt with it. That should be the case. Has the source of the corpse type been confirmed this time? The execution department is still investigating. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's colleague sighed. Ever since the director's incident, so many strange things have surfaced. It really is a troublesome season. Indeed, we can only hope the new director assigned from above arrives soon. Lanhua City's third community hospital ward. After finishing the call, Wu Linhai and Cui Zhu visibly relaxed. Confirming that the driver was detained and compensation was in place eased their anxious expressions somewhat. Wu Yu seized the moment and said, "Dad, Mom, I want to be discharged and go home." "Go home." Cui Zhu frowned again. "You're hospitalized." The doctor said there's nothing wrong, and you asked as well. Wu Yu looked at them. It's just a few bruises, and being in the hospital isn't comfortable. Wu Linhai and Cui Zhu exchanged glances and called the doctor again to confirm. Once assured that there were no serious issues, they reluctantly nodded. Wu Yu lifted the blanket and got out of bed. As soon as he stood steady, Cui Zhu nudged Wu Jing. "Xiao Jing, quickly help your brother." Wu Yu looked at her. Wu Jing was 2 years younger than him and had just been admitted to Lanhua No. 1 middle school, the best high school in the city. Although Wu Yu's No. 5 middle school was not bad, it could not compare to No. 1A, and Wu Jing excelled academically, being a prized student in the eyes of her teachers. However, her relationship with Wu Yu had always been strained. It started 2 years ago when she accidentally learned that Wu Yu was adopted and not biologically related. Since then, her gaze toward Wu Yu had changed. She always felt that he had taken away the attention and love that should have been given to her by their parents, and during occasional arguments, she would even say things like, "You're not even blood related." Now being called by Cui Zhu, Wu Jing remained silent for a few seconds. She ultimately didn't refute him in front of their parents, and quietly walked over, reaching out to support Wu Yu's arm. The gesture was supportive, but her expression was telling. Her brows furrowed, her fingers merely resting lightly. Wu Linhai and Cui Zhu looked at each other and sighed. They had tried to persuade her before, but at this age the more they advised, the more stubborn the child became. After a few failed attempts, they could only let it be. In the past, Wu Yu might have felt upset about this, but now that he had traveled through time, he didn't take it to heart at all. What occupied his mind was another matter: where could he get a sword? The dark mist in the alley, the monster that had turned into Li Wei, and the corpses spoken of by Lin Yuan. This world was far from peaceful, and he knew it in his heart. Only the sword classic deep in his consciousness could give him a sense of security. Therefore, he must start practicing swordsmanship immediately. The sooner the better. Back at home, Wu Yu quickly washed up and changed into clean clothes. The bathroom mirror was fogged with condensation, and he wiped it with his sleeve, looking at the face within. His black hair was a bit long, falling down to cover half of his eyebrows. His features were fairly handsome, but there was a hint of gloom in his eyes, making him seem unapproachable. This was his current appearance. He truly had traveled through time. He stared at himself in the mirror, lost in thought for a couple of seconds. 18 years old. Can I do it again? But he quickly shook his head, shaking off those chaotic thoughts. Now was not the time for nostalgia. The urgent matter was to acquire a sword. He recalled the things he had pondered in the hospital room. After the monster dissipated, he had received 10 points of distributable experience, and his basic sword technique had also gained 1 point of proficiency. Practicing and using sword techniques would increase the proficiency of the corresponding technique. Killing monsters would yield free distributable experience points. One relied on practice, the other on killing. So even without experience points, as long as he was willing to put in the effort to practice, the basic sword technique could gradually improve. The problem was, without a sword, how could he practice? As if remembering something, Wu Yu began rummaging through his room. The closet under the bed, behind the bookshelf. After a thorough search, he found a wooden sword in a cardboard box in the corner. It was old and covered with dust, the edges worn and frayed. It was a toy wooden sword that Wu Linhai had carved for him when he was young. Though it was merely a toy, it still resembled a sword. It had a blade hilt and guard similar to an ordinary long sword. While he couldn't obtain a real sword for now, a wooden one would suffice. He wiped the wooden sword clean, held it in his hand, and weighed it. It was too light and felt average. Yet he was eager to try it out. However, just as he assumed his starting stance, Wu Yu discovered a problem. His home was only a little over 80 square meters with a 3-room, 1 living room layout. Every room was pitifully small, and with the bed, closet, and desk in place, turning around was a hassle, making it impossible to practice. If he couldn't practice at home, he would go downstairs. There was a small park in the neighborhood that was usually empty. Wu Yu carried the wooden sword and headed for the door. "Mom, I'm going downstairs for a walk." The sound of cooking came from the kitchen, and Cui Zhu, without turning her head, replied, "Dinner will be ready soon. Remember to come back early." The park in Launching community is small, wedged between several 6-story old buildings occupying just a palm-sized area. A few old phoenix trees stand crookedly around, and when the evening breeze blows, the leaves rustle. At this time, the streetlights have not yet turned on, and a faint grayish light remains in the sky, barely allowing one to see the path. Wu held the old wooden sword and searched for a relatively flat piece of concrete in the corner of the park. No one was around. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and mentally reviewed the basic sword techniques. The information was still there, as clear as if it had been etched in. Footwork, sword grip, breathing, the 13 postures. He opened his eyes and tightened his grip on the sword hilt. First, practice the footwork. The basic footwork consists of 5 types: advanced, retreat, vertical, horizontal, and diagonal. Wu followed the memory in his mind, spreading his feet shoulder-width apart, slightly bending his knees, and lowering his center of gravity. Then advance. Step forward with the left foot, followed by the right foot. The body must maintain the same horizontal level, without any up and down motion. Retreat. The right foot steps back, and the left foot follows. The same rhythm, the same control of the center of gravity. Vertical. Both feet exert force simultaneously, and the body jumps forward a small step. When landing, bend the knees to absorb the force and maintain stability. Horizontal. Move to the left followed by the right foot, move to the right followed by the left foot. Each step must be consistent in distance, and the body cannot wobble. Diagonal. Move towards the left front at a 45-degree angle, then to the right back at a 45-degree angle. Wu practiced repeatedly, the sound of his footsteps echoing on the concrete. At first his movements were a bit stiff, with strides varying in size, and his center of gravity unstable, causing him to nearly trip over himself several times. But after a few repetitions his body gradually remembered that feeling and his steps became smoother. After practicing footwork for about 10 minutes, he began to practice the sword grip. The grip in basic sword techniques is not simply holding it. The hilt rests against the palm, the thumb and index finger clasp the guard, while the remaining 3 fingers naturally grip the hilt. This is the standard grip. The reverse grip has the blade against the forearm, with the thumb pressing on the guard, used for close-range combat. There are also two-handed grips, one-handed grips, loose grips, and firm grips. Wu kept changing his posture, allowing his fingers to remember the feeling of each grip. The handle of the wooden sword had become smooth from use, and after holding it for a while his palms became a bit sticky. He wiped the sweat on his pants and continued practicing. The breathing technique is synchronized with the movements. Inhale while advancing, exhale while retreating, inhale while jumping, exhale while landing, exhale when thrusting, inhale when retracting. Breathing must coordinate with the movements and cannot be erratic. At first he often forgot holding his breath when thrusting, leaving his chest feeling tight after a full set of movements. Later he slowed down, practicing each move step by step, gradually grasping the essence. Then came the basic 13 postures. Draw, lead, lift, block, strike, thrust, point, explode, disrupt, press, chop, intercept, wash. Wu held the wooden sword horizontally in front of him and began to break down and practice each posture. Draw horizontally, draw the sword from left to right, then from right to left. The force should be applied from the front section of the blade, using the waist to drive the arms, not just relying on the wrist. He tried drawing a few times, the blade cutting through the air with a whooshing sound. Lead, follow the momentum, using force against force. The blade should stay close to the opponent's weapon to draw back, nullifying their strength. This posture was the most awkward for him to practice because he had no opponent, only able to imagine. Lift, swipe upwards from below with the sword tip pointing up. This is primarily used to counter the opponent's low attacks. Block, horizontally block with the sword sealing off the opponent's attack route. The blade should be at an angle, not directly meeting the force, or all the impact will be absorbed. Strike, grip the sword with both hands and strike downwards. This is the most powerful posture in the 13 postures, and Wu did not dare to apply too much strength for fear of breaking the wooden sword. Thrust, a direct thrust. Vertical thrust, horizontal thrust, upward thrust, downward thrust. The sword should be in a straight line with the arm, the force originating from the feet, moving through the waist, reaching the shoulder, then the arm, and finally expelled from the sword tip. Wu thrust at the air dozens of times, imagining the monster standing in front of him, the sword tip piercing its skull. Point, the sword tip pokes down like a chicken pecking at rice. This is primarily used to attack the opponent's wrist or the hand holding the weapon. Explode, horizontally strike with the sword body, using the middle section of the blade to hit the opponent. The force should be short and explosive. Disrupt, the sword tip draws circles, disturbing the opponent's weapon. This posture requires coordination, with footwork moving forward while disrupting. Press, the sword body presses down, suppressing the opponent's weapon. The force must be heavy, not light. Chop, a one-handed downward chop. More flexible than the strike posture, but with slightly less force. Intercept, intercept the opponent's attack. It can be a direct intercept, diagonal intercept, upward intercept, or downward intercept, depending on the opponent's attack. Wash a horizontal sweep. The sword sweeps out horizontally, covering the largest area, but dispersing the force. Wuyu practiced slowly, finishing one complete set before starting over again. At first the movements were very slow, like a movie played in slow motion, each move clearly broken down. Gradually he became a bit faster, with the movements connecting smoothly, no longer so stiff. The sky had completely darkened, and the streetlight had turned on without him noticing. The dim light leaked through the gaps in the phoenix leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Wuyu was sweating, his t-shirt sticking to his back, but he felt great. Those movements were gradually etched into his body, no longer just memories in his mind, but memories of his muscles. After finishing a set of basic sword techniques, he stopped to check the time. More than half an hour had passed. He glanced at the sword classic interface in his mind. Basic sword technique, beginner 050, still 0. No increase in proficiency. Wuyu was momentarily dumbfounded, then shook his head. Perhaps he had practiced too little. The proficiency required after reaching the beginner level is greater, so it was normal not to achieve much in half an hour. He put away the wooden sword and prepared to go home. Just as he took a step, his stomach growled, reminding him that his mother had urged him to come home for dinner. It was time to go. He walked towards the community entrance, and just as he reached the base of his building, a voice came from behind. Wuyu, I didn't know you lived in this community too. The voice was crisp and carried a hint of surprise. Wuyu turned around. A girl stood a few steps away with long black hair and a black and white JK uniform skirt. The evening breeze gently lifted her hair tips, and the light from the street lamp at the community entrance perfectly illuminated her, enveloping her in a soft halo. Hua Linlin, a classmate. Wuyu's mind flashed with some fragmented memories. Boys from the 5th middle school had privately ranked the girls' appearances in the grade, and Hua Linlin consistently ranked in the top 3. Boys from other classes often pretended to pass by in the corridor just to catch a glimpse of her. The old Wuyu had been one of them. But back then Wuyu was excessively introverted. He would quickly avert his gaze even after just a glance, so after 3 years of being classmates they had hardly spoken to each other. Wuyu nodded. Do you also live in this community? Hua Linlin smiled and took a couple of steps forward. No, my second aunt just moved here, and I came to visit today. I didn't expect to run into you. Oh. Wuyu replied, not continuing the conversation, turning to head upstairs. Hey. Hua Linlin called him. Wuyu, don't go yet. Can you help me with something? Wuyu paused. I don't know where Unit 12 is. Hua Linlin tilted her head, her tone carrying a hint of a pout. I looked for a while, but couldn't find it. Wuyu raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Walk to the end of this road, turn left, then walk to the end again, and turn right. He spoke clearly, each word articulated. Hua Linlin glanced in the direction he pointed, then turned back, her smile unchanged, but indirectionally challenged. She prolonged the last word a bit. Wuyu, could you lead me there? Thank you. Although it was a request, her tone was assertive, as if she was saying, you will definitely agree. The old Wuyu would have probably crumbled. Blushing head down without a word, he would lead the way, then feel flustered along the way, unable to speak, and regret being too timid once he got home. But the current Wuyu merely glanced at her. A few words floated through his mind. High-status green tea tactics, changing boyfriends faster than changing clothes. This was not his own conclusion, but rather gossip from classmates in the original owner's memories. At the time he had thought little of it, but now it seemed. Perhaps it was true. Sorry, Wuyu said, I have things to do. With a mind free of women, he could focus on his sword. He lifted the sword and turned to walk into the corridor. There was silence behind him for 2 seconds. Hua Linlin stood there watching the figure disappear into the corridor, her smile slowly fading, her brow furrowing, and a hint of embarrassment flashing in her eyes. What a lack of romantic sense. She murmured to herself, turning to walk in the direction Wuyu had pointed. The sound of her black shoes tapping against the concrete was particularly clear in the night. The corridor was very dark, and the motion sensor lights had not yet turned on. Wuyu climbed up in the dark, still thinking about the sword techniques he had just practiced. Draw, lead, lift, block. As he went up the stairs, he mentally went over the 13 postures again, one by one, as if practicing them once more in his mind. Although the proficiency was still at 0, but he was not anxious. After all, he had only practiced for a little over half an hour, and there was also a mechanism for gaining experience points from defeating monsters, so there were still long days ahead. As Wuyu pushed open the door, the savory aroma of food wafted out. The scent of fried scallions mingled with a hint of soy sauce reminiscent of the scallion scrambled eggs that were a staple in the household. A familiar sour and spicy scent drifted from the kitchen. It must be the sour and spicy shredded potatoes. These 2 dishes were Wu Ma's specialties and Wu Yu's favorites. You're back. Shui Zhu poked her head out from the kitchen just in time. Wash your hands and come eat. Wu Yu leaned his wooden sword against the door and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. When he returned, Wu Ba had already set the dishes on the table: scallion, scrambled eggs, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, a bowl of seaweed and egg soup, and some reheated braised pork left over from lunch. For dishes, and a soup more plentiful than usual. Wu Jing was already seated at the dining table, her head bowed, as she stared at her phone, seemingly engrossed in something. Wu Ba and Wu Ma sat opposite her, leaving an empty seat in the middle for Wu Yu. Come on, shall you eat more? Cui Zhu picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks and placed it in Wu Yu's bowl. You've been in the hospital all day, you must be starving. Mom, I can manage. Wu Yu picked up the bowl and popped the piece of meat into his mouth. The meat was tender and melted in the mouth with the flavors of soy sauce and sugar thoroughly infused. Wu Ba poured himself a glass of wine, took a sip, and looked at him. Are you really okay? I'm fine. Wu Yu chewed his food, just a scraped bit of skin. Didn't you both ask the doctor? That's good to hear. Wu Ba nodded, taking another sip of wine. Was the driver definitely caught by the security bureau? He's already been caught. Didn't you both call to ask? There's also a compensation of 4,000 jade coins. Wu Ma sighed beside him. 4,000 jade coins is quite a sum, but I'd rather not have that money than see you in trouble. Wu Yu paused with his chopsticks, not responding. He knew that Wu Ma was speaking from the heart. Though their family wasn't well off, his parents had never treated him poorly. He had what he needed, and his tuition was always paid in full. As a child, he had toys that other kids had. The table fell silent for a few moments. Only the sound of dishes clinking against each other could be heard. Wu Jing hadn't said a word, focusing on her food, occasionally swiping at her phone. She finished her bowl of rice quickly, as if in a rush. I'm done. She put down her bowl and stood up. I need to review for the monthly exam this week. After saying that, she took her bowl into the kitchen, placed it in the sink, and then went into her room, closing the door behind her. Cui Zhu glanced at the closed door, opened her mouth as if to say something, but swallowed her words, turning to Wu Yu and saying, your sister has that temper, don't take it to heart. It's fine. Wu Yu shook his head. He truly was fine. He wasn't the original owner, and he wasn't that sensitive. Wu Ba chimed in. Pressure is high at Yizhong. With weekly quizzes and monthly exams, it's not easy for her either. Wu Yu nodded, understanding that Lanha Yizhong was the best high school in the city, filled with top students from various middle schools, making competition fierce. Wu Jing was academically excellent, but the pressure was indeed great, so it was normal for her to be quiet when she returned home. After dinner, Wu Yu helped clear the dishes and picked up the wooden sword at the door. Mom, I'm going downstairs for a bit. Still going out? Cui Zhu peeked her head out from the kitchen. What time is it? Just past 7. I'm just going to the community downstairs. Ooh, I won't go far. Alright, just come back early. Got it. The door closed behind him. Night had fully fallen. The street lights in the community were lit, casting a yellow glow on the ground and creating long shadows. Wu Yu walked to the small park, the same spot where he practiced swordplay in the afternoon. There was no one around. The windows of several buildings were lit, and occasionally the sounds of television and children crying could be heard. Wu Yu took a deep breath and raised his wooden sword. He began to practice. First, he went through his footwork. He moved back and forth, stepping firmly with each step. Then he practiced gripping the sword both single-handed and two-handed, allowing his fingers to memorize the feel of each posture. He coordinated his breathing with his movements, inhaling while advancing and exhaling while retreating, ensuring it was not chaotic. Finally, he practiced the 13 stances: drawing, leading, lifting, blocking, striking, stabbing, dodging, collapsing, stirring, pressing, chopping, intercepting, and washing. He executed each move one by one. At first, he slowed down, as if dissecting each action, ensuring every strike was executed perfectly. Gradually, he increased his speed, allowing for transitions between movements, until he began to practice continuously, finishing a set before taking a breath and starting again. The wooden sword sliced through the air, producing a soft whooshing sound. Wu Yu became immersed in it, forgetting the time. He noticed changes in his body. In the afternoon, he would have to stop to catch his breath after a while, his heart racing, but now after half an hour, he didn't feel overly tired. Although his breathing was more rapid than usual, it quickly adjusted, unlike before when he struggled to catch his breath. Moreover, the cool energy within him was also changing. Whenever he executed a move perfectly, that cool energy would move along with it, flowing through his meridians from his abdomen to his limbs and back again. It felt cool, yet not uncomfortable, instead refreshing his mind. After finishing a set of sword techniques, the cool energy circulated even faster. His stamina restored more quickly, as if that energy were massaging his muscles and relieving his fatigue. This was the benefit of mastering the basic sword techniques. Wu Yu was already aware of this. After practicing for an unknown amount of time, once he finished a set of techniques, he paused to catch his breath and looked up, stunned. The sky was completely dark. The streetlights shone brightly. The lights in the windows of the surrounding buildings had dimmed significantly. 2314. It was past 11. He had been practicing for nearly 4 hours. Wu Yu looked down at himself. His t-shirt was soaked, clinging to his body, his hair damp against his forehead, and sweat trickled down his cheeks. He felt as if he had just emerged from water. Yet miraculously, he didn't feel overly fatigued. His legs were a bit sore, and his hands felt slightly numb, but a few deep breaths brought him back to normal. In the past, after just an hour, he would have been lying on the ground. He glanced again at the sword manual interface. Basic sword techniques, beginner 050. Proficiency is still at 0. Not a bit, as expected. Practicing alone leads to slow proficiency gains. For hours without any progress indicates that more proficiency is needed after the basics. Relying solely on hard work, it's unclear how long it would take. What about experience points? Currently, he only knew that he could earn them by defeating the corpse types. But he had too little understanding of corpse types. He felt confident in dealing with someone like Li Wei. But what if it were someone stronger? Would his basic sword techniques be sufficient? What if he encountered more than one? Recklessly engaging would still be too dangerous. Wu Yu sighed and headed back with the wooden sword. Forget it, let's continue practicing alone. It may be slow, but at least it's safe. He exited the small park and walked along the path in the community towards home. It was late at night, and most people had already fallen asleep, leaving the streets fairly empty. Occasionally 1 or 2 cars passed by the entrance of the community, their headlights sweeping across the ground before vanishing. The streetlights illuminated the area, and within the glow a few small flying insects buzzed around the light bulbs. As Wu Yu walked, he suddenly halted. A wave of cool energy stirred within him. That sensation was hard to describe. Like something had gently vibrated inside his body, followed by a strange feeling rising in his heart. Anxiety. Alertness. As if warning him there was danger nearby. Wu Yu abruptly raised his head and scanned the area. The streetlights illuminated everything clearly. Several cars parked by the roadside, a few crooked trees standing there, and further away was the entrance to the residential building. There was no one around. No footsteps. Wu Yu turned towards the sound. A man ran out from around the corner wearing a dark sports t-shirt and shorts, sporting a sports wristband with earbuds in his ears. He was a middle-aged man out for a night jog. His hair was a bit long, damp, with sweat sticking to his forehead. The streetlight illuminated his face, making his features clear, an ordinary appearance, the kind you wouldn't notice in a crowd. The moment he saw the man, Wu Yu was certain. It was this person. That unsettling feeling emanated. It was as if something was hidden behind that ordinary face, concealed within the body of an average middle-aged man. Superficially, he appeared to be a typical night runner, but inside, the cool energy continued to fluctuate, as if urging him to act. The man seemed to notice Wu Yu watching him, turned his head, and his gaze lingered on Wu Yu's face for a second. Then he slightly nodded as if greeting him. Wu Yu instinctively nodded back. The two brushed past each other. The man's footsteps gradually faded away, disappearing into the night. Wu Yu stood still, tightening his grip on the wooden sword. A monster. Experience points. These 2 words flashed through his mind. He wanted to chase after him, but reason held him in place. What if he couldn't win? What if there was more than one nearby? What if he pursued him and ended up dead? Wu Yu took a deep breath, staring in the direction where the man had gone. The figure was already out of sight. Forget it. Better to be cautious. He continued walking home, but his mind kept dwelling on that wave of energy. Was that man truly a corpse type? What exactly are corpse types? How does a person become a corpse type? Is it an infection, a curse, or something else? Moreover, is this frequency a bit too high? Encountering them twice in one day, was it just bad luck, or is this world inherently like this? How did the original owner live for so many years without encountering them even once? Wu Yu shook his head, brushing these thoughts away. There was no use in pondering questions he couldn't understand. He should focus on practicing sword techniques first. He switched the wooden sword to his other hand and continued walking home. The adjacent streetlight cast a long shadow that followed him step by step. Following the path in the neighborhood, Wu Yu walked home. As he passed Building 15, he paused and looked up. The window on the 5th floor remained dark, never having been lit since the afternoon. Li Wei lived there. He and Li Wei grew up together, their homes just a 3-minute walk apart. When they were young, they often visited each other, and Wu Yu frequently enjoyed meals at Li Wei's house, where his mother cooked delicious food. As they grew older, the visits for meals decreased, but occasionally they would go to Li Wei's house together to do homework after school. They were a kind couple. Li Wei's father worked at a construction site, sunburned and thin, always smiling at people. His mother was a cashier at a supermarket, and every time Wu Yu went there, she would shove snacks into his hands. Now it was completely dark there. Wu Yu stood downstairs for a moment, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. The Public Security Bureau should have notified them by now. What reason were they using? An accident? A mishap? Or something else? He didn't know. But regardless of the reason, the outcome remained the same. Li Wei was dead, their son was dead. Wu Yu clenched the wooden sword in his hand, withdrew his gaze, and continued walking home. He had made up his mind to visit Li Wei's parents after school the next day. Upon returning home, the living room lights were on, but no one was there. His parents had finished washing up and gone to their room. On the shoe cabinet by the door there was warm milk with a note under the cup: heat it in the microwave before drinking. Wu Yu picked up the milk, drank it cold without heating it. After washing up, he returned to his room, lay down on his bed, and as soon as his head touched the pillow, his eyelids became too heavy to lift. After practicing swordsmanship for 4 hours, he was almost completely exhausted. When he opened his eyes again, a ray of sunlight was shining directly on his face. Wu Yu squinted and glanced at his phone. 7:03. Tuesday. He sat up stunned for 2 seconds, his mind slowly booting up, then suddenly jolted. Class 5's morning reading started at 7:30. Wu Yu rolled out of bed, put on his school uniform, quickly washed his face, grabbed his backpack, and rushed out. Mom, I'm leaving. Breakfast, they'll buy it on the way. As he burst out of the hallway, he glanced towards building 15. That window was still dark. But now there was no time. Wu Yu jogged to the bus stop, and fortune smiled upon him as the bus arrived, just as he steadied himself. He boarded the bus and scanned his student card, then found a corner to stand in. The bus swayed and traveled for 20 minutes before stopping at the entrance of Class 5. Wu Yu jumped off the bus and ran to the breakfast stall across from the school, buying an egg pancake for 2 jade coins, munching on it as he rushed towards the school. He stuffed it into his mouth a few times, wiped his mouth, and dashed through the school gate. It was 7:29. Wu Yu stepped into the classroom at the last minute. It was noisy inside. Although there was only a minute left until morning reading, no one paid attention. Groups of students huddled together, chatting about who knows what, laughter ringing out periodically, while some lay on their desks catching up on sleep, others frantically copied homework, and some chewed on buns with grease dripping down their mouths. Wu Yu had a gloomy demeanor, average grades, no talent for sports, and no friends, making him a mere background character in the class. His timely entrance went unnoticed by anyone. He walked to his seat, the second to last row by the window. The desk next to him was empty. That was Li Wei's spot. He glanced at the vacant desk and withdrew his gaze. In the courtyard stands a loquat tree planted by my wife in the year she died. Now it stands tall like a pavilion. The old town of Yuzhong, the new residence of Hongdu. Stars divide the wings, the earth connects to Hanglu. In the autumn of the Rinshu year, on the 15th of July, Suzy and his guest rowed a boat beneath the red cliffs. The morning reading bell rang, and everyone sat back down, opened their books, and began reading aloud. The recitations of classical literature were jumbled, some fast, some slow, blending together into a buzzing sound, like a swarm of bees flying around the classroom. Wu Yu observed this scene, feeling a bit dazed. It was just like his high school in the previous life. Morning reading, the bell textbooks, recitations. It seemed like nothing had changed. But it also felt like everything had changed. Why hasn't Li Wei come today? The classmate in front suddenly turned around. He's late too. Wu Yu looked up. Tong Hui, a slender boy, chatty, sitting one row in front of him. Though not a close friend, they usually exchanged a few words. Weren't you all coming together? Tong Hui asked again. Wu Yu paused. He didn't know what the Public Security Bureau had reported, didn't know the cause of death for Li Wei, nor did he know what he should or shouldn't know. I'm not clear either. He shook his head. All right then. Tong Hui glanced at him, seeing he didn't want to say more, and turned back to continue reading. Wu Yu opened his book, his eyes fixed on the words, but he didn't speak out loud. He was thinking about the man he had seen running at night last evening. The coolness of the air, that feeling of unease, the middle-aged man who had run past him. Was he also a corpse seed? If so, would he appear again tonight? There was also experience points. Killing a corpse seed could yield experience points, that was certain. But his understanding of corpse seeds was too limited now. Recklessly searching would be too dangerous. However, if he didn't seek them out, relying solely on his own practice, his proficiency would increase slower than a snail. In learning, there are those who come first, and those who are specialized in their craft. It is merely so. The recitation next to him pulled his thoughts back. Wu Yu took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing those thoughts. He focused on the textbook in front of him, beginning to review the basic sword techniques. Footwork. Advancing and retreating, moving in all directions. Gripping the sword. Proper grip, reverse grip, both hands, single hand grip. Breathing. Inhale while advancing, exhale while retreating, thrust while inhaling. 13 stances. Drawing, lifting, striking, thrusting, breaking, stirring, pressing, chopping, slicing, and cleansing. He reviewed it over and over. The morning reading class ended, and the first period of the morning began, Chinese class. When the class bell rang, a middle-aged man dressed in black pants and a white shirt walked in, his hair thinning on top his forehead, shining brightly, stepping into the classroom right on time as the bell rang. The homeroom teacher Xu Guoqing was also the Chinese teacher. He walked to the podium, placed down his lesson plan, scanned the classroom, and his gaze lingered on the empty seat for a second. Before we start class, I have something to say. The classroom quieted down. Yesterday, our classmate Li Wei was in a car accident. Xu Guoqing paused, his voice lower than usual. He and his family tragically lost their lives. Let's take a minute to mourn for them together. Xu Guoqing lowered his head. The whole class bowed their heads. Wu Yu also lowered his head, staring at the table, the smooth, reflective surface faintly reflecting his own figure. He recalled the fleeting image in the monster's lifeless eye before it disappeared. Liberation, gratitude, and something else. Li Wei. It turned out that his parents also. After the minute of mourning ended, Xu Guoqing raised his head, a trace of heaviness on his face. All right, open your textbooks to page 47. Oh, today, we will study Tenwang Gusu. In the classroom, there were faint sounds of rustling pages, turning pens clicking. Wu Yu also opened his book, staring at the words. The seat next to him was empty, and the sunlight streamed in from outside, falling on that empty desk and chair, landing on the homework papers still bearing Li Wei's name. He thought of Li Wei's father's thin, dark smile, and remembered Li Wei's mother stuffing snacks into his hands. He also recalled the dark window of Building 15 from last night. Wu Yu took a deep breath, his gaze profound. When the class bell rang, Wu Yu was still staring blankly at the textbook. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. He turned his head, and Tong Hui was standing beside him, his hand still resting on Wu Yu's shoulder. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back, finally managing to say, I thought. My condolences. Wu Yu looked at him, nodded, and said nothing. Tong Hui didn't say much either. He just patted Wu Yu's shoulder and left. Everyone in the class knew he had a good relationship with Li Wei. Wu Yu withdrew his gaze and continued to focus on the textbook, mentally practicing the basic sword techniques. However, he felt another gaze resting upon him. He slightly turned his head, glancing out of the corner of his eye. A long-haired girl with an oval face was sitting by the window looking at him. The moment their eyes met, she lowered her gaze and turned back to her book as if nothing had happened. It was Hua Linlin, whom he had just seen yesterday. Wu Yu didn't think much of it and continued to daydream. A day passed quickly. Chinese class, math class, English class, physics class. One class after another, Wu Yu barely absorbed anything. While the teacher lectured up front, Wu Yu either mentally reviewed the basic sword techniques or thought about Li Wei's parents. The more he thought, the more uneasy he felt. In his memory, he had seen Li Wei's parents just yesterday morning. Right at the entrance of the neighborhood, Li Wei's mother was carrying a vegetable basket returning from the market and even greeted him, while Li Wei's father, riding an electric bike beside her, nodded at him. They were living, breathing people. Then yesterday afternoon, Li Wei turned into a monster and attacked him. Today he received news that Li Wei's parents were also dead. What does this mean? Li Wei's parents must have died before he turned into a monster. Did someone kill them first, and then transform Li Wei into a monster? Or did the monster hide within them, kill them, and then parasitize Li Wei? If it's the latter, that would be better. But if it's the former, it indicates one thing. There is more than one monster. At 4:45 p.m. the school bell rang on time. Wu Yu packed his bag and walked outside, exiting the school gate, taking a bus, and getting off near the neighborhood. He didn't go directly to Li Wei's house, but first went upstairs to drop off his bag, then picked up the wooden sword leaning against the door before heading out. Building 15. He stood downstairs looking up. The window on the 5th floor was still dark, the curtains drawn, nothing visible. The hallway door was ajar. Wu Yu pushed the door open and started going upstairs. The neighborhood was old, and the stairwell was dimly lit, one motion sensor light turned on while the rest were broken or turned off, casting a gloomy light. The walls were plastered with small advertisements for locksmiths, plumbing services, and document processing layered over each other, and a few cigarette butts were scattered on the floor, left by an unknown person. As he reached the corner on the 3rd floor, his footsteps suddenly halted. Someone was coming down from above. The footsteps were steady, neither hurried nor slow. For some reason, Wu Yu instinctively tightened his grip on the wooden sword. The person turned the corner and came into view. He was wearing a sports t-shirt and shorts with headphones on. The light in the hallway was dim, but Wu Yu clearly saw his face. It was the middle-aged man who had run past him yesterday evening. At the same time, the chill within him surged violently. It was more intense than yesterday. That sense of unease felt like a hand gripping his heart. How could he encounter this person here? Was he also in Building 15? Did Li Wei's family's death have something to do with him? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through his mind. The man also saw him. He paused, his gaze falling on Wu Yu, then on the wooden sword in Wu Yu's hand, and then the corner of his mouth twitched, as if he smiled. Oh, it seems we met yesterday. He took off his headphones. You, an ordinary person without any energy fluctuations, can discern my identity. His tone was casual, even laced with curiosity. Is it innate? Wu Yu remained silent, just staring at him, gripping the wooden sword tighter. The man tilted his head, examining him, as if he were an intriguing specimen. But running into me is your misfortune. He sighed, a hint of regret in his tone. What a pity that you are just an ordinary person, not even a capable one. You really do not pique my interest. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yu felt a chill wash over him. A cold, clammy sensation surged like a tide, enveloping him entirely. At the same time, something formless seemed to want to burrow into his skin, attempting to drill into his veins, wanting to siphon away all his strength. Wu Yu's vision blurred. The staircase disappeared. The surrounding walls vanished, replaced by a thick, swirling black mist moving like a living entity around him. Wu Yu's pupils dilated. It was that strange space, the place where the monster had dragged him last time. The cold aura continued to bore into him, as if it aimed to consume him whole, but the next second the chill within him stirred. It surged forth like it had been provoked, rushing through his meridians. The cold aura that had just entered was gradually extinguished by the chill, dissolving like snow in boiling water, completely vanishing. My! A light exclamation came from the black mist. You actually didn't faint. The voice paused. It seems you truly have extraordinary talent. Though tinged with surprise, there was more indifference. But now you should be out of strength, right? Wu Yu glanced down at his hand. He still held the wooden sword. His fingers were steady, and the chill within him flowed more vigorously than before. He said nothing. Tisk tisk. The voice resumed. What a pity for a talented human. You shall be buried here today. Although you do not pique my interest, it should be enough to feed the little ones. With that, a clapping sound echoed from within the black mist. Clap, clap. Little ones, come out. The voice was languid. It's time to eat. The black mist began to swirl. Figures staggered out from the mist, swaying as if they had just awoken from sleep. 1, 2, 3. Each face was twisted, with features vaguely located where they should be: eyes, askew mouths, grinning ear to ear, noses flattened down to mere holes. They were essentially identical to the one Li Wei had transformed into. They were the corpse types. Wu Yu tightened his grip on the wooden sword, ready to strike. Then he froze. The first two figures walking in front, he recognized. A middle-aged man with a thin, dark face bearing a scar on his forehead, Li Wei's father. Next to him was a woman with permed curls dressed in a floral shirt, Li Wei's mother. They, like the other corpse types, staggered closer. Their expressions were distorted, yet those brows and eyes, that profile, were unmistakably Li Wei's parents. And this man, no, the monster hiding within this man's body, was the culprit behind Li Wei's family's transformation into monsters. The moment Wu Yu's suspicions became reality, his mind went blank for a moment. He recalled yesterday morning at the neighborhood entrance when Li Wei's mother smiled at him while carrying a vegetable basket, and Li Wei's father nodded at him while riding his electric bike. That was just yesterday morning, not even 48 hours ago. Mocking laughter echoed from the black mist. Oh, stunned. Are there humans you recognize inside? Seeing Wu Yu's lack of reaction, the voice seemed to lose interest. Forget it, little ones, go ahead. Eat him up. The corpse types began to accelerate. Li Wei's father led the charge, his twisted face drawing nearer, revealing jagged triangular teeth within his gaping mouth. Wu Yu closed his eyes and lowered his head, seemingly resigning himself to the inevitable. 1 second. 2 seconds. Just as the first corpse type's hand was about to touch him, he opened his eyes. The wooden sword moved. There were no unnecessary moves, no fancy techniques, just the simplest thrust, parry, and slash. The first sword pierced through Li Wei's father's skull. If at the moment the tip entered, that head transformed into black mist and scattered, followed by the body. The second sword parried the two corpse types lunging from the side, then slashed, cutting off their necks. The third sword stabbed into Li Wei's mother's heart. Her mouth opened, and something seemed to flicker in her skewed eye before her entire body disintegrated into black mist. The fourth sword, fifth sword, sixth sword. An old wooden sword, its paint nearly worn away, but with each swing under the attachment of that cold aura, it left a sharp gleam in the air. In total 7. It all happened in just a few seconds. All transformed into black mist and scattered. The sword manual emitted a wave. Experience points available for distribution 10. Oh, experience points available for distribution 10. Oh, experience points available for distribution 10. Wu Yu stood in place, holding the sword, breathing slightly heavier. The black mist fell silent for a few seconds. No fluctuations of excessive energy. When the voice rang out again, its tone had changed. Are you a martial artist? Wu Yu said nothing, just gripped the sword tightly, staring intently in the direction of the voice. The black mist swirled, the man's silhouette becoming faintly visible. After a moment of silence, he said, You should have said you were a martial artist earlier. The voice returned to its languid tone, even with a hint of satisfaction, as if unconcerned that his minions had been easily dealt with by Wu Yu. Then having you as a snack would be sufficient. Ahead the black mist surged like a living creature retreating to both sides. The man's silhouette became clearer and clearer until it fully appeared before Wu Yu. Wearing a sports t-shirt and shorts, the middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance. Exactly the same as when Wu Yu encountered him in the hallway. But this time Wu Yu could see his face clearly. There was no distortion. His facial features were properly positioned. Eyes were eyes, nose was nose, mouth was mouth, unlike the previous corpses, with misaligned features, crooked eyes and noses. Only two things were wrong: his mouth and eyes. When his mouth opened, it revealed not human teeth, but the same sharp triangular fangs as those corpses. And his eyes, pure black, without pupils or whites, like two pieces of obsidian embedded in their sockets, unfathomably deep. Wu Yu gripped his wooden sword tightly, his knuckles turning white. The creature tilted its head and scrutinized him, suddenly letting out an oath, the corners of its mouth curling into a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. No wonder. Its voice was languid, as if engaged in casual conversation. Yesterday, one of my infected subjects suddenly lost contact, without any indication of excessive energy. It paused, its pure black eyes fixed on Wu Yu. It should have been you, right? Infected subject. Images flashed quickly through Wu Yu's mind. Li Wei transformed into a monster, that thing in the alley calling him brother, the relief that flashed in its eyes as it dissipated. It could turn people into corpses. Not by parasitism or by the person's own transformation, but by being infected by it. Wu Yu said nothing. He just stared fixedly at the creature before him, while frantically operating in his mind. Assignable experience points, 71. All injected into basic swordsmanship. Assignable experience points, 710. Basic swordsmanship beginner, 050. Basic swordsmanship minor completion, 21,100. Boom. A flood of information surged into his mind. It was no longer the fragmented feeling from before, but a complete systematic swordsmanship technique. Every angle of the sword, every step's landing point, every breath's rhythm was carved into his bones, as if he had practiced with a sword for 10-20 years, turning all foundational movements into instinct. At the same time, another line of text on the sword manual interface flickered. Level 0. Level 1. Wu Yu understood. Levels were raised by improving swordsmanship. Immediately the cool energy within him surged violently, as if ignited. More cool energy flowed out from his limbs, surging through his meridians. They washed over his muscles, bones, and fascia, reinforcing every inch of his body. The fatigue left over from the battle with the 7 corpses vanished, replaced by greater strength, sharper perception, and quicker reaction times. Wu Yu clenched his fist. He was stronger. But before he could fully adapt to his suddenly enhanced physical condition and the newfound swordsmanship techniques, the creature before him suddenly furrowed its brow. That movement was too human-like. It frowned slightly, the corners of its mouth turned down as if it had caught a whiff of something unpleasant. Those black-skinned dogs have such sharp noses. Sai, I was hoping to savor your deliciousness properly. Now I can only gulp it down whole. It paused. What a letdown. As soon as the words left its mouth, Wu Yu's body hair stood on end. In the next moment, the creature's neck, like a stretched rubber band, it suddenly extended from its shoulders, not bowing its head or turning, but stretching its entire neck and head forward, elongating and thinning like a twisted snake emerging from its body. The entire process took less than a second. The head suddenly leaned close to Wu Yu, close enough for him to see his own reflection in its pure black eyes. Then that mouth opened. Over 180 degrees. The upper and lower jaws separated like they were dislocated, the corners of its mouth tearing down to the roots of its ears, revealing a dense array of triangular fangs inside. That mouth was now wide enough to fit an adult's head, no wide enough to swallow Wu Yu's entire upper body. It wanted to swallow him whole. Wu Yu had no time to hesitate. His body reacted faster than his mind. Blocking door sword. The 3 sword techniques included with basic swordsmanship minor completion, thrusting sword, overhead, sword, blocking door sword. Among them, blocking door sword was the only defensive technique specifically designed to counter frontal attacks. Wu Yu took half a step back, gripping the sword with both hands, horizontally blocking it in front of him, the wooden sword positioned between him and that gaping maw. All the cool energy within him surged out in an instant, completely adhering to the sword's surface. That old wooden sword with its chipped and worn surface now faintly radiated a glimmer. In the next moment, crack, a muffled sound echoed. The gaping mouth came down. Those sharp, white fangs bit down hard on the wooden sword, sinking directly into its body. The creaking sound of the wood was painfully sharp, as if it would shatter at any moment. But it ultimately did not break. The fangs lodged into the wood, getting stuck. That mouth could not bite down another inch. It was blocked. Wu Yu held the sword tightly, his hands trembling with numbness, but he held firm. A flicker of surprise flashed in the creature's pure black eyes. Whoosh! Its neck retracted as if the stretched rubber band had suddenly been released, the head instantly retreating back into its body, returning to a normal human form. It stood there stroking its chin while looking at the wooden sword in Wu Yu's hand. Interesting, it said, ordinary warriors can't block this. It didn't finish its sentence. Its brow furrowed again tighter than before. That was quick. It glanced at Wu Yu, its pitch-black eyes revealing no emotion. But Wu Yu knew it had remembered him. This matter was not over. Then its figure vanished. Like it had never existed, it simply disappeared from sight. The surrounding black mist also began to recede. It dissipated like a retreating tide, becoming fainter and thinner until it completely vanished. Wu Yu gasped for breath, raising his eyes. It was still the stairwell, the mottled walls, the handrails plastered with small advertisements, the broken motion-sensing lights, and the cigarette, but scattered on the ground. He had returned to the real world. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream, yet the wooden sword in his hand bore deep bite marks, nearly shattering his hand, still tingling with residual numbness, and the cool energy within him had already been depleted by more than half. Wu Yu stood there breathing heavily, his mind racing. What was that creature's black-skinned dog? From its disdainful tone and frantic escape, it must be a force opposing it. Moreover, the other side had strong individuals' methods to track it and the power to counter it. The fact that it had to abandon a meal to flee indicated that the newcomers were definitely not ordinary. Should he make contact? Wu Yu tightened his grip on the wooden sword, quickly weighing his options. The other side could discover the creature's existence, so quickly indicating they had methods to hunt monsters. Joining them would surely allow him to encounter more corpses and gain experience faster. But how would he explain his own strength? That creature referred to him as a warrior, claiming ordinary warriors can't block this bite. Yet Wu Yu knew very well that he was neither a warrior nor a power user. He had grown stronger solely through the sword manual. And the sword manual was his deepest secret. If those people discovered that an ordinary person without any energy fluctuations suddenly possessed combat power, how would they investigate him? What would they uncover? Wu Yu fell silent for a few seconds. It was not the right time yet. With that thought, he hesitated, no longer turned, and quickly left down the stairs. Wu Yu carried the wooden sword as he made his way home. The sword was beyond recognition, covered in bite marks with several parts even pierced through. If it weren't for the infusion of cold air, this wooden sword would have shattered into a pile of splinters long ago. He stopped next to the community trash bin. He looked down at the sword in his hand and shook his head. He was about to throw the broken wooden sword into the trash bin. But seemingly recalling something, he halted his action. Then he took the broken wooden sword and turned to go upstairs. Returning to his room, he closed the door. Wu Yu tucked the completely unusable wooden sword under the bed and began to reflect. In his past life, he was clearly a cautious person. He would always consider the consequences before acting, never rushing in impulsively. But what about this time? He had clearly suspected there might be more than one type of undead, and he knew that the man jogging at night had issues, yet he still went to Li Wei's house. If it weren't for good luck, if that monster hadn't wanted to toy with him for a while, if other powerful beings hadn't arrived. He was already in that mouth now. Too reckless. Wu Yu rubbed his forehead. Was he influenced by the memories of his past self? The past self, an introverted, sensitive, and emotional boy, grew up with Li Wei treating him like a real. Those memories still lingered in his mind, sometimes surfacing unexpectedly, making him feel that visiting Li Wei's house was the right thing to do. But he was not the past self. He had crossed over, having been here for less than 2 days. Yet when he went, he didn't think much at all. Wu Yu shook his head. It wasn't entirely the influence of the past self. More so, it was the hurdle in his own heart that he couldn't overcome. He recalled Li Wei's father's dark, thin, smiling face, and his mother's hand pushing snacks into his hand. He remembered that morning at the community entrance when they both nodded and greeted him. And then they turned into those things. They transformed into those monsters with distorted features, triangular teeth, only knowing how to devour people. And he personally killed them. Living people should not become such monsters. Living people should not silently disappear from this world, unable to even remain human. Wu Yu clenched his fists, knowing that this thought was very naive. This was a world filled with monsters, black mist, and various extraordinary powers. People died every day, and he was utterly powerless. Forget it. He exhaled and began to tally his gains from this time. 70 points of distributable experience. Adding the remaining 1 point, he had a total of 71 points, all poured into basic swordsmanship. Basic swordsmanship jumped directly from beginner to minor success, along with 3 sword techniques. His level also rose from 0 to 1, and his physical abilities were further enhanced. He also gained other insights. He learned what the extraordinary powers in this world were called. Martial artists, and there were also ability users. That monster called him a martial artist, and said ordinary martial artists cannot withstand this bite. This indicated that there were people in this world who practiced martial arts and could fight monsters like him. Ability users seemed to be a different path, or perhaps that black-skinned dog cursed by the monster was an ability user. In the future, he could explore these two directions. Additionally, he had verified his own strength. Those undead formed by infection, he could now take one down with a single sword. 7 of them combined took less than 20 seconds clean and neat. If another batch of the same kind came, he was confident he could dispose of them all within a few seconds. But that middle-aged man. Will you recall those pitch-black eyes, the suddenly elongated neck, and that wide-open mouth exceeding 180 degrees? That was something he couldn't defeat. At least not now. If it hadn't been for that last sword blocking it, he would already be in its belly. He needed to practice. Wu Yu rubbed his shoulders and turned to enter the bathroom. His body was sticky, drenched in sweat, now dried, with his clothes stiffly clinging to him. He had been tense earlier without feeling it, but now relaxed, his whole body felt slightly sore. He took off his clothes and turned on the shower. As the hot water poured down, he closed his eyes and let it cascade from head to toe. Images flashed through his mind again. Li Wei's father's face. Li Wei's mother's face. When the wooden sword stabbed and those faces disintegrated into black mist. And those pure black eyes. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of water drowned everything out. At the same time, in a space enveloped in dense black mist, a man stood there stepping on something. Dressed in a black trench coat and black pants, his shiny leather shoes, holding a freshly lit cigarette, the nicotine smoke rose and was instantly consumed by the surrounding black mist. He was stepping on a severed head. That head had been burned beyond recognition, charred flesh curled up, exposing the white bones underneath. But some features could still be vaguely discerned: pure black eyes with no pupils. Triangular bone-white fangs protruded from the burned lips. It was that middle-aged man. The monster that almost killed Wu Yu in one move, now just a burned head on. The man in the black trench coat took a puff of his cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. The smoke ring floated into the black mist, spun twice, and then dissipated. He looked down at the head under his feet, his tone calm and unhurried. From the faceless sect, he asked, "What is your purpose in Lanha?" The head underfoot stirred slightly, its burned mouth opened, producing a hoarse voice. "The great god of 1,000 faces will eventually descend. The black mist will engulf everything." The man in the black trench coat pressed down hard, rolling the head over on the ground, the charred face tilting to one side. "Can't understand human language," he said, a hint of impatience in his tone. "Oh, sorry, I almost forgot you are no longer human." He bent down, leaned closer to the head, and lowered his voice. "Let me ask you again. What is your purpose in Lanha, you faceless sect rats?" The head's mouth opened again. "My master descends. You torchbearers will be the first to be devoured by us." The man in the black trench coat straightened up and took a puff of his cigarette. "Oh," he said, "I'm so scared." His tone was dismissive, as if coaxing a child. He pinched the cigarette between his fingers, looking down at the still writhing mouth, shaking his head. Different species really cannot communicate. After saying that, he no longer held back. Blue flames erupted from his feet, instantly enveloping the head. The flames were blue to the point of being white, with an astonishingly high temperature that distorted the air. The head twisted violently in the flames, its mouth wide open, letting out a piercing scream. Then the sound abruptly stopped. The flames burned for 3 seconds. Just as the head was about to turn to ash, a thin stream of black smoke emerged from it. The black smoke was very thin, as fine as a hair, and it quickly darted like a shadow, vanishing into the surrounding thick black mist. The man in the black trench coat saw it. He didn't chase after it, just clicked his tongue. Tisk left a residue. He took the last puff of his cigarette. Truly a bunch of cowardly rats. He waved his hand. The surrounding black mist began to dissipate, receding like a tide. Moments later, the black mist completely vanished, revealing the buildings of the real world. An ordinary street, a few streetlights that hadn't yet lit, and several cars parked by the roadside. He extinguished the cigarette butt and flicked his fingers. The cigarette butt traced a beautiful parabolic arc, accurately landing in the roadside trash bin. Then he raised his hand and pressed on the earphone on his ear. "Mission accomplished," he said. "The source of the pseudo-human undead in Area D is a level 3 pseudo-human undead from the Faceless sect, already exterminated, but a residue escaped. Please pay attention." The other side said something. He nodded, said no more, ended the call, and turned to leave. The sound of his leather shoes echoed, gradually fading away, finally disappearing around the street corner. After washing up, Wu Yu wiped his hair and emerged from the bathroom, plopping down onto the bed. The room was dimly lit with only a small bedside lamp casting a warm glow. Outside the sky was growing dark and several lights flickered from the windows of the opposite building with the occasional shadow passing by. He continued to dry his hair, his mind racing. That middle-aged man, that monster Wu Yu, could still vividly remember the last glance he gave him. His pitch-black eyes had no pupils, just staring at him, as if he were an unescapable prey. It would definitely return. That thing was entirely different from other corpses. The infected little corpses had no brains and could not think. But this one was different. It possessed intelligence, could speak, assess situations, and even knew to run when it couldn't win. Most importantly, it remembered his face. Even though it was driven away by that so-called black-skinned dog, who knows when it would come back. What if it evaded capture? What if it came creeping in the middle of the night? Wu Yu tightened his grip on the towel in his hand. His family was right here. His parents were sleeping in the adjacent room, and Wu Jing was in the room across. Although he was not the original Wu Yu, he had taken over this body and inherited its memories. Some causalities are inescapable. He needed to grow stronger quickly. But how could he grow stronger? He needed experience points. Experience points required killing monsters, and killing monsters involved risks, which could lead to death. It was yet another vicious cycle. Wu Yu tossed the towel aside and raked his fingers through his hair. After contemplating for a long while, he pulled out his phone. He flipped through his contacts and found a number he had just saved. He dialed the number. The phone rang 3 times before connecting. Hello. A familiar voice came through. It's Lin Yuan. Uncle Lin, it's me, Wu Yu. There was a brief pause on the other end, seeming a bit surprised. What's up, Wu Yu? Wu Yu carefully chose his words. Uncle Lin, our teacher mentioned today that Li Wei's parents. The line fell silent for 2 seconds. Right. Wu Yu tightened his grip on the phone. So regarding our community. He didn't finish his sentence, but Lin Yuan should have understood. Since his own strength was temporarily insufficient, he could only seek help. There was another few seconds of silence on the other end of the call. Wu Yu. Lin Yuan began, his tone more formal than before, but still carrying that bureaucratic tone. I shouldn't be revealing this information to you. Wu Yu remained silent, waiting. However, since you are also a victim, Lin Yuan paused. I can make an exception to share a bit. The source of the corpses in your community has just been cleaned up. Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat. The source had been cleaned. For a while we will also arrange for people to patrol your area, Lin Yuan said, so don't worry. Okay. Thank you, Uncle Lin. No problem, goodbye. The call ended. Wu Yu held the phone, stunned for a moment. The source had been cleaned. Moreover, Lin Yuan said just now, which matched the timing. So the black-skinned dog in the monster's mouth was most likely an official. And that monster was probably the source of the corpses Lin Yuan mentioned. Now that middle-aged man, that monster that had almost swallowed him whole, had been cleaned up. In other words, during the time it took him to return home and take a shower, that monster had already been found by the officials and then vanished. Wu Yu recalled the last sentence of that man. Before he fled, they came really fast. At that time he still didn't understand what came really fast meant. Now he understood. Those who came had caught up to it, and then eliminated it. Although he didn't know if that monster was completely dead, since Lin Yuan said the source has been cleaned, at least it wouldn't appear again in the short term. Wu Yu sighed in relief. But at the same time another feeling surged within him. Shock. He had experienced firsthand how strong that monster was. That sense of oppression, that neck suddenly extending toward him, that mouth capable of swallowing him whole. He had exerted all his effort, and used all the cool energy, just to barely block one bite. Then it fled. Then it was cleaned up. Just 2 words casually put. The officials were far stronger than he had imagined. Wu Yu leaned back and fell onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. If he could join the officials. It was a good choice, with a stable source of information, systematic training, teammates, and logistics. Most importantly, there were monsters to kill and more experience points to gain. But the problem was how to explain his powers. He didn't understand what constituted a martial artist, and if he carelessly pretended, he would easily be exposed. He also didn't know what kind of existence the capable person mentioned by that monster was. His strength completely stemmed from that mysterious sword manual in his mind. There was no way to explain that. Moreover, the officials' scrutiny and inspections would likely be even stricter. Wu Yu rolled over and buried his face in the pillow. Forget it, let's not think about that for now. He took out his phone, opened the Blue Baidu app, and began searching. Keyword: martial artist. There were quite a few search results. This world had martial arts schools, martial arts leagues, and professional martial artists with various competition videos that looked quite legitimate. Suddenly a thought popped into Wu Yu's mind. Since that monster said he was a martial artist, it meant his fighting style was at least very similar to that of a martial artist. Although Wu Yu knew he was not a martial artist, what if he became one? Could the power from the sword manual then be? With this thought, Wu Yu typed in the search bar Lanha City Martial Arts School. The app immediately popped up several results. Fengxiang Martial Arts School, Juxiang Martial Arts School, Baiyu Martial Arts School. After jotting down the names of these martial arts schools, he continued searching capable person. There was nothing. Clean as a slate, completely blank. As if it had been deliberately erased. Wu browsed for over 10 minutes, and had a general idea. Martial artists were visible to the public, accessible to ordinary people. On the other hand, capable persons, or true extraordinary powers, were hidden beneath the surface, known only to a select few. Since capable persons couldn't be accessed, he would try to become a martial artist. After making up his mind, he searched for the locations of those martial arts schools. Fengxiang Martial Arts School was in the east of the city, about 40 minutes by bus. Juxiang Martial Arts School was in the west, farther away. Baiyu Martial Arts School was in the north, not too far from his home, about 20 minutes by car. Wu quietly made a note, planning to check them out another day. Then he suddenly remembered something. I need to. He sat up and slapped his forehead. When can I get those 4,000 jade coins? Lin Yuan said on the phone that day that he would compensate him with 4,000 jade coins, and at that time, he was lying in bed and didn't think much about it. Later, one thing after another happened, and he completely forgot about it. Now that he thought of it, he needed to get that money quickly. It wasn't that he was greedy, but his wooden sword was damaged and he needed a new one. Although he could get another cheap wooden swords were too light and fragile and wouldn't last long. Moreover, today's battle made him realize that in a real fight, a wooden sword was completely inadequate. If he hadn't poured all the cool energy into it at the last moment, that sword would have shattered long ago. If he had a good sword, he couldn't get a good one now, but at least he needed to get an iron sword. An iron sword was not only sturdy, but also had weight, making it feel different when practicing. But the problem was he had no money. Wu Dad and Wu Mom's combined monthly salary was over 6,000, and after paying the mortgage, only a little over 3,000 was left for a family of 4. His usual allowance was so little that he had to think twice before buying a sausage. And 4,000 jade coins could do a lot of things. Wu sighed. A penny can be a hero's bane. He glanced at the time. It was past 6. Dinner should be ready soon. Dinner was the same as usual. Wu Mom made 3 dishes: braised pork, stir-fried greens, and tomato egg soup. The braised pork was tender, and Wu ate 2 pieces. Wu Dad was drinking a little wine, saying the factory had taken a big order, and that he might have to work overtime. Wu Mom nagged beside him, telling him to drink less. Wu Jing had not spoken a word throughout the meal. After finishing, she pushed her bowl away and returned to her room. This child, Wu Mom sighed, has gone back to study again. The pressure is high at No. 1 middle school, Wu Dad said. Wu remained silent, focusing on his meal. After finishing, he put down his bowl. Mom, I'm going out for a walk. Be careful, and come back early. Got it. Wu changed his shoes and went outside. He couldn't rely on the 4,000 jade coins for now, but he still wanted to see if he could get a sword. Primarily, he couldn't practice swordsmanship without a sword. Not being able to practice swordsmanship equated to not being able to grow stronger, and not being able to grow stronger in this world meant waiting for death. Wu didn't want to wait for death. Just right, he remembered that there was a sporting goods store near launching community in his memory selling various sports equipment, including swords. Blunt practice, swords, the iron type. After turning a few corners, a sign, glowing with red light, appeared in his view. IGA Sports Store. 7 characters, red letters on a white background, flashing intermittently. Below the sign was a glass door through which various items could be seen on the shelves inside: rackets, sports shoes, athletic wear, and a few baseball bats standing in the corner. Wu quickly walked a few steps forward. At the door, he reached out to push it. No movement. He pushed again, but it still didn't budge. The door was locked. Wu glanced inside. The lights were on, the shelves were neatly arranged, and there was a teacup on the counter steaming, but there was no one around. Was the owner busy with something? He stood at the door for 2 minutes, and when no one returned, he leaned against the glass to peek inside, confirming that there wasn't a single figure. Wu shook his head and turned to leave. Forget it, he would go to another store. He remembered there was a specialty sports store not far from here next to the neighboring community. That store had been open for several years. It should still be there, and it would only take about 10 minutes to walk there. The early summer evening breeze blew in, carrying a hint of coolness. Not cold, just right. The plane trees by the roadside were full of leaves, and the light from the street lamps filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Wu walked along the sidewalk. At this hour, there weren't many people on the street. Occasionally, a few dog walkers passed by, and delivery riders on electric bikes zipped past him, while a few shops in the distance were still open, their lights glowing, carrying the smell of barbecued food and cumin. As he walked, Wu passed by a narrow alley. The alley was dark and deep, with old community walls on either side covered in vines, leaves gently swaying in the night breeze. Just as he stepped over the alley's entrance, there was a slight movement of cold air within him. That sensation was too familiar. It felt as if something was reaching out from the shadows, lightly brushing against him, and then immediately after a wave of cold, sticky sensation surged from all directions, enveloping him like water. Wu Yu's hair stood on end instantly. A corpse type. There was a corpse type nearby, and this cold, sticky sensation, it was a prelude to being dragged into that eerie black mist space. He instinctively took a step back, reaching for his waist. Nothing. No sword. Wu Yu's mind. No sword. How much of his full strength could he exert? 50%. Perhaps even less. Basic swordsmanship was minor, but it was still swordsmanship. He needed a sword. Use his fingers to poke. The last time he did that, he almost injured himself. But in the next moment he froze. Wait, why hadn't he been pulled in yet? According to his previous experience, that force would almost instantly drag him into the black mist space. But now the cold sensation still lingered, wrapping around him like a thin membrane, yet there was no movement. Wu Yu frowned and concentrated carefully. Then he realized something was amiss. When that middle-aged man had dragged him into the black mist space, the force was overwhelming, unstoppable, like a giant hand gripping him. He couldn't even resist. But now this force was weak. Too weak. If the last time was an adult dragging a child, this time, it was a child dragging an adult. Wu Yu could even clearly feel that as long as the cold air in him surged slightly, this cold force would shatter immediately. He recalled the faint wave of cold air from earlier. An ordinary corpse type. The kind he encountered at first. Wu Yu stood still, hesitating for 2 seconds. That cold sensation continued to spread across his body, bit by bit, a feeling that it couldn't pull him, but also wasn't willing to let go. He could break free at any moment. But if he broke free, the experience points would be lost. Wu Yu's mind flashed back to the earlier thought, ordinary corpse type, 10 experience points. Even though it was only 10 points. But he needed experience points so badly. Advancing from minor to the next stage in basic swordsmanship required 100 points of proficiency, and he only had 21 points. He didn't even know what level he needed to reach to upgrade from level 1 to 2 in basic swordsmanship. Moreover, if it truly was an ordinary corpse type, given his current strength, even without a sword, he should be able to handle it. Caution was necessary, but if heaven gives you a chance, do not refuse it. He couldn't miss any opportunity to improve himself. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Yu calmed the cold air within him. The cold, sticky power surged up without resistance, instantly engulfing him like a tide. In the next moment, the scenery before him changed dramatically. The residential buildings disappeared, the streets vanished, the street lamps were gone, and even the distant smell of barbecued food faded away. In its place was black mist. Endless, dense black mist swirling around him like a living creature, grayish-black, and thick, impenetrable, with nothing visible inside, and no sounds to be heard. Again it was that eerie space. But unlike last time, Wu Yu could clearly feel that this black mist was not as heavy as before. It was thinner, lighter, and the sense of oppression it gave him was much less. In this world of black mist, the only light came from ahead. A dark, narrow alley. Very narrow, very deep, with mottled walls on either side, somewhat similar to the last alley. But there were no street lamps at the entrance, only a faint glimmer of light filtering in from somewhere, barely illuminating the contours inside. Wu Yu squinted his eyes. After 2 brushes of cold air, his physical condition had improved significantly compared to an ordinary person, and his senses were much sharper. This faint light was enough. He quickly saw the situation in the alley. A figure. No, it was a corpse type. It stood there unsteadily, wearing ordinary clothes, with a distorted face, misaligned eyes, and a mouth grinning to the ears, revealing uneven triangular teeth, just like those infected corpse types he had encountered before. On the ground in front of it lay a person. A girl. Dressed in a blue and white school uniform. He recognized that style as the uniform of Lanhe High School. The girl's hair was scattered on the ground, her face turned to one side, making it impossible to see what she looked like, and she lay motionless, not knowing if she was in a coma or... Wu Yu did not hesitate. He raised his hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, forming a sword gesture. He exerted force with his feet. The figure flashed past. In the next second, he was already standing behind the corpse type. The corpse type didn't even have time to turn around. Its distorted face still bore the previous expression, then its entire body disintegrated like sand, turning into wisps of black mist that scattered. A familiar wave transmitted through his mind. Allocatable experience points 10. Wu Yu retracted his hand and glanced down. His fingers were neither broken nor hurt. Sure enough, this ordinary corpse type was merely walking experience points for him. He turned his head to look at the girl on the ground. She still lay there motionless, her uniform dirted and her hair disheveled. Although her breathing was very light, her chest was still gently rising and falling. She was still alive. Wu Yu glanced at her, but did not linger. After the monster dissipated, the dense black mist around him began to fade as well. Like a receding tide, it gradually thinned and disappeared completely from the edges. The familiar street returned with street lamps, walls, the distant smell of barbecued food, and the occasional passing electric bike. Wu Yu was back in the real world. He stood still looking back at the alley entrance. The girl was still inside, but Wu Yu didn't plan to go in. He turned around and continued walking towards the sports store while pondering. If even an ordinary corpse type could pull someone into the black mist space, what exactly was that black mist space? Why could only corpse types open it? These ordinary corpse types were formed from infection at the source, but where did the source come from? A pile of questions. No one could answer. He shook his head. Forget it, first go get a sword. But what Wu Yu didn't notice was that just as he turned to leave, the comatose girl in the alley twitched a finger. Then her eyelids, trembling as if she had exhausted all her strength, but finally she opened her eyes. Her vision was blurry. She couldn't see anything clearly, only a flickering shadow of light. She blinked hard, allowing her vision to focus slowly. Then she saw a figure turning away. A figure that was turning to leave. Not very tall, but very steady. She opened her mouth, wanting to call out to him. But no sound would come from her throat. As Wu Yu turned a corner, he saw the shop. The door was still open. The sign was simple. Just the 4 large characters sports goods printed in red on a white background, the paint mostly chipped away. The glass door was quite clean, and the lights inside were on revealing shelves brimming with various items. Wu Yu pushed the door open and entered. The shop wasn't large, only about 20 square meters, but it was filled with a lot of items. Basketballs piled in the corner, a row of badminton rackets, hanging boxing gloves neatly arranged in the glass display case, and pairs of running shoes lined up on the shoe rack. The aisles between the shelves were narrow, allowing only one person to pass, and there were piles of assorted equipment on both sides, requiring him to turn sideways to navigate through. Even the walls were not idle. A few sets of table tennis paddles hung there, along with several jump ropes and 2 sandbags, those small ones used for practice, which looked quite heavy. Wu Yu glanced around and frowned. He did not see any training swords. He looked carefully again. There were none on the shelves, none in the corner, none on the walls. Apart from those 2 sandbags, the only martial arts-related items left were a few pairs of boxing gloves. Wu Yu walked to the counter. Behind the counter was an old-style reclining chair made of bamboo, where a grandfather with completely white hair sat waving a fan in his hand. The fan moved at a leisurely pace, his eyes half closed, as if he were napping. Boss, Wu Yu knocked on the counter. Do you have practice swords for sale? The grandfather did not move. Boss. Wu Yu raised his voice slightly. The grandfather's hand stopped fanning. He opened his eyes, looked at him, and said, huh? A practice sword. Wu Yu leaned in closer, the alloy kind. The grandfather sat up from the recliner, cupped his hand by his ear, and said, practice. What? Wu Yu felt helpless and had to repeat loudly, sword. Practice sword for practicing. Oh. The grandfather finally understood, placing the fan on the counter, so it's a training sword. He stood up, his legs looking quite nimble, walked to a row of counters against the wall, squatted down, and dragged out a wooden box from the bottom. The box was wooden with rounded edges, and a thin layer of dust lay on top. The grandfather opened the lid. Inside lay several swords. There were no sheaths, no sharpened edges, just the most basic practice swords with silver gray blades made of alloy, much heavier than wooden swords, and the grips wrapped in black non-slip tape, looking quite solid. Wu Yu's eyes lit up. This was it. No matter how one practiced with a wooden sword, it was merely a transitional tool. When it came to real fighting, it had to be iron. Although this alloy sword was unsharpened, when infused with cool air, its lethality could surpass that of a dilapidated wooden sword by several folds. Boss, how much is one? The grandfather patted the side of the box. 200 jade coins each. Add 50 for a sheath. He glanced at Wu Yu and added a protective suit. Is 150 for a set. It's best for beginners to wear one. Wu Yu understood that the boss was treating him as a novice martial arts practitioner. He patted his pocket and took out his phone to check his Fei Xian balance. Adding it up, he had a total of 106. This was still the private savings the original owner had accumulated over a month, usually reluctant to buy even 2 skewers of grilled sausage, just to save up for something he liked. And now, Wu Yu felt a bit speechless. 200, still 94 short. I need to find a way to get some money. He raised his head and looked at the boss. Can the sword be cheaper? The boss lay back in his chair again, fanning himself leisurely. Isn't this price already cheap? Wu Yu began to speak, but was interrupted when someone patted his shoulder. A faint fragrance wafted over, like someone who had just bathed, mixed with a hint of body wash, sweet, yet not cloying. He turned his head. A face leaned in front of him. Long black hair, an oval face, skin so fair it glowed, wearing an orange dress that reached her knees, revealing a segment of her fair calves. Her hair was down, not tied up, and under her bangs were a pair of crescent-shaped eyes smiling as they looked at him. Hua Linlin. Wu Yu was momentarily stunned. What a coincidence, classmate Wu Yu. Hua Linlin withdrew her hand, standing beside him beaming. What a coincidence. Wu Yu nodded slightly. Hua Linlin's gaze swept down to the open box, then at the swords inside. Are you interested in swordsmanship, classmate Wu Yu? She tilted her head. Are you planning to participate in the martial arts competition? No, Wu Yu shook his head, just learning for fun. How could I compete? Hua Linlin exclaimed, not thinking too much, and continued, I have a cousin who practices swordsmanship. He's already preparing to sign up for this year's martial arts competition. Wu Yu glanced at her somewhat surprised. He had previously checked the qualification standards for the martial arts competition online. One must first be graded, and only those at the professional level could register. Of course, he had also watched videos of those so-called professional martial artists competing. Although for him, now one sword was enough, for ordinary people professional level was already a difficult martial arts tier to reach. However, Wu Yu would not compare himself with those ordinary martial artists. His opponents were those undead beings with peculiar powers. Then your cousin must be quite powerful. Hua Linlin noticed the surprise in Wu Yu's eyes. Her smile deep. Last time in the community, she had initiated a conversation, but Wu Yu had been indifferent, saying a few words, and leaving, which left her feeling blocked for several days. Now all that dissatisfaction was dispelled. Hua, who loved to show off, Linlin felt very satisfied. If classmate Wu Yu is interested, I can introduce him to you. He's quite approachable. A few tips would definitely be fine. Maybe next time. Wu Yu said, I'm just out for a walk, didn't bring my phone. Okay. He turned back to continue negotiating with the boss. Really can't be cheaper? He asked. The boss, leisurely fanning himself, said, that's not our set price. We can't negotiate. If you ask elsewhere, it'll be the same price. Wu Yu remained silent for 2 seconds, and shook his head. Forget it. He turned and walked out. Passing by Hua Linlin, he nodded. I have something to attend to. Him, leaving now. Goodbye. After saying this, he pushed the door open and walked out. The glass door closed behind him. Hua Linlin stood in place, stunned. He left. He left just like that. She turned to glance at the door again, then looked in the direction. Wu Yu had vanished momentarily, unable to react. In the past, those boys, which one didn't want to steal a few more glances at her? Which one didn't seize the opportunity to approach her? A single word could lead to a conversation lasting until the next class. A glance would send them running to buy her water, and as long as she was a bit proactive, it was as if they had found treasure. But what about this Wu Yu? It was the same last time in the community, and it was the same this time. She initiated a conversation, and he merely responded with ahs and ahs. When she offered to introduce her cousin, he said, maybe next time. When she took the initiative to approach him, he just walked away. Hua Linlin couldn't help but touch her own face. The place her fingertips brushed against felt smooth, tender, and plump, the kind of skin that she would admire a bit longer every morning in the mirror. Was she unattractive? Impossible. Those boys would go to the bathroom 5 or 6 times during a break, just to steal a few more looks at her, poking their heads around the door of her classroom. If she stood in the corridor, she could receive at least 3 bottles of water and 5 bags of snacks in 10 minutes. Was she unattractive? What a joke. So what was up with this Wu Yu? Hua Linlin bit her lip. She glanced once more at the door outside, where Wu Yu's figure had already disappeared. Then she looked down and saw the still open box on the ground, the practice swords lying quietly inside, their silver-gray blades shimmering in the light. She gritted her teeth. Boss. She turned back. How much for the sword? The boss leaned out from the recliner. 200 each. Add 50 for the sheath. Wait. Hua Linlin took out her phone. It'll take a set. Pack it up for me. The boss slowly stood up, took out a sword from the box, and pulled out a silver-gray sheath from another cabinet. The sheath was simple, without any embellishments, just a bare sheath that fit perfectly. Hurry up, boss. Little girl, don't rush. Hua Linlin hurriedly scanned to pay, took the sword, and without a word ran out the door. Pushing open the glass door, the wind outside blew, lifting her skirt slightly. She stood at the doorway and looked around, spotting the figure in the distance, turning the corner and walking away. Clutching the sword tightly in her hand, she ran after him. Her footsteps echoed clearly in the night. Hoo-hoo, wait Wu Yu. The voice came from behind, accompanied by noticeable panting. Hoo-hoo, wait for me. Wu Yu had almost reached the entrance of the community when he heard the voice and stopped, turning around. Hua Linlin was jogging to catch up, stopping right in front of him, hands on her knees, bending over to catch her breath. She had run too fast, her skirt all disheveled, and a few strands of hair were scattered across her face. Her face was flushed not from shyness, but from heat, with beads of sweat glistening on her forehead under the streetlight. Wu Yu noticed she was holding something, a sword with a silver-gray sheath. What's the matter, classmate Hua? He asked, somewhat puzzled. Hoo-hoo. Hua Linlin breathed heavily a couple more times before straightening up. She casually tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing her whole face. The sweat on her face hadn't dried, shining under the streetlight, making her skin look even whiter. She didn't say a word, directly shoving the sword in her hand into Wu Yu's hands. Wu Yu was taken aback, looking down at the sword in his hand, then back up at her. "What's this from you, classmate Hua? It's a gift for you." After saying this, Hua Linlin turned around and she walked away quickly, her skirt fluttering and her ponytail swaying behind her, leaving Wu Yu no time to react or explain anything. After a few steps, she disappeared around the corner. Wu Yu stood in place, watching in that direction. The wind carried a faint scent, a mixture of her shower gel's aroma with a hint of sweat, which wasn't unpleasant. He looked down at the sword in his hand. The silver-gray sheath was simple, without any embellishments. It felt substantial, much heavier than his original wooden sword. Wu Yu smiled. He certainly noticed that sense of superiority about Hua Linlin. It was something a girl raised in pampering would have, feeling different from others, believing she should be liked by everyone. If the old Wu Yu had encountered such a girl, he probably wouldn't have dared to speak, would blush after a few words, and then feel inferior, thinking he wasn't worthy of standing next to her. But now it was different. Hua Linlin stood before him, merely a child. With a combined life of over 40 years, what scenes had he not witnessed? He could see through Hua Linlin's little thoughts at a glance. However, he truly didn't expect her to buy the sword and give it to him. What was this situation? Wu Yu shook his head, feeling a bit emotional. He was out of touch with the young people's way of thinking. Moreover, he slightly drew the sword from its sheath, revealing the silver-gray blade inside, which glimmered coldly under the light. It was indeed the training sword from the shop just now. He pushed it back into the sheath and smiled again. In his 2 lives combined, this was still the first time he received a gift from a girl. Especially from such a beautiful girl. Wu Yu grasped the sword and walked towards the community. He had a sword now. He could practice swordsmanship. Only these few words occupied his mind. Back at the community park, it was still that piece of concrete ground. There was no one around. Most of the lights in the nearby buildings had been turned off, with only a few windows still lit. The night wind rustled the sycamore leaves. Wu Yu drew the sword. The silver-gray blade emitted a faint glow in the night, heavier and harder than the wooden sword, feeling completely different in his hand. He took a deep breath and began to practice. First, the footwork. Advancing and retreating, moving in all directions, each step solid. Then the breathing coordination. Inhale while advancing, exhale while retreating, stab while inhaling, and maintain the rhythm. Finally, the 13 stances. Draw, lead, lift, block, strike, stab, point, collapse, stir, press, chop, intercept, wash. After finishing a set, he took a breath and started another. The sword sliced through the air, producing a light whooshing sound. It was deeper than the sound of the wooden sword, and it sounded powerful. Wu Yu practiced more smoothly. After achieving a small success in the basic swordsmanship, these movements seemed to be etched in his bones. He didn't need to think, his body knew how to move on its own. Every angle of the sword, every point of landing, and the rhythm of each breath were just right. He was immersed in it, losing track of time. He didn't know how long had passed when he finished another set of sword moves and stopped to catch his breath. He pulled out his phone to take a look. 2307. He had practiced for more than 3 hours. Wu Yu looked down at himself. His t-shirt was soaked through, sweat streaming down his face, but he didn't feel tired. Instead, he felt completely refreshed, as if he had taken a hot bath. He sheathed the sword and opened the sword manual panel. Basic swordsmanship, small success, 21,100. The proficiency was still 21, not a bit increased. Wu Yu wasn't disappointed. However, at the same time, he didn't add those 10 experience points. He wanted to see how long it would take to increase just by practicing on his own. After putting away the sword, Wu Yu headed home. It was almost 11:30 when he got home. The living room was dark, with only a small light on, and his parents were already asleep. There was a glass of milk on the table as usual. Wu Yu picked up the milk, still cold, and drank it directly. Although his family conditions were average and his parents didn't earn much, they had never been stingy with their 2 children. As for food and clothing, it wasn't extravagant, but they were never lacking. They didn't pressure him in his studies, or whether he did well or poorly was just fine as long as he was safe. After finishing the milk, Wu Yu passed by Wu Jing's room. Light seeped through the crack of the door. At this hour, she was still studying. Lanhano. One high school had a lot of pressure with weekly and monthly exams. In his memory, Wu Jing had that kind of strong personality, as she would feel uncomfortable if she didn't come first. Wu Yu shook his head, not wanting to disturb her, and directly went into his own room. After washing up, he lay on the bed. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he lost consciousness. Ever since he started practicing basic swordsmanship, his sleep quality had been incredibly good. He would fall asleep as soon as he closed his eyes and wake up as soon as he opened them, without even dreaming in between. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Wu Yu opened his eyes. He took his sword downstairs, practiced for an hour, then returned home to change clothes, eat breakfast, and go to school. Upon arriving in class, everything was the same as usual. The morning reading hadn't started yet, and the classroom was noisy. Some were copying homework, some were eating breakfast, and some were napping. Wu Yu walked to his seat and sat down. The desk next to him was still empty. He glanced over, then withdrew his gaze. Then he felt a gaze resting on him. It wasn't just once or twice that would occasionally sweep over him. Wu Yu followed the feeling and looked over. Long black hair, a pure face, sitting in the row by the window. Hua Linlin. Their gazes met just right. Wu Yu nodded to her and smiled. After all, she had given him a sword, and he had to show some courtesy. Hua Linlin was clearly taken aback for a moment, then a hint of panic flashed in her eyes, and she quickly turned her head away, focusing on her textbook. Her deskmate called her name a couple of times before she reacted. Linlin Linlin. Ah, Linlin, what's wrong with you? Her deskmate leaned over to look at her face. Why do you look so absent-minded? Oh, nothing. Hua Linlin reached up to tidy her loose hair, her ears a bit red. I didn't sleep well last night. Her deskmate looked at her suspiciously. By the way, Xiaomon, Hua Linlin hurriedly changed the subject. What were you just saying? Shall we go to the bathroom together? Let's go. The two girls stood up and walked toward the back door. Wu Yu didn't pay any attention to this at all. He was focused on the desk, replaying the 3 sword moves that came with basic swordsmanship in his mind: straight stab, top chop, and door block. Every key point of force application, every possible variation, and every scenario for response. Everything was turning in his mind. After school, going home, practicing swordsmanship, eating, practicing swordsmanship, after eating, sleeping, after practicing swordsmanship. Waking up, practicing swordsmanship, going to school, after school, going home, practicing swordsmanship. 3 days. And just like that, time passed. 3 days later in the evening, Wu Yu finished his last round of sword practice and sheathed the sword. Then he froze. On the sword manual panel, that line of text changed. Basic swordsmanship, small success, 21,100. Basic swordsmanship, small success, 22,100. The proficiency of basic swordsmanship had increased slightly. Wu Yu stood there looking at that line of text, silently calculating in his heart. It had taken about 4 days to increase a bit of proficiency. He raised his head, looking at the streetlight above, feeling somewhat speechless. Now basic swordsmanship was at 22,100, and he needed 78 points to reach the next stage. 4 days for just a little 78 points would mean 312 days. More than 300 days. Almost a year. Just to advance from small success to the next level. Wu Yu shook his head. Practicing solely on his own was too slow. He glanced at the available experience points section. 10 points. The 10 points he had casually earned earlier had remained untouched. This time he didn't hesitate and directly injected them. Available experience points 100. Basic swordsmanship, small success, 22,100. Basic swordsmanship, small success, 32,100. Boom! A large amount of technique experience surged into his mind. Those previously vague areas suddenly became clear. The straight stab was steadier, the top chop was more forceful, and the door block was denser. Other movements also became smoother, more effortless, and more precise. It all came down to experience points. Wu Yu clenched his fist. Relying solely on his own practice would take more than 300 days. But this world has monsters. He couldn't wait for over 300 days. Wu Yu thought for a moment and decided to set aside some time each day to wander around the community, hoping to encounter ordinary corpses like last time. Why only near the community? Of course, because he didn't dare to go to other places. Lin Yuan had mentioned that the source corpses in this area had been cleared, and there would be patrols afterward, meaning the vicinity of the community was relatively safe. But what about other places? He didn't know, nor did he dare to go casually. If he ran into someone at the level of that middle-aged man, his current abilities would be insufficient. Having made up his mind, Wu Yu took the sword and headed home. After washing up, he lay down on the bed. Tomorrow was Saturday. He would check out a few martial arts schools. A final thought flashed through. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. It was still 6 o'clock in the morning when he got up on time. Wu Yu opened his eyes. Outside the window, the sky was already bright. On this early summer morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a slender beam of light on the floor. He rolled out of bed, picked up the sword leaning against the headboard, and quietly opened the door to go out. Downstairs in the small park, the familiar place. He practiced for more than an hour. Footwork, breathing, and the 13 postures. He went through the 3 sword techniques a few times. Although he was drenched in sweat, he felt refreshed. At 7:20 he returned home. Wu Ma was already busy in the kitchen, the range hood humming, and eggs were frying in the pan. Wu Ba was sitting in the living room, looking at his phone, waiting for breakfast. Mom, I'm going out for a while this morning. Wu Yu sat down and took the chopsticks that Wu Ma handed him. Where to? Wu Ma brought over the fried eggs. Just going to the city to take a look. Wu Yu picked up a piece of pickled vegetable. Wu Ma glanced at him and didn't ask further. Be safe and come back early. Got it. Wu Ba and Wu Ma left at 7:30 on the dot. They worked at a garment factory and could only take 2 days off a month with no weekends. After finishing breakfast, Wu Yu washed the dishes, changed into clean clothes, and went out. He took the bus for 40 minutes and got off in the city center. In front of him stood a tall building with over 20 floors, its glass curtain wall reflecting the sunlight, dazzling to the eyes. At the entrance there was a sign with white background and red letters, Bayou Martial Arts Center, 12th floor welcomes you, with an arrow drawn below. Wu Yu followed the arrow inside. The elevator wasn't crowded. He pressed the button for the 12th floor. The door closed and slowly ascended. Ding! The 12th floor arrived. As the elevator door opened, he was greeted by a wooden plaque with yellow background and black characters that read, Bayou Martial Arts Center. Wu Yu walked over. There was a large bar counter at the entrance with a white surface polished to a shine. Behind the counter sat a girl with a bun wearing a white martial arts uniform who was engrossed in her phone. The screen was colorful, resembling some kind of game. Wu Yu glanced over the counter and was taken aback. The interior was spacious, at least 200 to 300 square meters. The floor was covered with gray mats and various equipment was placed against the walls, sandbags, wooden dummies, dumbbell racks, and resistance bands. There were also some things he couldn't name. It looked like a gym, but more organized than one. Several people were practicing inside, some boxing, some standing still, others mimicking movements in front of a mirror. Young man, do you want to practice martial arts? The girl with the bun had looked up at some point and saw Wu Yu peering inside. She put her phone aside and quickly stood up, wearing a standard business smile. Right now, we're having a half-price promotion at our martial arts center. She held up 3 fingers. 3 months per term. It originally costs 100,000 yuan, but now it's only 50,000. 50,000. Wu Yu almost thought he had misheard. 50,000. He had just a little over 100 yuan in total. Ahem. He cleared his throat, trying to make his expression appear more natural. I just wanted to learn more about it first. The girl with the bun's eyes lit up. Learning more? That's great. Showing interest means you're a potential customer. She immediately stepped out from behind the counter and enthusiastically started to introduce. Bayou Martial Arts Center is one of the 3 best martial arts centers in Lanny City. Wu Yu was taken aback, revealing a subtle expression. Wasn't there only 3 martial arts centers in Lanny? But the girl with the bun seemed oblivious to his expression and continued to speak excitedly. Our master has even participated in martial arts competitions and reached the national finals. Wu Yu nodded in acknowledgement. He knew about the martial arts competitions, which were divided into 3 levels: city-level qualifiers, provincial semifinals, and national finals. Those who made it to the finals, regardless of how many matches they won afterward, would have rankings and prizes. But to reach the finals, one must first break through in the city and then defeat numerous experts in the province. The fact that this master could reach the national finals was indeed impressive. Our center mainly teaches 3 types of martial arts. The girl with the bun held up her fingers: boxing, palm techniques, and swordsmanship. Wu Yu's eyelids flickered. Swordsmanship. Among them, our master is most proficient in palm techniques. The girl with the bun became more and more excited as she spoke. Our master initially advanced to the finals, relying on his agile dragon palm, defeating numerous martial arts experts from Shilin Province. Shilin Province, located in the southern part of Dongling Country, is economically developed and ranks well in the entire Dongling Country. Lanhe City, where Wu Yu lived, was just an unremarkable small city in Shilin Province. Practicing martial arts not only strengthens the body, the girl with the bun continued, but also allows you to showcase your prowess at times. If you learn well, you can also participate in martial arts competitions and win rankings. Wu Yu already knew what he wanted to know. Bayou Martial Arts Center taught swordsmanship. The master was proficient in palm techniques. He wasn't too concerned about the rest. Besides, there were still 2 other martial arts centers to check out. He nodded. I'll think about it. The girl with the bun was taken aback. Huh? Although she was surprised, she wasn't foolish. She had heard that kind of "I'll think about it" too many times, but basically equated to no thanks. Thank you for your introduction. Wu Yu nodded at her. I'll come back if I have the chance. He turned around and left. Wait. A hurried voice came from behind. Wu Yu paused for a moment. We also have trial classes available for registration. The girl with the bun jogged out. Trial classes allow you to attend 3 free teaching sessions, and after that you can decide whether to continue. Free. Wu Yu stopped and turned back. What about this trial class? The girl with the bun's eyes brightened again. The trial class allows you to attend with other students. You can choose the class you are interested in. If you are interested in palm techniques, you can come to listen when other students are taking the beginner palm technique class. But you can only choose 3 beginner teaching classes, and you have to follow the schedule of other students. Wu Yu understood. It was the same tactic as those trial classes in his past life, offering a free taste to entice you, and if you liked it, then pay for it. How do I register? Just leave your name and contact information. The girl with the bun quickly dashed back to the bar, pulled out a registration form, and then add our official account. She pointed to a QR code posted on the bar. The official account will update the class schedule for the next day the day before. If there's a class you want to attend, you can just come over at the scheduled time. Wu left his name and phone number, took out his phone to scan the QR code, and added the official account. Thank you, he nodded at the girl with the bun. I'll come back if I have the chance. This time he really left. Around 11 in the morning, the sun was already a bit harsh. After coming out of the last martial arts center, Wu casually found a noodle shop to sit down. In one morning, he visited 3 martial arts centers. Baiyu Martial Arts Center offers swordsmanship. The master is proficient in palm techniques, 50,000 yuan per term, and has free trial classes. Juxiang Martial Arts Center does not teach swordsmanship. The master is proficient in boxing, 45,000 yuan per term, no trial classes. Fengxiang Martial Arts Center offers swordsmanship. The master is proficient in sword techniques, 100,000 yuan per term, no trial classes. Wu went through the options in his mind. Logically speaking, Fengxiang Martial Arts Center was the most suitable. The master specialized in sword techniques, so the teaching would definitely be more on point, but 100,000 yuan. Juxiang Martial Arts Center was a direct pass. There was no point in going if they didn't teach swordsmanship. Baiyu Martial Arts Center. He would try the trial class first, after all it was free. The boss served up a bowl of beef noodles, the broth clear and bright, topped with a few slices of beef and sprinkled with green onions. Wu picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. His mind was still racing. The trial class could only cover 3 beginner classes. What could he learn in 3 classes? It seemed unlikely. But at least he could see what level those practicing martial arts were at, and how their sword techniques differed from his basic sword techniques. Moreover, he might even meet some people and gather some information. The waters in this world were too deep. Zombie species, dark mist, martial artists, ability users. He was completely in the dark, knowing nothing. He needed to understand more. After finishing his noodles, Wu paid and left the noodle shop. The sun was making him feel a bit dizzy. He walked to the bus stop and waited for the bus. The bus arrived, and he got on, finding a window seat. The street scenery outside slowly retreated. Pedestrians, shops, traffic lights, and crosswalks seemed no different from those ordinary weekend afternoons in his past life. Wu leaned against the back of the chair and closed his eyes. His mind went over the 3 sword techniques again: the thrusting sword, the overhead chop, and the door-blocking sword. As he thought, Wu felt a slight itch in his hands. I'll practice swordsmanship when I get back. Wu returned home, pushed open his door, and picked up the sword, leaning beside it. Just as he grasped the sword, he heard the sound of a door opening behind him. He turned to look, and Wu Jing was just entering the house. She must have just returned from dinner. On weekends, Wu Dad and Wu Mom ate at the factory canteen, leaving no one to cook at home. Both he and Wu Jing took care of their meals nearby, either eating a bowl of noodles at a small shop downstairs or grabbing something from a roadside stall. Wu Jing was still holding a cup of milk tea with a straw poked in, presumably just purchased. The two exchanged glances. Wu Jing's gaze slid from his face to his hand, pausing for a second on the sword he held. Without saying a word, she averted her eyes and walked straight to her room. Wu remained silent, stepping out with the sword in hand. The moment the door closed behind him, Wu Jing had already entered her room. She placed the milk tea on the table, not rushing to drink, standing in place in a daze for a moment. Then she murmured to herself, "What's going on? Why does it feel like he's a different person?" Her mind replayed the Wu stood in the living room holding the silver gray sword, his posture casual as he stood there, yet for some reason it felt different. What was the past Wu like? He was gloomy, not fond of speaking, walking with his head down, avoiding eye contact for more than 3 seconds. Even when bullied at school, he wouldn't dare to speak up, hiding in his room. When he got home, managing only a few words with her, usually just murmuring. But just now, his appearance hadn't changed. His features remained the same, still wearing that white t-shirt. Yet the aura, the calmness he displayed while standing there, the tranquil gaze when looking at her, it felt like he had become a different person. Wu Jing shook her head, sitting back down in her chair, taking a sip of her milk tea. Maybe it was just an illusion. Downstairs. Wu didn't go to the usual cement area. The sun was still high, making it easy to get heatstroke. He wandered to a corner of the community, looking for a shaded area. The tree wasn't large, but its foliage was dense, allowing sunlight to filter through the leaves, casting a patchwork of light on the ground. As the wind blew, the patches of light danced, resembling reflections in water. Wu drew out the sword and began to practice. Footwork, advancing, retreating, moving sideways and diagonally. Breathing in sync with his movements, coordinating with the sword's momentum, he must not lose focus. 13 stances: draw, lead, raise, block, strike, thrust, point, crush, stir, press, slice, intercept, and cleanse. Then there were the 3 sword techniques. The thrusting sword, the simplest technique yet the hardest to master to perfection. The sword should be aligned with the arm in a straight line, with power originating from the feet flowing through the waist and shoulders to the arm, finally being released from the sword tip. Too little force would render it weak, while too much would make it rigid. The overhead sword, a downward strike, powerful and forceful. It requires strength from the waist, not just the shoulders, as shoulder strength is rigid while waist strength is fluid. The door-blocking sword, a defensive stance, but also the beginning of a counterattack, the sword horizontally blocking the opponent's approach, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After completing a set, he started another. The shade gradually shifted, sunlight moved from left to right, slowly fading on the right. Wei was completely immersed in it. The sensation was hard to describe. With each swing of the sword, he could feel his body growing stronger. It wasn't an illusion. He could truly sense the cool energy from the sword technique circulating within him, gradually permeating his muscles and bones, with each breath, each exertion. That feeling of gradually becoming stronger was addictive. So much so that he completely lost track of thirst and the passage of time. By the time he finished a complete set of sword techniques and paused to catch his breath, he realized the sun had already set. The orangered light filtered through the gaps between the buildings, tinting the entire sky in warm hues. The shadows of the trees on the ground stretched long, casting slanted shadows everywhere. Wei took out his phone and glanced at it. 1634. He had practiced for over 4 hours. He sheathed the sword, preparing to head home for a drink. Just as he turned around, "Wei," a voice called from behind, tinged with urgency. "Why didn't you accept my friend request?" Wei turned his head. Floral dress, long black hair, an oval face. Hua Linlin. Beside her stood another person. A woman in her 30s with delicate features, exuding a relaxed charm, simply dressed, yet undeniably attractive. She stood there smiling, not saying a word, merely watching the two of them. Wei was taken aback. Why was Hua Linlin here? What friend request? I added you as a friend on Fei Sun, why didn't you approve? Seeing his still blank expression, Hua Linlin, Wei finally realized. He knew about Fei Sun. It was the communication and social app of this world. Everyone had one similar to WX from his previous life. He had it on his phone as well, but rarely checked it, only using it to scan for payments, and the other features were mostly left untouched. He took out his phone and opened Fei Sun. Indeed, there was a little red dot in the bottom right corner. A friend request appeared. The username was Wang Mu Mu and the application time was yesterday afternoon. The avatar was a cartoon girl wearing a flower crown with a very sassy expression. Wei remained silent for a second. Wang Mu Mu. Hua Linlin. He clicked to accept. You and Wang Mu Mu are now friends, you can chat now. A line of text popped up on his phone screen. Hua Linlin glanced down at her phone and her expression softened a bit. Then she looked up, tapped a few times on her screen, and handed over a business card. This is my cousin. Wei took a look. The card read, I love practicing sword. The avatar was a close-up of a sword likely taken during a competition, with bright lighting reflecting off the blade. Every time I see you, Hua Linlin said, you're either practicing sword or on your way to practice sword. Wei thought about it, it indeed seemed to be the case. My cousin loves practicing sword too. Hua Linlin continued, her tone filled with pride again. He's a professional level swordsmanship master. If you have any questions, you can ask him directly. Professional level. Wei glanced at the business card. It was evident that her cousin truly loved swordsmanship. He nodded and put his phone away. Thank you. When Hua Linlin heard those words, her neck perked up slightly and her chin lifted just a bit, resembling a proud little swan. No need to thank me. After saying that, she turned and walked away. The woman beside her had been smiling throughout, saying nothing, and now she turned to follow Hua Linlin. After taking a few steps, Wei vaguely heard a few words carried by the wind. So Linlin likes this kind of thing. Oh dear, what are you saying? I only like handsome guys. He's not handsome. Huh, not handsome. I think he's quite handsome. He's okay, let's go. My parents are already at Sherway Go. We're the only ones left. The sound grew fainter, eventually disappearing in the twilight. Wei stood still, shaking his head. Such romantic matters had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to practice sword. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and headed home. Time for a drink and dinner. However, today was a bit different. After dinner, Wei would not practice sword right away. How old are you? Why is it always you? Wei finished dinner, helped Wuma tidy up the dishes, and then picked up the long cloth bag to head outside. Mom, I'm going out. Out again? Wuma turned to look at him from the sofa in the living room. Just going for a walk nearby to digest some food. Wei changed his shoes and the door closed behind him. The television in the living room was on, playing some family romance drama where the male and female leads were arguing. Wuma leaned back on the sofa, her eyes glued to the screen, but her mind was clearly elsewhere. Old Wu, she began. Have you noticed that Xiaoyu has changed recently? Wu Ba, sitting beside her with a remote control in hand, glanced at her and replied, changed how? It's just that. Wuma thought for a moment about how to phrase it. Ever since the accident last time, he has been talking more, becoming more cheerful and willing to go out. He never used to be like this. After school he would just hide in his room, and we couldn't even call him out. Wu Ba nodded. That's a good thing. Young people should go out and move around more. Yes, Wuma responded, but a hint of hesitation appeared on her face, as if she was pondering something. After a few seconds she spoke again. Old Wu, I mean. Xiaoyu now feels like a completely different person compared to before. Wu Ba turned his head and looked at her with a somewhat strange expression. Isn't that normal? He said. The accident wasn't a joke. It's natural for someone to change a bit when faced with a life-and-death situation. He paused. Moreover, Wuma looked at him, waiting for more. No matter how Xiaoyu has changed, he is still our child, Wu Ba said in a calm tone, as if stating an obvious fact. Besides, this is still a positive change. Wuma listened and was stunned for a second before nodding as well. That's true, she said. No matter how Xiaoyu changes, he is still our son. Let's not think about these things anymore. It's time to relax after work. Wu Ba smiled, putting down the remote and leaning back. The couple on the television was still arguing, but the two of them had stopped watching. The streetlights were on, casting a dim yellow light on the sidewalk. Wu Yu carried the long cloth bag in his left hand, walking at a leisurely pace. The bag was one he bought from a roadside stall, a cheap canvas bag long enough to fit his sword inside. Carrying the sword outside would attract too much attention. In case he ran into patrolling security personnel, it would be troublesome if questioned. Having a bag to cover it was more convenient. He walked steadily, not in a hurry. Passing by the Ijia sports store, he took a glance inside. The glass door was open and the lights were on. This time Wu Yu saw the boss he hadn't met last time. A woman in her 40s wearing a gray short-sleeve shirt was organizing the shelves. A voice came from inside the store. Xiaomai, help me get that blue storage box over here. No one responded. Xiaomai. Still no response. Xiaomai. The woman's voice rose slightly. That girl, where has she run off to this time? Wu Yu ignored her and continued walking. After walking for a short distance, he paused for a moment. That familiar feeling returned. It was cold and sticky, coming from a certain direction, as if something invisible was gently touching him. Wu Yu turned his head and looked in the direction of that feeling. A strange expression appeared on his face. It was this alley again. At the dark alley entrance there were walls of old residential complexes on both sides, covered in vines, just like last time. He shook his head, hesitated, not at all calmed the chill within him, and allowed the cold feeling to engulf him. In the next moment the scenery before him changed abruptly. The familiar black mist surged endlessly, leading into a dark alley that looked exactly like the one in reality, but was even more dilapidated and sinister. In the alley stood a corpse-like figure. Its features were twisted, the corners of its mouth stretched back to its ears, revealing jagged triangular teeth, swaying unsteadily as it walked deeper into the alley, where it seemed a person lay, but Wu Yu couldn't see the situation inside, blocked by the corpse's form. Without any hesitation his hand trembled, and the silver-gray sword slipped out of the cloth bag. There were no extra movements. A flash of silver-gray sword light passed. The corpse-like figure hadn't reacted before its body turned into black smoke and dissipated. Experience points allocated 0-10. Wu Yu sheathed his sword and prepared to leave. Then he saw the person lying on the ground. A girl wearing the Lanhano. One high school uniform, her hair spread out on the ground, her face turned to one side, completely motionless. Wu Yu was taken aback. How could it be her? He stepped closer, using the faint light in the black mist to see her face clearly. It was indeed her. It was the same girl from last time. The same alley, the same girl. How are you? How old are you? A direct translation joke, meant to amuse. Please do not attack the author. Wu Yu's strange expression became more pronounced. He stood still, looking down at the unconscious girl on the ground, silent for 2 seconds. This luck. I don't know whether to say she is unlucky or fortunate, being dragged into the same alley by a corpse twice and running into him twice. Wu Yu shook his head. What a lucky girl. The thick black mist began to recede. He didn't look any longer, sheathed his sword, and turned to leave. Just as he turned around, the girl on the ground's eyelids twitched. Trembling, as if using all her strength, she opened a tiny slit. Her vision was blurry. In front of her was a figure wearing a plain white t-shirt, holding a sword, turning to walk towards the alley entrance. The light was dim, and she couldn't see what that person looked like, but the figure was very familiar, nearly identical to the person from last time. At the same time she also saw that half-profile. And that sword. Only one thought filled her mind. It's him again. Her eyelids grew heavy, and Wu stepped out of the alley, his pace unbroken. There were still many places he hadn't explored. He continued along the street, reaching another secluded alley entrance, paused for 2 seconds, and walked in. The black mist surged, and the sword light flashed. Experience points allocated 10. He came out, and continued walking. At an empty corner, the black mist surged, and the sword light flashed. Experience points allocated 10. Continuing on. A deep garbage collection station, a place where hardly anyone comes even during the day, and at night, not even a ghost can be seen. The black mist surged, and the sword light flashed. Experience points allocated 10. Walking down one road to the end, then turning into another road. Experience points allocated 10. Experience points allocated 10. As the night deepened, the streetlights grew brighter, and the number of people on the street dwindled. Wu walked calmly, each step steady. The sword in his hand had been drawn 3 times, sheathed 5 times. Wu walked back to the community with his sword in hand, at a leisurely pace. The night had grown deep, and the park was deserted. The old sycamore trees stood beside the streetlights, their leaves rustling in the gentle breeze, occasionally making a soft clattering sound. He arrived at the old spot where the cement ground remained empty, bathed in the moonlight and glimmering faintly. He leaned his sword against the ground and opened the sword manual interface. Available experience points 90. Wu glanced at the line of text and shook his head. Lin Yuan had said that the area around the community had been cleared, but what was the result? During his stroll, he encountered 9 of them. 9 ordinary corpses, all huddled in those secluded corners deep in the alley, in the dark turns behind the garbage station, places where no one usually went. He did not think the official forces were inadequate. On the contrary, the fact that these corpses dared only to hide in such places indicated a problem. Did they not want to go where there were many people? Or could it be that they couldn't? Wu recalled the middle-aged man. The monster who could run freely in the community. The very fact that he could run around the community without restraint hinted that the corpses had some method of concealing themselves. Thus those corpses were likely capable of appearing anywhere. Then why did they only appear in various corners? But they did not. Why? Perhaps those that appeared before the public were swiftly cleared by the authorities. Wu snapped back to reality, no longer pondering. He focused on the 90 experience points displayed on the interface. Without hesitation, he directly injected them all into the basic sword technique. Basic sword technique, minor completion 32100. Basic sword technique, major completion 22300. Boom! Countless pieces of information flooded into his mind. Sword techniques, practical experience, key points for exertion, potential changes. It's as if someone had demonstrated with a sword in front of him 1,000 times, and as if he had been practicing with a sword for many years. Each experience from every session etched into Wu's mind. At the same time, the coolness within his body surged. What was once a stream was now a river rushing through his meridians, cleansing every inch of muscle, every bone, every fascia. His physique was enhancing, strength was increasing, and his senses were becoming sharper. Wu clenched his fist. He closed his eyes, recalling that middle-aged man from that night. That suddenly elongated neck, that blood-curdling mouth that opened beyond 180 degrees, those pure black eyes. If he were to encounter him again now, new images automatically surfaced in his mind. No longer would he be passively defending. The blocking sword could stop one strike, but not a second. He should use a thrust to directly pierce its head when it flew toward him, or sidestep to avoid the first attack, then use a downward slash to sever its neck. Wu opened his eyes, feeling confident. Then he noticed another line of text on the sword manual interface had changed. Level 1, Level 2. Indeed, levels are increased through sword techniques. Before he could fully process this, the interface suddenly shimmered. A new line of information appeared. 10,000 swords returned to hiding 1. Wu was taken aback. 10,000 swords returned to hiding. What is that? It sounded like some ultimate move, but it didn't quite feel like it. There was just a lonely number on the interface, and nothing else was mentioned. He stared at those 4 characters for 2 seconds, unable to resist. His consciousness moved, and he clicked on it. 10,000 swords returned to hiding 1. 10,000 swords returned to hiding 0. In a flash, when his vision cleared again, Wu found himself no longer in the community park. All around him was an endless expanse of dark void, vast and boundless. At the same time, countless points of light flickered in the dark void. He stood amidst a starry sky. It was not the kind of starry sky one sees by looking up. He was surrounded by the starry sky above, below, to the left, to the right, in front, and behind. All were stars, some near, some far, some bright, some dim, some as large as a fist, and others as small as a grain of rice, densely packed across his entire field of vision. Those starlights flickered as if breathing, as if blinking. Some stars were cold white with a faint blue glow, some were warmer flickering like candle flames, and others were silver, dazzling yet unreal in their softness. They hung silently there, the number of stars unknown, their distance in light years unquantified. And Wu Yu stood in the void with nothing beneath his feet, yet it felt as though he was stepping on something invisible. He looked down at himself, his body was still there, his hands were still there, his feet were still there, but he felt as if his entire being had become light, as if a part of his consciousness had been extracted. He felt like a speck of dust tossed into the boundless universe. A piece of information flowed from the sword manual. Could he touch these flickering starlights? Wu Yu focused his thoughts. Those seemingly distant starlights were suddenly drawn closer, swirling around him as if blown by the wind. They were no longer individual stars, but clusters of light points hovering before him within reach. Each one shimmered, blinking, as if speaking, as if yearning for something. They all awaited Wu Yu, the master of the sword manual, to make a choice. Wu Yu extended his hand. There was no rationale behind it, just intuition. He looked at one of the starlights, feeling as if it was looking back at him. That star sensed it and flickered faster, as if responding, then flew toward him. The starlight landed in his palm. In an instant a name surfaced in his mind. Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword Technique. Wu Yu realized each starlight represented a sword technique, and 10,000 swords returned to hiding was essentially a sword technique lottery. Immediately after, countless sword technique information poured in. Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword Technique. The sword is like flowing clouds, shapeless. The body resembles a phantom traversing through the void. Mind method. Heart follows the clouds, intention dances with the sword. Not seeking to penetrate with force, but to achieve harmony of intent. Scattered it spreads through the universe. Gathered it condenses at the tip of the blade. My body is not real, my sword is not true. Seen on the left, it is actually on the right, attacking the front, striking the body. A thought arises and perishes, the phantom manifests. Sword technique section. The sword rises from the Dantian Chi, like clouds emerging from the valley. Unceasingly gathering strength, unseen sharpness already fills the intent. A sword that travels along an unconventional path is not strange, a fleeting light and shadow hold the killing intent. 10 parts of strength, 7 parts phantom, 3 parts reality, cannot be moved. Wu Yu stood still, unmoving. The information continued to flood in. After an unknown period, he opened his eyes. The starry sky had vanished. He was still standing in the community park, a long cloth bag leaning at his side, the moonlight illuminating the ground, the sycamore leaves rustling, as if nothing had happened just moments ago. But the newfound knowledge in his mind was undeniable. Sword Manual. Master Wu Yu. Level 2. Sword Techniques. Basic Sword Technique. Major Completion. 22300. Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword Technique. Not started. 0500. Items none. Available experience points 0. 10,000 swords returned to hiding. 00. After the instance of 10,000 swords returned to hiding was consumed, a number appeared behind. Was this the charging of 10,000 swords returned to hiding? Wu Yu withdrew his thoughts and closed the sword manual interface, looking down at his hands and the sword resting beside him. Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword Technique. 500 points of proficiency. Though it required far more than the basic sword techniques entry level, judging by the heart method and sword techniques, it should be much stronger. The sword is like flowing clouds, the body resembles a phantom. 10 parts of strength, 7 parts phantom, 3 parts reality, cannot be moved. Thinking of the power of the Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, Wu Yu couldn't help but smile. It seems he can only endure a bit longer with those corpses. Meanwhile, in a corner of the world shrouded in black mist, a thick fog swirled, writhing slowly, as if it were alive. Deep within the fog, several shadowy figures could be seen swaying unsteadily. They were all ordinary corpses, few in number, scattered about, easily countable. A man stood before them. He had an unremarkable face and was dressed casually, the kind of appearance that would blend into a crowd. But his eyes were different, completely black, without pupils, resembling 2 pieces of obsidian embedded in their sockets. He furrowed his brow tighter as he looked at the corpses in front of him. What's going on? His voice was low, filled with obvious anger. Why are there so few infected returned tonight? No one answered him. The corpses merely stood there, occasionally swaying as if they could not understand human speech. The middle-aged man turned his gaze to another direction, that of the launching community. The area around the launching community has been completely wiped out. He enunciated these words slowly, his expression grim. Without enough fresh flesh, when wood is injured. Last time he was chased by that black-skinned dog and nearly couldn't escape. The wounds he sustained were still painful. He needed flesh, a lot of fresh flesh to recover. But now, less than half of the infected he sent out returned, and the situation at the launching community was even worse. None were left, all gone. The middle-aged man's expression began to twist. Those damned black-skinned dogs. He ground his teeth, forcing the words through. Then he seemed to think of something, his lips slowly curling into a grin, revealing his jagged white triangular teeth. Soon, very soon. He whispered, his voice filled with uncontainable excitement. The Lord of the Corpses is already on the way. Oh, by then those black-skinned dogs will all perish. All of humanity in Lanha City will become offerings to the great god of thousand faces. He paused, his smile becoming even more sinister. But before that, a scene flashed through his mind. That warrior, that fortunate warrior. If it weren't for the black-skinned dogs arriving quickly, he could have enjoyed a good meal last time, and that kid had a strange aura about him that made one salivate. Moreover, he had killed so many of his infected. Humph. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Having killed so many of my infected, this must be the most relaxed time for you black-skinned dogs, right? You can't handle those black-skinned dogs. Can't you handle a warrior without even exceeding the limits of energy? He had read books about the human world, and this tactic was called attacking when the enemy is unprepared, striking unexpectedly. Then he paused. Not enough, let's add another insurance. He waved his hand, summoning a grotesquely featured ordinary corpse to stand before him. He tore off his left arm completely and directly stuffed it into the mouth of the ordinary corpse. The ordinary corpse opened its mouth wide, chewed a few times, and then swallowed the arm. The next moment, the ordinary corpse transformed into the middle-aged man's appearance, even matching his aura. He glanced at the ordinary corpse that now looked just like him, and issued a command. Soon the ordinary corpse resembling the middle-aged man staggered deeper into the black mist. He had seen this tactic in human world books called drawing the tiger away from its mountain. Then he slightly shook his left shoulder, and a new arm sprouted. After completing all of this, his figure vanished from the spot. In a hospital room in the launching, white sheets, white walls, the smell of disinfectant lingered in the air. A girl with long hair sat on the hospital bed dressed in a patient gown, her face somewhat pale, but her spirit seemed fine. A uniformed security officer sat in a nearby chair jotting down notes. Lin Shimai, did you say? That person saved you again. Yes, Lin Shimai nodded. But this time I still didn't get a clear look at what he looked like. I just remember he was holding a sword. She frowned, recalling only the vague silhouette. A man around 1.8 meters tall wielding a sword. The officer muttered as he wrote. He should be a young man. Probably. Lin Shimai replied, he doesn't look old. The officer finished writing the last note and closed his notebook. All right, Lin Shimai, the record is complete. You've already signed the confidentiality agreement last time, so you don't need to sign it again this time. He stood up. We will try to clear up the situation regarding the monsters. During this time, try to avoid isolated places and pay attention to your safety. Lin Shimai nodded. Although we mentioned it last time, I must say it again. The officer looked at her, his tone serious. Rest well, and I wish you a speedy recovery. Thank you. After watching the officer leave the room, fell silent. Lin Shimai leaned against the headboard, staring blankly at the ceiling. Her mind was filled with the figure holding the sword. Silver gray sword, white t-shirt, half of a side profile. Why does it seem so familiar? She frowned, thinking for a long time, feeling like she had seen him somewhere before. But she just couldn't remember who. In the corridor outside the hospital room, the uniformed man had just stepped out when he encountered two people around the corner. A man and a woman, both dressed in black trench coats and wearing dark sunglasses. The man was around 27 or 28 and the woman was 23 or 24, standing together quite conspicuously. The uniformed man was taken aback. What are you two doing here? He lowered his voice. Aren't you supposed to be keeping an eye on the launching community? They exchanged glances, both expressing a bit of helplessness. What more do we need to watch? The woman spoke, her voice crisp but tinged with fatigue. The uniformed man looked at her, then glanced at the man beside her, his eyes questioning. The man explained, the dark domain detector installed nearby monitored 9 instances of dark domain fluctuations. He paused for a moment. 9 instances. The uniformed man's brow twitched. But when we arrived, the woman continued, all had already been resolved. 9 instances, all resolved. Yes, although they were only fluctuations caused by first-level corpses, but... The woman shrugged. This speed of resolution says something. The man nodded. So we speculate that there should at least be one skilled martial artist or a second-tier wild awakener in the launching community. He glanced at the uniformed man and added, Li Gu, you know, we're just first-tier ourselves. Li Gu fell silent for 2 seconds, revealing a thoughtful expression. Skilled martial artist second-tier. He nodded. Just right, I have also obtained some clues. The two looked. However, Li Gu continued, since the other party took the initiative to help clear the corpses, it indicates that they are at least not from those evil cults, so you don't need to worry too much. The two nodded. I will report back to the Bureau now and explain the situation to strive for an additional second-tier enforcer to come over. Li Gu said, glancing at them. But for now you two should continue to keep watch. The two stood at attention simultaneously and saluted yes. Li Gu turned and left. The corridor was left with the young couple. Let's go, the man nodded at the woman. Same as before, you head north, I'll head south. If there are any insurmountable situations, contact through the team's voice line. Okay. The woman gestured with her hand. The two parted ways. In the launching community, Wu Yu stood on the familiar cement ground, gripping his sword, frowning. He was trying out the phantom flowing cloud sword technique. The result was far from ideal. He had memorized the mental techniques and remembered the sword formulas, but when it came to actually practicing, these two elements felt like two ropes that couldn't be twisted together. As soon as the mental techniques caught up, the sword formulas became chaotic. When the sword formulas were correct, the mental techniques couldn't keep up. He tried 7 or 8 times, but not once was it smooth. Huff huff. Wu Yu stopped breathing heavily. Sweat dripped down his forehead, his hair drenched and sticking to his forehead, and the back of his neck, the sweat running down his neck. His t-shirt was completely soaked, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Not only did he feel physically exhausted, but his mind was also fatigued. That feeling was hard to describe. Not drowsy, not dizzy, but as if he were completely hollowed out, mentally drained to the point where even his eyelids felt heavy. He glanced at the sword technique panel. Phantom flowing cloud sword technique, not initiated, 0-500, not a single point gained. Practicing this sword technique on his own was too difficult. The consumption was great, progress slow, and it was exhausting. If he relied solely on self-practice to reach 500 points of proficiency, he didn't know how long it would take. He still needed to pile up experience points first. Taking several deep breaths to steady himself, he began to practice the basic sword technique. That's right, rest. For Wu Yu at this moment, practicing the basic sword technique was considered rest. The basic sword techniques at the perfected level were etched into his bones. He didn't even need to think. With a flick of his hand, the sword would strike out. With a lift of his foot, the steps would fall into place, and his breathing would naturally follow the rhythm, requiring no thought at all. And the more he practiced, the more invigorated he felt. The cool energy within his body flowed gently with the execution of the sword techniques, dissipating the fatigue a little with each cycle, as if someone were massaging his muscles or cool water washing over his mind. On a dimly lit path near launching community, Gao Buhuan yawned and continued walking forward. The night wind blew with a hint of chill, but her black windbreaker shielded her from the wind, so she wasn't cold. The streetlights were far apart, casting a faint and gloomy light that barely illuminated the surroundings. She was still thinking about the matter of the 9 corpse types. A wave of cleansing had occurred for the 9 first-level corpse types. She wondered where such a master had emerged from. She shook her head and stopped her thoughts. As long as they were clearing the corpse types, they were not enemies. Suddenly her phone rang. Gao Buhuan frowned and pulled out her phone. The detection interface of the dark energy detector displayed a line of bright red characters, flashing dark energy, field fluctuation, detected level 3. Her pupils constricted sharply. Level 3. Before she could notify her teammates, a voice came through her earpiece. Xiaohuan. It was her partner's voice, urgent and breathless. A level 3 source-level corpse type has appeared. I've already notified the Bureau, but the Lords of the Torch are all in their own jurisdictions. Gao Buhuan's heart tightened. The Bureau just replied that Lord Mo Li in our jurisdiction has also discovered traces of a level 3 corpse type in another direction. Even if they come immediately, it will take at least 20 minutes. There was a moment of silence in the earpiece, then the sound of rushing wind came through. Her partner was moving quickly. I am already on my way there. Her partner's voice was steady, but that steadiness made Gao Buhuan uneasy. The disposable dark energy sealing device we have can contain them for at least 5 minutes. He paused. Don't get too close. When my life indicator goes out, you. Gao Buhuan's mind buzzed. How could she not understand what her partner meant? He wanted to go sacrifice himself. First level and third level were not on the same scale. First level was just an entry-level executor, while third level was a source-level corpse type capable of slaughtering villages. He was going to buy time with his life. No, she nearly shouted. Let's go together. With 2 people we can. Xiaohuan. Her partner's voice suddenly rose, interrupting her. Now is not the time for impulsiveness. Gao Buhuan was taken aback. You also have a disposable dark energy sealing device. When my life indicator goes out, you go over. Her partner spoke quickly, but each word was clear. That way together we can stall for at least 10 minutes. If we go together, we may not even have the chance to activate the second sealing device. Gao Buhuan opened her mouth, but found herself speechless. Don't forget our oath. The last words transmitted through the earpiece were followed by a gust of wind, and then silence fell. Gao Buhuan stood still, her hand trembling as she held her phone. She recalled her first mission when her partner had brought her along. At that time she knew nothing, and he taught her step by step how to use the sealing device, how to assess corpse types, when to run, and when to fight. Every time danger approached, he stood in front of her saying he was tough enough to withstand it, that she was a newcomer and needed more experience, and that when she grew up, she would be able to stand on her own. Scenes flashed through her mind. Her eyes turned red, tears welling in her eyes, but she bit her teeth hard, refusing to let them fall. She understood. It was already a critical moment. If they couldn't seal that level 3 corpse type in the dark energy within 20 minutes, all living beings in the launching community would cease to exist. She took a deep breath. Okay. Her voice was soft, but heavy. They were executors of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, candidates for the Lords of the Torch. They were the faint light dispelling the thick fog, the purifying fire burning away the filth. They were the guardians of civilization's barrier, the coffins burying the decaying corpses. Now it was time to fulfill their oath. Time rewound a few minutes earlier. In the park of launching community, Wu Yu was practicing basic sword technique. After finishing a set, he stopped to catch his breath. His energy had mostly recovered, and the fatigue that had weighed on him had lifted significantly. The moonlight illuminated the ground, leaves of the phoenix tree rustled, and the surroundings were very quiet. He was about to start the next round when that feeling came over him. A chill, sticky sensation surged from all directions. It felt very similar to the previous ordinary corpse types, but much stronger. Much stronger. A scene flashed through Wu Yu's mind. Pure black eyes. An elongated neck. A blood-red mouth opening wider than 180 degrees. It was it. The corpse type resembling a middle-aged man. He instinctively tightened his grip on the sword, coldness surging within him, ready to break free. But in the next moment he froze. That sticky, pulling sensation seemed to weaken. No, it wasn't weakening. It was... He sensed carefully. Was it weakening? Or had I become stronger? Or perhaps both? The last time he had been dragged into the dark energy by it, that force had been unstoppable, like a giant hand gripping him. But now, although he was still being pulled, he could clearly feel that the force of the pull had lessened. Wu Yu's mind raced. It had weakened, it had definitely weakened. Last time Lin Yuan also mentioned that it had been cleansed, so it must have been injured. Wu Yu looked at the black mist gradually rising before him and tightened his grip on the sword. Now that his strength had significantly increased with his basic sword techniques fully mastered, and having learned the phantom flowing cloud sword technique, although he hadn't perfected it yet, the enhancement in his physical condition and the coldness within him made him much stronger than last time. It was the perfect target for testing his sword skills. Judging by its previous attack with his current strength, even if he couldn't defeat it, stalling for a while should be no problem, especially since it was injured and definitely not as strong as before. If he could defeat it, then it could not blame him for turning it from a cold corpse into warm experience points. In the next moment, the scenery before him changed drastically. Black mist, endless black mist. Just like the previous few times, that eerie space filled with black mist. Wu Yu stood still, sword in hand, scanning his surroundings. Footsteps. A familiar figure emerged from the mist. The face of a middle-aged man, ordinary features, and those pure black eyes. It was indeed it. We meet again, lucky kid. Its voice was lazy, tinged with amusement. This time no one can come to save you. No one can save you. Hearing its words, Wu Yu frowned. What method had it used to hide its presence, allowing it to escape the detection of official experts? Or were the official experts temporarily not nearby? Wu Yu said nothing, simply raised his sword, pointing the tip directly at it. The implication was self-evident. The middle-aged man paused for a moment, then laughed. So you know no one will come to save you, and you want to be generous and sacrifice yourself like in the books. It doesn't believe Wu Yu has the strength to contend with it. Although it was severely injured, it was still a genuine level 3. In its eyes, Wu Yu was at most level 1. It kills level 1 ability users like killing chickens, let alone a weaker warrior like this. As for the last time being blocked by a move, that was merely because it hadn't taken it seriously. Wu Yu remained silent, his gaze calmly fixed on it. That gaze made the middle-aged man feel somewhat displeased. Interesting. It opened its mouth, revealing its sharp, triangular teeth. You want to sacrifice yourself? I won't let you have your way. It took a step forward. This time there's plenty of time. I want you to watch yourself being eaten piece by piece. It stared at Wu Yu's face, trying to find fear within. I really want to know if you can remain as calm as you are now at that moment. It tilted its head. Will you beg for... Wu Yu, already on guard, reacted immediately. However, this time he did not evade. Channeling his strength through his waist, his feet rooted firmly, the power of his entire body flowed along his spine to his shoulders, and then surged into his arms, ultimately converging at the tip of the sword. A direct thrust of the sword. The silver-gray blade carried a chilling aura piercing straight into the incoming head like a flash of light. A soft sound echoed as the sword tip penetrated so smooth it felt less like piercing flesh and more like stabbing into a block of tofu. Wu flicked his wrist, the sword twisting twice within the monster's head. Whoosh! That head swiftly retracted, moving so fast its trajectory was nearly invisible. Simultaneously, the wound on its forehead healed rapidly, leaving only a faint trace in the blink of an eye. The head returned to its original position. It stood there staring at Wu Yu. The expression of relaxation on its face had completely vanished. "Aren't you a first-tier warrior?" There was a clear note of surprise in its tone along with a hint of wariness. Wu Yu paused for a moment. When did he ever say he was a first-tier warrior? However, from the other party's words, Wu Yu grasped an important piece of information. Warriors are indeed ranked. Moreover, they are categorized as first-tier, second-tier, third-tier, and so on. Did the zombie monsters also have a classification of tiers? What tier was this one? Wu Yu held the sword, staring into those pure black eyes, remaining silent. At that moment, the surrounding black fog suddenly rippled. Both of them turned their heads simultaneously in the same direction. The black mist surged as if something was coming in from outside, and sure enough, the next moment, a figure stumbled in from outside, 24 or 5 years old, wearing a black trench coat, hair slightly disheveled, panting heavily. As soon as the trenchcoat man entered the black fog, he spotted the middle-aged man. To be precise, he saw those pure black eyes. The trenchcoat man's expression changed drastically, his body tensing up instantly, as if facing a great enemy. The aura emanating from those eyes made all the hairs on his body stand on end. Third-tier source level. He immediately realized this was the third-tier zombie that had been detected tonight. Without any hesitation, his hand dove into the trenchcoat, pulling out a sleek black rectangular device with a high-tech feel, and hurled it into the black mist beside him. The device flipped twice in the air, and the moment it landed in the mist, a strange wave swept through. The surrounding black mist seemed to be smoothed over by some invisible force, ceasing to writhe and becoming calm. The once roiling fog now resembled a stagnant pool. Only then did the trenchcoat man notice that there was another person standing on the other side. A young boy, dressed in a plain t-shirt, holding a silver-gray sword. He was watching him. "Kid." He quickly drew a pure black standard handgun, pointing it directly at the middle-aged man, while tilting his head slightly towards Wu Yu. "Come here. Get behind me, Wu Yu." Clearly the other party regarded him as an innocent resident caught in the Dark Realm. The middle-aged man looked at both of them and suddenly smiled. "Dark Realm containment device." It tilted its head. "You black-skinned dogs are really annoying." It paused, its pure black eyes scanning the trenchcoat man. "But since that's the case," it licked its lips, "a first-tier ability user delivered to me, I might as well take advantage of it." As soon as it finished speaking, its neck elongated once more. That head shot towards the trenchcoat man like a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. The trenchcoat man pulled the trigger in rapid succession. Several silver beams shot out from the barrel of his gun, accurately hitting the oncoming head. The silver light exploded on the monster's face, leaving behind burn marks that looked as if seared by a hot iron, the edges still emitting faint smoke. However, those wounds lingered on its face for less than a second. In the next moment, the injuries healed and the skin returned to normal. That mouth continued to lunge forward. The trenchcoat man's pupils constricted sharply, and he rolled to the side on the ground. Bang! The head whizzed past his shoulder, crashing into the black mist behind him before bouncing back. Having failed to land a hit, the monster's elongated neck did not retract, but twisted in midair, continuing its assault. The trenchcoat man could only keep rolling on the ground. Once, twice, 3 times. He was in a dire situation. It was too chaotic. That head moved far faster than him, narrowly, missing him each time, just a hair's breadth away from being bitten. The trenchcoat man could even smell the rancid stench emanating from that mouth, and see the slimy residue clinging to its pure white triangular teeth. This couldn't go on. He knew. Constantly dodging, he would eventually be caught. Sure enough, just as he finished one roll and hadn't had time to turn around, that head suddenly accelerated. It was too fast. The trenchcoat man watched helplessly as that gaping maw rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. 1 meter. Half a meter. There was no time. He couldn't dodge. This thought flashed through his mind. He discarded the handgun in his right hand, clenched his fist tightly, and a thin layer of transparent ice crystal emanating a chilling aura appeared on the surface of his fist, enveloping it completely. Ability Frost Layer. This was his strongest offensive technique. An all-out strike from a first-tier ability user capable of easily freezing and shattering opponents of the same level, even freezing higher-tier zombies for a few seconds. But against a third tier, He knew he would die without any doubt. Yet he had no choice. The boy was still behind him, and the Dark Realm containment device could only hold the enemy for about 5 minutes. But after he died, the monster still had at least 4 minutes. Could Xiaohuan make it in time? If she did make it, could she hold on until Lord Mo Li arrived? What if she couldn't hold on? What would happen to the residents of Launching Community? Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind. He was about to die, and the innocent boy would have no chance of survival either. If Xiaohuan arrived, she would likely die too, but she had to come because it was her duty. They were executors' candidates for torchbearers. Sigh, why think so much? After all, they were all going to die. The trenchcoat man closed his eyes, calmly facing death. Whoosh! A sound of something slicing through the air rang out. It was faint, but very clear. Then a soft voice came from beside him. Your opponent is not him. The trenchcoat man opened his eyes wide. A figure stood in front of him. The silver-gray sword was held horizontally before him, a faint, nearly invisible chill clinging to the blade. That gaping maw clamped down on the sword. The sharp teeth sank into the blade, producing a piercing sound of friction. It blocked. The trenchcoat man stared blankly at that figure. Dressed in a plain t-shirt and ordinary pants, the figure was not particularly tall. The boy he had just taken for an innocent resident was now single-handedly holding the sword, bracing against the monstrous head of the third-tier zombie. You? He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Wu did not turn back. He merely fixed his gaze on the head so close before him, staring into those pure black eyes. Weren't you just asking me if I was a first tier? He said, actually, I don't even know what tier I am. Then with a surge of strength in his wrist, he shook the sword, sending the head that was biting onto it flying away. How about you try for yourself? After shaking off his head, Wu did not linger. He directly turned sideways, gripping his sword with both hands, exerting force from his waist like a fully drawn bow, slashing sword. Crack! The sword light flashed, and the head that had not yet retracted fell in response. Thud thud. It rolled on the ground for 2 rounds, stopping in a place where the black mist was not so dense. The mouth was still gaping, the triangular teeth gleaming pale white in the dim light, and the eyes remained wide open, the pure black pupils motionlessly staring in a certain direction. The man in the trench coat was stunned. He turned to glance at Wu, who stood with his sword at an angle, then looked down at the rolling head on the ground, a series of question marks popping up in his mind. What the hell is going on right now? Who is he? Where is he? What just happened? Just a second ago, he was calmly walking towards death, ready to face the first-tier frost layer heat-in against the gaping maw of a third-tier source-level corpse. Yet in the next moment, that child he thought was an innocent resident not only blocked the third-tier corpse's attack, but even decapitated it with a single sword strike. One sword to intercept, one sword to slash. All with one sword. The man in the trench coat opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but it felt like something was blocking his throat. He couldn't squeeze out a single word. As for Wu, he had no time to care about him at this moment. The reason he had not acted immediately was to see what this ability user was all about, and what level of first-tier ability user actually was. Now he knew. To be honest, it was rather lacking. It wasn't that the man in the trench coat was weak. He had indeed tried his best. Against a corpse that was obviously several levels above him, being able to dodge a few times was already commendable. That final punch, knowing it was death, yet still charging forward, was quite manly. But Wu certainly would not watch a living person being devoured by a monster right in front of him. So he drew his sword. As for hiding his strength, it no longer held any significance. Since an official person had appeared here, it was likely that a circle had already formed outside. He couldn't possibly kill everyone, could he? Moreover, in this situation, rather than waiting for the experts from the authorities to resolve it, it would be better to try and see if he could slay the monster himself. The experience points were right in front of him. How much could such a strong corpse yield if killed? He recalled killing those ordinary corpses before, which gave 10 points each. This one should at least be worth several times that, right? Overall, it was not the time to hide his strength. Since he wasn't hiding anymore, it would be better to save someone while he was at it, to see if he could use this as a springboard to join the authorities. He had already thought of a reason. Ability users have all sorts of strange powers. They can conjure ice out of thin air. So why couldn't there be a power called sword chi? The cool air within him could indeed attach to the sword, enhancing its attack power for combat, but as for anything else, he had no idea. He was merely a wild ability user who had just awakened not long ago, knowing nothing. The remark he made to the monster earlier about not knowing what tier he was actually meant for the man in the trench coat, laying the groundwork for his subsequent claims. At this moment, the man in the trench coat finally reacted to what had happened. A child still looking like a student had decapitated a third-tier corpse with a single sword strike. He suddenly looked up, staring at Wu's back. What did he just say? Didn't know what tier he was. He didn't even have the basic knowledge of an ability user. So, the other party hadn't joined any forces yet. Perhaps he had just awakened his power not long ago. The man in the trench coat's mind raced. Although he hadn't sensed any obvious excess energy fluctuations from Wu Yu, what did that matter? The abilities of ability users are incredibly varied. Some powers inherently lack energy fluctuations. Though they are not many, they do exist. Moreover, if someone who had just awakened could possess third-tier strength. Upon thinking of this, the man's eyes began to blaze with fervor. Such a talent should join our Anomaly Investigation Bureau. If such a promising talent were to be poached by another organization, he would regret it for a lifetime. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw the monster across from him move. Wu Yu stared at the body that no longer had a head. It stood in place, not falling over, raising one hand and beckoning towards the head on the ground. That head, as if drawn by something, swiftly flew back to its neck. A strange writhing occurred. Numerous small flesh buds grew from the severed neck, connecting, entwining, and merging with the head stump. Seconds later, the neck returned to its original state, and the head was reattached. The monster twisted its neck, emitting cracking noises. Then its pure black eyes fixed directly on Wu Yu. Interesting. It opened its mouth, revealing a full mouth of triangular pale teeth. Ah! A sharp screech suddenly erupted. The sound not only traveled through the air, but seemed to explode directly inside the mind. Accompanied by the roar was an invisible shockwave piercing like needles into the brain. It was a mental impact. Wu Yu frowned slightly, feeling a mild dizziness in his head. But that was all. The dizziness came quickly and left just as fast, like someone lightly tapping a small hammer on his forehead. Could hurt a bit, but just for a moment. Moreover, the cool air inside him was also stimulated, beginning to surge automatically. The coolness circled around his head, and that slight discomfort completely vanished. He shook his head, returning to normal. But the man in the trench coat beside him was not so fortunate. He suddenly clasped his hands around his head, curling up, his expression twisted in agony, the veins on his forehead bulging, his teeth gritting, as if he were suffering some inhuman torment. Wu Yu glanced at him, but did not move. He couldn't afford to care about him at this moment. Outside the black mist in the real world, Gao Buhuan stared at the watch on her wrist, not daring to blink. The dial displayed a countdown. The remaining time of a one-time dark domain lockdown device, with 4 minutes left. Beside the countdown, a small green dot indicated the life signal of her partner Lao Hu. The light was still on. Thankfully, it was still on. She didn't know what had happened inside, how Lao Hu was doing, or whether that third-tier corpse had attacked him. All she knew was that the indicator light was still on, and he was still alive. Lao Hu, she murmured, her voice hoarse, you must survive. She knew the odds were very slim, almost non-existent. There had been no reports of anyone surviving the encounter between a first-tier and a third-tier. But she still silently prayed in her heart. At that moment, several black SUVs stopped beside her. The doors swung open, and a few men and women in identical black trench coats jumped out, each with an anxious expression. Xiao Huan. The man in front hurried over. Where's Lao Hu? Sister Huan. A young girl followed behind. What's the situation? We received the message from the bureau and rushed over immediately. Gao Buhuan raised her head and glanced at them. Lao Hu was in that third-tier dark domain energy field. Her voice was hoarse but calm. The group was taken aback. They certainly knew what a third-tier dark domain energy field meant. It meant there was a third-tier corpse inside. He intends to use a one-time dark domain lockdown device to hold off that third-tier corpse, Gao Buhuan continued. The group fell silent. They understood. Lao Hu was using his life as the price to buy time to trap the third-tier corpse with the dark domain lockdown device. Only then could the people outside have enough time to wait for Master Mo Li to arrive. Why does everyone have that expression? Gao Buhuan suddenly raised her voice. Lao Hu is not dead yet. She raised her wrist to show them her watch. Look for yourselves. The group leaned in, staring at the small green dot on the dial. It was still lit, but their expressions did not ease much. Not being dead now does not mean he won't die later. The gap between first tier and third tier was too vast, so vast that it couldn't be compensated for by mere desperation. Death was just a matter of time. Moreover, they were all merely first-tier executors, not the third-tier torchbearers. They had no ability to break the one-time dark domain lockdown device, let alone go in to rescue someone. All they could do now was wait. Wait for Master Mo Li to arrive. Or wait for Lao Hu's life indicator light to extinguish and then let another person take over. The night was deep and the streetlights were dim. A group of people stood there silent as statues. In the black mist world, or rather within the dark domain. The monster retracted its mental impact, tilting its head as it regarded Wu Yu. A bit interesting, it said, even the mental impact has no effect on you. It took a step forward. But do you think that by chopping off my head you can kill me, eh? It grinned. I am not one of those low-level infected beings. In the midst of the solidified black mist, Old, who clad in a black trench coat, lay on the ground, his expression twisted in agony. He clutched his head with both hands, gritting his teeth tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging, as the aftershock of the mental assault roiled in his mind, like a tempest akin to someone scraping him repeatedly with a dull knife. He struggled to open his eyes, but all he could see was a blur, vaguely making out two figures in confrontation. One of them had a pair of pitch-black eyes. On the other side stood the sword-wielding youth. The monster stood there seemingly relaxed in speech, but its eyes betrayed a lack of the previous amusement, fixating on Wu Yu with narrowed pupils filled with gravity. It had realized, at this moment, it could not do anything to this brat. Damn it. It silently gritted its teeth, wishing that if it weren't for that damned torchbearer, it wouldn't have fallen to such a state. If it weren't injured as a third-tier source-level corpse, how could it be forced into such a predicament by a mere child? Its gaze shifted to Old, who lying beside. That first-tier ability user. If it could devour him, it could recover from its injuries by consuming flesh and blood, and devouring a first-tier ability user would be equivalent to the strength of 20 ordinary people. If it could consume him, its injuries would heal significantly, and then, it glanced at Wu Yu again. This kid had become so much stronger in just a few days, he surely harbored secrets. If it could swallow him along with those secrets. Its tongue flicked across its lips. But evidently that sword-wielding lad wouldn't allow it to succeed easily. What should it do? Its eyes darted, and suddenly it raised its hand. With a wave of its hand, dozens of wobbling figures appeared out of thin air in the black mist. Their features were twisted mouths grinning ear to ear, revealing jagged triangular teeth swaying, as if they were a group of freshly awakened zombies. Ordinary corpses, infected bodies. The monster pointed at Wu Yu. The dozen or so corpses seemed to receive an order and lunged fiercely towards Wu Yu. At the same time, its own head suddenly shot out. Not towards Wu Yu, but towards the struggling man on the ground. Wu Yu instantly understood its intention. It aimed to have those ordinary corpses hold him back, while it went to devour the trenchcoat man. Without any hesitation, Wu Yu moved, intending to use his intercepting sword to block the head flying towards Old Hu. But dozens of crooked figures stood in his way. Damn it! Wu Yu frowned, knowing he had to clear these obstacles first. The silver-gray sword light flashed continuously. Stab, slash, chop, slice. Each sword strike precisely pierced the heads of the corpses, each one releasing a wisp of black smoke. Experience points 10. Experience points 10. Experience points 10. He was killing swiftly. So swiftly that the corpses couldn't react, one by one dissipating into black smoke. But the head was also moving quickly. So quickly that just after he killed 7 or 8, it was nearly at Old Hu's face. With only 2 left, the head was now less than half a meter from the man on the ground. There was no time. Wu Yu shouted loudly, "Dodge." The man on the ground heard him. He forced his bloodshot eyes open, and in the blurry image before him a blood-red maw was rapidly enlarging. He exerted every last bit of strength to roll aside. Swoosh! A scream erupted. Just a moment too slow. A large chunk of flesh from Old Hu's thigh was directly torn away by the stark, white, sharp teeth. Blood gushed out instantly, staining his pant leg red. The head hovered in midair, chewing on the chunk of flesh, revealing a satisfied expression. It squinted its pure black eyes full of delight. The flesh and blood of an ability user is truly delectable. It swallowed the morsel and flew towards Old Hu, who had no way to dodge this time. His head throbbed painfully, and the wound on his thigh made his whole body shiver. Even moving a finger felt laborious. He could only watch helplessly as that mouth approached again, closer. Swoosh! A whoosh of air broke through. The silver-gray sword light sliced through the black mist, accurately pinning the head only a few centimeters from Old Hu. The sword penetrated the head, nailing it firmly to the ground. Saved. Wu Yu shook his wrist, and at that moment when he had dispatched the last 2 corpses, he hurled the sword in his hand. Power angle timing. Nothing could be off. Thankfully it hit. He pushed off with his foot, rushing forward, gripping the sword hilt, and yanked it out forcefully. Then he swung it. The silver-gray sword light flashed. The slender neck connecting the head and body was severed once more. Before it could hit the ground, Wu Yu's wrist trembled, stabbing the sword into the head 7 or 8 times, reducing it to a mushy mass, blood and flesh flying everywhere, its features unrecognizable. He looked at the mangled remains, taking a breath. It should be dead now, right? Then he froze. The headless body merely lifted its hand. The head that had been pierced and ruined didn't return, but the severed neck began to squirm, as if something was roiling inside, swelling and growing. Seconds later, an identical head grew out from the neck. Pure black eyes, ordinary facial features, and that gaping mouth. It twisted its neck as if adapting to the newly grown component. I told you, it looked at Wu Yu chopping off my head as useless. I am not one of those low-tier beings. Wu Yu tightened his grip on the sword, staring at it. He noticed, when it spoke, those pure black eyes weren't looking at him. Instead, they were observing the surroundings. The black mist, solidified by the darkness suppression device, formed walls enclosing this space tightly. But the monster focused on certain parts of those mist walls, its pupils subtly shifting, as if searching for something. A weak point. It was looking for a weak point. Wu Yu's heart sank. It knew it couldn't win and wanted to escape. Sure enough, the next moment the monster's head suddenly shot out. But this time it wasn't aimed at Wu Yu nor at old Hu on the ground. Instead, it crashed into the nearby frozen black mist. Screech. A harsh friction sound erupted like glass being sanded, like metal scraping against metal. The solidified black mist trembled, and faint cracks appeared. The monster frowned. These things from the black-skinned dogs are truly disgusting. One attempt was not enough, so it tried again. The head retracted and shot out once more. Screech. The cracks widened slightly. 3 attempts. Screech. Wu Yu certainly wouldn't just... He rushed forward, thrusting a sword into the monster's body, then another sword slashed at its neck, and yet another severed half of its head. But it was of no use. As soon as the wounds appeared, they began to heal. Just as they healed, he struck again. After each strike, they healed once more. The speed of recovery was just slightly slower than his sword strikes. The monster didn't dodge at all. It just stood there enduring Wu Yu's attacks while repeatedly crashing into the black mist. It's useless. It laughed as it crashed. Although I can't do anything to you, you can't do anything to me either. Screech. Right now you haven't truly reached the 3rd tier, you cannot kill me. Screech. Wu Yu remained silent, simply continuing to slash with one sword after another. But he knew in his heart that it was speaking the truth. He couldn't kill it. At least not now. Outside the black mist, Gao Buhuan suddenly looked down at her watch. The countdown on the dial was rapidly ticking down, not decreasing normally second by second, but rather as if the fast-forward button had been pressed with numbers jumping down frantically. Not good. Her pupils constricted. That 3rd-tier corpse is attempting to break through the darkness suppression device. The surrounding black-clad individuals were alarmed. What a... Old Hu's life lamp is still lit, someone shouted. Why did the corpse start trying to break through the suppression directly? What happened inside? No one could answer. How long until Lord Emoli arrives? Someone asked. Gao Buhuan glanced at the communicator. At least 18 minutes. 18 minutes. The person's face turned pale then. Gao Buhuan didn't wait for him to finish. She stared at the accelerating countdown, then looked at the still glowing green life lamp, taking a deep breath. I'll go in, she said. He'll be the next one to enter. No way. The person next to her immediately opposed. How can we only? This is my area of responsibility. Gao Buhuan interrupted calmly, and old Hu is still inside, in the midst of black mist. The creature's head repeatedly slammed against the surrounding solidified black mist, each impact causing the once still mist walls to tremble, transparent cracks spreading across the foggy barrier like a dense spiderweb. Wu Yu stood behind it, stabbing his sword into its body again and again. And out. Again and again. Wounds appeared, then healed. Then appeared again, then healed once more. It was like chopping at a mass of flesh that could never be cut through. Useless, useless, useless. The creature laughed mockingly as it continued to slam, its voice dripping with derision. I told you, until you reach the 3rd rank you cannot kill me. Wu Yu ignored it. But his mind was racing. At this rate, it would surely escape. Next time there might not be such a good opportunity. This time it was injured, this time the dark domain confinement device trapped it, and this time it had misjudged its own strength. So many conditions had converged to force him to this point. If it got away once, it healed and returned. Wu Yu didn't dare to think further. He swung his sword while opening the sword technique panel. Sword technique, Master Wu Yu. Level 2. Swordsmanship, basic sword technique, major achievement. 22300 Phantom, flowing cloud sword technique, not started 0500. Distributable experience points, 160. All swords returned to the vault 00. 160 points. This was provided by the 16 ordinary corpses he had just killed, totaling 160 experience points. He stared at the 2 lines of sword techniques on the panel, his mind racing. Put all of it into basic sword technique. To reach the next stage for major achievement requires 300 proficiency. He currently has 22, and adding 160 would only bring him to 182, still unable to break through remaining at major achievement. Put all of it into phantom flowing cloud sword technique. Not started 0500. Even with 160 points added, it would still be not started. Neither option would allow for an immediate breakthrough. Crack, crack. The surrounding solidified black mist emitted a sound of being overwhelmed. The cracks grew larger and denser. The confinement of the device was on the verge of collapse. The creature sensed this too. It stopped slamming, hovering in midair, and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Its laughter echoed in the black mist, sharp and triumphant. See you next time, kid. It turned its head, its pure black eyes fixing on Wu Yu filled with mockery. Don't die, kid. It licked its lips. Your blood and flesh can only be collected by me. Wu Yu furrowed his brows. There was no time to hesitate. He concentrated his thoughts. Distributable experience points 1600 Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, not started. 0500 Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, not started. 160,500 boom. Information surged in. It wasn't the earlier overwhelming rush, but a gentler, more ethereal sensation, like the wind blowing, like clouds flowing, as if something gently penetrated his mind. His heart moved with the clouds, his intent danced with the sword. Scattered it, blended into the universe, gathered it, condensed at the tip of the sword. My body is not real, my sword is not true. What is seen on the left is real on the right, attacking from the front, striking at the body. With a single thought, illusion was born. At the same time, a peculiar power mixed with the coolness in it. That power was as clear as the wind, as faint as the clouds, and felt like two completely different entities that were meant to be together. They met within Wu Yu's body, swirling, testing, and then fusing. Not a complete merging into one, but like water and milk blending, you and me, I and you, able to function together, yet also able to separate. They did not interfere with each other, yet responded to one another. Wu Yu gripped his sword. He felt different. The sword was still the same sword, but it felt lighter, more alive, more like an extension of his arm. Crack, crack. The surrounding black mist confinement was about to shatter. The creature's dark eyes gleamed with delight. Just one more time. It unhesitatingly launched its final slam, its head shot forward, aimed at the already cracked mist wall. But before it could touch the black mist, Wu Yu moved, not rushing forward. He simply raised his hand, swung his sword. A gray-white sword light flickered. It was light, swift, almost imperceptible in its trajectory. It was as if a beam of light floated from the sword, gently landing on the creature. The creature did not dodge at all, it was still laughing. I told you no. Before it could finish, it suddenly halted. The head, still suspended in midair, wore a mocking smile, but the pure black eyes widened abruptly, filled with disbelief. What is this? A thin line appeared from the center of its head. Straight down, then its body split in two from top to bottom. The two halves toppled to the sides. There was no healing, no flesh growing. Only from the wound did large plumes of black smoke billow out, as if something was burning, evaporating, and completely perishing. Wu Yu was momentarily stunned. Effective. He looked down at the sword in his hand. Could the coolness mixed with that peculiar power inflict irreversible damage on this creature? Did it not say it couldn't be killed until reaching the 3rd rank? Could it be that this peculiar power's level had reached the 3rd rank? He had no time to think further, rushing forward for several more stabs. Gray-white sword light flashed repeatedly. The two halves of the body were cut into several pieces, then into fragments. With each strike, the black smoke grew denser, and with each strike, the fragments became smaller. Moments later, those pure black eyes flickered one last time. Then they vanished from the world, leaving nothing. Only a piece of information appeared on the sword technique panel. Distributable experience points 800. Wu Yu stared at that number, stunned for 2 seconds. 800. 800. He only gained 10 points for killing an ordinary corpse. 800 points were equivalent to killing 80 ordinary corpses. He hit the jackpot this time. He really hit the jackpot. He stood in place, gripping his sword, unable to suppress a smile creeping onto his lips. A commotion came from behind. Old Hu struggled to sit up from the ground, the wound on his thigh still bleeding, his face pale as a ghost. But he could not care about that. He simply stared blankly at Wu Yu, gazing at the now completely empty space. That 3rd-rank corpse, the source-level creature that had nearly swallowed him whole. Gone. Killed by this young man. His gaze turned fiery. What does it mean to be able to kill a 3rd-rank corpse? It means he wouldn't need to hone his skills for years in the candidate position for the torchbearer. He could directly apply to become a torchbearer. Torchbearer. That is the true core power of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, a master who can act independently of being capable of protecting a region. And this young man looked to be only in his teens. Outside the dark domain, Gao Bahuan's face was tense, staring intently at the countdown on the watch. She was ready to enter. The countdown was almost over. Old Hu's life lamp was still lit, and no matter what happened inside, she had to go in. Beep beep, beep beep. Her phone received a message. She took out her phone and glanced at it. Then she was stunned. On the phone screen, the data from the dark domain energy detector was fluctuating violently. Dark domain energy field strength rapidly decreasing. Decreasing. She blinked, thinking she had misread. Looking again, the numbers continued to drop faster and faster. She looked up, the dark domain energy field is beginning to dissipate. The group of black-clad individuals nearby also received the news and looked down at their phones in unison. Then they looked up together. They glanced at each other. The third-rank dark domain energy field is beginning to dissipate. Someone repeated her words, disbelief heavy in their tone. How is that possible? Another exclaimed. There are third-rank corpses in there. Moreover, this rate of dissipation can only mean the corpses have been. The sentence was left unfinished. Suddenly 2 figures appeared out of thin air not far in front of the crowd. One stood, one sat. The one standing was a young man dressed in a simple t-shirt, holding a silver gray sword, its blades still shimmering, with fading light, slightly tinged gray-white. The one sitting was Old Hu. His thigh was covered in blood, his face pale, but he was still alive. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Gao Buhuan opened her mouth. Others also opened their mouths. No one spoke. The night breeze blew, carrying the coolness of early summer. In the distance, a few barks of dogs could be heard. Wu Yu turned his head, glancing at the dumbfounded black-clad men and women. Then he turned back, looking down at the sword in his hand. And then he smiled gently. Gao Buhuan rubbed her eyes. She rubbed them again, confirming for the 3rd time that she had not been mistaken. Old Hu was alive, and the 3rd-tier corpse was gone. Unable to hold back any longer, she dashed forward. Old Hu. She knelt on the ground, hugging her partner tightly, as if trying to pull him entirely into her embrace. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. It's so good, Old Hu. You're still alive. You're still alive. She cried, struggling to catch her breath, her words tumbling out. Though it was only a minute, she stood outside staring at the life indicator. Every second felt like a year. Countless possibilities raced through her mind, each one ending with Old Hu dying inside. Yet he was alive. He was alive. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Old Hu was rolling his eyes from being squeezed so tightly, his face turning red. Xiaohuan, be gentle. If you squeeze any harder, I really won't survive. Gao Buhuan finally reacted, quickly loosening her grip. She lifted her tear-streaked face, gazing at the pale man in her arms whose thigh was still oozing blood, laughing and crying at the same time. Then she remembered the most critical question. Old Hu, she sniffed, her voice still choked with tears. What exactly happened inside? What about that 3rd-tier corpse? A few people in black trench coats gathered around, their eyes wide open, waiting for an answer. Though they all saw the young man standing there with a sword, a shocking suspicion began to form in their minds. But that young man's face was far too youthful and innocent to be linked to the slayer of a 3rd-tier corpse. Meanwhile, Wu Yu noticed his ears twitching. It turned out that the monster was indeed a 3rd-tier corpse. Even though he had already suspected from the creature's words, this time, it was confirmed. Old Hu did not answer immediately. He scanned the crowd, reading the anticipation on everyone's faces. Finally, his gaze landed on the young man beside him, pausing for 2 seconds. Let's discuss this back at the station, he said. Then he gestured toward Wu Yu. Kid, a young brother, why don't you come back to the station with us first? He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. We are from the East Spirit Nation's official. We. He was not very articulate, and his mind raced to find an excuse to take the young man back. The Investigation Bureau does not strictly regulate wild ability users, as long as they do not harm ordinary civilians or society, they generally won't interfere. Moreover, this young man had killed a 3rd-tier corpse, saving his life. According to the rules, he could leave without issues, and he should be thanking the young man. But he really did not want to miss such a promising talent. The few people beside him were not foolish either. Seeing Old Hu's reaction, they quickly formed their own guesses. A young man responded the quickest, immediately chiming in, cough, cough, young brother, we are a legitimate organization from the East Spirit Nation, similar to the Public Security Bureau, so you don't need to worry. We just need to take a statement about tonight's events, so please come with us to the station. He paused, forcing a smile. Our place is warm in winter and cool in summer, with plenty of delicious food and many beautiful young ladies. Not only do they look good, but they also speak nicely. Wu Yu couldn't help but chuckle at his words. He glanced at the disheveled man on the ground, and then at the group of black trench coats surrounding him. He recalled the man from the black mist who had stood in front of him, knowing he would die, but still charging forward. And the scene of the girl rushing over crying as she hugged her partner contrasted sharply with this young man's serious, yet nonsensical demeanor. Wu Yu formed a preliminary impression of this official ability user organization. They were willing to sacrifice value, loyalty, and had good insight. Not bad. He bent down to pick up a cloth bag wrapped around a sword sheath and nodded at the group. Upon hearing this, all right, Old Hu felt as if he had been injected with adrenaline, instantly attempting to stand up, forgetting about his leg injury, staggering and almost falling only to be supported by those nearby. Let's go, let's go. He waved his hand, his face flushed with excitement. Quick, back to the station. I need to report to Director Yi right now. Gao Buhuan, whose tear stains had not yet dried, rolled her eyes beside him. Can you first take care of your leg? What leg? It's not like I can't walk. Ouch. Seeing this, Gao Buhuan quickly supported him again. Lianhe City, Anomaly Investigation Bureau, 3rd floor break room. Old Hu. Hu Chung sat in a chair. His thigh injury nearly healed. The wound was covered by a thin layer of transparent ice crystal, and beneath the ice new flesh was rapidly growing. A man in a matching black trench coat stood opposite him. A small silver torch badge hung on his left chest, and he wore a pair of silver half-frame glasses. He held a report in his hands, looking down at it. So he raised his head, his gaze piercing through the glasses. This high school student, named Wu Yu, killed that third-tier corpse. Yes, Director Yi. Hu Chung nodded vigorously, nearly springing to his feet with excitement. He doesn't even know the basics of being an ability user. He likely just awakened not long ago. The man referred to as Director Yi glanced at him, then lowered his head to look at the report in his hands. The report was filled with dense text. Wu Yu, male, 18, senior, at Lianhe No. 5 high school, parents are factory workers. Sister Wu Jing attends Lianhe No. 1 high school. Even included comments from his elementary school graduation booklet. This student has an introverted personality, is not good at speaking, but is kind-hearted, serious in work, and patient. The man finished reading expressionlessly and nodded. You can have 2 days off this time. He closed the report. Rest well for now. Hu Cheng's face fell. No need, Director Yi. It's not a serious injury. And after sister just treatment, I'm almost healed. That's an order. After saying that, the man turned and walked out of the break room, leaving him no room for 2nd floor reception room. Wu Yu sat on a genuine leather sofa, a large platter of snacks and fruits placed before him. Potato chips, nuts, strawberries, cherries piled high on the table. These were bought by that group of black trench coats from a nearby supermarket, saying it was to thank him for saving Hu Chung. The man who called him kid and wanted to shield him was named Hu Chung. Wu Yu picked up a cherry and popped it into his mouth. It was sweet and tasty. Sitting across from him was an old acquaintance. Lin Yuan cleared his throat, his expression somewhat awkward. Cough, cough. Wu Yu, it's nice to see you again. Wu Yu smiled back at him. I apologize, Uncle Lin. During the last statement, I concealed some information. He took the initiative to steer the conversation. After waking from my coma, I found that I had gained some power, he said, but I didn't know what it was, so I instinctively concealed it. He raised his hand. A wisp of grayish-white chill swirled from his fingertips, gently wrapping around his fingers. The aura drifted like clouds and mist, yet it carried an undeniable sense of oppression. Lin Yuan stared at the wisp of grayish-white mist, feeling a twinge of pain in his teeth. He had already received preliminary information. This high school student in front of him had killed a 3rd-tier corpse. Though it was a seriously injured one, it was still a genuine 3rd-tier. As for him, Lin Yuan, squad leader of the logistics department at the Lianhe City Anomaly Investigation Bureau, a 2nd-tier ability user. If he encountered that seriously injured 3rd-tier corpse, kill it. Surviving for 5 minutes would be impressive enough. Yet this young man had indeed killed it. This also meant that he could directly apply to become a torchbearer. A torchbearer. He himself was not even a torchbearer yet. Lin Yuan felt a mix of emotions. The last time he saw this young man, he was just a regular high school student caught up in an incident, and now he could kill a 3rd-tier corpse. In just a few days. He took a deep breath, suppressing all those chaotic thoughts. It's fine. He waved his hand at Wu Yu, trying to make his expression more natural. This isn't a big issue. He stood up, his expression turning serious. Speaking of which, we should be the ones thanking you. He deeply bowed to Wu Yu. Thank you, Wu Yu. Thank you for protecting the residents of Launching Community. And thank you for saving our— Wu Yu quickly stood up upon seeing this. Uncle Lin, what are you doing? Lin Yuan straightened up and shook his head, saying, this is what I should do. Then he took out a small brown notebook from his pocket and waved it in front of Wu Yu. It's the same as before, classmate Wu Yu. He sat back down across from Wu Yu and added, however, if it involves certain aspects of your abilities that you don't want to discuss, it's completely fine. We at the Abnormal Investigation Bureau are quite accommodating towards wild ability users. He paused and added, as long as you don't engage in criminal activities or harm human society. Wu Yu was taken aback. He didn't expect that this official organization would be so lenient with wild ability users. Lin Yuan seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled as he said, first and foremost, you are a citizen of the Dongling Kingdom, and only then an ability user. After all, we are an official organization, aren't we? He opened the small notebook and picked up a pen. Let's get started. This time Wu Yu didn't hold back. He recounted the incident of encountering that middle-aged man in the stairwell for the first time and the events of tonight in detail. Of course, he definitely didn't mention anything about the sword cannon. Lin Yuan listened and took notes, occasionally glancing up at him with a complex expression. When Wu Yu finished speaking, he closed the notebook. By rights, the process ends here. He tucked the notebook away and looked up at Wu Yu. But I still want to ask, classmate Wu Yu, are you interested in joining our abnormal investigation bureau? Wu Yu looked at him and didn't say anything. You have great talent, Lin Yuan continued. You reached the level of being able to kill a third-tier corpse type in just a few days after awakening, but advancing further as an ability user isn't so easy and requires various resources. Relying solely on talent has its limits. He leaned forward, his tone becoming serious. So if classmate Wu Yu wants to continue advancing and reach a higher level, you might consider joining us. I can responsibly say, within the Dongling Kingdom and indeed in the entire world, our Abnormal Investigation Bureau is one of the strongest organizations. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yuan paused. Come in. The door opened, and a man walked in. Wearing silver half-frame glasses with a silver small torch badge pinned to his left chest, his face showed little expression as he casually glanced around the room. Lin Yuan stood up abruptly and saluted. Director Yi. The man nodded, and his gaze fell on Wu Yu as he walked over and extended his hand. Hello, I am Yi. Wu Yu stood up and shook his hand. Hello, Director Yi, I am Wu Yu. From Lin Yuan's address, Wu Yu realized that this man was probably the real power figure in the Lanha City Abnormal Investigation Bureau. Just the deputy director. Yi sat down on the nearby sofa and gestured for Wu Yu to sit as well. Classmate Wu Yu, please take a seat. Wu Yu sat back down. Yi glanced at Lin Yuan before looking at Wu Yu. Old Lin might have expressed something incorrectly just now. He began, his voice not loud but clear. In the Dongling Kingdom, our investigation bureau's overall strength is undoubtedly the strongest, not one of the strongest. Other organizations might be strong within a province, but he paused. The entire Dongling Kingdom is under the jurisdiction of our investigation bureau. In the Dongling Kingdom, as soon as an official order from the investigation bureau is issued, any person or organization that dares to disobey. Yi's tone remained flat, as if he were discussing the pleasant weather. They won't see the sun the next day. He pushed up his glasses. First strike, then report. This is the privilege of our Abnormal Investigation Bureau. Wu Yu was stunned for a moment. This person was saying such arrogant words with an expressionless face. Yi didn't care whether he was surprised or not, and continued speaking. Moreover, various resources, secret methods, miraculous tools, and various benefits. The Investigation Bureau is the best platform for ability users in the Dongling Kingdom, without exception. He looked at Wu Yu, a hint of expectation in his eyes. So, classmate Wu Yu, are you willing to join us? Wu Yu opened his mouth, but said nothing. Yi added, of course, whether you join or not is entirely your choice. We will not force you in any way. He paused. But the benefits we offer are indeed very good. 6 insurances and 2 bonuses, various subsidies, and good. This time it was Yi who was taken aback. What did you say? Good, I will join. Wu Yu nodded. Joining an official organization had always been his goal, and now that the deputy director Yi had personally come to invite him with such sincerity, what was there to hesitate about? Yi stared at him for 2 seconds, and then the previously expressionless face finally showed some change. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Welcome to join us, classmate Wu Yu. He stood up and extended his hand. No, Wu Yu, fellow comrade. Wu Yu shook hands again. Then he suddenly remembered something, scratched his head a bit embarrassedly. I have a question. Yi nodded, indicating for him to speak. Are there any more procedures later? Wu Yu glanced at the night outside. It's already quite late. Yi was taken aback. There's a test for ability strength and a swearing-in ceremony. He then quickly realized, of course these are not urgent, we can do them tomorrow. Wu Yu quickly picked up on the conversation. Then let's do it tomorrow. If I go home too late, my parents will worry. Yi looked at him and suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, but he was indeed smiling. This young man before him clearly had the strength to kill a third-tier corpse type, and was qualified to apply directly to become a torchbearer. Yet at the same time, he was just a high school student who would worry about being late getting home and causing his parents to worry. The huge disparity between his two identities made Yi unable to suppress a smile. Of course, that's fine. He turned to Lin Yuan. Old Lin, drive young Yu home. Lin Yuan stood up and saluted yes. The night was already quite deep. Lin Yuan drove a black sedan steadily, cruising down the empty street with streetlights retreating one by one, occasionally a few taxis passing by from the opposite direction. Wu Yu sat in the back seat leaning against the window, watching the night scenery outside. The car was very quiet. Young Yu, Lin Yuan glanced at him through the rearview mirror. From now on we will be colleagues, so feel free to ask for help whenever you need it. Okay, thank you, Uncle Lin. No need for thanks. The car turned into launching community and stopped under Lin Yuan's building. Wu Yu opened the car door, picked up the cloth bag containing the sword, and was about to get out when he paused. Uncle Lin. Moi. About today. He paused. My parents. Don't worry. Lin Yuan understood what he meant. Regarding ability users, there will be confidentiality agreements, and not a word will reach their ears. You are still that normal high school student. Wu Yu nodded. Thank you, Uncle Lin. He got out of the car and closed the door. The black sedan slowly drove away, its taillights growing dimmer in the night. Returning home, it was already past 12 o'clock. The living room was dark with only a small light left on at the entrance. Wu Yu didn't turn on the main light, instead taking out his phone and turning on the flashlight, treading lightly inside. On the table, as usual, there was a cup of milk with a note pressed under the cup reading heated in the microwave. He picked up the milk, which was still cold, and drank it directly. After washing up in his room and lying down on the bed, Wu Yu stared at the ceiling, letting out a long breath. Today had truly been a fulfilling day. He had learned a new sword technique, killed a third-tier corpse, earned 800 experience points, and successfully joined the investigation bureau. Everything had gone perfectly. Next up was the enjoyable time to allocate his points. With a thought, he opened the sword manual interface. Available experience points, 800. Wu Yu gazed at that line of numbers. Deep blue, allocate points. No, it was the sword manual, allocate experience points. He first turned his gaze to the phantom flowing cloud sword technique, which had proven its value today. If it weren't for that last moment, the monster might have truly escaped. Available experience points, 800,460. Phantom flowing cloud sword technique beginner, 160,500. Phantom flowing cloud sword technique entry, 0,000. Boom. This influx was different from the previous times. It was no longer just simple techniques and insights, but a complete system, sword techniques, mental techniques, and even a set of matching body techniques. 9 shadow steps. Stepping through 9 shadows, the body transforms into flowing light. When mastered, each step leaves a residual shadow in its place. With 9 steps taken, residual shadows abound. As a flood of technical experience surged into his mind, that peculiar energy also emerged from within him, clear as the wind, light as clouds, intertwining with the cool air surging through his meridians, washing over his muscles, bones, and fascia, repeatedly strengthening his body. Wu Yu could clearly feel himself growing stronger. His strength was increasing, his senses were sharpening, even his mind felt clearer. The previously vague sword techniques now appeared vividly. He opened his eyes and glanced at the interface. Level 2-3. Wu Yu clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. Is this the entry-level phantom flowing cloud sword technique? He felt a strange sensation. He felt terrifyingly strong now, as if no one could block his sword. But in the next moment, he shook his head. It was an illusion, surely just an illusion. He glanced at the remaining experience points, 460. After some thought, he directed his gaze towards the basic sword techniques. The basic sword technique had accompanied him for so long, from entry to minor accomplishment to major accomplishment. It had always been the foundation of his combat, and he also wanted to see what the realm beyond major accomplishment was. Available experience points, 460,182. Basic sword technique, major accomplishment, 22300. Basic sword technique, perfection, trait mastery of sword Dao. The line of proficiency behind the basic sword technique disappeared. In its place was a brand new entry. Perfection. Entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection. Wu Yu stared at that trait with some confusion. Is the highest realm perfection? What is the trait? With a thought, a piece of information floated to the forefront of his mind. Mastery of sword Dao increases proficiency gained when studying any sword techniques. Wu Yu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. A good thing. The higher the level of the sword technique, the harder it was to practice, and the more difficult it was to gain proficiency. This trait could increase the acquisition of proficiency, saving him experience points. A thought crossed his mind. Does every perfected sword technique have a trait? Or is it just the basic sword technique that has one? If so, what kind of trait would the phantom flowing cloud sword technique provide once perfected? He glanced at the remaining 182 experience points, then looked at the phantom flowing cloud sword technique. Behind it, entry 000. Not enough. Far from enough. After some consideration, he invested all 182 points. Phantom flowing cloud sword technique entry 010. Phantom flowing cloud sword technique entry 1821000. Another wave of information surged in, but it was much less than before. After all, it was just 182 points, not enough to break through. Wu Yu retrieved his thoughts and closed the interface. He needed to go to the investigation bureau tomorrow. With expectations for a beautiful tomorrow, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day at 6 o'clock sharp, Wu Yu opened his eyes on time, turned over, got out of bed, and walked into the bathroom. While washing up, he stood in front of the mirror brushing his teeth, and suddenly froze. The person in the mirror. Is he? His skin was considerably fairer than before, not in a sickly way, but with a luminous glow. His facial features also seemed to have changed a bit. They were still the same, but the proportions seemed more harmonious and the lines softer. If the previous Wu Yu could only be considered slightly handsome, now he was starting to approach that of a refined gentleman. He stared at the mirror for 2 seconds. Is this the change brought by the phantom flowing cloud sword technique? In his past life, if he had discovered that he had become handsome, he would have certainly been happy for half a day. But now he just shook his head. It doesn't matter whether he's handsome or not. He only wants to practice swordsmanship. Well, or maybe killing corpses would be fine too. After tidying up a bit, Wu Yu took his sword and went downstairs. At the community park, the old place. But this time he was practicing not the basic sword technique, but the phantom flowing cloud sword technique. After more than an hour, Wu Yu stopped his sword, bent over, and gasped for breath. His head was drenched in sweat, hair sticking to his forehead, his t-shirt soaked and clinging to his body, making him look as if he had just been pulled from the water. He straightened up, wiped the sweat from his brow, and began to review his practice from earlier. He discovered 2 problems. First, purely practicing the phantom flowing cloud sword technique consumed too much energy. Wu Yu had only practiced for a little over an hour, and his stamina was almost exhausted. However, Wu Yu also thought of a solution to alternate between practicing the phantom flowing cloud sword technique and the basic sword technique. First, practicing the phantom flowing cloud sword technique until stamina was nearly depleted, then switching to the basic sword technique to recover. The first problem had a solution, but the second problem was indeed a bit of a headache. Practicing the phantom flowing cloud sword technique required coordination with the 9 shadow steps and that peculiar energy within him. But as soon as he used that energy, residual shadows. Shadows everywhere. Human shadows, sword shadows flickering continuously. When the phantom flowing cloud sword technique was deployed, it was as if effects had been activated around him, and even he felt dizzy. To someone with abilities, this might not be a big deal, but for an ordinary person it seemed a bit unscientific. For the past hour he had been suppressing that peculiar force within him, while practicing not daring to let it unleash. Though there were no more residual shadows, the downsides were also very clear. He felt out of sync. The effectiveness of practicing swordsmanship was greatly reduced, and his energy was consumed even faster, tiring him out after a short while. Wu Yu sighed. He needed to find a more private place to practice swordsmanship. After returning home, he finished washing up and just sat down to eat a few bites of breakfast when his phone rang. He answered, and on the other end was Lin Yuan's voice. Xiao Yu, are you free now? Come to the bureau to finish the remaining procedures. Okay. Wu Yu glanced at the time. He'll be right down. After hanging up, he told Wu Ma in the kitchen, Mom, it's the weekend today. I'm going out with my classmates. Be careful. Got it. Sitting in Lin Yuan's car, they arrived at the investigation bureau building again. Today's procedures are very simple. Lin Yuan said as they walked. Ability strength testing, and then the oath ceremony. Although we all confirmed your 3rd tier strength based on last night's performance, the procedures still need to be followed. Wu Yu nodded. The 2 of them took a winding path through several doors, arriving at a spacious, enclosed area. The space was large, at least 200 or 300 square meters, empty except for a dummy standing in the center. It was metallic silver gray and gleamed coldly under the light. Lin Yuan pointed at the dummy. Use your strongest ability to attack it. Can I use my sword? Wu Yu asked. Any form is fine. Wu Yu nodded, placing his hand on the sword hilt. He did not use all his strength. He simply unsheathed the sword and swung it. A gray-white sword light flashed. Thud! The sword struck the dummy, producing a dull metallic impact sound. Wu Yu frowned slightly. Contrary to his expectations, the dummy did not split into 2, but only dented slightly where it was struck. Although he hadn't used all his strength, he had exerted about 70%. Goodness! Lin Yuan's voice came from beside him. You can strike this 3rd tier dark gold dummy. Your ability's strength is already quite good among the 3rd tier. Wu Yu retracted his sword. 3rd tier dark gold. A special material. Lin Yuan walked over, staring at the dent on the dummy. You'll know more about it later. At this moment, a person in a black trench coat walked in, handing Lin Yuan a stamped piece of paper. Team leader Lin He raced the test report. Wu Yu tilted his head to take a glance. The paper had a few words written on it. 3rd tier B rank. Lin Yuan's eyes widened, giving Wu Yu a thumbs up. Wow, 3rd tier B rank, impressive. Wu Yu wasn't clear about what a 3rd tier B rank entailed, and before he could ask, alright, the ability test, Lin Yuan folded the report and put it in his pocket, then said only the oath ceremony remains. Wu Yu was a bit puzzled. Is that it? Lin Yuan explained while walking out at the investigation bureau. There are no unnecessary twists. Strength is always the most important, and the types of abilities are incredibly diverse. Just like your ability, which has the characteristic of completely lacking fluctuations of excessive energy. Other people's abilities also have their own unique aspects. Does each type of ability require a specially designed test? That would be too inefficient. Moreover, he paused. At the investigation bureau, regardless of the type of ability, as long as it can kill corpses, it's a good ability. Furthermore, dark gold as a special material has another characteristic. He looked at Wu Yu. Do you know how dark gold is formed? Wu Yu shook his head. It is condensed and aggregated from the outer skin of a certain type of corpse with astonishing defensive capabilities. Oh, Wu Yu was taken aback. Aren't corpses supposed to turn into black smoke and dissipate once killed? How could they obtain the outer skin and condense it? Lin Yuan noticed his confusion and chuckled. You'll know later. In any case, attacks that can cause damage to dark gold also mean they can harm most corpses, which is why we use dark gold for testing. He continued walking. Let's go to the last place. After passing through several checkpoints, they finally stopped in front of a door. Lin Yuan pushed the door open. The room was quite empty, with only a stone tablet about 2 meters high standing there. The tablet was dark gray, its surface polished smooth, with some vigorous characters etched on it. Wu Yu approached and focused his gaze. Oath of the Torchbearers. The long night has arrived. We shall carry the torch and walk, swearing unwavering loyalty. I shall not cling to my homeland, nor shy away from disaster, nor fear sacrifice. I shall not seek family ties, nor pursue achievements, nor dwell on the way home. I shall diligently watch over burying my bones here. I am the faint light dispelling the black mist, the pure fire cleansing the filth. I am the starlight piercing through the long night, the horn calling forth dawn, the barrier safeguarding civilization, the coffin burying decayed corpses. I dedicate this body and will to the torch-bearers. Thus it is for eternity. Wu Yu read each word carefully. A sense of grandeur and heroism surged in his heart. Lin Yuan stood beside him, his expression solemn. This is the final step, the oath ceremony. Wu Yu took a deep breath. Then he began to recite the oath. His voice was not loud, but each word was clear. After the oath, the two returned to the lounge on the 3rd floor. Lin Yuan took a box from the cabinet and handed it to Wu Yu. This is our standard equipment. Wu Yu accepted it and opened it. There weren't many items inside: a black capsule, a pair of miniature earphones, a pure black phone, and a pure black watch. He understood the earphones, phone, and watch. But this black capsule? He looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said nothing, just raised an eyebrow indicating that he should explore it himself. Wu Yu picked up the capsule and rubbed it with his fingers. The next second the capsule vanished. In its place, a black trench coat appeared in his hands. Wu Yu was taken aback. The capsule transformed into a trench coat. And not just that. This trench coat's weight was completely mismatched with its size. Even though it wasn't a thin coat, it felt as light, as if he were holding nothing. He looked at Lin Yuan. Try it on. Lin Yuan said with a smile. This is our investigation bureau's exclusive black technology. Wu Yu put on the trench coat. It was light, breathable, comfortable, and it automatically adjusted to fit his form perfectly. Now he understood why even in summer the people in the investigation bureau still wore black trench coats. Lin Yuan looked him over and nodded. Not bad, you look quite handsome, almost catching up to how I looked back in school. Wu Yu chuckled. Lin Yuan extended his hand. Although I've already said it, I want to say it again. Well, Wu Yu held that hand saying, thank you, Uncle Lin. Lin Yuan nodded, his smile fading slightly as he revealed a more serious expression. However, there is one matter that requires your opinion. Wu Yu looked at him, waiting for him to continue. It's regarding the specific position you will hold after joining us. Lin Yuan sat down on the sofa, patting the space beside him to indicate Wu Yu should sit. Normally, newcomers are usually first or second tier abilities or martial artists starting as candidates for the torchbearer position. Wu Yu's ears perked up. Martial artist. It was yet another familiar term. The previous third-ear monster had also mentioned it, stating he was a martial artist, but Wu Yu had never understood the difference between martial artists and ability users. However, he didn't rush to ask, and waited for Lin Yuan to finish. Lin Yuan slapped his forehead, saying, I almost forgot to introduce you to the specific rank structure of the Investigation Bureau. He cleared his throat. The Investigation Bureau is functionally divided into 3 departments: the Execution Department, the Logistics Department, and the Living Department. The Execution and Logistics Departments are the core departments responsible for carrying out corpse clearance tasks or managing the aftermath of incidents and providing rescue support. Thus, all personnel in these 2 departments are either entry-level ability users or martial artists. The Living Department mainly handles ordinary business such as rewards, resource management, and liaising with companies, so its personnel generally consist of ordinary people. He paused. Of course, there are also some executors who have been severely injured and can no longer fight against corpses. They will also hold positions in the living department. Wu Yu nodded, taking it all in. As for the internal ranks within the investigation bureau, Lin Yuan looked at him. Actually, those of us who work in the investigation bureau should be called investigators. But we have another name. His eyes held a deeper meaning. Wu Yu recalled the stone tablet and that oath. Torchbearer. Lin Yuan nodded. That's right, Torchbearer. The internal ranks of the investigation bureau are divided under the name of the Torchbearer. First and second tier powers correspond to the Torchbearer candidates. Upon reaching the third tier, one can apply to become a formal Torchbearer. Among the formal Torchbearers, there are distinctions of bronze, silver, and gold badges. The bronze badge corresponds to third to fourth tier power, the silver badge corresponds to fifth to sixth tier power, and the gold badge corresponds to seventh to eighth tier power. Wu Yu listened silently, identifying his own position. He was currently at the third tier, which meant he could apply to become a bronze badge Torchbearer. Generally, newcomers start as Torchbearer candidates. Lin Yuan continued. On one hand, becoming a Torchbearer requires strength, and on the other hand, it considers that newcomers are not yet familiar with the Investigation Bureau's corpse clearance operations. He looked at Wu Yu. But your situation is rather special. Not only do you possess third-tier strength, but you also have corresponding merits. Killing a third-tier corpse last night, and saving Hu Cheng. These are enough for you to directly become a formal bronze badge Torchbearer. Wu Yu understood that this was the matter Lin Yuan referred to as seeking your opinion. But we cannot directly assign you to that rank. After all, this application requires your consent. Lin Yuan paused. So do you wish to become a formal Torchbearer? His expression was somewhat complicated when he said this. He wasn't yet a formal Torchbearer himself. Wu Yu did not hesitate. I do. Lin Yuan nodded as if he had anticipated this. The name of the Torchbearer not only represents power, but also signifies responsibility. He looked at Wu Yu, his tone serious. Good luck, young man. Then he stood up, brushing off his clothes. Also, your identification will be ready in 2 days, so remember to come and pick it up. You will also need to go through the relevant assessments to receive combat equipment, such as a sidearm and a one-time dark domain sealing device. Of course, these are just simple operational assessments, so make sure to find time to come and take the tests. He thought for a moment and added, What else was there? Oh, right, your internal forum account. He pulled out the pure blackwork phone from his pocket, spinning it in his hand. Your internal bureau number has been assigned. Let me check. He glanced at the phone. LH10. Your current internal bureau number is LH1027. However, this number is temporary. Once your application to become a formal Torchbearer is approved, your internal bureau number will be updated. But this number can still be used for now. He turned the phone screen around, pointing to an icon on it. There's a built-in application on the Investigation Bureau's work phone called Investigation Pass. You can log in by entering your account and password, both of which are your internal bureau number, and you can change the password later on. He glanced at Wu Yu. You've just become an ability user not long ago, and the Investigation Pass contains some basic knowledge that will be very helpful to you. It also has information on various types of corpses and strategies. You can take a look and explore it on your own later. Wu Yu nodded. Then he recalled the question he wanted to ask earlier. Uncle Lin, about that martial artist and the dark domain. Lin Yuan raised his hand to check his watch. This is a bit complicated to explain. He frowned. I have a task to clear a scene shortly, and time is... There are relevant materials in the Investigation Pass. You can check that first. If you have any further questions, feel free to call. He stood up, preparing to leave. Today's tasks are concluded, you may. Ding-ling-a-ling. Ding-ling-a-ling. The ringing sound suddenly erupted. It didn't come from Lin Yuan. It was from Wu Yu. Wu Yu was momentarily stunned, pulling out the pure blackwork phone he had just received. The screen lit up, displaying a name, Hu Lai. He raised his head to look at Lin Yuan, confusion written all over his face. How could he be receiving a call before even starting work? Lin Yuan had clearly seen the name as well. His mouth twitched slightly, his expression somewhat nuanced. Don't worry, he said. It's a good thing, a very good thing. Wu Yu pressed the answer button. Almost instantly, a slightly rough, yet very polite voice came from the receiver. Hello, Comrade Wu Yu, I am Hu Lai. The voice was steady, carrying an indescribable weight. I am also the father of Hu Cheng. I am very grateful for your life-saving actions yesterday, during that critical moment. He paused. This grace Hu Lai will always remember. If you need help in the future, please call this number. After saying this, without waiting for Wu Yu to respond, the other end hung up. Beep, beep, beep. Wu Yu stood there holding the phone, stunned. That was it. He turned to Lin Yuan, his confusion deepening. Lin Yuan walked over, patting him on the shoulder. This is what you deserve. By the way, he added, you might not know who Hu Lai is. Wu Yu shook his head. He is the deputy chief of the Provincial Abnormal Investigation Bureau of Shilin Province. Lin Yuan looked at him, enunciating each word. He is the second most powerful figure who can coordinate within the entire Shilin Province's investigation bureau. Wu Yu was stunned. He wasn't surprised about the benefits he could reap from this. He was contemplating something else. Hu Chung, the son of the deputy chief of the Provincial Investigation Bureau, had fought on the front lines. In fact, knowing he couldn't win, he still stood in front of ordinary people calmly facing death. Last night in the dark domain, when that man stood in front of him saying, "Kid, get behind me," did he know he might die? He knew. Yet he still stepped forward. Wu Yu recalled the oath of the torchbearer inscribed on the stone tablet. Hu Chung was a candidate for the torchbearer, but he had already lived like a torchbearer. Wu Yu stood there holding that black phone, a surge of indescribable feelings flooding his heart. Torchbearer. Abnormal Investigation Bureau. He mumbled, his voice very soft. The New Chronicle, the Chronicles of the Sword Ancestor chapter of the Heist Part 3. The Sword Ancestor woke to his sword intent, initially gaining extraordinary abilities, yet he was still unfamiliar with the art of killing and his actions were still naive. Later he encountered a corpse also known as the Thousand Faces, whose strength was overwhelming and comparable to the previous lowly corpses, with a fierce aura and murderous intent. At that time the ancestor walked alone into danger, blocked by the corpse's evil, with death looming over him. Suddenly a person emerged, calling himself a torchbearer affiliated with the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, whose name was unrecorded and whose background was unknown. This person assessed the strength of the enemy, knowing he was weak and could not withstand their power, realizing that this battle was destined to fail. However, seeing the ancestor was young and trapped in a perilous situation, he held a righteous heart, bore the will to die, and stepped forward, intending to protect the ancestor. Knowing it was impossible, yet acting anyway, he stood against the evil with a faint light of the torch resisting the corpse's aura alone. The ancestor saw this and was deeply moved. He admired this solitary bravery and respected this sincere heart. Thus he focused his spirit, concentrated his sword's edge, and exerted himself to slay the fierce corpse, ultimately breaking through this dire situation. Afterward, the ancestor felt gratitude for the torchbearer's protective duty and admired the Investigation Bureau's efforts to maintain order against corpses. He resolved to devote himself to the Bureau, embedding himself within it. From then on he concealed his brilliance, honed his sword skills, traveled to investigate anomalies, and eliminated corpses. The young sword edge, initially revealing its sharpness, began to gain fame in the world. It is said a small torch illuminating evil, a solitary person, knowing he cannot win, yet using his body to protect life. The torchbearer was an unnamed individual, yet with an inch of solitary courage he moved the supreme sword ancestor. A single thought ignited the sword, entered the public gates, and its brilliance began to show. This was the beginning of the sword ancestor's emergence into the world. When he stepped out of the investigative bureau, it was already past 11 o'clock in the morning. The sun hung directly overhead, its scorching rays inducing a faint dizziness. It was the weekend, and his parents, Wu father and Wu mother, were working at the factory. No one was home to prepare lunch, so he would have to make do with a meal outside. In fact, the bureau had its own cafeteria. Lin Yuan had casually mentioned it earlier, praising the quality of the food and suggesting he try it. But his official ID card and staff badge hadn't been issued yet, so he couldn't swipe access. And since Lin Yuan had just been assigned an urgent field mission, Wu Yu didn't linger there. He picked a modest noodle shop at random and pushed open the door. The interior was compact, no more than 5 or 6 tables, and a laminated menu clung to the wall. Though it was the weekend, the place was surprisingly busy. 4 or 5 tables were already occupied, their patrons bent low over steaming bowls, eating in quiet concentration. Wu Yu chose an empty seat tucked toward the back, leaned his sword against the wall beside him, and ordered a bowl of pickled mustard greens and shredded pork noodles. While waiting, he pulled out his sleek black work phone from his pocket. The screen was pristine. Only a handful of essential apps appeared. He located the icon labeled Investigate link and tapped it open, then entered his username and password on the login screen. He tapped login. The interface transitioned smoothly into a clean, minimalist dashboard featuring 3 clearly delineated modules: critical notices, forum shares, and personal profile. Wu Yu opened the critical notices module first. Several bold crimson headlines appeared, striking in both font and urgency. He scrolled downward, then abruptly halted. On the coordinated implementation of martial arts examinations by local investigative bureaus in conjunction with the National College Entrance Examination, in-college entrance examination. A martial arts track. And Wu Yu paused momentarily, stunned. He himself was currently a senior high school student. less than 3 months away from the national examination. Yet he had never imagined that a dedicated martial arts track would be introduced this year. He tapped into the notice. Its body was dense and lengthy. He skimmed rapidly, focusing only on key passages. Given the intensifying encroachment of the umbral realm upon our world, cultivating greater numbers of stronger adepts has become a top priority for the Investigative Bureau. The Dongling Research Institute has finalized the 3rd edition of the foundational martial curriculum, empirically confirming that disciplined martial practice significantly increases the probability of latent awakening among ordinary citizens, and following comprehensive review by headquarters, pilot programs for the martial arts track of the National College Entrance Examination will now be progressively rolled out nationwide. In the notice concluded with the official seal, Dongling Nation. Investigative Bureau Headquarters. Staring at the vivid red seal, Wu Yu's mind suddenly flickered with half-forgotten observations, details he'd once dismissed as trivial. No wonder martial arts had surged in popularity over the past few years. No wonder wushu academies multiplied across cities and martial leagues flourished with unprecedented fervor. He'd always assumed it was merely a cultural phenomenon. Now he understood martial cultivation was not symbolic. It was real. Not only could it forge ranked martial adepts, but it also meaningfully elevated one's chance of awakening as an adept. Moreover, the notice revealed another crucial insight: martial adepts and awakened adepts were not mutually exclusive categories. One individual could embody both. Wu Yu thoughtfully exited the notice and switched to the Forum Shares module. Instantly his screen filled with a torrent of densely packed posts. Umbral Realm mining expedition seeking 2 teammates, minimum rank 3 in online guidance for cryokinetic ability cultivation. Rank 5 instructor, 500 contribution points per hour. Premium service, fair pricing, guaranteed integrity. In bounty post, quadrupedal beast class, necroform, rank 4. Distinguishing features: 3 tails, 1 severed, right eye blinded. Last confirmed sighting, Nanyuan City, Yunxiang Province. Current whereabouts unknown. And as he prepared to tap one open, his gaze snagged on a pinned thread atop the forum, marked with a conspicuous crimson banner. Essential reading for newcomers: the Umbral Realm and Necroforms, Martial Adepts and Awakened Adepts. In Wu Yu opened it immediately. The post was extensive. He read it line by line, absorbing each section with rapt attention. Origins of the Umbral Realm, an emergence of the Necroforms, in relationship between the Umbral Realm and the present world, in taxonomy of Necroform races, in the existence of martial adepts, in the dawn of awakened adepts. And he became utterly absorbed. So much so that he failed to notice when his noodles arrived. His chopsticks rested motionless on the rim of the bowl, untouched, while his eyes remained locked on the screen. After 15 minutes, he exhaled deeply, set the phone aside, picked up his chopsticks, and lifted a strand of noodles. They had grown slightly soft, but he paid it no mind. Chewing slowly while mentally organizing the flood of newly acquired knowledge, he distilled the information into several core points. First, the mist-shrouded dimension was called the Umbral Realm. It was not ancient. It had manifested abruptly decades ago. The emergence of necroforms coincided almost precisely with its appearance. Second, the fundamental origin of the Umbral Realm remained unknown. Yet cross-referencing all available data suggested it functioned as a liminal frontier, the contested borderland between the necroform world and humanity's own, a symbol of the former's creeping incursion, an incursion still expanding. Third, the Umbral Realm was the necroform's sovereign domain. Every variety of necroform gained strength within it, making them far more dangerous and difficult to subdue. Yet simultaneously, the Umbral Realm harbored extraordinary resources, artifacts, and essences capable of augmenting an adept's power and combat efficacy. Fourth, necroforms were definitively extraplanar beings, native to another reality entirely. They possessed extraordinary vitality and evolved by consuming flesh or absorbing negative emotions. The stronger the necroform, the greater its insatiable hunger for sustenance. Fifth, necroforms were divided into distinct races. Within each race, hierarchy was absolute. Lower-tier forms obeyed higher-tier ones without question. Each race traced its lineage to a singular progenitor, referred to controversially as a god. Wu Yu's pulse quickened at the word god. Sixth, martial adepts had existed since antiquity. Ordinary people could ascend to ranked status through rigorous cultivation of kind-blood martial arts. Yet martial cultivation imposed strict ceilings. The pinnacle, the Danjin realm, equaled only a novice tier 3 adept. Seventh, unlike martial adepts, the earliest awakened adepts appeared only after the Umbral Realm's emergence, suggesting their origin was intrinsically linked to it. Eighth, anyone could potentially awaken, but the odds were vanishingly slim. To date, disciplined martial training remained the sole verified risk-free method to increase that probability, explaining the sudden widespread resurgence of martial arts over recent years. Wu Yu reflected, then sipped 2 mouthfuls of broth. Many previously puzzling phenomena now clicked into place. Martial adepts awakened adepts, the umbral realm necroforms. Not isolated anomalies, but interwoven threads of a single unfolding reality. He set down his bowl and retrieved his phone, opening the final module, personal profile. Its contents were sparse, but unambiguous. Rank, mission log, contribution points. A final item appeared: foundational information maintenance, requiring self-submission of ability classification, specialization, and related details. Wu Yu studied it briefly, then stowed the device. His noodles had grown completely cold, but he wasn't particular. As he chewed the softened strands, his thoughts continued to churn. Awakened adepts were ranked in tiers, each subdivided into 4 ascending grades: Ding, intra-level, Bing, Yi, and Jia, the latter signifying imminent transcendence to the next tier. The martial ceiling stood at Tier 3 Ding, the lowest rank of Tier 3. Yet Wu Yu, without exerting full effort, had already attained Tier 3 Yi. By tier alone, he had surpassed the highest possible attainment of any martial adept. Still, martial adepts cultivated the Kaiyan blood path. Wu Yu practiced the sword techniques from the sword canon, a fundamentally different discipline. The precise nature of Kaiyan blood cultivation would require first-hand experience to grasp. And what of the necroform gods? How immense was their power? And he shook his head, dispelling the chaotic speculation. Just as he rose to leave, something occurred to him. He pulled out his personal phone, opened the Baiyu Martial Academy's official account, and scrolled through today's class schedule. Quickly locating the line: Sunday, afternoon 2:30 p.m., introductory swordsmanship course. He checked the time: 1:40 p.m. His afternoon was entirely free. Moreover, he still hadn't found a suitably secluded location to practice the illusory cloud step sword art. Attending this introductory class would offer valuable insight into the swordsmanship traditions of this world. He scanned the QR code to complete payment, hoisted his long cloth-wrapped sword bag, and stood to leave. But at the doorway he froze. "And my 4,000 jade coins." Wu Yu slapped his forehead in realization. The elevator doors opened, and Wu Yu arrived on the 12th floor of the building. "Welcome to the Baiyu Martial." As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, a cheerful voice greeted him. "Sir, are you interested in martial arts and fitness? Our gym is currently offering a half-price promotion." The girl with the bun behind the counter stood up swiftly, sporting a standard sales smile, ready with her classic pitch. Wu Yu looked at her. Today the girl with the bun had changed her outfit. She still wore a white martial arts uniform, but this time it had a fitted waist. As she stood up, her upper body appeared quite plump. "Is this something significant?" Wu Yu cleared his throat. "It's me. I left my number last time." "Oh." The girl with the bun was taken aback, squinting her eyes to scrutinize him closely. Then she exclaimed, and her sales smile turned into surprise. "Oh, it's you, the one from yesterday." She reacted quickly, immediately rummaging through her notebook from below the counter. When she looked up, her smile returned, but this time it was much more sincere. Mr. Wu Yu, are you here for the trial class today?" Wu Yu nodded. "Yes, I'm here to attend the beginner's swordsmanship class this afternoon. Is that okay?" "Of course." The girl with the bun checked her phone, and then showed a slightly troubled expression. "But it's not even 1:30 yet. The beginner's swordsmanship class won't start for over an hour." "That's fine. Do you have a place to sit and rest?" "Yes, we do." The girl with the bun came out from behind the counter and led Wu Yu inside. They passed through a corridor lined with sandbags and wooden dummies, turning into a small room. The room was simple, with a few long benches against the wall and a piece of calligraphy hung on the wall writing the 2 characters for martial arts. "Please sit here and rest." She pointed to a bench. "Thank you. You're too kind." The girl with the bun turned and walked out, her steps light. As she reached the door, she mumbled softly, "Just a day apart, how can he look so much better? And he has such a great aura." Her voice was very soft, but it still reached Wu Yu's ears in the quiet corridor. Then she added even softer, No, it's working hours. Oh, what am I thinking?" Her footsteps quickened and disappeared around the corner. "Wu Yu." This was all thanks to the illusory flowing cloud sword technique. He shook his head, sat down on the long bench, leaned the bag containing his sword against the side, and took out his pure black work phone. There was still an hour left. It was just right to review some materials. He opened the investigation app and entered the forum sharing section. Then he clicked on a post: "Characteristics and cleaning strategies of the Thousand-Faced Corpse Clan." The term reminded him of the monster from last night and the previous corpses with distorted features. The information was lengthy, and he read through it line by line. The corpses of the Thousand-Faced Clan, mostly present humanoid forms, They have a particular fondness for the flesh and blood of humans, especially those who are level-up warriors or abilities users. They possess the ability to devour flesh and retain human skin, exhibiting a strong survival ability. High-level Thousand-Face clan corpses even have a habit of leaving behind reborn offspring. After devouring human flesh, they will wear the skin of the consumed, making it nearly impossible to distinguish their identity from their appearance. However, low-level Thousand-Face corpses cannot fully imitate human behavior. Their bodily movements and facial expressions may unconsciously distort. In contrast, mid to high-level Thousand-Face corpses are much better at disguise, even actively integrating into human society. Thus, the corpses of the Thousand-Face clan are also known as pseudo-human corpses. Wu Yu's mind flashed to those corpses with distorted features. So the previous corpses were all from the Thousand-Faced clan. Regardless of the rank of the Thousand-Faced corpses, when wearing human skin, they can almost perfectly conceal their dark domain energy fluctuations, making them undetectable by dark domain detection instruments, thus exhibiting strong concealment. Their ability to mask dark domain energy fluctuations and their knack for disguise have posed great challenges for us in executing the cleaning work on the Thousand-Faced corpses. But of course, their ability to conceal dark domain energy fluctuations is not without solution. When they exceed the strength of the skin they wear, or when they unleash their own dark domain energy field, their dark domain energy will inevitably leak. He remembered the middle-aged man who ran at night, clearly running boldly in the community, yet no one noticed him. It turned out it was because he was wearing human skin, which concealed the dark domain energy fluctuations. In summary, the speed of cleaning the Thousand-Face clan's corpses must be swift while also checking the surrounding area for any potential pseudo-human corpses exhibiting unusual behaviors or drastic changes in habits. If mid to high-level Thousand-Face corpses are discovered, further investigation into their reborn offspring will be necessary. Posted by ZB101. Wu Yu finished reading, exited, and clicked on the next post. Time passed quickly. When he looked up again, it was almost 2:30. He stood up and stretched, his bones cracking softly. Just as he moved his neck a couple of times, footsteps were heard at the door. The girl with the bun poked her head in halfway. "Mister Wu Yu, the beginner's swordsmanship class is about to start." Wu Yu stood up and followed her out. They passed through the corridor and arrived at a spacious area. It was a rectangular training zone with light-colored wooden floors, the wood grain clear and exquisite, clearly well-maintained. About 7 or 8 men and women in white martial arts uniforms stood inside, ranging from teenagers to those in their 30s, all holding wooden swords. In front of them stood a man. He was around 30 with a buzz cut in ordinary appearance, also dressed in a white martial arts uniform and a black belt with a golden diagonal stripe around his waist. Wu Yu had seen this type of belt online, black representing professional level and the golden diagonal stripe indicating rank. Professional level 1. This should be the instructor for the beginner's swordsmanship class at Bayou Martial Arts Gym. Wu Yu had a good idea. He walked forward. The buzz-cut man noticed him. His gaze swept over Wu Yu, seeing him in a plain white t-shirt, immediately frowned. Then he looked at Wu Yu's face, his frown deepening. There was a flicker of disdain and a hint of barely perceptible jealousy in his eyes. Then he averted his gaze as if he hadn't seen anything and turned to the 7 or 8 students in martial arts uniforms. "In the last class, we learned the most fundamental yet extremely important stance in swordsmanship." His voice was steady, carrying a hint of a teaching tone. "We experienced how to root our feet into the ground, how to keep our spine straight and upright like a pine, and how to hold the sword hilt steadily and relaxed while the tip of the sword accurately points at the opponent's throat." He scanned the room. "Come, Xiao Yu, come demonstrate. Let me see if you've forgotten what we learned last time." A girl with short hair stepped out from the crowd, looking delicate and youthful. She held a wooden sword with both hands, striking a pose. Feet apart, knees slightly bent, sword held up in front, tip facing forward. The buzz-cut man looked at her and nodded in satisfaction. "Good, you've initially learned the stance." He turned to the others. "Everyone can try to strike the stance, and let me see the results of your learning last time." The students immediately spread out, finding their places, and began trying to strike the pose. Some were awkward, while others managed reasonably well, all adjusting their hands and feet. Wu Yu stood still without moving. His sword was still in that small room, and to be honest, striking this so-called stance felt a bit too elementary for him. For the current Wu Yu, anytime and anywhere as long as he had a sword in hand, that was the strongest stance. He glanced at the pose struck by the girl named Xiao Yu. Both hands held the sword up. Just this one action, he could see at least 10 issues at a glance. Shoulders too stiff, elbows too straight, waist too loose, knees too tight, sword tip off center of gravity, tilted, breathing clearly held. Too many. He watched the students seriously adjusting their poses as well as the occasional demonstrations by the professional swordsmanship instructor, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Swords shouldn't be practiced like this. Steps, breathing, and sword handling should be an integrated whole, and beginners should start with rhythm in breathing, then the steps, and sword handling. Pursuing a standard appearance in such a rigid manner is fundamentally wrong. It only leads to increasing stiffness in practice, making later improvement and correction even more difficult. At this point, Wu Yu had a clear understanding of the skill level of the swordsmanship instructor at Bayou Martial Arts Gym. However, he said nothing. He was here just to attend a class and observe, not to disrupt. The bald instructor circled the group, correcting each student's stance before returning to the front. Very good, he nodded, a satisfied expression crossing his face. He swept his gaze across the students clad in white martial uniforms. Starting today, you may formally begin learning our Bayou Martial Hall's unique sword art. He deliberately drew out the final syllable. The Yo-Yu sword art. Wu Yu had already been shaking his head at the instructor's teaching, so much so that he'd nearly walked out. Yet upon hearing those 4 words, he decided to stay a little longer. After all, he had come this far. To leave without witnessing this so-called unique sword art would be a waste of time. The essence of the Yo-Yu sword art lies in. The instructor raised his wooden sword, flowing like fish with the current, borrowing the opponent's force and transforming their momentum. In an instant, his posture lowered dramatically, his frame seeming to shrink, the wooden sword drawn close to his side, its tip barely visible. This is the opening stance, the Yuanxian form. Maintaining the pose, he continued explaining, it embodies stillness like a deep abyss concealing its edge, waiting motionless until the enemy moves, yet intent already preceding action. Wu Yu observed the stance and gave a slight, thoughtful nod. This opening form held genuine merit. The blade concealed at the flank enabled both defense and instantaneous counterattack. The low center of gravity made it difficult to unbalance, far more practical than the stiff, rigid postures demonstrated earlier. With a sudden twist of his waist, like a fish's tail flicking, the instructor guided his wooden sword in a seamless arc. Blade light rippled outward, one circle flowing into the next, weaving a shimmering veil before him. This is the defensive form. His voice remained calm and grounded. When force arrives, do not oppose it. Let it part like water. By the time momentum reaches your side, it has already dissolved into nothingness. Wu Yu's eyebrows lifted slightly. This defensive form possessed admirable conceptual depth. Rather than meeting force heat in, it yielded and redirected, truly akin to water flowing around stone, bypassing rather than colliding. Though the instructor's execution appeared somewhat rigid, the arcs lacking fluidity, transitions insufficiently smooth, the underlying philosophy and structural design of the sword art were sound. A spark of genuine interest stirred within him. Suddenly the instructor accelerated his footwork, nimble, intricate like a school of fish darting through aquatic weeds. He wove deftly between imagined attacks, then lunged forward with a swift, precise thrust. This is the evasive form, he said, breathing lightly. Man and gap become one. Enter where openings appear, neither greedy nor lingering. Strike once and withdraw instantly. Having completed the full demonstration, he brought the wooden sword to rest at his side, sweat already glistening on his brow. Clap, clap, clap. 7 or 8 students burst into enthusiastic applause, their faces alight with admiration. Master is incredible. This sword art is so cool. How long until I can master this? The instructor raised both hands, palms down, gesturing for silence. Now practice freely, but strictly adhere to the principles I just explained. Do not improvise recklessly. With that, he tucked the wooden sword beneath his arm and turned toward the instructor's private restroom, closing the door behind him. The door clicked shut. Presumably he had gone to rest. The students dispersed, awkwardly mimicking the Yo-Yu sword art they had just seen. Some attempting the Yuanxian form sank into squatting positions from which they could not rise, while others executed the defensive form, with jagged erratic arcs resembling electrocardiograms. A few trying the evasive form stumbled over their own feet after 2 steps. A scene of utter chaos. Yet Wu Yu paid none of this heed. The moment the bald instructor finished demonstrating the Yo-Yu sword art, his sword cannon interface flickered unexpectedly. A new line of text materialized: sword art, Yo-Yu sword art, beginner 38. Wu Yu stared at the characters, his mind racing. He had merely watched a single demonstration and already attained beginner proficiency and gained 3 points of mastery. He quickly pieced it together. He had long suspected that sword arts learned externally, not just those granted directly by the sword canon, could also manifest upon it, though he'd never had occasion to verify the theory. Now it was confirmed, undeniably real. What did this imply? That henceforth simply observing another's sword technique might allow him to assimilate it. Moreover, he could enhance it using experience points. Wu Yu mentally rehearsed the Yo-Yu sword art once more, and the sword cannon interface pulsed again. Yo-Yu sword art beginner, 38. Yo-Yu sword art beginner, 48. Wu Yu froze. He hadn't physically practiced, only visualized it internally. He recalled something and immediately focused on another entry in the sword cannon trait. Swordsmanship mastery increases mastery gain when studying any sword art or technique. Did mental rehearsal count as study? Was this void practice? He took a slow, steadying breath, a quiet thrill stirring within him. This trait proved even more potent than he'd imagined, not only boosting mastery during physical practice, but also during internal review and tactical simulation. Just then, hello. A bright, clear voice pierced his thoughts. Wu Yu blinked back to awareness, and a short-haired girl in a white martial uniform stood before him, holding a brand-new wooden sword. She was the same student who'd earlier been called forward to demonstrate stances. Xiao Yu, if memory served. Are you here to learn sword art too? She asked. Wu Yu instinctively nodded. I noticed you standing right here the whole time, without moving. She blinked. Did you forget to bring your practice sword eye? Extending the wooden sword toward him, she added, here. I have a spare. You can borrow it for now. Wu Yu paused and looked down at the sword in her hand. Smooth-grained, its grip wrapped tightly, with black non-slip tape unmistakably new. After a moment's consideration, he accepted it. Thank you. Her eyes crinkled into crescents as she smiled. You're not wearing the hall's official uniform. You're not a formal student yet, are you? Wu Yu nodded. That's right. I'm attending the trial class. Oh, I see. She nodded knowingly. Then use this sword for now. Just return it to me afterward. With that, she turned and returned to her original spot, beginning her own clumsy, yet earnest practice of the Yo-Yu sword art. Wu Yu shifted his gaze away. Technically, he had already mastered the Yo-Yu sword art. He could have left at any moment. Yet a question burned in his mind. If mere mental rehearsal increased mastery, what would happen during actual physical practice? Would it accelerate even further? He glanced down at the wooden sword in his hand, and began. His posture lowered smoothly into the opening stance of the Yo-Yu sword art. Then came the defensive form, the evasive form. As Wu Yu immersed himself fully in practice, the sword cannon interface flickered repeatedly. Yo-Yu sword art beginner, 48. Yo-Yu sword art beginner, 58. Yo-Yu sword art beginner, 68. Meanwhile, another student, initially practicing nearby, noticed Wu Yu's movements and paused. At first, he only glanced casually, but the longer he watched, the more unsettled he grew, until finally he stood utterly transfixed. A moment later, he tugged urgently at his neighbor's sleeve. Hey, look. His companion turned puzzled, then froze completely. Wait, he murmured, stunned. What's going on with this guy? Another girl, catching sight of the commotion, chimed in, her voice trembling slightly. Isn't this the beginner-level sword art class? She swallowed hard. More and more students halted mid-motion, staring dumbfounded at Wu Yu's effortless natural execution of the Yo-Yu sword art. Xiao Yu too sensed the shift in atmosphere. Following their collective gaze, she too froze, utterly speechless. The very same young man who had stood silently beside her moments earlier, introducing himself as a trial class observer, now wielded her spare wooden sword, flawlessly performing the Yo-Yu sword art just taught. His movements flowed with the ease of someone who had trained for years. Xiao Yu opened her mouth, then closed it again, unable to utter a word. Is this even possible? Whitefish Martial Arts Academy, Swordsmanship Training Hall. A wooden sword traced a graceful, supple arc through the air before returning smoothly to its starting position. Wu Yu glanced briefly at the sword manual interface. Swimming Fish Sword Art Proficient, 216. He paused, startled. Just now, had that single pass really propelled him from beginner to proficient, adding 6 points of proficiency outright? He clearly recalled how during foundational sword training, advancing from proficient to masterful had demanded sheer accumulation of experience points. Moreover, he was certain without the sword down mastery trait, such rapid proficiency growth would have been impossible. Previously, he'd assumed the trait's description, increased proficiency gain, meant merely a modest boost. Now, however, it was evident this was no mere increase. It was likely more than double, perhaps even exponential for ordinary sword arts. The sword down mastery trait was truly terrifying. With this trait, could he not at last embody the very archetype of a sword prodigy? Just then, you're already this skilled. Why attend a beginner-level sword class? A voice tinged with quiet grievance drifted from beside him. You've practiced the swimming fish sword art before, haven't you? Wu Yu snapped back to awareness and turned. He froze. All the students clad in white martial uniforms had halted mid-motion, staring at him with expressions both bewildered and conflicted. Some stood agape, others' eyes widened in disbelief, though a few nearly dropped their wooden swords. The speaker was none other than the owner of the wooden sword in his hand, Xiaoyu. The short-haired girl stood motionless, her gaze layered with sorrow and betrayal like a child abandoned by trust. Wu Yu hesitated. He couldn't possibly claim this was his first time. Such a statement would defy all credibility. I've practiced some sword arts before, he replied vaguely. It wasn't deceit, not truly. After all, foundational sword techniques were sword arts. The illusory shadow-flowing cloud sword art was also sword art. He had trained. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged knowing glances. So that's it. No wonder. Such fluidity could never belong to a novice. His presence in a beginner class must simply be a passing whim. Yet someone sensed dissonance. A young man in his early 20s scratched his head and murmured softly, "Strange, doesn't this feel even smoother than Instructor Huang's demonstration?" His voice was low, but in the hushed hall it rang with startling clarity. The group faltered. Their gazes shifted, suddenly uncertain. Indeed, that swimming fish sword art sequence had flowed with seamless grace, unbroken and effortless, far surpassing Instructor Huang's own demonstration by more than just a little. A man in his 30s, short-haired and broad-shouldered, stepped forward. "Young sir," he said, forcing a smile onto his face, "your mastery of the swimming fish sword art is extraordinary. You must be an instructor here at White Fish Martial Arts Academy, correct?" Before Wu Yu could respond, the man pressed on. "Might I ask your instructor code? May I study swordsmanship under your guidance?" At once eyes lit up across the hall. Yes. Sir, do you still have openings for disciples? I'd be honored to train with you. You're so handsome. I want to practice swordplay with you too." The loudest voices belonged to several young women in their 20s. Wu Yu shook his head. "I'm afraid I'm not." But before he could finish, a sharp creak cut through the air. The door to the instructor's private lounge swung open. A man with a crew cut strode out. Seeing the students clustered together, instead of practicing, his brows knotted sharply into a deep grin character. "What's going on?" His voice boomed, low, commanding, edged with razor-sharp authority. "Have you all stopped practicing swordsmanship?" Startled, the students flinched and scattered, hastening back to their positions to resume their stiff, awkward repetitions of the swimming fish sword art. The crew-cut man's gaze swept the room and locked onto Wu Yu. More precisely, onto the wooden sword in Wu Yu's hand. His frown deepened further as he strode forward, fixing Wu Yu with an unblinking stare brimming with undisguised disdain. "Where did you get that wooden sword?" His voice thundered, laced with reprimand. "Non-instructors are strictly forbidden from handling academy equipment. You're merely an observer attending a trial class, yet you dare touch academy property." As he spoke, he thrust out his hand, aiming to snatch the sword from Wu Yu's grip. Wu Yu frowned faintly. What irrational impulse possessed this man? With a subtle sidestep, he evaded the grasp, leaving the man's hand grasping empty air. The man blinked, his contempt intensifying, his tone turning harsher still. "You dare dodge?" Nearby students stared stunned. Moments earlier they'd speculated whether Wu Yu might be another instructor, yet now clearly the two men didn't even know each other. Then a clear, bright voice chimed in. "Instructor Huang, this is my spare sword." The man's outstretched right hand froze midair. He turned toward Xiaoyu, his scowl softening marginally, but his voice remained rigid, unyielding. "Ah, so it's your spare sword, Xiaoyu." He withdrew his hand. No apology followed. No gesture of acknowledgement. Only one final lingering glance at Wu Yu, his disdain undiminished, untouched. Then he pivoted and returned to the center of the hall. "You've all just practiced the swimming fish sword art, gaining a preliminary foundation." His voice regained its authoritative resonance as an instructor. "But swordsmanship exists ultimately for combat. Solitary practice alone will never suffice." He paused. "Next we begin paired sparring practice." Suddenly he turned, directing his gaze squarely at Wu Yu. "Hey, you there." A sardonic smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. "Since Xiaoyu lent you her spare sword, you might as well contribute something meaningful." He raised his own wooden sword, pointing it directly at Wu Yu. "Come, spar with me. I'll demonstrate proper technique for the class." Instantly comprehension dawned across the hall. Instructor Huang was settling a personal grudge. It was no secret within the academy that Instructor Huang held deep contempt for those who could only afford trial classes. Previously he'd humiliated other trial attendees. Yet recalling Wu Yu's earlier cloud-like fluidity in the swimming fish sword art, expressions flickered, uneasy, intrigued, expectant. No one spoke. All waited for the spectacle. Meanwhile the crew-cut man continued, "This isn't bullying you. I'm merely demonstrating for the class." His face wore the sanctimonious mask of benevolence. "And you trial attendees, you came here to learn, didn't you?" Sparring offers the richest learning. So truly, I'm doing you a favor. Wu Yu listened and smiled. He'd intended to return the wooden sword to the short-haired girl and leave. The swimming fish sword art was mastered. Remaining served no purpose. But apparently someone insisted on stepping forward to be struck. If so, then he bore no responsibility. Very well, he nodded. I happen to possess modest familiarity with swordsmanship. Hearing Wu Yu's agreement, Instructor Huang's eyes gleamed, briefly triumphant. But upon hearing modest familiarity, his lips twisted into a sneer of contempt. Modest familiarity. How utterly presumptuous. Still he feigned courtesy, raising his hand in a polished, mocking gesture of invitation. Excellent. Then please, proceed. Wu Yu stepped calmly into the center, facing Instructor Huang across the silent hall. I won't take advantage of you. Instructor Huang assumed a formal opening stance, his expression smug with confidence. You claim familiarity with swordsmanship. I'll grant you the first 3 strikes. Wu Yu said nothing more. His foot shifted. Swimming fish sword art drifting step. His wooden sword blurred, a streak of afterimage, lancing straight forward. No supplementary force. No foundational technique. No illusory shadow flowing cloud sword art. Merely a standard unadorned form from the swimming fish sword art. Yet it was more than sufficient. Instructor Huang's pupils contracted violently. Too fast. He hadn't registered Wu Yu's motion. Only felt a sharp sting in his chest. Then, the tip of the wooden sword rested lightly against his left pectoral. He hadn't even raised his blade to parry. And Wu Yu did not stop. 1 strike. 2, 3, 4, 5. Like falling rain, the wooden sword descended upon Instructor Huang's body. Chest, shoulder, arm, thigh, back. Each blow landed with feather-like precision, yet striking the exact same point every time. Instructor Huang staggered like a sandbag, swaying helplessly, unable even in the end to raise his own sword. 2 seconds later, thud, bruised and swollen, he collapsed to his knees, unable to remain upright. He lifted his battered face, eyes wide with raw shock. You're also a professional rank swordsman. His words died mid-sentence, as Wu Yu withdrew the wooden sword. Wu Yu looked down at him, voice calm, uninflected. I won't presume to judge your character, but a swordsman speaks through his blade. He paused, and yours falls short. The entire practice room was silent. You? What rank are you in the professional level? The man kneeling on the ground raised his head, his bruised face filled with unwillingness as he asked intermittently. Wu Yu ignored him. Professional level. He couldn't be bothered to explain. Turning around, he walked over to the short-haired girl and handed her the wooden sword. Thank you for the sword. Xiao Yu blankly accepted the sword, still somewhat dazed. She remembered the question she had just asked. Why would someone as skilled as you come to attend a beginner's sword class? It turned out that he was indeed formidable. Not just ordinary formidable, but the kind of formidable that could make an instructor kneel in 2 seconds. No need to thank me. She instinctively replied, her voice sounding airy. Then she shook her head, finally coming to her senses. She didn't ask Wu Yu why he was so strong, nor did she inquire about his origins. Those questions spun around in her mind before she swallowed them back. She hesitantly spoke up, are you accepting students? Wu Yu glanced at her. This girl had been quite enthusiastic when she borrowed his sword. He smiled and shook his head. I'm not taking disciples. After saying that, he turned and pushed the door open, leaving a room full of people staring at one another. With his long cloth bag in hand, Wu Yu had just gotten off the bus. The early summer afternoon breeze blew over, carrying a bit of warmth that made one feel slightly uncomfortable. Dingling, dingling, his phone rang. He pulled out his pure blackwork phone, and the screen displayed 2 characters, Lin Yuan. Hello, Xiao Yu. Lin Yuan's voice came through the receiver. It's me, Uncle Lin. What's up? There's been a detection of energy fluctuations from a second-tier dark domain energy field in the garden next to launching community. Lin Yuan paused. Are you interested in going to clean it up? Wu Yu was taken aback. Of course this isn't an official cleaning task. Whether you go or not depends on your availability. I thought although you possess the strength of a 3rd-tier rank, you lack experience in executing cleaning tasks, and this is a good opportunity, so I asked you. Wu Yu's heart stirred upon hearing this. What was the main reason he joined the investigation bureau? It was to hunt down corpses and gain experience points. Those ordinary corpses before gave 10 points each, while the 3rd-tier one last night directly gave 800 points. Now experience points were right in front of him. How could he refuse? Interested. That was certainly enticing. I'm free right now, Uncle Lin, he replied immediately. All right, Lin Yuan responded. Stay where you are. Your ride will be there shortly. Wu Yu didn't ask how the other party knew his location. He was aware that the investigation bureau's work phones had built-in location sharing. After hanging up, he waited by the roadside for less than 2 minutes. Swoosh, a pure black SUV smoothly stopped in front of him. The car door opened, and a man clad in a black trench coat leaned out. "Lord, will you please get in the car? Lord, will you?" Hearing this address took Wu Yu by surprise for a second, and he didn't even react that it was aimed at him. There was only one person in the car, and he opened the passenger door and sat down. As soon as the door closed, the car sped away, disappearing in a flash. "Lord Wu Yu, I am the executor for this cleaning task," Lin Wan, the young man said, gripping the steering wheel without glancing away. "I received word from the bureau that I will be executing this cleaning task with you." Hearing Lord Wu Yu again made Wu Yu feel awkward once more. He turned to glance at this young man named Lin Wan. Looking at someone who appeared young but was clearly over 25 being called Lord by someone older made him feel quite uncomfortable. "Just call me by my name." Lin Wan shook his head, his tone serious. "Etiquette should not be disregarded. You are a formally recognized executor. Wu Yu." He opened his mouth as if to say something, but swallowed it back. "Forget it, let it be. Then please introduce this cleaning task." "All right, Lord Wu Yu," Lin Wan nodded. "The location for this cleaning task is D614. Wu Yu mentally reviewed it. Lanha City is divided into 7 areas. A to GU D6 is near the area where he lived, and 14 is a more specific location number. Lin Wan continued to report. The energy field intensity of the task target is 2nd tier. The specific race of the task target is the Thousand-Faced Corpse Clan. The organization to which the target belongs is the Faceless Sect. Wu Yu nodded after hearing this. He had just seen the information about the Thousand-Faced Corpse Clan on the investigation app. Those twisted monsters were the lower-tier corpses of the Thousand-Faced Clan, also known as pseudo-human corpses. As for the Faceless Sect, it was also mentioned in the data. It was an organization subordinate to the Thousand-Faced Clan, mostly composed of the clan's corpses along with a small number of other racial corpses, and a few human traitors. He snapped back to reality, suddenly recalling something. "What is your relationship with Lin Yuan?" he asked. Lin Wan paused for a moment before answering. "Lord Wu Yu, Lin Yuan is my brother." Wu Yu realized. Having the experienced Lin Wan accompany him on his first cleaning task was a kindness from Lin Yuan. A few minutes later, the SUV halted at the edge of a residential area. Wu Yu squeezed into a black capsule and changed into a black trench coat, pushing open the car door to get out, as wearing uniforms was a requirement for executing tasks according to the Bureau's regulations. The trench coat was light and airy, feeling as if he wasn't wearing anything at all. Not only was it breathable and comfortable, but it also had a certain degree of protective function. The two followed the information provided by the dark domain energy detector on their phones, and quickly found the specific location of the 2nd-tier dark domain energy field that had yet to erupt. Wu Yu put away his phone and looked up. In front of him was a small supermarket. The facade was modest with a sign that read, "Convenience Supermarket," and several boxes of drinks were placed at the entrance with discount posters stuck to the glass door. The two exchanged glances, then walked in together. "You don't want this." "No problem." As soon as they entered, they heard a man's voice that carried a hint of urgency. "We have laundry detergent that works even better. Oh, look, this brand." Taking a few steps further, they could see the situation inside. Next to the cash register, a middle-aged man in a short-sleeved shirt was speaking to a long-haired woman in a red dress. The man had a slightly balding head, and beads of sweat were forming on his forehead, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Is this not satisfactory?" His voice was tight. "Please don't rush. Oh, please don't rush. We also have special laundry beads." The woman had her back to the door, making it impossible to see her face. But Wu Yu immediately noticed something was off. A faint, wispy black mist was emanating from her. The black mist was so faint that ordinary people would not be able to see it. Then there was the balding boss reaction, sweating profusely and his voice trembling, clearly forcing himself to deal with the situation. "Lord Wu Yu." Lin Wan lowered his voice. "Second-tier, pseudo-human corpse." Wu Yu nodded. He took a couple of steps forward and changed his angle. This time he could see clearly. The woman had long hair and was wearing a red dress. From her back, she looked like an ordinary woman, but when she slightly turned her head, that face, more accurately that mouth. Below her lips were a row of triangular bone-white fangs tightly packed and currently slightly ajar, revealing sharp teeth within. Seeing this scene, Wu Yu instantly understood what had happened. A second-tier pseudo-human corpse, disguised in human skin, was living among humans in society. But for some reason its disguise had been seen through, causing its corpse characteristics and energy fluctuations to leak out. At the same time, information flashed quickly in Wu Yu's mind from the investigation app. Second-tier, Thousand-Faced Corpse Clan. Unlike those first-tier corpses with distorted features, the second-tier Thousand-Faced Corpse Clan had already developed preliminary intelligence and could communicate They wouldn't drag people into the dark domain at the sight of them like first-tier corpses, but would take different actions based on the situation. It was precisely because of this that the balding boss could stand there trembling rather than directly turning into hero fragments. Wu Yu withdrew his gaze and glanced at Linwen. The woman in the red dress slightly tilted her head, her face hidden beneath her long hair. Her mouth moved, producing a hoarse sound akin to sandpaper rubbing against glass. Have you discovered? The voice was soft, yet the three people in the supermarket heard it clearly. The bald shopkeeper's forehead was slick with sweat trickling down to drip onto the counter. His voice quivered, yet he struggled to maintain a semblance of composure. He discovered what? He shrank back, bumping into the shelf behind him. If the laundry pods don't meet your expectations, we have. His mind raced, desperately trying to think of something to buy time. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of gray-white light zipped past him. It was too fast. So fast that even the shadow was indistinguishable, like a beam of light jumping out from its sheath, and then back again. The woman in the red dress still had her mouth agape, her bare triangular white teeth visible, but her body had begun to change. Starting from the edges, it slowly transformed into black smoke like burnt paper ash scattering in the air. 1 second later, she had completely vanished. Only a faint wisp of black smoke remained, proof that this second-tier corpse had once existed. Experience points awarded 50. Wu Yu retracted his sword, frowning. 50 points. A second-tier corpse is only worth 50 points. The last third-tier corpse had given 800 points. His mind raced. Could it be that the third tier is the dividing line for corpse strength? Or did the last monster have some peculiar attributes? Thud. A dull sound interrupted his train of thought. The bald shopkeeper plopped down on the ground, his legs kicking a couple of times, but failing to stand up. He lay there wide-eyed, staring blankly at the spot where the woman in the red dress had just stood, his expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost. Linwen stepped forward, pulling out an identification booklet from his pocket and waving it in front of the shopkeeper. Hello, we are officers from the Security Bureau. The identification bore a bright red stamp with the words Lanha City Security Bureau inscribed. The bald shopkeeper glanced at it once, then twice, and then, whoa, he burst into tears like a 150-pound child. There's a monster. Whoa, there's a monster. That mouth, those teeth, whoa, it scared me to death. His cries were deafening, his face smeared with tears and snot. Linwen calmly took out a small spray bottle from his pocket and sprayed it twice on the shopkeeper's face. PSSHH, PSSHH, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. The bald shopkeeper's cries visibly softened, and after a few seconds he blinked, looking as if he had just woken from a nightmare. Though still sniffling, he was now able to regain control. This was one of the standard equipment from the Investigation Bureau, designed to forcibly calm ordinary people for the sake of subsequent work. Seeing that the shopkeeper had calmed down sufficiently, Linwen put away the spray, adopting a formal tone. What just happened is classified information. In half an hour, personnel from the Security Bureau will arrive to handle the situation. During this time, please do not mention any related matters to anyone. If you violate this, you may be restricted in personal freedom for suspected violations of relevant regulations in the Supreme Code of Dongling Nation. The bald shopkeeper nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. I understand. I won't say a word. I won't tell anyone. Linwen turned to Wu Yu and nodded. The two walked out of the supermarket. The outside was still bright, the setting sun casting an orange hue over the streets, while several passers-by walked by the supermarket entrance, completely oblivious to what had occurred inside. Linwen pressed his ear on the earpiece. Cleanup task at D614 has been completed. There are witnesses that need to be handled by the logistics department. A brief reply came through the earpiece received. Linwen lowered his hand and looked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu couldn't help but ask, is that it? Yes, Lord Wu Yu. Linwen explained, our execution department is mainly responsible for real-time on-site cleanup tasks. The work of calming residents and subsequent investigations is handled by colleagues from the logistics department. Wu Yu nodded. He had seen a post on the investigation portal mentioning that after clearing a fake corpse, nearby areas needed to be investigated. It turned out that this part of the work was indeed the responsibility of the logistics department, and the division of labor was clear. There are currently no other tasks. Linwen said, next, where does Lord Wu Yu want to go? I can drive you. To launching community. Wu Yu glanced at his phone. After the trip to Bayou Martial Arts Center and the round at the livable Garden City, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and he was just in time for dinner. The SUV stopped steadily downstairs. Wu Yu opened the car door and turned to Linwen, saying, thanks for your help with this task. No need to thank me, Lord Wu Yu. Linwen shook his head. This is what I should do. Wu Yu nodded and got out of the car, carrying a long cloth bag. Watching the black SUV drive out of the community, he turned and went upstairs. Back in his room, Wu Yu leaned the sword bag against the wall and took out his phone to make a call. After 2 rings the call was answered. "Hello, Xiaoyu." Lin Yuan's voice was cheerful. "Thank you for this task, Uncle Lin. We got straight to the point. It's all trivial matters." On the other end of the line, Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair smiling. He did this simply to build a good relationship with Wu Yu, a highly gifted young man. 3rd tier B rank, 18 years old. Such potential could lead anywhere, no one could say for sure. He paused, recalling something. "By the way, there's one more piece of news that you might find useful." "What news?" "This year's college entrance examination will include martial arts as well as cultural subjects." Wu Yu was taken aback. He had already seen this notification on the investigation portal. "I might need it." He was a bit confused. "Uncle Lin, do you mean I should also take the martial arts exam?" The martial arts program primarily recruits those who practice martial arts, aimed at increasing the number of martial artists and consequently the number of capable individuals. In other words, the martial arts program is designed to train martial artists. But the upper limit for martial artists is only 3rd tier D rank. He was already at least 3rd tier B rank. What relevance did the martial arts program have for him? Lin Yuan chuckled on the other end of the line. "What martial arts exam?" He joked. "You still need to take the martial arts exam with your strength. It's for the martial arts university. Since the martial arts program has been established, there must be a place for training martial artists, so the martial arts university will also be opened simultaneously." He paused. "Though there isn't one in Lanhe City, there will be one in the neighboring Yinhua City." Well, you knew about Yinhua City, which was not far from Lanhe City. It would take less than 2 hours to drive there. Lin Yuan continued. "The opening of the martial arts university will require a large number of martial arts instructors, and the martial arts exam will also need invigilators. And the selection of these martial arts instructors and invigilators will also be handled by our investigation bureau." He added, "Most martial arts instructors and invigilators are chosen from among the martial artists in the community, but we can also take on an official position. It won't require much work, and there will be rewards like contribution points, which is quite good." He said, "If you're interested, there will be a corresponding registration portal in the investigation portal later. Xiao, you can keep an eye on it." Wu Yu understood after hearing this. Simply put, the martial arts program is newly established, and one can take on positions as invigilators and martial arts instructors with little work and good pay. "Thank you, Uncle Lin." He replied. "No need for politeness, I'm hanging up." The call ended. Wu Yu set down his phone, leaning back in his chair, watching the sky gradually darken outside. He couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. It was indeed easier to get things done within the system. The matters regarding the martial arts program and martial arts university hadn't even been officially announced yet, but here the news about registration for martial arts instructors and invigilators had already been released. He chuckled, not to say it felt rather nice. After finishing dinner, Wu Yu pushed the bowl aside, picked up his sword, and headed downstairs. Wu Ma called out behind him, "Come back early," to which he responded, and the door closed behind him. In the small park, the old place. The few phoenix trees still stood there, and the light from the street lamps filtered through the leaves, casting a mottled pattern on the ground. There was hardly any wind tonight, and the leaves were incredibly quiet. Wu Yu was the only one in the entire park. He drew his sword. The silver-gray blade gleamed coldly under the street lamp as he gripped the hilt, running through the fish swimming sword technique he had just learned today in his mind. Starting stance, defensive stance, drifting stance. Sheathing the sword. After completing a smooth set of fish swimming sword technique, Wu Yu glanced at the sword manual panel. Fish swimming sword technique minor completion, 216. Fish swimming sword technique minor completion, 1016. Just from one practice, his proficiency increased by another 8 points. The last time he practiced it added 6 points, and now it was 8 points. He thought for a moment it must be due to the sword. After all, the wooden sword was too light and felt a bit off. Practicing the fish swimming sword technique with a training sword gave him 8 points in proficiency. Wu Yu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. He took a deep breath and continued practicing. Second round. Fish swimming sword technique minor completion, 1016. Fish swimming sword technique major completion, 236. Third round. Fish swimming sword technique major completion, 236. 1036. Fourth round. Fifth round. 2 hours later. Wu Yu stopped his sword practice, not even slightly out of breath. He opened the sword manual panel. Fish swimming sword technique perfection. He stared at that line of text for 2 seconds. Perfection. An entire afternoon and a night going directly from 0 to perfection. Although this sword technique itself wasn't too advanced, it was still a sword skill that could slightly enhance his combat capabilities. However, his gaze fell on the word perfection. It was empty. There were no special traits. Wu Yu felt a bit disappointed. It seemed not every sword technique granted special traits upon reaching perfection. Was the fish swimming sword technique too simple? Or was it only the techniques provided by the manual that granted special traits upon perfection? He shook his head and sheathed his sword. Forget it, no need to force it. He looked up at the sky. The moon hung high bright with hardly any clouds around. It was getting late, but he didn't plan to go back just yet. Tonight he still planned to go out and hunt in the wild. The Bureau's dark domain detection instruments were spread throughout the city, capable of monitoring the entire Lana city. However, the dark domain detection instruments could only detect the fluctuations of leaked dark domain energy fields, meaning they could only detect when a corpse type activated the dark domain or when its energy control was unstable. Like the last time with that third-tier corpse type, it made no fluctuations while wearing human skin, and the dark domain detection instrument couldn't pick it up at all. But he was different. The chill within him could only sense within a radius of about 5 meters, but it was precise. As long as a corpse type approached this range, even if it hid well, it would still trigger fluctuations in the chill. That third-tier corpse type was discovered in just this way. Therefore today he's still prepared to go out and try his luck. He carried his sword and walked out of the community. Wu continued down the road and passed by that AI Sports store. The door was still open and the light shone through the glass door. Wu took a glance inside, then paused his steps. A familiar figure stood by the counter. Long hair cascading down, wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans. She was moving things around. It was the girl who had been attacked by corpse types twice and saved by him twice. A woman's voice came from the store. "Shall I help me lift this table?" "Wait a minute, Mom, coming right now." The girl replied, putting down what she was holding and walking inside. Wu was taken aback. So she was the daughter of the store owner. He smiled and didn't stop his steps, continuing to walk forward. Just as he turned, Lin Xianmai, who was arranging items in the store, lifted her head and glanced outside unintentionally. She froze. A figure carrying a sword was walking away into the night. That figure. Why was it so familiar? Suddenly 2 images flashed in her mind: the figure she had seen when she first woke up in the alley, and the same figure she saw again later in the alley. It was him. It was the person who had saved her twice. She immediately put down what she was holding and dashed outside. Wait. She reached the door and looked around. The street was empty, the streetlight dim, with only the occasional electric bike passing by. That figure had already vanished. She stood there panting, biting her lip. Then she took out her phone, intending to call the security bureau. Her finger hovered over the screen, but couldn't press. He had saved her twice, and she hadn't even said thank you yet. And now she was going to report him to the security bureau. That wouldn't be good, would it? She hesitated for a few seconds, then put the phone away. Xiaomai, where are you?" A voice from the store owner called out. Coming. She took one last look at the empty street and turned to run back inside. Wu was oblivious to all this. At that moment he was walking down a secluded path when suddenly he paused. The chill inside him stirred slightly. His eyes lit up as he turned to look at the small park nearby. The shadows of the trees danced, the streetlight dim, and at first glance it seemed empty. But he fully trusted the chill within him, holding his sword and walking straight in. A moment later he emerged from within feeling refreshed. Allocable experience points 10. Not bad. He continued walking, circling around the secluded corners near the community. Some areas yielded results while others did not. After one round, allocable experience points 40, Wu returned home satisfied. By the time he got home it was nearly 11 o'clock. The living room had a small lamp lit as usual, and there was a cup of milk on the table. Wu picked it up, drank it, and quietly returned to his room. After washing up and lying on the bed, he thought for a moment and took out his phone to send a message to Lin Yuan. "Uncle Lin, you know my abilities match well with the sword. I wanted to ask if there's a private place where I can practice swordsmanship." Sent. He placed the phone next to his pillow and waited. Not long after, the phone vibrated. "Lin Yuan, besides needing good privacy, do you have any other requirements?" Wu thought for a moment and typed, "It would be best if the space were a bit larger and closer to my home." "No other requirements." Sent. A few minutes later the phone vibrated again. "Lin Yuan, go to the Fengxiang Martial Arts School. The head is my friend and also skilled in swordsmanship. They have a dedicated sword practice room. Just mention my name when you go." Wu was momentarily taken aback. Fengxiang Martial Arts School. He had been there before while exploring various martial arts schools. He remembered that the head of that school was proficient in sword techniques and charged 100,000 jade coins without offering a trial class. At that time he thought it would be great to learn there, but the price scared him off. Unexpectedly the head was actually a friend of Lin Yuan's. Did this mean he could learn the sword techniques from Fengxiang Martial Arts School? At the same time he quickly realized. Once a martial artist ascends, they inevitably encounter corpse types, and the investigation bureau, especially now with the martial sciences being open to the connection between the authorities and the martial arts schools, would only tighten. Thinking this way, it seemed quite normal for Lin Yuan to know the head of Fengxiang Martial Arts School. He replied, "Thank you, Uncle Lin." Lin Yuan quickly responded, "You're welcome. By the way, shall you help me check on that old fellow while you're at it?" Old fellow. Wu Yu looked at those 3 words and smiled. It seemed Lin Yuan and the head of Fengxiang Martial Arts School had a pretty good relationship. In that case, he decided to check it out after school tomorrow. He made up his mind, placed his phone aside, closed his eyes, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was tapping on his phone, typing, "Old phone, I have a friend who will be going to your place soon, a formal torchbearer. You can handle it as you see fit." In the morning, while washing up, Wu Yu looked at himself in the mirror, tousling the hair that fell over his forehead. He stared at the face reflected back, momentarily dazed. His complexion was even, his skin smooth, and his features softened compared to before, looking strikingly handsome. He turned his head left and right, feeling increasingly unfamiliar with his own appearance. "Who is this?" He sighed. "What happened? Why does practicing swordsmanship feel like undergoing To be honest, Wu Yu did not want such a change. An overly outstanding appearance often brings trouble, and trouble was what he despised the most. Moreover, looking this good carrying a sword loses its intimidating effect. Walking down the street, people would probably just think he was cosplaying. Thinking of this, he sighed again, letting his tousled hair fall down to cover his brows and eyes. This looked a bit better, it wasn't so conspicuous. When he returned to school, although just a weekend had passed, Wu Yu felt as if he had been away for ages. From being dragged into the dark realm by a third-tier corpse type with almost no ability to fight back, to eventually slaying that third-tier corpse type, joining the investigation bureau, and even completing his first cleanup task as a torchbearer, he had even found time to learn a sword technique at the Bayou Martial Arts School. All of this happened within just a few days. He sat in his seat, leaning against the back of the chair, watching the students running on the playground outside the window. The sunlight streamed in, falling on the desk just like any other Monday. But he was no longer the same. He withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and began to practice the phantom flowing cloud sword technique in his mind. With his heart following the cloud's intent, playing with the sword rose with the chi from his dantian, like clouds emerging from the valley, continuously gathering power, its sharpness already sensed before it was seen. Just as he was halfway through, his phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out to glance. "Wang Mumu, why didn't you add my cousin?" Wu Yu was taken aback for a moment, then felt a bit speechless. How did she know I didn't add him? Did she ask? He shoved the phone back into the desk, ignoring it. He had no time to play house with kids. After acquiring the proficiency feature in swordsmanship, he could still increase his skill level by practicing the sword in his mind. He closed his eyes and continued to practice. In the afternoon, when school let out, Wu Yu glanced at the sword technique panel. Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword Technique Beginner 182-1000. Proficiency had not increased at all. Okay then. He had anticipated this. After all, it was a sword technique capable of slaying third-tier corpse types with mere entry-level proficiency, so it was normal for it to be difficult to master. If it were as easy as practicing the Yuefish sword technique twice to perfection, that would be bizarre. After some thought, he decided to invest all the experience points he gained yesterday into it. Available experience points 900. Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword Technique Beginner 182-1000. Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword Technique Beginner 272-1000. A warm current surged through him, and he gained new insights about the Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword Technique. Those areas that had previously been a bit hazy were now much clearer. He nodded in satisfaction. Yes, gaining points in Deep Blue is indeed faster. Of course, this is also thanks to the help of those kind-hearted corpses. He should go out more often and find some good-hearted corpses to communicate with. He packed his bag and walked outside. Just as he stepped out of the school gate, a clear voice rang in his ear. "Why didn't you reply to my message?" Wu Yu turned to look. With long black hair and oval face, and dressed in the summer uniform of the 5th school, Hua Lin stood at the school gate, hands on her hips, frowning, as if she were questioning him. "Wu Yu," I asked. Just as she began to speak, a gentle breeze blew by. The wind was not strong, just enough to tousle her shoulder-length hair and lift Wu Yu's bangs. Hua Lin was momentarily stunned. She looked at Wu Yu's face, opened her mouth, and forgot what she wanted to say. That face. Is this what Wu Yu looks like? She recalled the Wu Yu she used to see in class. It seemed not quite like this. The previous Wu Yu had a gloomy demeanor, head down, making him seem unapproachable. She had never looked closely at what he looked like. But this face now, how could it be so handsome? Wu Yu noticed her staring blankly at his face and slightly furrowed his brows. He did not linger any longer, walking past her directly and out of the school gate, his figure disappearing around the corner. He had no time to chat with these attention-seeking teenage girls. He still had to go to the Fengxiang Martial Arts School today to check out the sword training quiet room there, and see if there were any opportunities to learn the sword techniques from Fengxiang Martial Arts School. At the school gate, Hua Linlin stood there in a daze, her mind filled with the image she had just seen. She stood there until several girls in uniforms walked out of the school gate. Linlin, someone patted her shoulder. Why are you standing here dazed? Off. Hua Linlin came to her senses with a start. It's nothing. She waved her hand, her face quickly flushing red. I was just thinking about something. She glanced at the girl who was a classmate from the neighboring class. Shout in, I have something to do, so I'll go first. Saying this, she turned and ran away quickly, her hair getting tousled in the wind. The girls watched her retreating figure, exchanging glances. Why is Hua Linlin's face so red? A girl whispered. Could it be that she's in love? The girl called Xiao Dan glanced at her, a knowing smile curling at her lips with a glint of jealousy in her eye. Isn't that normal? Hua Linlin changes boyfriends faster than she changes clothes. The last girl hesitated for a moment before saying softly, Dan Jie, this isn't something you should spread. Her words were interrupted before she could finish. Something shouldn't be said lightly. Xiao Dan glared at her. What do you mean I spread it? I'm just stating the facts, okay? The girl shrank her neck, not daring to say anything further. On the other side, Hua Linlin reached a corner and stood by the roadside, patting her flushed cheeks. Hua Linlin, oh Hua Linlin, she murmured softly. Even though you are beauty conscious, you can't just stare at someone like that. Now people must think you're a creep. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became, and she slapped her face again. Beep beep. A honking sound rang out. A black car pulled up beside her, and the window slowly rolled down. Linlin. A middle-aged man's face appeared, smiling warmly. Ah, Dad. Hua Linlin was taken aback for a moment, hurriedly opening the car door to sit in the passenger seat. The car started and smoothly merged into the flow of traffic. What were you thinking just now? The man glanced at her, so engrossed. Hua Linlin stammered. I wasn't thinking about anything. Just school stuff. Oh. The man nodded, not pursuing the topic further. After a while he spoke again. I heard Xiao Hui say you introduced him to one of your classmates. Hua Linlin was momentarily stunned before quickly reacting. Yes. She's also a classmate who likes swordsmanship. I thought they might have common interests. The man glanced at her, noticing the lingering blush on her cheeks. He wore a contemplative expression. I see. Wu Yu stepped off the bus and looked up at the building in front of him. It had a somewhat antiquated charm, gray bricks and tiles with 2 stone lions standing at the entrance, and a plaque hanging above with the words Fengxiang Martial Arts School inscribed. He was no stranger to this building, having just visited it 2 days ago. Before even stepping through the door of the Fengxiang Martial Arts School, a commotion reached Wu Yu's ears. Today, whether you want to learn or not, you will learn. Dad, I don't want to practice martial arts, it's too torturous. You little fool. The middle-aged man's voice grew louder, filled with impatience. I've already paid you 100,000 in tuition. Dad, we want learn martial arts. Let's get the tuition. Will you turn to look? At the entrance of the martial arts school stood a father and son. The middle-aged man wore a short-sleeved shirt and shorts with a thick gold chain around his neck, tugging at a teenager's arm, who was clad in a blue and white school uniform from Lanhano, one high school which we recognized. The teenager continued to struggle, muttering, Dad, the times have changed. What use is practicing martial arts now? Can it fight against airplanes or tanks? I'm trying to reason with you, Dad. I just got into no. One high school, and right now the academic pressure is immense. When would I have time to practice martial arts? Moreover, I understand what so-called martial arts are. They are merely a set of movements for physical exercise. I practice calisthenics daily, and the effect is the same. Dad, listen to me. Let's get the tuition refunded. The middle-aged man's face turned red with anger, about to erupt, when he caught sight of Wu Yu standing nearby. He nodded apologetically at Wu Yu, then pulled the teenager a few steps aside, lowering his voice. You don't understand anything. Although he lowered his voice with Wu Yu's current physical condition, every word was clearly heard. Times have definitely changed. The middle-aged man's tone became complex. If it weren't for your second uncle being close to us. He paused as if realizing something and hesitated. You're only in your first year of high school. There's still time. He sighed. Anyway, you should listen to your dad. Can Dad harm you? Wu Yu stood nearby, listening to this conversation and gaining some insight. In the current situation, those with connections were likely already informed about the establishment of martial arts programs and universities. He didn't see any issue with it. The people from the investigation bureau were also human. They had relatives and friends, and it was normal for information to leak out. Moreover, the fact that the investigation bureau had not issued any confidentiality notice suggested that although the higher-ups had not officially announced this to the public, they tacitly allowed the information to spread. After all, the higher-ups originally hoped for more people to learn martial arts, and spreading the news would benefit the increase in practitioners. He retracted his gaze and stopped paying attention to the father and son walking straight into the Fengxiang Martial Arts School. Hello, sir. Are you here to enroll in martial arts? The front desk had changed personnel. It was no longer the same woman as last time. A man in his 20s wearing the Fengxiang Martial Arts School uniform looked quite spirited. Wu Yu shook his head. I'm looking for your schoolmaster. The front desk was taken aback. Looking for our schoolmaster. He scrutinized Wu Yu for a moment. Do you have an appointment? No appointment. Wu Yu slightly shook his head. I was referred by a senior named Lin Yuan. The front desk's expression became somewhat nuanced. Lin Yuan. Senior. I haven't heard of him. But he recalled something. Last night the schoolmaster posted a message in the group saying that an important guest would arrive in the next few days, and that anyone who came should notify him immediately. But this teenager, wearing a school uniform looking about 17 or 18, and still bearing a bit of youthfulness, could he really be the important guest the schoolmaster mentioned? He felt uncertain. After all, the schoolmaster hadn't said anything else. However, he hesitated only for 2 seconds. No appointment. He paused. Are you sure you want to see our schoolmaster? Yes. Wu Yu naturally noticed the front desk's gaze and understood the other party's thoughts. However, there was no melodramatic plot of looking down on someone young as depicted in novels. The front desk only thought for a moment before nodding. Please wait a moment, we'll call our schoolmaster. Making a call was a trivial matter. If they underestimated someone because of their youth and ultimately neglected the schoolmaster's guest, that would be a real problem. He wasn't foolish and could distinguish the seriousness of the situation. Beep beep. The phone rang twice before connecting. A robust voice came from the earpiece, neither hurried nor slow. Hello, Shaoli, what's up? Schoolmaster, a guest has come to see you. The voice on the other end changed instantly, tinged with urgency. What? Someone is looking for me. Right now. He pressed. Did the person say who they are? The front desk was startled by the schoolmaster's reaction. No, but they said they were referred by a senior named Lin Yuan. The voice on the other end fell silent for a second, then a sound of slapping one's forehead came through. My fault. All right, Shaoli, the schoolmaster spoke rapidly. You first passed the phone to him. The front desk obediently handed over the phone. Wu Yu took it, and before he could speak, an eager voice came from the other side. Hello, I'm Fengshan from Fengxiang Martial Arts School. Are you the one referred by Lin Gu? Lin Gu. Remembering how Lin Yuan referred to the other party, a strange expression flashed across Wu Yu's face. If you are referring to Lin Yuan, then that should be me. Upon confirming Wu Yu's identity, the voice on the other end became even more eager, even tinged with respect. Sir, please wait a moment, I'll be right back. The next moment, hurried footsteps sounded from the phone, then it was hung up. Wu Yu returned the phone to the front desk. The front desk took it with both hands, his expression frozen. He had just heard very clearly. His own schoolmaster, the head of Fengxiang Martial Arts School, a master of martial arts, referred to this overly young teenager as Sir. He gasped. Fortunately, he hadn't been rude earlier. Otherwise, he feared the schoolmaster would have taught him a lesson in no time. Sir, please follow me. He quickly stepped aside to lead the way. Let's first go to the VIP room for a brief rest. Our schoolmaster will be back soon. Wu Yu nodded. Thank you. Meanwhile, the father and son he encountered at the entrance had already entered the hall of Fengxiang Martial Arts School at some unknown time. It was unclear how that father had convinced his son. The two stood in place, staring blankly. The teenager watched as the front desk respectfully led Wu Yu into a room marked VIP room, his eyes wide. Dad, he tugged at his father's sleeve. If I practice martial arts, can I be like that in the future? The middle-aged man slapped him on the back of the head. You little fool, what are you thinking? He lowered his voice, but spoke with great seriousness. Let me tell you, if you ever see that person again, you must show some respect, understand? The teenager covered the back of his head, looking aggrieved. But he looks about my age. The middle-aged man raised his hand again. I don't expect you to ingratiate yourself, but if you dare offend him, he glared at his son. They'll break your legs. The teenager shrank his neck, not daring to speak again. In the VIP room, Wu Yu sat on the sofa surveying his surroundings. The room was not large, but it was elegantly decorated with a few calligraphic paintings hanging on the walls, a set of purple clay tea were on the coffee table, and a pot of greenery in the corner, its leaves glossy and well-tended. He lifted the teacup and took a sip. Just as he set the cup down, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The door was pushed open and a man in a gray training outfit strode in. His hair and beard were half gray, but his steps were steady, his back straight, and he exuded vigor. Upon seeing Wu Yu, his eyes lit up slightly. Without any hesitation, he quickly approached, cupped his fists, and spoke with a strong voice. I am Fengshan, the master of Fengxiang Martial Arts Academy, honored to meet you. Wu Yu stood up and returned the gesture of cupping his fists. Master Feng, I am Wu Yu. I have come here to seek a favor. He briefly explained that he was introduced by Lin Yuan, and conveyed Lin Yuan's regards to Feng Shan while mentioning that his main purpose was to find a place to practice swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, Feng Shan nodded without hesitation. You are too polite. A friend of Lin Gu is a friend of mine, and finding a place to practice swordsmanship is a trivial matter. He did not show the slightest contempt for Wu Yu's age, instead his attitude became increasingly respectful, a sincerity that could be felt from the heart. Please follow me, esteemed guest. Feng Shan stepped aside to lead the way, guiding Wu Yu out of the VIP room through a corridor and finally stopping in front of a door. As he pushed the door open, a spacious and bright room appeared, measuring at least 50 to 60 square meters. The floor was made of solid wood, mirrors adorned the walls, and there were sword racks, weapon racks, and sandbags in the corners, with ample lighting as the evening sun streamed through the windows, bathing the room in warm hues. Wu Yu stepped inside, looked around, and nodded in satisfaction. This place was much better than he had imagined. This is the exclusive sword practice room for the master of our academy. Feng Shan explained while standing at the door. Typically, I am the only one who uses it. You can come anytime in the future without fear of being disturbed by outsiders. Wu Yu turned to look at him. Exclusive to the master. This fellow truly is generous. He pondered for a moment and continued, Master Feng, I've heard that your academy's unique sword technique, Feng Ming sword technique, is a marvel in Lana City. I wonder if I could be fortunate enough to witness it. Feng Shan was taken aback for a moment, then replied, You flatter me, esteemed guest. Coincidentally, swordsmanship is my forte. If you don't mind, shall we spar a few moves? Wu Yu readily agreed. They each took a wooden sword and stood facing each other in the center of the quiet room. Feng Shan held his sword with both hands, slightly bowed, performing a sword salute, and Wu Yu reciprocated. Esteemed guest, please guide me. Feng Shan took a deep breath, his gaze suddenly sharpening. In the next moment he moved. The wooden sword sliced through the air, producing a clear and melodious sound reminiscent of a phoenix's cry, crisp and prolonged. The sword light flowed like a waterfall, continuous and relentless, each strike infused with a lethal aura, yet flowing as gracefully as a dance. The Feng Ming sword technique was both resplendent in form and deadly in intent. When attacking, it was like a phoenix pecking, swift, precise, and fierce. When defending, it was like a phoenix's wings, thick and resilient. Amidst the swirling sword light, one could faintly hear the clear sounds of the sword cutting through the air, echoing like a phoenix's song. Wu Yu held his sword to block while observing and taking notes. Though it was termed sparring, it was evident that Feng Shan was feeding him techniques. Each move, each technique, at times executed slowly as if for teaching, at other times quickly like in actual combat. Yet regardless of speed, every strike was clear and distinct, showcasing the essence of the Feng Ming sword technique. As they continued, Feng Shan felt astonished. Despite the youthfulness of the opponent before him, his strength was indeed unfathomable. He struck and the other parried. He changed moves and the other kept up. He quickened and the other responded even faster. He slowed and the other slowed as well. It felt like hitting a punch into cotton, impossible to gauge the depth. Moreover, the other had only defended throughout, relying solely on blocks, and even stood still with little movement while receiving all his techniques. This disparity. He had fought against third-tier masters before, but none had exerted the pressure that this remarkably young opponent did. Feng Shan felt sweat on his forehead, yet his hands did not stop, continuing to feed techniques one after another. After completing a set of Feng Ming sword techniques, he withdrew his sword and took a breath. Your swordsmanship is divine, esteemed guest. I, Feng, am truly humble. Wu Yu waved his hand, having formed a rough judgment of his opponent's strength. Master Feng, you are too polite. It was you who were feeding me techniques. I gained the advantage. He spoke the truth. After that set, he had grasped the Feng Ming sword technique quite well. With a thought, he opened the sword manual panel. Sword technique, Feng Ming sword technique, beginner, 310. Wu Yu had a clear understanding. In return, he looked at Feng Shan. Master Feng, I noticed a few things while you were wielding your sword. May I share them with you if convenient? Feng Shan was taken aback for a moment, then his face lit up with joy. Guidance from a true master is hard to come by. I would be most grateful. Please, esteemed guest, go ahead. In your starting stance, you could relax your wrist a bit more. Being too stiff impedes the transfer of power. In the thrust, after you turn around, your center of gravity wavers a bit. Steadying it could double your striking power. Also, in that last killing move, the sword's cry is an embodiment of killing intent, not merely a sound. You are too focused on the sound, causing your strength to scatter. Feng Shan listened intently, nodding occasionally, and finally bowed deeply. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed guest. He straightened his face, filled with sincere gratitude. If you ever need anything in the future, please do not hesitate to command me. I, Feng, shall do my utmost. After speaking, he tactfully exited the quiet room and closed the door. The room fell silent. Wu Yu stood in place looking at the closed door, lost in thought. Martial artists are categorized after stepping into a tier: bright strength, hidden strength, transformative strength, and dance strength. Bright strength and hidden strength correspond to the first tier, transformative strength corresponds to the second tier, and dance strength corresponds to the initial stage of the third tier. After their earlier practice, Wu Yu had already judged that his opponent's strength was around the second tier, thus a transformative strength martial artist. Moreover, Feng Shan was not just a second-tier transformative strength martial artist. He was also the master of Fengxiang Martial Arts Academy, holding a certain status within the martial arts circle of Lana City. Yet in front of him, Feng Shan maintained a humble and respectful attitude throughout. Wu Yu understood that it was not only due to his own strength, but also because of the introductions from Lin Yuan and his status as a torchbearer. For the first time, Wu Yu had a concrete understanding of the power wielded by the Investigation Bureau. At the same time, he realized that he was adapting quite quickly. Just a few days ago, being called esteemed guest made him feel uneasy. Now he could listen without a change in expression. He shook his head, withdrawing his thoughts, and tightened his grip on the wooden sword. He began to practice. Fengming's sword technique, starting stance. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. After completing a set, he checked the sword manual panel. Fengming sword technique beginner, 310. Fengming sword technique beginner, 610. Not bad. He glanced at the time. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and he needed to go home for dinner. He returned the wooden sword to the rack and exited the quiet room. After dinner, Wu Yu took up his sword and headed out again. When he returned to Fengxiang Martial Arts Academy, the young man at the front desk stood up at once upon seeing him. Esteemed guest, you have arrived. His face was filled with smiles, and he was exceedingly courteous. Our master has already instructed that you may come anytime, and you are to receive the highest level of treatment. If you need anything, just say the word, and I will take care of it immediately. Wu Yu nodded. Just take me to the quiet room. Of course, esteemed guest, please follow me. The front desk attendant hurriedly led the way, bringing him to the door of the master's exclusive practice room, bowing before retreating. Wu Yu pushed the door open. It was the same room, but it had been tidied up. The floor was polished to a shine. The wooden swords on the rack were replaced with new ones, and there were 2 bottles of mineral water added in the corner. He drew the sword and began to practice immediately. First, he practiced the Fengming sword technique. After going through it twice, the sword manual panel flashed. Fengming sword technique beginner, 910. Fengming sword technique minor success, 220. It had reached minor success. He did not continue but took a deep breath to adjust his state. Next, it was time to practice the main technique, the illusionary cloud sword technique. He took a deep breath, and the clear, gentle power within him began to circulate. He initiated. As the sword light flashed, several afterimages appeared in the room, intertwining with shadows and sword lights, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Meanwhile, as Wu Yu immersed himself in practicing swordsmanship, in launching community, a shadow under a streetlight suddenly became incomparably deep, like a drop of thick ink dispersing in water, quickly spreading and then condensing. A few seconds later, a figure stepped out from the shadow. It appeared to be a female. She had a graceful figure dressed in a black long dress with long hair cascading down. In the next moment, she suddenly raised her head, revealing a pair of pure black eyes. Without pupils, only endless darkness. She stood there, her gaze piercing through the night, fixed on a certain direction. That was the place where Wu Yu had slain the third-tier zombie last time. Her gaze lingered there for a moment, then she frowned slightly. She then took a step back, rejoining the shadows, disappearing completely. Meanwhile, the installed dark domain detection device continued to operate quietly, without issuing any abnormal alerts. After finishing his sword practice and returning home, Wu Yu went through his usual washing routine. As the hot water poured down, he closed his eyes, his mind still replaying the few moves of the phantom flowing clouds he practiced tonight. After washing up, he lay on his bed and glanced at the sword art interface before sleeping. Phantom flowing clouds sword technique beginner, 273, 1000. The experience points for the phantom flowing cloud sword technique had increased a bit. His 2 days of continuous practice in the void and actual sword training were not in vain. Wu Yu closed his eyes in satisfaction. The next morning, Wu Yu stood in front of the mirror brushing his teeth when he suddenly froze. In the mirror, his face was slowly transforming towards perfection. His features were becoming softer, his skin more delicate, and even the youthful freshness between his brows had faded somewhat. He sighed. There was no way to manage this anymore. However, it was a change for the better, so it wasn't too bad. After finishing his washing, he went downstairs and practiced the Phoenix Cry sword technique in the small park. After 2 rounds, his proficiency increased by another 6 points. Then he returned home for breakfast, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and went to school as usual. When he arrived at the classroom, morning reading had not yet begun, and it was a noisy scene. Wu Yu walked to his seat and was about to put down his backpack when he suddenly noticed a neatly folded note lying on the desk. It was placed right in the center, as if it had something written on it. He picked it up and unfolded it. It read, "Are you free after school today?" See the back? He flipped the note over. On the back there was another line, "I know a place that sells swords." Smiley face. Wu Yu was taken aback. A place that sells swords? He barely had any acquaintances in class, especially since people knew he practiced swordsmanship. He raised his head and glanced at Hua Linlin's seat. On the other side, Hua Linlin's gaze had been subtly fixed on him. At the moment Wu Yu looked up. She tightened her grip on the pages of her book, and just as Wu Yu's gaze fell upon her, she abruptly turned her face away, leaving him with a cold and quiet profile, as if she had been wholly absorbed in the text before her. After a moment, she casually lifted her gaze. Their eyes seemed to collide for an instant, only to separate immediately. She lowered her head again, returning her attention to the textbook, her expression calm, as if nothing had happened. Witnessing her entire sequence of actions, Wu Yu blinked, feeling utterly perplexed. However, he did not notice that among the black strands of hair cascading over her shoulder, her ear tips had already flushed, and her left hand, pressed beneath the textbook, had quietly formed a small fist. After pondering for a moment, he took out his phone and sent her a message, "Okay." Moments later the screen lit up. Hua Linlin replied quickly, her tone appearing, as usual, "Alright." She added, "See you at the intersection by the school gate after school." But only Hua Linlin knew how many scenarios she had mentally rehearsed before this. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Once he received her response, Wu Yu put away his phone and continued his void sword practice. Time always flew by when focused. A whole day passed just like that. When the school bell rang, Wu Yu was just finishing the last move of Phantom Flowing Clouds. A few minutes later, he snapped back to reality after finishing his practice and began packing his backpack. Hua Linlin, as usual, was tidying up her things, her movements neither rushed nor slow, showing no signs of anything unusual. Just as Wu Yu lifted his backpack, a notification pinged. His phone rang. He pulled it out to see it was his plain black work phone. It was a message from Lin Yuan. "Lin Yuan, Xiao Yu, your documents are ready. I'm just beside your school. Do you want to head to the office together?" He added, "I can give you a ride." Then he added, "The official's documents must be picked up in person, so I can't bring them for you." Wu Yu was taken aback. The documents were ready. So soon. Plus the timing coincided perfectly with the end of school. Sending a message at this time must mean Lin Yuan was precisely timing it for when he got out of class. He thought for a moment and immediately replied, "Okay, Uncle Lin, will be right out." As his strength increased, Wu Yu's need for swords had diminished. For Wu Yu, who had the cold air and that peculiar power, it didn't matter much whether the sword he used was slightly better or slightly worse. Moreover, he could also visit the sword-selling place again tomorrow. It wouldn't be a big deal. It seemed he would have to cancel on Hua Linlin this time. With that thought, he put away his work phone, took out his personal phone, and sent a message to Hua Linlin. "Sorry, something came up last minute. Let's go together tomorrow." After sending, he picked up his backpack and the long cloth bag containing the sword and walked out of the classroom. At the intersection by the school gate, Hua Linlin stood by the road, the sunset's glow casting a long shadow behind her. Her face was slightly flushed, her mind a jumble of thoughts. Just the two of us. Is it a bit ambiguous? Or is it too hasty? I should have looked up strategies for how to spend time alone with a guy. She bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously twisting the strap of her backpack. What should I say later to avoid awkwardness? Just say that the shop was recommended by my cousin. That sounds natural. No, would that make me seem too deliberate? Or should I just say I happened to pass by and saw it? That won't work either, it sounds too fake. Her mind was in turmoil. Ding ding, her phone rang. She pulled it out to check. It was a message from Wu Yu. "Sorry, something came up last minute. Let's go together tomorrow." Hua Linlin stared at the line of text, her face reddening instantly into another shade. It flushed deep. How could this happen to me? Her hand holding the phone trembled. Damn it. She took a deep breath, then another. This is just too much. At that moment a voice came from beside her. "What's wrong, Linlin? You seem a bit down today." Hua Linlin turned to look. A boy wearing the same school uniform from class 5 was standing nearby, his hair styled into a slight side part, wearing a perfectly gentle smile. It was Li Ming from the adjacent class, one of Hua Linlin's admirers who had sent her numerous love letters, all of which had been firmly rejected. Yet this person was like an unshakable piece of chewing gum, persisting despite repeated failures, never showing any signs of retreat. As soon as Li Ming stepped out of the school, he spotted his goddess among the crowd, and noticing she seemed a bit upset was a golden opportunity for him. Thinking this, Li Ming stepped forward, adopting a warm tone, and gently said, "If you're feeling down, you can talk to me. I can be your listener." He hadn't finished his sentence. "Get lost." Hua Linlin bit out a single word. She didn't even look at him, her eyes fixed intently on a certain direction. Li Ming was taken aback and followed her gaze. At the school gate, a figure was walking out, one hand holding a backpack and the other a long cloth bag. He moved leisurely through the crowd, then got into a black SUV, parked by the roadside. As the car door closed and the vehicle started, it vanished at the end of the street. Li Ming turned back, wanting to say something, but Hua Linlin had already turned to leave. She walked away quickly. Li Ming thought about that figure with the long bag again, and recalled the gentle goddess saying that get lost. Li Ming looked up at the sinking sun, which emitted an orange glow, letting out a long sigh. Just then a boy in the same Class 5 uniform walked by saying, "Hey Ming Gu." Li Ming recognized the voice as his number 1 little brother, but at that moment he wasn't in the mood to chat, and just wanted to ponder life. "Don't bother me," I'm thinking. As Wu Yu and Lin Yuan entered the investigation bureau building, it was already evening. They took the elevator to the 3rd floor, where Lin Yuan led him into an office. Inside, a uniformed staff member greeted them. Upon their arrival, he retrieved 2 small boxes from a cabinet and slid them across the table. "Wu Yu, your credentials." Wu Yu opened the first box. Inside lay a deep blue identification document embossed with the golden emblem of the Dongling Kingdom, with the words "Dongling Kingdom Anomaly Investigation Bureau" printed below. Flipping it open, he found his photo, name, and number, along with a page stamped with a red seal describing his position. The number section read LH36. He then opened the second box. It also contained an identification document, but the cover was different, deep green emblazoned with the emblem of the Public Security Bureau. Wu Yu looked up at Lin Yuan. Leaning against the table, Lin Yuan explained, "Some races' corpses can absorb negative emotions to increase their strength, so information about them cannot be recklessly disclosed. The Investigation Bureau also cannot appear before the public." He paused. "The identity of the Public Security Bureau serves as a cover. Most staff members at the Investigation Bureau also hold the identity of security personnel." Wu Yu nodded, putting away the 2 credentials. He picked up the small bronze torch badge from the box, weighing it in his hand. It was small yet quite heavy, with exquisite craftsmanship. "Shall we also get the training done?" Lin Yuan asked. "You can also pick up your combat gear at the same time. The training only takes a couple of hours." Wu Yu thought for a moment and nodded. "All right." Lin Yuan took him to a training ground, then answered a phone call and left. A staff member in a black trench coat approached, holding a tablet, instructing Wu Yu to register first. Then he began the introduction. Energy weapons. He retrieved a black handgun from a nearby cabinet and placed it on the table. It can fire specialized bullets. It can inflict fatal damage on first-tier corpses, significant damage on second-tier, but minimal effect on third-tier ones. Wu Yu picked it up to examine. It was slightly heavier than an ordinary handgun, with intricate textures on the grip, the material unknown. The staff member then took out a small box, opened it, revealing several silver bullets inside. Both the handgun and bullets require registration, and you must sign each time you take out bullets. He set the handgun down and retrieved a second item, a high-tech black square box that Wu Yu had seen before, used by Hu Cheng last time. A disposable dark domain blocker. It can be used within a dark domain to seal off nearby dark domains for 10 to 20 minutes, depending on the intensity of the battle within the dark domain and the degree of damage to the seal. During the sealing period, any beings below the 4th tier, including corpses, cannot enter or exit at will. Next came the third item, a small spray bottle. Rationality spray. The staff member shook the bottle, a harmless specialized spray that can bring ordinary people back to rationality within 2 minutes, preventing them from interfering with work. "You should have seen Lin when use it last time." Wu Yu nodded. Over the next hour, the staff member explained the usage and precautions for these 3 types of equipment, detailing when to use the handgun, when to use the blocker, the spraying distance and angle of the spray, and even the registration process after use. At 5:30, the training concluded. Wu Yu received his own set of equipment, a handgun, 20 rounds of ammunition, 2 blockers, and 2 bottles of spray. He packed the items into the inner pocket of the black trench coat he had worn during training, discovering that the specially made trench coat from the Investigation Bureau had a much larger capacity than it appeared, accommodating all these items without feeling heavy. After the training process, he intended to greet Lin Yuan before leaving. However, the staff member informed him that Lin Yuan had just stepped out for what seemed to be an urgent task. Wu Yu had no choice but to return home alone. After dinner, he went to the Fengxiang Martial Arts School, as usual, to practice swordplay. In the quiet room, undisturbed, he practiced the phantom flowing cloud technique for 2 hours, followed by some time on the Fengming sword technique. By the time he emerged, the sky was already dark. The next day at school, Wu Yu recalled how he had canceled on Hua Linlin the previous day. He took out his personal phone and sent a message to Wang Mumu. "Are you going today?" After sending it, he put the phone away and began practicing swordplay in the air. After a while his phone vibrated. He took it out to check. Wang Mumu, I have something going on recently, I won't be going. Wu Yu was taken aback for a moment. Something going on. Forget it, he thought he could always reschedule, there was no rush. He put his phone away and continued to practice swordplay in his mind. In the following days Wu Yu's life became more structured. He would wake up at 6 in the morning, practice swordplay for an hour downstairs, return home for breakfast, go to school, practice swordplay in his mind during classes, come home for dinner, and after eating go to the Fengxiang martial arts school to practice swordplay. Afterward, he would sometimes wander around the neighborhood, hoping for a stroke of luck. Of course, he would occasionally receive cleanup missions. After acquiring the torchbearer credentials, Wu Yu began to undertake tasks alone. His first solo mission felt somewhat awkward, but after several attempts he became thoroughly familiar with the process. Find the target, clean up, report, and wait for logistics to wrap up. Sometimes there would be eyewitnesses that needed to be handled with spray, other times he would simply leave. After several missions, he could complete these processes even with his eyes closed. Another night. In a secluded corner deep within a dark alley, a flash of gray-white sword light streaked past. The corpse with slightly distorted features didn't even have time to turn around before it dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. Experience points gained 50. Wu Yu sheathed his sword and deftly pressed the earpiece on his ear. Cleanup task D610 has been completed. He paused. There were no eyewitnesses, but follow-up investigations will need to be handled by the logistics department. A response quickly came through the earpiece, received. He stood still, opened the sword manual interface to take a glance. After these days of hard work, the numbers on the panel had changed. Feng Ming's sword technique perfect. Phantom flowing cloud sword technique beginner 451-1000. Available experience points 50. He focused his mind. Available experience points 500. Phantom flowing cloud sword technique beginner 451-1000-501-1000. A warm current surged through him, adding clarity to some previously vague aspects of the phantom flowing cloud sword technique. Only half a step away from achieving small success. Wu Yu nodded in satisfaction. Business was concluded. Next it was time to pursue some personal work. He held his sword and began to wander around the secluded areas near the launching community, deep in alleys, dark corners, behind garbage stations, abandoned newsstands, and so on. 20 minutes later he returned to the starting point and sighed. In the beginning, during those first few days, he could encounter 2 or 3 corpses on his nightly rounds, earning 2 or 3 dozen experience points, which was quite gratifying. But now, after a week, he barely saw a shadow of a corpse. It seemed that this area had been cleaned up too thoroughly. Wu Yu stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. Perhaps it was time to explore other places. Glancing at his watch, 9:03 p.m. Several hours left. He raised his head, looked in another direction, and stepped forward. Wu Yu stepped into another area, deliberately choosing to walk through the dark and secluded corners. Deep in the alley behind the abandoned factory, on the shady side of the garbage station, amidst the remnants of a demolition zone, he ventured into the darkness wherever it beckoned. The grayish-white sword light continuously unsheathed and sheathed. Experience points available 10. Experience points available 10. Experience points available 10. Watching the numbers flickering on the sword interface, Wu Yu nodded in satisfaction. This area has not yet been developed, and there are still plenty of resources. He sheathed his sword and continued forward. At the same time, in a dark domain, black mist surged, obscuring the daylight. Xiaoji, this is a first-tier thousand-faced corpse, also known as a pseudo-human corpse, which is the most common type of corpse in Arlana City. A man in his 30s stood in the black mist, wearing a black trench coat and holding a spiritual energy firearm, introducing it to a young man in his 20s beside him. His name is Peng Yong, a second-tier executor with 5 years of experience. The young man is named Su Ji, who just started a week ago, and is a first-tier ability user. At this moment he was holding his firearm with a confident expression. Generally we use. Peng Yong just started to speak. I know, Brother Peng. Su Ji interrupted, grinning. Generally, using a spiritual energy handgun is enough to deal with them, right? Brother Peng, I've already killed a few first-tier pseudo-human corpses, no need to say it every time. Peng Yong glanced at him and shook his head with a smile. While that's the case, we still need to be cautious. He took a step back. As per the usual rule, you handle it. Su Ji nodded and raised his firearm. Not far ahead, a corpse with distorted features was wobbling toward a low-tier thousand-faced corpse, first-tier, with extremely low intelligence, only able to instinctively seek flesh and blood. Bang! A silver beam shot from the gun's muzzle, accurately hitting the corpse's head. The corpse swayed and fell to the ground. Su Ji whistled and put away his firearm. Done. But 2 seconds later he froze. The body did not dissipate into black smoke. The surrounding dark mist also did not dissipate. Peng Yong's brow immediately furrowed. Something is wrong. He tightened his grip on the firearm, stepping forward, cautiously staring at the fallen corpse. At that moment, the corpse moved. It slowly raised its head and opened its eyes. Those eyes, no longer the soulless gaze of a low-tier corpse, nor the greed of a predator. Those were eyes filled with intelligence, cold clear as if surveying prey. Peng Yong's pupils contracted sharply, and he shouted loudly, "Be careful. This is..." Before he could finish, wisps of fine black gas burst forth from the corpse, dense and numerous like countless twisted snakes, shooting toward the two of them. At the same time, the aura was rising. First tier Ding level. First tier Bing level. First tier Jia level. Second tier Bing level. Second tier Jia level. Still rising. Peng Yong had no time to think further. He waved his left hand, 3 water bullets materializing out of thin air, shooting toward the black gas, while his right hand continuously fired the spiritual energy handgun. Bang, bang, bang. Silver bullets and water bullets struck the black gas, exploding, but only causing the black gas to momentarily pause. Su Ji's ability activated instantly. A gust of wind rose beneath his feet, propelling him backward, but the black gas was equally swift, almost shadowing him, closely, relentlessly pursuing. "Brother Peng, what the hell is this thing?" His voice trembled. Peng Yong frowned tightly and waved his hand again, shooting several water ropes from his palm, trying to entangle the black gas. But the black gas moved as if alive, skillfully twisting away from the entanglement of the water ropes. Meanwhile, the aura of the corpse continued to rise. Second tier Jia level limit. Only a thin line away from third tier. A scene suddenly flashed through Peng Yong's mind. Data he had seen during an investigation. Corrupted corpse species. A special existence that can parasitize on other corpses. They hide their aura, parasitizing on low-tier corpses of other species, disguising themselves as low-tier corpses, waiting for prey to approach, and then revealing their fangs, often attacking with black gas. Even more terrifying, they can absorb the negative emotions of their prey, fear, despair, anger, etc., to enhance themselves. The more one fears, the stronger they become. Rationality spray. Peng Yong shouted simultaneously, pulling out a small spray bottle from his waist and spraying it vigorously on his face. Su Ji was momentarily puzzled as to why Peng Yong was spraying himself with rationality spray, but at that moment, he dared not hesitate and immediately took out his own spray, spraying it twice on himself. Hiss hiss. A cool sensation surged up. The anxiety, fear, and other negative emotions that had just surged in their hearts were instantly extinguished, like being doused with cold water. The aura of the corpse also ceased to grow, stalling at the limit of second tier Jia level, only a thin line away from third tier. But even if it hadn't reached third tier, it was still not something they as first and second tier users could easily handle. Peng Yong took a deep breath, his mind clearer than ever. "Work with me," he said in a deep voice. "Shao Ji, you hold it off, and I'll find an opportunity to attack its core." Su Ji gritted his teeth and nodded. A breeze swirled around him, and his speed instantly peaked, weaving through the black gas to divert their pursuit, while Peng Yong took the opportunity to condense water bullets, bombarding the corpse's core time and again. Bang, bang, bang. The water bullets exploded, leaving cracks on the corpse's body, but soon they were filled again by the black gas. Time passed second by second. The wounds on both of them increased. Peng Yong's right arm was slashed by a strand of black gas, his trench coat torn, blood gushing out. Su Ji's leg was once entangled, almost dragged away, but he struggled desperately to break free. Most importantly, the previously suppressed negative emotions in both of their hearts began to resurface. They could only again pull out the rationality spray and spray themselves. Although the negative emotions were temporarily suppressed again, the situation remained dire. The black gas gradually gathered, weaving into a massive net, descending upon the two of them. With no way to escape, Peng Yong looked at the increasingly close black net, and then at Su Ji, who was injured, yet still surrounded by a breeze, suddenly making a decision. He pushed Su Ji away. "Go." Su Ji stumbled a couple of steps, turned back, and his pupils contracted sharply. Peng Yong turned around, facing the black net, his hands spread wide as a layer of water curtain formed in front of him. "Brother Peng, go." Peng Yong did not look back, his voice hoarse. "Head toward the edge of the black mist. Hold on, someone from the bureau will definitely come. If you really can't hold on, then use the disposable dark domain blocker." The black net fell, enveloping Peng Yong completely. The black gas pierced into his body like countless needles. Peng Yong gritted his teeth, suppressing any sounds of pain. He glanced back at Su Ji, forcing a smile. That smile seemed to say it's okay. In the next second, the black gas completely engulfed him. Suji stood frozen, trembling all over. He opened his mouth wanting to shout something, but nothing came out. He could only watch helplessly as the man who had taught him for a week, taken him on missions, and always cheerfully said, "Let's do it again," was swallowed by the black mist. He hated himself for being so weak. He hated himself for not being stronger. He hated himself for being able to do nothing but stand there. His eyes turned red and tears uncontrollably flowed out. But he also did not linger for a moment. If he stayed there, Brother Peng would die for nothing. He glared fiercely at the black mist, the direction where Peng Yong was devoured, then activated his wind ability to the maximum. He had to hold on until the support from the Investigation Bureau arrived. If it came down to it, he would use the disposable dark domain blocker at least to trap this corpse in the dark domain. But it seemed that Su Ji's hatred and anger were sensed and absorbed by the corpse as its aura finally surpassed the second-tier limit, reaching third tier. Feeling that almost chilling aura, a glimmer of despair appeared in Su Ji's eyes. He pulled out the disposable dark domain blocker from his trench coat, Brother Peng. Meanwhile, in the real world, Wu Yu sheathed his sword and continued walking forward. After taking 2 steps, his foot suddenly halted. A cool sensation stirred within him. A peculiar viscous feeling different from the previous chilly sensations crept in from a certain direction, wrapping around his body. Wu Yu furrowed his brow slightly. The moment that sticky sensation wrapped around him, a chill surged within his body, not out of caution, but more like an instinctual reaction different from the previous sensations of the corpse types pulling at him. This time the chill carried a hint of something else. Disgust. He did not resist. In the next moment, the scenery before him abruptly changed. Black mist, swirling black fog engulfing the sky, accompanied by the chaotic flying of black energy. The black energy twisted like countless serpents intertwining in the air, blocking out the sun. Each strand writhed as if it had a life of its own. And deep within that black energy, a vague silhouette could be discerned, emanating a presence of the third tier. Wu Yu cast a glance and saw a person not far away. A young man covered in wounds was desperately weaving through the black energy. His speed was remarkable, with winds swirling beneath his feet, but the black energy was even quicker. Each time he avoided one, 3 more would ensnare him from different directions. He was already on the brink of collapse. Suji also spotted Wu Yu. In that moment, he clearly saw the badge on the other's chest. A solid-colored small torch with bronze edges. The torchbearer. It was the torchbearer. He opened his mouth wanting to shout something. But the next second, the black energy seemed to sense new prey, splitting off a large portion and surging toward Wu Yu. Be careful. Before he could finish, a myriad of gray-white sword lights erupted. In that instant, Suji thought he was hallucinating. Countless sword lights appeared simultaneously, weaving into a dense net before him. Each sword light precisely struck a strand of black energy, and every strand that was struck instantly shattered. It was merely a moment. The sky full of black energy was sliced into fragments. Wu Yu stood with his sword, the blade still shimmering with a faint gray-white glow. The third-tier corpse type seemed momentarily stunned. Then it appeared to be enraged. The remaining black energy surged violently, reassembling into countless thicker and faster tentacles, launching towards Wu Yu from all directions. 1, 2, 10, 100. Each was as fast as lightning, each carrying a lethal intent. Wu Yu remained motionless. He merely tightened his grip on the sword. The next second, gray-white sword light ignited. This time Suji saw clearly. It was not a single sword light, but many sword lights, each one facing a strand of black energy. Each strand of black energy was severed by a blade. The black energy was fast, but the sword light was faster. There was much black energy, but even more sword light. One sword breaks, 10,000 techniques. After 3 sword strikes, the sky full of black energy dissipated almost entirely. That third-tier corpse type finally seemed a bit flustered. It wanted to flee. The remaining black energy frantically withdrew, forming clusters attempting to conceal its main body. But it was too late. Wu Yu's gaze had already locked onto it. A flash of gray-white sword light swept past. The sword was as fast as light itself. The blade sliced through the black mist, cutting through the air, penetrating the layers of black energy defenses, accurately striking the hidden main body. Right in the middle. It split in 2. The corpse type's body froze in place, maintaining a posture of fleeing as it lowered its head to look at the crack that ran from its head to its abdomen, disbelief filling its pure black eyes. Then it attempted to heal. The flesh around the edges of the wound writhed frantically, trying to reconnect, but it was futile. The gray-white light clung to the wound, burning every inch of flesh, trying to heal those newly sprouted flesh buds, turning to black smoke the moment they appeared. It opened its mouth wanting to say something. But nothing came out. It revealed a look of unwillingness, and then the next moment, boom, its entire body turned to black smoke, completely dissipating. Experience points awarded 500. Then the black mist, symbolizing the dark domain, began to fade. Suji stood there in a daze. He gaped, staring at the figure holding the sword with disbelief. That scene replayed in his mind over and over. The sky full of black energy, countless sword lights, one sword severing them all, then another, and another. The final sword directly cleaved that third-tier corpse type in half, leaving it unable to regenerate. This is the true power of a torchbearer. He looked down at his own injuries, then at that figure, suddenly feeling that his week's worth of experience was a joke. At that moment, a bang. A muffled sound came from the side. Suji turned to look. A mass of black energy was dissipating, and a figure fell out crashing to the ground. It was a man in his 30s, covered in blood, his black trench coat tattered, his face as pale as paper. Suji's pupils constricted sharply. "Brother Peng." He rushed over, knelt on the ground, and embraced the bloodied man. A man over 6 feet tall, trembling all over, tears streaming down his face. "Brother Peng. Brother Peng." He cried, unable to articulate, only able to call out repeatedly. Peng Yong remained motionless. Suji's tears flowed even more fiercely, wailing like a child. Then the corpse in his arms moved. Not dead yet." A weak voice emerged, tinged with resignation. I think I can still be saved." Suji froze. He looked down, and Peng Yong was peeking through a narrow gap, gazing at him. Though his face was deathly pale and covered in blood, his eyes were indeed open, truly looking at him. It wants more negative emotions. So it turned out that the corpse type, in order to absorb more negative emotions, did not directly kill Peng Yong, but chose to torment him bit by bit. However, precisely because of this, Peng Yong was able to survive. Suji's expression instantly transformed into one of sheer delight. Tears still hung on his face, snot still flowed, but the corners of his mouth had begun to lift, resembling both a cry and a smile, as he collapsed to the ground, laughing and crying repeatedly, murmuring the same phrase, "As long as you're alive. Brother Peng, as long as you're alive." Peng Yong rolled his eyes at him, but still managed to muster a weak smile. The dark domain completely dissipated. The three returned to the real world, next to a remote abandoned factory. Suji helped Peng Yong lean against the wall, then turned to look at Wu Yu. "This esteemed sir." He took a deep breath, his voice still choked. "Thank you for saving my life." Peng Yong also struggled to stand and thank him, but was halted by Wu Yu raising his hand. "Don't move," Wu Yu said, "you're seriously injured." Peng Yong cupped his hands in acknowledgement, no longer insisting. Suji hesitated for a moment, then asked, "May I ask who this esteemed sir is?" Wu Yu glanced at him and tapped the bronze badge on his chest. "Bronze badge, torchbearer Wu Yu." Suji's eyes lit up. No wonder he was a bronze badge official torchbearer. It was no surprise that those sword strikes were so terrifying. He wanted to say something else, but before he could speak, a black SUV drove up from a distance, coming to a steady stop before the three. The car door opened. A man in a black trench coat jumped out, smoking a cigarette, his stubble unkempt, looking a bit scruffy, but within that lazy demeanor was an aura of pressure that made one reluctant to underestimate him. Wu Yu's gaze landed on his chest. Silver. A pure silver small torch badge. Silver badge torchbearer. Tier 5 and above. The stubbled man also turned to Wu Yu. Upon seeing Wu Yu's youthful face, he was momentarily taken aback, then quickly extinguished his cigarette and tossed it aside. "Ahem, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Wu Yu." "Ahem, you must be Wu Yu, right? Old Lin mentioned you, truly a promising young talent." May I ask who you are, sir?" The man pointed to the badge on his chest. "My name is Wang Qi, a silver badge torchbearer. It was I who swiftly dealt with the sudden emergence of a Tier 3 faceless corpse in your neighborhood." Wu Yu suddenly understood, realizing the connection. No wonder Lin Yuan had mentioned him. Moreover, this person was the torchbearer who had inadvertently saved him before. Wu Yu glanced at the silver badge on the man's chest. No wonder the previous Tier 3 corpse had been dealt with so quickly. Wang Qi continued, "Just now there was a disturbance from a Tier 3 shadow domain energy wave, so I rushed over immediately. It seems you dealt with it right." Wu Yu nodded. "I happened to be passing by, or as for the specifics." He looked at the two people beside him. Peng Yong was about to speak a him, "It's about desire." But the stubbled man interrupted. "No rush, let's return for treatment first." Wu Yu naturally agreed. Subsequently, the four of them boarded a black SUV. Wu Yu also wanted to hear what had happened in the shadow domain earlier. The unwilling gaze of the corpse before its death left Wu Yu with an inexplicable sense of unease. Soon the black SUV came to a steady stop in front of the Investigation Bureau building. The four of them got out of the car, and Wu Yu followed them inside. Along the way, they encountered several torchbearers in black trench coats with bronze badges who nodded in greeting to Wang Qi. Their gazes held a hint of curiosity as they fell on Wu Yu. The medical room was on the 4th floor. Pushing the door open, a whiff of disinfectant greeted them. The room was small, furnished with a few hospital beds, and the cabinets against the wall were neatly arranged with various bottles and jars. A woman in a black trench coat was leaning by the window looking at her phone. Her golden waves cascaded onto her shoulders, her figure voluptuous, and there was a hint of languor in her eyes. Upon hearing the door, she raised her head, her gaze sweeping over the group before landing on the bloodied Peng Yong. Oh, she put her phone away, her tone, lazy little Peng, didn't you say you were going on a blind date? What happened to you? Did you run into a tigress? Peng Yong forced a bitter smile. Sister Xiaoju, please. Sister Xiaoju walked over and placed her hand on Peng Yong's chest. Her palm emanated a faint blue light, and a layer of transparent ice crystals spread from her hand, covering the wounds on Peng Yong. After a few seconds, she withdrew her hand, the laziness gone from her face, replaced by a serious expression. Little Peng, what happened to you? She frowned. You're seriously injured. If you delay any longer, you might lose your life. Before Peng Yong could respond, Su Ji interjected, his eyes turning red. It's all my fault. Brother Peng was only trying to protect me. It's all my. What are you saying? Peng Yong interrupted him, his tone calm. Little Ji, there was no way around that situation. If I hadn't gone, we'd both be done for. If we fail, it's nothing. Letting that corpse escape is what truly matters. Only I could go, and you'd have a chance to hold on until reinforcements arrived. He looked at Su Ji, his voice softening. That was the optimal solution at the time. It's not your fault. Su Ji opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Peng Yong turned to Sister Xiaoju and smiled weakly. I'm sorry, Sister Xiaoju, for troubling you again this time. Sister Xiaoju rolled her eyes at him, not responding, and turned to retrieve medicine from the cabinet. Wu Yu stood by silently observing the scene. Wang Qi leaned against the door, took out a cigarette, and was about to light it when he glanced at the bloodied Peng Yong and put the cigarette back in his pocket. Let's talk about it, he said. What happened inside? Peng Yong took a deep breath and began to recount. The mission we received today indicated a Tier 1 corpse energy fluctuation from the shadow domain. Peng Yong leaned against the head of the bed, the ice crystals on his body gradually melting, his injuries visibly healing. It was located near the abandoned factory in Zone D7. Once we entered, it was indeed a Tier 1 pseudo-human corpse. Little G shot it with a spirit energy-powered gun, hitting it squarely in the head. By all logic, it should have dissipated right there. But it didn't. He paused, frowning. The corpse didn't dissipate, and the shadow domain didn't recede. I sensed something was off and warned Little G to be cautious, but before I could finish my sentence, it moved. Peng Yong's description was detailed, as if he were recounting a battle. The swirling black mist, the rising aura, the suddenly intelligent eyes. When he spoke of these, his tone remained calm, yet his fingers slightly tightened around the sheets. Only then did I recognize it. That was the Desire Corpse clan. He glanced at Wang Qi. It can parasitize other corpses, gaining strength by absorbing negative emotions. I had seen relevant information in the investigation database before, but I never expected to encounter it here. He continued, fortunately, I reacted quickly and used rationality spray, otherwise if it had absorbed that wave of negative emotions, it might have broken through to Tier 3 on the spot. He continued with his account. How the black mist wove into a net, how he and Su Ji coordinated, and how they were repeatedly pushed to the brink. When he reached the point where the black net descended, he paused and looked at Su Ji. In that situation, I went in, and Little G, who has wind abilities, continued to drag it out. It was basically the optimal solution. Su Ji kept his head down beside him, his shoulders trembling slightly. After that, everything went dark. Peng Yong said the black mist wrapped around me, drilling into my body like needles. At that moment, I thought, this thing is quite perverse. He paused, then sighed. I quickly realized this was trying to torment me, to keep providing negative emotions. As for what happened next, Peng Yong looked at Su Ji beside him. Su Ji took a deep breath and continued the unfinished words of Peng Yong. At that time, Brother Peng chose to sacrifice himself to buy time for me. But I thought Brother Peng had already sacrificed himself, and I couldn't help but feel a wave of negative emotions. That allowed the Desire Corpse to break through to Tier 3. Then the Master appeared. With just a few sword strikes, that thing was gone. As he spoke of the dazzling white sword light at the end, he glanced at Wu Yu, his eyes filled with evident gratitude. Peng Yong on the hospital bed shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of emotion. I truly didn't expect to come out alive. The medical room fell silent for a few seconds. Sister Xiaoju placed a few bottles of medicine on the bedside, not saying a word. Wang Qi leaned against the door. After a moment of silence, he spoke. I encountered them too. Several gazes turned toward him. I took a round in my jurisdiction and found several desire corpses parasitizing pseudo-human corpses. I dealt with them quite easily. He paused, then slightly furrowed his brow. But there's something off about this. Wu Yu looked at him. Desire corpses used to only appear in those northern provinces, Wang Qi said. In our Shilin province they had scarcely ever appeared. He glanced at Ping Yong. You just said that thing was nearing tier 3. Peng Yong nodded. Wang Qi's brow furrowed, even tighter. The ones I handled today were similar. Although most were tier 1 or tier 2, there was also a tier 4 desire corpse. He took out a cigarette, turning it in his hand without lighting it. Do you know what this means? Wu Yu understood. Corpses have a strong territorial awareness, and different corpse clans generally do not appear in the same area. This is clearly stated in the investigation database as a fundamental common sense. However, desire corpses are an exception. Because the main body of the desire corpse clan is extremely weak, they require parasitism on other corpses to survive. They usually only parasitize the low-tier corpses of the Myriad Beast clan. Not only because the Myriad Beast corpses can disguise themselves as various animals, making it easier to lower people's guard, but also because only the Myriad Beast corpses, even when reaching mid to high tiers, still possess low intelligence, allowing the desire corpses to manipulate them at will. If a desire corpse were to parasitize another corpse clan with intelligence, it would be not only harder to control, but also likely to provoke conflicts between different corpse clans. After all, the corpses are not all united. Therefore, the investigation database indicated that typically only areas where Myriad Beast corpses appear need to be checked for the presence of desire corpses. But now their hosts have changed to Faceless Corpses, a high-intelligence clan that can awaken partial intelligence. If it were just an isolated incident, it would be one thing. But Wang Qi just mentioned. He discovered them in his jurisdiction, and not just one, but several, including a tier 4 desire corpse. This implies. Wu Yu looked at Wang Qi beside him. He saw the latter's brows tightly knitted, his expression serious. It's very likely that high-tier desire corpses have come to our Shilin province. Otherwise, the high-tier faceless corpses from the No-Face sect wouldn't allow desire corpses to freely parasitize their low-tier corpses. At this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. High-tier refers to levels of tier 7 and above. Wu Yu recalled the gaze of the tier 3 desire corpse just before its death. It was unwilling. What was it unwilling about? Was it unwilling to be killed? Or was it unwilling about something else? He couldn't figure it out at that time. Now that he thought about it, the last gaze seemed to hold not only unwillingness, but also a hint of condescension. Mockery. Like it was saying, do you think this is the end? The medical room suddenly fell silent. Outside, the night was dark, and the light from the street lamps seeped through the gaps in the curtains, casting a long shadow on the floor. Wu Yu leaned against the wall, not saying a word. However, the uneasy thought in his heart grew increasingly. Wang Qi broke the heavy atmosphere in the medical room. But there's no need to be too nervous. He spun the cigarette he pulled from his pocket between his fingers, not to mention whether those high-level corpses will come to our small city of Lanhua. Even if they do, he paused. Our new director is on the way. Wu Yu was taken aback and looked at Wang Qi. New director? What happened to the former director? Wang Qi noticed his expression and smiled, holding the cigarette in his mouth, mumbling. You probably don't know yet. The old director just stepped down last month. Normally you just started a few days ago. It's understandable that you don't know. Wang Qi took the cigarette down and spoke casually. The old director was stuck at the peak of the 7th stage for several years, and last month he tried to break through to the 8th stage. As a result, he spread his hands. He couldn't make it, suffered a backlash, and injured his foundation. Now he needs to recuperate, and cannot manage the Bureau's affairs. Wu Yu's brows furrowed slightly. A failed breakthrough. He truly didn't know about this before. The information in the investigation documents only talked about the classification of ability levels, and there was no mention of breakthroughs for high-level abilities. He had always thought that as long as the energy intensity of an ability user increased, they could naturally ascend. Now he realized that breaking through at higher levels comes with risks. So the new director? He asked. He was transferred from headquarters, Wang Qi said. Apparently he is also Jin Hui. Anyway, he is at least at the 7th stage or above. Whether he is at the 7th or 8th stage is unknown, but he is definitely much stronger than us. He glanced at Wu Yu and added. He is expected to arrive in the next few days. You will be able to meet him then. Wu Yu nodded, not asking for. There were no further events of note. Xiao Ju finished treating Peng Yong's wound and checked Su Ji again, confirming that both were fine. Peng Yong needed to be observed in the medical room for 2 days due to internal injuries, while Su Ji just needed some medicine for his external injuries. Seeing he had nothing else to do, Wu Yu stood up to leave. Shall I see you off? Wang Qi asked. No need, Wu Yu shook his head. I can go back by myself. Wang Qi didn't insist, and nodded. Wu Yu walked out of the medical room through the corridor and downstairs. A few black SUVs were parked at the entrance of the Investigation Bureau building, and there were not many people at night, only streetlights illuminating the ground. He walked along the street towards the launching community. With his current physical condition, he estimated he could reach home in about 20 minutes if he ran. The night breeze blew and carrying the coolness of early summer. There were not many people on the street. Occasionally a taxi would pass by, its headlights flashing in the distance before disappearing. Wu Yu wasn't walking fast. His mind was still thinking about what had just happened. The eyes of the lustful corpse before it died, Wang Chi's words, the old director's failed breakthrough, and the upcoming new director. He raised his head to look at the night sky. The moon was bright, and there weren't many clouds around. He recalled the eyes of that corpse, filled with unwillingness and mockery, seemingly brewing a greater conspiracy behind it. The unsettling thought lingered in his heart. But he understood one thing. No matter what happens next, there was only one thing he could do. To become stronger. To become strong as soon as possible. Strong enough to have the power to protect himself, and to safeguard those he wished to protect. He opened the sword manual panel. Available experience points, 640. The amount he accumulated tonight, plus the 640 from the third stage lustful corpse. Without hesitation. With a thought. Available experience points, 640. Available experience points, 0. Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword Technique Beginner, 501, 1000. Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword Technique Minor Completion, 141, 2000. Level 3-4. Boom. This time was different from any previous experience. It wasn't information flooding in nor an increase in coolness, rather it felt like he was thrown into a storm. That clear and gentle power surged forth from deep within his body like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly engulfing him. It surged through his meridians, coursed through his flesh, and blood took root in his bones. Every inch of his skin, every nerve, every cell was being cleansed, reshaped, and reinforced by this power. At the same time, countless insights into sword techniques flooded into his mind. The areas that were once vague now became clear, and those that were once awkward now flowed smoothly. Every move and technique of the Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, including the unique energy usage, felt engraved in his bones, becoming instinctual. Not just sword techniques. There was also a sword move. Shadow Slash. The afterimages formed by the 9 shadow steps could also wield a sword. The sword of the afterimage could also cause damage. Wu Yu opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. The power within him was more than doubled. That clear wind-like power now flowed quietly within him like rivers. He clenched his fist. He had become much stronger. By the time he returned to the launching community, it was almost 11:30. Wu Yu did not go home. He found a secluded corner outside the community. A group of old buildings awaiting demolition, surrounded by iron sheets, dark and empty inside. He drew his sword. Taking a deep breath, the power within him surged. He slashed out with his sword. The gray-white sword light streaked across the night sky, striking a crumbling wall across from him. Boom! That half-meter-thick brick wall cracked down the middle, splitting from top to bottom, and a few seconds later, with a thunderous sound, half of the wall collapsed. Wu Yu looked at the pile of rubble, and he had an idea of its strength. This sword strike was more than double the power of his previous strikes. If the third stage lustful corpse were standing in front of him now, he could easily finish it off with a single stroke. He sheathed his sword and tried the Shadow Slash again. Activating the 9 shadow steps, his figure flashed, leaving 3 afterimages in place, then flashed again, leaving another 3. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 afterimages surrounded him, sword in hand, vivid and lifelike. Wu Yu focused his mind. Those afterimages all swung their swords. Clearly just illusions, but the sword light cutting through the air created a genuine sound of wind. The sword light struck against the nearby iron sheet fence, creating several smooth cracks. Wu Yu walked over to take a look. The power was probably only about 30% of his personal sword strikes. But that was enough. 30% would be more than enough to deal with ordinary third-stage corpses. Even if it was a third-stage A-class corpse, if the number of afterimages was sufficient, it could still cause considerable trouble. He sheathed his sword, nodding in satisfaction. Just at the moment he sheathed his sword, behind the wall nearby, a figure dressed in the Wuzhong school uniform tightly covered her mouth. Her long hair spilled down, her eyes wide open, filled with terror and disbelief. She had merely passed by here intending to take a shortcut home, and then she saw the light and heard the sound, drawn by some inexplicable force to take a look. Then she saw it. That person. That silhouette. The figure swinging a sword in the night. Wu Yu sheathed his sword, a slight frown appearing on his brow. With his senses now enhanced multiple times, he could perceive every rustle within a 10-meter radius. He had clearly heard the breathing and heartbeat from behind the wall right from the start. The girl with long hair pressed her mouth shut tightly, not daring to make a sound. There was no sound. Had that person left? She slowly moved her body, pressing against the wall, cautiously sticking out half her head. It was pitch black. No one. She breathed a sigh of relief, her body finally relaxing. Did you just see that? A voice came from beside her, so close it was almost touching her ear. Oh. The girl with long hair let out a scream, her entire body stiffening, as if paralyzed, her eyes wide, pupils dilated, her lips trembling and unable to utter a word. Wu stood slightly behind her, illuminated by the streetlight, and recognized the uniform she was wearing. It was the one he was most familiar with from his school. He squinted slightly, running through his mind. This girl looked somewhat familiar. I didn't see anything. She finally found her voice, speaking incoherently. I was just passing by. Really just passing by. She shrank her neck, not daring to look at him. Big brother, alien him, just an ordinary human. My flesh is tough. Not tasty. Alien. Wu was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but smile slightly. It was rare to stir up in him that last bit of mischievousness belonging to someone his age. Oh. He deliberately lowered his voice. The aliens from our M78 Nebula love to eat humans. Especially the kind boiled into broth. Oh. You're really aliens. Boiled into broth. The girl trembled all over, nearly curling into a ball. Wu shook his head at her truly frightened expression. I'm not joking. He put away his smile. I work for the Public Security Bureau. I took out my Public Security Bureau ID from my coat pocket, opened it, and waved it in front of her. You cannot tell anyone what you've seen tonight. Otherwise you will violate the relevant regulations of the code and may be restricted in your personal freedom. The girl was stunned for half a minute before she opened her mouth blankly. You're a Public Security Bureau staff member. Not an alien. Only then did she dare to turn her head. The streetlight cast its light on Wu, dressed in a black coat with medium-length hair and exquisitely delicate features. He stood there looking as if he had walked out of a painting. The girl blinked. So young. He looked about the same age as her. Wu was also looking at her. This face. He had a slight impression. In front of the school gate, there was an honor roll where photos of the top students from each exam were posted. This girl often appeared among the top ranks, and he had caught a glimpse of her a few times as he passed by. Huang Yu. That seemed to be her name. At this moment Huang Yu was still staring at him blankly, clearly not fully recovered from the shock. Wu didn't linger any longer and turned to leave. It was just a matter of seeing him practice swordsmanship, nothing significant. The Bureau's regulation was that only ordinary people who accidentally learned about corpse-type knowledge needed to sign a confidentiality agreement. As for martial artists and those with abilities, ordinary people could see them, and as long as they had no contact with the existence of corpse types, there was no strict rule requiring them to keep silent. What he said about restricting personal freedom was merely to scare her. Until Wu Yu's figure completely disappeared into the night, Huang Yu finally came back to her senses. She blinked, then blinked again. So young. She murmured, and just now, when he saw me, he hesitated for a moment. Does he know me? Her mind was a jumble. After experiencing such a roller coaster of emotions, her legs felt a bit weak. She leaned against the wall to stand up, brushed off the dirt from her clothes, took a deep breath, and quickened her pace home. She would need to digest what had happened tonight. On the other side, Wu returned home, and the living room light was still on. As usual, a glass of milk was placed on the table with a note pressed underneath it indicating he was an old actor. Of course it was cold. Wu picked up the milk and drank it directly, then quietly washed up and lay down on the bed. He replayed the events of the night in his mind. The lustful corpse typed, the things Wang Qi had said, and the matter concerning the new director. He closed his eyes. Regardless, it was time to sleep. The next morning, Wu stood in front of the mirror brushing his teeth, and as he brushed he suddenly stopped. The face in the mirror now appeared nearly flawless. His skin was so delicate that pores were invisible, his features so soft they looked meticulously carved, exuding an indescribable aura. Not the sharp kind of handsome, but a clean and exquisite beauty that was hard to look away from. He stared at the mirror for a long time and sighed. At this rate, he would have to wear a mask when going out. After finishing his grooming, he rummaged through his room and finally found a pair of black frame glasses. Non-prescription, just for fun, which could cover his brows and eyes a bit when worn. He swept his hair forward again, letting his bangs grow a bit longer. The person in the mirror finally looked less exaggerated. Not bad. He opened the door and went out for breakfast. Wu Ma had already served the meal on the table. Wu Ba sat opposite drinking porridge and looking at his phone. Wu Yu sat down and buried his head in eating. As he ate, he felt Wu Ma's gaze fixed on him. He raised his head. Wu Ma's eyes were on his face, her brows slightly furrowed, as if confirming something. Xiao Yu, she spoke, have you changed again? Wu Yu was taken aback. Did I? He pretended to be confused. Wu Ba looked up, glanced at him, then lowered his head to continue looking at his phone. Boys grow up differently. Now Xiao Yu is at that age, very normal. I just don't know how many girls will be so infatuated they can't. Wu Ma rolled her eyes at him. You really are carefree. Wu Yu silently ate his meal, not responding. After breakfast, Wu Yu put on his backpack, donned the black frame glasses, and stepped out. When he arrived at school, the morning reading had not yet started, and the classroom was noisy. He walked into the classroom, heading towards his seat. Then he felt a gaze resting on him. It was direct, unhidden. He followed the gaze, and saw Hua Linlin sitting in her seat staring at him. Her gaze swept over his face, then back again, scanning him again and again, as if she were meeting him for the first time, her eyes forgetting to blink. Wu Yu glanced at her, not paying much attention, and continued walking towards his seat. Only then did Hua Linlin react, hurriedly lowering her head, pretending to read her textbook. But her heart raced so fast she couldn't suppress it. What was happening? How had he become so good-looking again? Clearly wearing glasses, and with bangs covering his forehead, yet he was still so captivating. She secretly lifted her eyes and glanced again. Wu Yu had already sat down, taking out textbooks and a water bottle from his backpack. She bit her lip. Remembering how he had stood her up last time, the anger surged inside her again. She had messaged him to set a time, only for him to bail at the last minute. She had stood at that intersection for so long, looking like a fool. She had been so furious at that time. But now looking at him sitting there, she couldn't muster any anger. Should she ask him again? He should be free today, right? What if he bailed again? Wouldn't that make her look bad? But if they could really go by swords together, wouldn't that mean they could spend more time together? And they could enjoy the view up close. In her mind, two little figures were fighting fiercely. After struggling for a long time, she took out her phone and sent Wu Yu a message. Are we going to that place we talked about after school today? After sending it, she stuffed her phone in the drawer, but her eyes kept glancing toward him. A few seconds later, her phone vibrated. She quickly took it out to look. Were you sure? Hua Linlin stared at that word for 3 seconds, unable to suppress a smile that crept up on her lips. Time passed swiftly. When the school bell rang, Wu Yu had just completed a mental rehearsal of the phantom flowing cloud sword technique. He opened his eyes, packed his bag, and stood up to walk outside. At the school gate, students poured out in groups, chatting and laughing. Hua Linlin stood beside a phoenix tree at the entrance, holding her bag straps, her gaze scanning through the crowd. Today she wore casual clothes, a light blue floral dress, her hair loose, adding a different charm compared to when she wore her uniform. Upon seeing Wu Yu come out, her eyes brightened for a moment, but then she quickly suppressed it. She looked around to ensure no one was paying attention before stepping forward a couple of paces, standing next to Wu Yu, but deliberately maintaining a slight distance. Ahem. She cleared her throat and explained expressionlessly, "This shop was recommended by my cousin, so don't think too much about it." Think too much? What is there to think too much about? Wu Yu glanced at her, feeling somewhat baffled. So where is this shop exactly? How do we get there? He asked. It's over in the city center, a bit far away, Hua Linlin said. We can take the bus, but it requires a transfer. There's no direct route. Or, she paused, trying to sound as casual as possible. Taking a taxi would work too. If they took a taxi, wouldn't they end up in the same car? Would they have to sit in the back? Wouldn't that be too close? No, they needed to be reserved. Wu Yu thought for a moment. Then let's take a taxi. Transferring would be too much trouble. If the bus doesn't go directly, it would waste too much time. He was still thinking about buying the sword and heading to the Fengxiang martial arts school to practice for a bit. Hua Linlin's ears turned slightly red. This was his suggestion. Fine, you don't know the address, so I'll handle it. She took out her phone, opened the taxi app, and began to input the destination. Neither of them noticed. In the crowd, 2 pairs of eyes were fixated on them. Minga, look, a tall, skinny boy whispered. Someone dares to get this close to the school beauty of Hua. He rolled up his sleeves. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Li Ming, standing beside him, had a complicated expression and grabbed him by the arm. Stop. He gritted his teeth. We're not a gang. But Minga, the school beauty. Do Li Ming look like someone who can't take a loss? He looked at those 2 figures, his gaze landing on Wu Yu. He remembered this person. The one who was being stared at by Hua Linlin at the school gate, holding a long cloth. Although he understood that the last time his goddess had acted so out of character, it indicated that this person held a significance in her heart far beyond his own. But today the distance between the 2 standing together was quite clear. They were at least half a meter apart. This meant they weren't together yet. As long as they weren't together, there was still hope. In terms of family background, his family had considerable assets. While judging by that boy's clothing, he likely came from an ordinary family. In terms of academic performance, he was always on the honor roll, while he had never seen the other on it. As for appearance, though he felt slightly inferior, he thought he wasn't bad. Thus Li Ming had not lost yet. No way, Li Ming murmured. I need to take some action now. His gaze on those two figures became resolute. Ding ding. Wu Yu was just about to get in the car with Hua Linlin when his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He took out his pure black work phone. Task reminder from the investigator Dear Torchbearer LH36. A fluctuation of dark domain energy has been detected 1.5 kilometers from your location. Energy level first stage. Status weak fluctuation, not fully erupted. The specific location has been sent to your device. Wu Yu paused for a moment. A task at this time. He put away his phone and glanced apologetically at Hua Linlin, who was still inputting the address. Ahem, Hua Linlin. Huh, what's wrong? Hua Linlin looked up, her finger still hovering above the screen. I'm sorry, but I have something urgent that came up. Wu Yu said apologetically. I probably won't be able to go today after all. Hua Linlin. She stood frozen in place, still holding her phone with the taxi app still open. Wu Yu nodded apologetically at her and turned to leave. He walked quickly, and within seconds he completely disappeared into the crowd. Hua Linlin stood there holding her phone, looking like a statue. This is stood up again. The second time. She slowly lowered her phone, staring in the direction Wu Yu had vanished, her fists clenched tightly. For some reason she felt like crying a little. At Wu Yu's current speed, even with some restraint, it only took him a few minutes to reach the task location. In a secluded alley surrounded by old buildings ready for demolition, vines crawled over the walls and construction debris littered the ground, that familiar chill emanating from within. Wu Yu did not hesitate, calming the cold energy within him, allowing that force to pull him inside. Black mist surged. Dark domain. A twisted corpse stood not far away, noticing him and wobbling over. Wu Yu drew his sword. Just as he was about to finish it with one strike, he suddenly paused. No, this was not first stage energy. That fluctuation seemed to hint at second stage. He narrowed his eyes and observed carefully. On that corpse, there was an unusual aura different from the ordinary first stage pseudo-corpse. This one had a glimmer of intelligence in its gaze. It was a lustful corpse. Wu Yu immediately realized. Without hesitation, grayish-white sword light flashed. Before the corpse could reveal its fangs, it dissipated into black smoke. Experience points allocated 50. 50 points, not 60 points. Wu Yu glanced at the panel, confirming it only added 50 points with no addition for the 10 points from the first stage pseudo-corpse. So, does this mean the corpses that were parasitized are actually dead? Are the parasitized corpses just shells controlled by the lustful corpse? He thoughtfully sheathed his sword. As the surrounding black mist dissipated, he returned to that alley, glancing at the time. From receiving the task to completion, it took less than 10 minutes. It was still early. Should he check with Hua Linlin if she was still going? He took out his phone and looked at the chat interface, the last message still stuck on the word, okay. After thinking for a moment, he put his phone away. Forget it. Another day. He turned and walked towards the Fengxiang Martial Arts School. At the Fengxiang Martial Arts School, when Wu Yu pushed the door open, the young man at the front desk immediately spotted him, stood up hurriedly, and smiled broadly. Sir, you're here. He hurried over, bowing. Just right. Are you still going to the sword practice room today? He'll take you there right away. Wu Yu nodded. The two of them walked through the corridor towards the exclusive quiet room of the schoolmaster. Nearby, a young man dressed in a white martial arts uniform was walking over from another direction, holding a training sword. He paused upon seeing the front desk, leading someone in that direction. That was the schoolmaster's exclusive quiet room. What kind of person could enter there? He glanced at the figure being led away. Young, with a straight back, unable to see the face, but the respect they were receiving could be felt from quite a distance. He stood still, waiting for the front desk to finish escorting the guest back before approaching. Shally, who was that just now? He asked in a low voice. The front desk glanced at him and replied in a low voice. Huigu, that is an important guest of the schoolmaster. The schoolmaster personally instructed that they be treated with the utmost respect. An important guest. The young man raised an eyebrow, thoughtfully nodding. Thanks. He turned to leave, still pondering the figure he had just seen. The clothes that person was wearing seemed a bit familiar. He thought for a moment, and suddenly remembered. Lanhano, 5 middle school. Wasn't that the uniform of his cousin's high school? He was taken aback. No way. The schoolmaster's important guest is a high school student. He shook his head, feeling it was a bit unbelievable. But he certainly didn't miss that outfit. Next time he saw his cousin, he would have to ask her. As Wu Yu stepped out of the Fengxiang Martial Arts Institute after practicing swordsmanship, the night had already deepened. The street was nearly deserted, and the streetlights cast a long shadow behind him as he leisurely walked home, carrying a long cloth bag that held his sword. The bag swayed gently with each step. His mind was still replaying the phantom flowing cloud sword techniques he had practiced that night. After reaching minor mastery, the sword techniques had become much smoother, But his grasp on the timing for the shadow strike was still lacking. At the moment the phantom struck, a slight flaw in his real body's defense would be exposed. Lost in thought, he unconsciously arrived at the foot of the launching community building. The streetlight at the entrance of the corridor had been broken for several days, and no one had come to fix it. A shadow loomed beside the doorway, pitch black, obscuring any visibility. Wu did not stop his footsteps as he walked into the shadow. Then boom. The cold energy within his body suddenly erupted. It wasn't a fluctuation nor a warning, it was an explosion. It felt as if something had exploded within him. The previously calm, cold energy instantly boiled over, surging wildly, as if it wanted to break free from his body. His veins throbbed, his muscles trembled, and even the gaps in his bones tingled. The sensation was 10 times more intense than the first time he encountered that third-tier Qiankong zombie. Wu Yu's pupils constricted sharply. This wasn't right. He had never experienced anything like this before. Even the first time he was pulled into the dark domain by that third-tier Qiankong zombie, the cold energy had only fluctuated. This reaction now, there's a zombie nearby, and it's one far more powerful than a third-tier zombie. At the same time, Wu Yu noticed something. Although the cold energy was erupting violently, there was no chilling sensation that symbolized the dark domain. The enemy was right here in the real world, right next to him. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Wu. He exerted all his effort to maintain a facade of calm, ensuring that his expression revealed no abnormality, his footsteps never faltering as he continued to walk at the same pace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. But the cold energy within him surged more violently, especially in the area near his back. The cold energy there felt as if it was about to ignite, rolling and boiling frantically. It was behind him, and it was getting closer. You could even feel that something was standing less than a meter behind him, staring at him. That gaze felt tangible as it pressed against his back, cold, sticky, imbued with an indescribable malice. In that moment, he could even hear his own heartbeat. Thump, 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 each beat louder than the last. He could not wait any longer. Suddenly he lunged forward, the 9 shadow step activated instantly, and his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow darting several meters away. Then he turned around. A woman stood silently in the spot he had just vacated. Dressed in a black long skirt with long hair flowing down, her skin was almost translucent as she stood completely still like a statue. The night wind blew, causing the hem of her skirt to flutter slightly before settling again. What was most terrifying were her eyes. Pure black. No whites, no pupils. Only endless darkness. She tilted her head, gazing at Wu Yu, as if perplexed by how he could see her. Then she raised her hand. Wu Yu's hair stood on end. In that instant, a singular thought filled his mind. Run. He utilized the 9 shadows step, repeatedly creating shadowy afterimages in place, while his real body shot toward the exit of the community. I cannot stay here. As Wu Yu sprinted, he felt the vague presence behind him. It was keeping pace with him. Not fast, not slow, as if it were taking a leisurely stroll, yet he couldn't shake it off. Wu Yu frantically calculated the power gap. With his current strength, even an ordinary 4th-tier zombie would be something he could face head-on. But this black-skirted zombie, he couldn't even see through. 5th tier, or even 6th tier, or higher. What should I do? As his thoughts raced, he suddenly felt a chill at his chest. It wasn't pain but cold, as if someone had pressed a block of ice against his back. He looked down. A pale, slender hand had pierced through from his back to his chest. The hand had entered from his back and exited through his chest, the fingers long, and the nails a dark red, gleaming eerily under the streetlight. When did this happen? Wu Yu could only fleetingly think this. Then came a wave. The hand withdrew from his body. Pooh! Wu Yu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the crimson mist dispersing in the night wind. Only then did the intense pain radiate from his chest. It was too fast. So fast that even his pain receptors had not reacted in time. Simultaneously, a cold force began to spread from the wound into his body. That force was chilling to the bone, causing muscles to stiffen and blood to coagulate. Yet the cold energy within Wu Yu responded immediately, along with the unique power from the phantom flowing cloud sword. They surged toward his chest like enraged beasts, desperately blocking the spread of that cold energy. The cold energy led while the unique power followed forcefully, halting the bone-chilling invasion near the wound, preventing it from spreading further. Damn it! Is this how it feels to be hit in the head? Wu Yu spat blood foaming at the corners of his mouth. Thankfully that stab hadn't pierced his heart, it only punctured his left lung lobe, or else he would have died on the spot. He couldn't care about the excruciating pain or the dizziness from the continuous blood loss. He focused all his energy on the 9 shadows step. Fighting back was out of the question, but at the very least he had to buy some time. As he ran wildly, he flicked his left wrist 3 times. This activated the emergency distress function of the watch provided by the Investigation Bureau. Wu Yu continuously changed directions, weaving through the streets. With every breath, the wound in his lungs felt like it was being cut by a knife. Blood continuously surged from his mouth and nose, and his vision began to blur. But the presence behind him remained close, yet at an unhurried pace. It felt like a game, like a cat playing with a mouse. A surge of immense absurdity washed over Wu Yu. During this time his strength had been steadily increasing, and he had indeed grown a bit arrogant, even believing he could kill a fourth-tier zombie. But now, he encountered a zombie that he couldn't even fight back against. I can't die here today. Wu Yu's consciousness was becoming increasingly blurred. So I really am this weak. That one stab had stripped away all his complacency. That one stab reminded him to be humble. Those 4 words flashed in his mind before being immediately drowned out by excruciating pain. The continuous blood loss caused his vision to darken, his steps began to falter, and executing the 9 shadows step became increasingly laborious, yet he dared not stop. Stopping meant death. Gritting his teeth, he relied on the last remnants of his consciousness and sprinted toward Wang Chi's territory. The black-skirted zombie followed leisurely behind him, as if taking a casual walk. Just as Wu Yu's vision nearly faded completely and he was about to collapse, a blue flame suddenly erupted into view. The blue was so bright it appeared white, with an astonishing temperature that distorted the surrounding air. The flames surged, resembling a blooming blue lotus. Then a familiar voice filled with rage suddenly rang out from the flames' stop. The figure in the black dress with long hair naturally saw the blue fire lotus. Its expression remained devoid of emotion. On that pale face, which was almost transparent, there was no fluctuation of emotion, resembling a still pond. Only its pure black eyes slightly shifted, landing on the fire lotus before moving away to look at Wu Yu beside it. Meanwhile, Wang Chi furrowed his brow. He could not discern its depth. With his 5th-level strength, facing a 6th-level opponent, he should be able to roughly sense the opponent's energy level. But this black-dressed corpse stood there like a temperatureless stone, like a lifeless shell. If it weren't for those pure black eyes, he might have thought it was merely a statue. At the same time, a question arose in his mind. Why didn't this corpse draw them into the Dark Realm? Clearly the Dark Realm was its territory. In the Dark Realm, the recovery ability of corpses would be greatly enhanced, with combat power at least increased by 30%. Why would it abandon this advantage? But there was no time to ponder these thoughts now. Falling star of flame. Wang Chi suddenly pressed down with both hands. A massive blue fire spear descended from the sky, the flames burning a bright, white, dazzlingly brilliant, trailing a long tail like a fallen star. The spear's diameter exceeded 2 meters, and the surrounding space was distorted by the intense heat, the air emitting a piercing screech. This strike illuminated the night sky for several kilometers. The black-dressed corpse halted and raised its head. The blue light fell into its pure black eyes, reflecting 2 small points of light. It gazed at the descending fire spear, its expression unchanged. No fear, no surprise, and not even a hint of evasion. Boom! The fire spear completely enveloped the black-dressed corpse. The loud noise shook the surrounding buildings. The ground cracked, debris flew, and smoke billowed into the sky. The shockwave carried a scorching heat wave that spread outwards, toppling a trash can far away, while the nearby sidewalk trees had their leaves and branches instantly carbonized. At this moment, Wu Yu had reached his limit. With his right hand propped on his sword, he knelt on the ground, his mouth and nose covered in bright red blood. The penetrating wound on his chest continued to ooze blood, and with his left lung pierced, each breath brought up blood foam. His consciousness wavered, and everything in his vision spun and blurred, as if viewed through frosted glass. But he did not fall. He braced himself with the sword, gritting his teeth, refusing to collapse. Seeing the black-dressed corpse struck by the fire spear, Wang Chi wasted no time and dashed to Wu Yu's side. He placed his hand on Wu Yu's shoulder, blue flames surging from his palm. But this time it was not high temperature, but extreme cold. The temperature of the flames suddenly reversed, turning from scorching to freezing, emitting a chilling air. "Your injuries are severe," Wang Chi said urgently, yet steadily. "Hang in there, I need to freeze you." Wu Yu's consciousness was already hazy. He struggled to nod, his lips moving as if to say something, but only blood foam gushed from his throat. The blue ice flames spread over Wu Yu. From his shoulder to his chest, from his chest to his waist and limbs, a thin layer of blue ice covered his entire body. The ice layer was not thick, but the cold penetrated to the bone. Wu Yu could feel his body temperature plummeting rapidly, his heartbeat slowing down, and the pain from his wounds diminishing. His injuries were contained. Wang Chi carried Wu Yu, leaning him against a nearby broken wall. After confirming that there were no other threats, he pressed down on his earpiece. A sixth-level corpse has appeared at D87. It's directly manifested in the real world with no fluctuations from the dark realm. His voice was hurried and rapid. LH-12 requests support. Received. A short response came from the earpiece. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. A deep pit several meters wide was revealed where the fire spear had struck. The soil at the bottom of the pit was burned into glass-like crystals glinting a dark red light under the street lamp, while countless cracks spread across the surrounding ground like a spider web. At the bottom of the pit stood the black-dressed corpse. The black dress showed no signs of damage and the hem was not even dusted. Its long hair remained neatly spread out and its skin retained that almost transparent whiteness. It had not moved at all. Wang Chi's pupils suddenly constricted. It really is sixth level. And it seems not to be an ordinary corpse. He stared at the figure memories of high-level corpse data, flashing rapidly in his mind. Thousand-Faced Corpse Clan, Lustful Corpse Clan, 10,000 Beast Corpse Clan, Sin Dragon Corpse Clan. Yet none of the sixth-level corpses from these clans could move freely in the real world unrestrained while perfectly concealing their energy fluctuations. Unless, he suddenly recalled a term. Royal Bloodline. The most powerful ancestral bloodline at the top of each corpse clan. They possess unique innate abilities unhindered by the rules of the real world, able to move freely, their strength far surpassing others of the same level, and their intelligence equal to that of humans, each one a top predator among corpses. Royal Bloodline. He shouted quickly into the earpiece. A sixth-level royal corpse has appeared at D87. A sharp intake of breath was heard from the other end of the earpiece, followed by hurried footsteps. After a brief silence, another cold yet anxious voice came from the earpiece. Hold on, Shao Qi. I'll be there soon. If Wu Yu were awake, he would surely recognize the owner of that voice. Yi, Deputy Director of the Lanha City Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Wang Qi gritted his teeth. Yes. He fixed his gaze on the figure in the black dress. The black-dressed corpse moved. It took a step forward. Just that one step was as light as a stroll. But Wang Qi felt an invisible pressure emanating from that slender body, pressing down on him like a mountain. Cold prison of the inch. Wang Qi crossed his hands and waved his 10 fingers, snapping, releasing streams of blue cold flames from his palms, intertwining and stitching together in the air to form a square cage that enveloped the black-dressed corpse. Every side of the cage was woven from countless fine strands of flame, a blue so bright it appeared white, emanating a chilling aura. Then came the chains. Blue flame chains extended from the inner walls of the cage, wrapping around the black-dressed corpse's wrists, ankles, and waist like live snakes. The chains tightened, the cold permeated, attempting to freeze every ounce of energy within that body. The black-dressed corpse lowered its head and glanced at the chains on its body. Then a faint wisp of black mist began to emanate from it. The black mist was so light, it was almost invisible. But the moment this wisp of black mist touched the chains, crack, 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 the chains shattered. The cage disintegrated. Those bindings, woven from fifth-level cold flames, shattered like fragile glass piece by piece, turning into sparks of blue fire that dissipated in the night wind. It all happened in just a second. Wang Qi's pupils shook violently. The gap was too great. He instinctively took a half-step back, but quickly steadied himself. He couldn't retreat. If he did, Wu Yu would die, and everyone in the area would perish. The black-dressed corpse continued walking toward him. Wang Qi took a deep breath and raised his hands again. He could no longer hold back. He closed his eyes, and then abruptly opened them. 2 instruments of flame. This was his strongest move, and it consumed the most energy. It fused the 2 utterly opposite flames of extreme cold and high temperature, forming an unprecedented mixed state. His left hand bore the extreme cold, while his right hand bore the high temperature. The 2 forces converged in his palm, colliding, tearing, and finally, merging. A blue flame woven from the waves of extreme cold and high temperature shot forth from his palm. The flame was not thick, only as wide as his arm, but its state was exceedingly bizarre. The distortions brought by extreme cold and high temperature flickered within the flame, at times freezing to the bone, and at other times burning fiercely. Wherever it passed, the air first froze into frost, then was instantly vaporized by high temperature, emitting a piercing explosion. This attack consumed over half of his energy. The black-dressed corpse finally halted. It looked at the oncoming flame, tilting its head. Then it raised its hand. That delicate pale hand gently grasped. The intertwined flames exploded in its palm, transforming into countless tiny sparks that scattered like fireworks, the firelight reflected in its pure black eyes, twinkling like 2 dead stars. Wang Qi stood there gasping for breath, his heart sinking gradually. His energy was nearly exhausted. He glanced in Wu Yu's direction. The boy, encased in ice, still leaned against the wall motionless. Even the 2 instruments of flame was ineffective. How long could he hold on? 1 minute. 2 minutes. The still and scathed black-dressed corpse lowered its hand and continued walking toward him. Its steps remained leisurely, as if taking a stroll. Just then, a golden streak of light flew in from afar. The light was incredibly fast, like a bolt of lightning slicing through the night sky and heading straight toward this side. Where the light passed, even the air was torn apart, leaving a lingering trail. The black-dressed corpse halted and raised its head. That golden streak of light grew larger and brighter in its field of vision. In the new era, the Chronicles of the Sword Ancestor chapter on the start of the calamity. When the Sword Ancestor first entered the public domain, beginning to learn the ways of killing, his swordsmanship was rudimentary and his sharpness began to show with a gradually swelling ambition. He once received a bureau order to exterminate evil spirits, encountering a 1,000-faced corpse on the way. This corpse was of the royal bloodline, possessing attributes unlike ordinary corpses, with unfathomable cultivation and overwhelming power far beyond the previous evils he had slain. At that time, the Sword Ancestor's swordsmanship had just been formed. Relying on his newly acquired abilities, he fought with all his might, applying all he had learned. However, the strength of the royal 1,000-faced corpse was overwhelming, and the Sword Ancestor could do nothing but defend, trapped in a deadlock perilously close to death. Just as he was at his wits' end, his colleagues from the Bureau arrived to assist, valiantly stopping the royal corpse and breaking its killing momentum, saving the Sword Ancestor from death. After this battle, the Sword Ancestor deeply reflected and recognized the formidable nature of the otherworldly corpses, realizing the shallowness of his own cultivation and that all his past achievements were insufficient to rely on. He thus resolved to cleanse his heart, avoid arrogance, abandon superficial thoughts, and immerse himself solely in the path of the sword. Day and night, he honed his skills without rest, delving into the principles of the sword, diligently practicing. His swordsmanship grew increasingly profound, and his foundation became ever more solid. Later, when the Lanha city faced great upheaval and corpses rose, chaos reigned. Amidst the turmoil, the Sword Ancestor again encountered the royal 1,000-faced corpse from before. By then his swordsmanship had matured, and his cultivation surpassed the weakness of his earlier days. Thus he drew his sword and clashed, fully exhibiting his divine sword techniques, fiercely battling, and ultimately slaying this royal corpse, avenging his previous humiliation. It is said pride is an obstacle to the path of enlightenment, while humility is the foundation of understanding. The Sword Ancestor, upon first encountering a formidable enemy escaping near death, did not feel disgraced, but rather saw it as heaven's tempering. If not for that defeat, there would be no aspiration for diligent practice. Without diligent effort, there would be no might to slay corpses in Lanha. Rising again after a setback, this is why he is the supreme Sword Ancestor. The golden stream of light resembled a falling star, trailing a long luminous tail that tore through the night sky. The radiance grew brighter and more blinding, carrying an overwhelming force as it smashed down fiercely at the location of the black-skirted corpse. The air was compressed and ripped apart, emitting a sharp explosive sound. The ground trembled, debris danced, and even the distant streetlights began to flicker. Boom! A loud crash resonated, causing a painful ringing in the ears. Smoke and dust surged into the sky, fragments flew, and the ground cracked open with countless spiderweb-like fissures. The shockwave carried the golden aftertaste, expanding outward, making the air feel heavy in its wake. Wang Qi was pushed back 2 steps by the shockwave, raising his hand to shield his face. As the smoke and dust began to dissipate, he focused his gaze. The pit remained, but the figure of the black-skirted corpse was nowhere to be seen. In its place was a pitch-black sphere of light, clashing violently with a brilliant golden radiance. 2 completely different energy fields were colliding, tearing and clashing. The black one was deep and desolate, like a bottomless dry well. The golden one was dazzling, like a sun fallen to earth. The boundaries of the 2 energy fields shifted continuously. Sometimes the black pressed against the gold, other times the gold swallowed the black. Each collision unleashed astonishing waves of energy, shaking the ground and making the air wail. Wang Qi's pupils constricted as his gaze fell upon the center of the golden light. There stood a man, his hair and beard golden, eyes like torches, surrounded by crackling golden arcs of electricity. The arcs of electricity danced across him like living beings, each leap carrying destructive power. Yiju! Wang Qi nearly shouted, his voice laced with the relief of having survived a calamity. The newcomer was indeed Yi. At that moment, all dark energy detection instruments within a radius of several kilometers centered around the two spheres of light began to emit deafening alarms. Bright red alarm screens lit up one after another, spreading across the monitoring room like a row of all the torchbearers patrolling and executing tasks nearby received the same alert at that moment. High-intensity dark energy field fluctuations detected, energy level 6. Some gasped in shock, some gripped their weapons tightly, and some instinctively looked up at the distant sky. Level 6. That was an opponent most of them would never face in their lifetime. A being capable of easily wiping out half a city. A terrifying power that only silver emblem torchbearers could confront. Hedon. Moments later, the black and golden energy fields dissipated simultaneously. Yi stood in place, his hair and beard still golden, but the arcs of electricity around him had receded significantly. He stared at the still expressionless black-skirted corpse, his brows slightly furrowing. The thousand-faced royal clan. His voice was soft, as if confirming something, or perhaps talking to himself. The name thousand-faced royal clan carried the weight of a mountain when it left Yi's lips. Wang Qi's heart sank sharply. He had merely speculated before, but now Yi had confirmed it. This truly was a royal corpse. Among the thousand-faced corpse clan, the most formidable existence, each of them was a monster capable of single-handedly annihilating a city should there be no corresponding level of capable organizations. There was no time to hesitate. Yi raised his hand palm facing upwards as golden thunder began to gather in his palm, intertwining, wrapping, and compressing into an increasingly bright sphere of light. The brightness of the sphere soared rapidly, the surrounding air was ionized, emitting a humming tremor. But before he could strike, the black-skirted corpse moved. It did not attack. It merely turned its head, its pure black eyes first glanced at Yi, then looked towards the direction where Wu Yu was. That fleeting glance was light and quick like an unintentional sweep, but both men present caught it. Then its figure dispersed like ink dropping into water, merging into the shadows of nearby buildings, disappearing completely. Yi furrowed his brows even tighter. It's leaving already. He dissipated the thunder in his palm, his gaze alertly sweeping the surroundings. He could feel that the suffocating aura was indeed receding, growing more distant and faint. Wang Qi quickly stepped forward, drenched in sweat, his voice still tense. Yi Ju, that royal corpse. I can feel it. The opponent has already left. Yi interrupted him, his tone calm, but his gaze did not relax. I don't know what its purpose was, but at least for now it has departed. He turned to look at Wu Yu, who was leaning against the wall and already covered by a layer of blue ice. You take Wu Yu back to the bureau first, he said. I will remain here for a while longer to confirm it won't return. Yes. Wang Qi did not waste words, swiftly flashing to Wu Yu's side, lifting the blue ice sculpture, transforming into a beam of blue light, and vanishing from the spot. For a level 5 powerhouse, moving at full speed was far quicker than driving a car. Normally, they drove to conserve energy. When in a hurry, that distance was merely a matter of minutes. When Wu Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself under an unfamiliar ceiling. It was white, carrying a faint scent of disinfectant. He was stunned for a few seconds, his consciousness gradually returning with a dull ache in his chest like something had struck him bluntly. But the transparent hole was gone, replaced by a patch of freshly grown, tender flesh, lighter in color than the surrounding skin, pink, and obviously newly healed. Hiss! He tried to take a breath but hurt a bit, but it was bearable. I was saved. He stared at the ceiling, his mind a chaotic mess. This incident made him once again experience the cruelty of this world. The first time he was dragged into the dark realm by a level 1000-faced corpse nearly being eaten. The second time he encountered a level 3 corpse nearly swallowed in one bite. The third time was this time. Each time his strength seemed to grow, the opponents became increasingly terrifying, and the feeling of having narrowly escaped death became more real. When lacking strength, even a level 1 corpse could claim his life. With some strength, a level 3 corpse wanted to treat him as a snack. And now, with strength far exceeding level 3, reaching level 4, he could slay ordinary level 3s as easily as chopping vegetables. Then what? He almost had his heart plucked out by a mysterious corpse. People do not only die when they grow old. They can die at any moment. In this world filled with dangers, it's even more so. Still not strong enough. He murmured, his voice very soft. Saying those 5 words made him suddenly feel a bit ridiculous. Just a few days ago he was still delighted by the minor success of the phantom flowing cloud sword technique, pondering whether he would have the chance to gain experience from a level 4 corpse. Now that he thought about it, those were all nonsense. In the face of true powerhouses, his meager strength was merely something that could be crushed at will. He took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his heart, and began to recall the details of that time. When the black-skirted corpse pierced through his chest, he seemed to sense a slight fluctuation from the sword manual interface, but the situation was too urgent at the time, and he had no time to check. Now that he thought back, it indeed happened. He focused his thoughts and opened the sword manual interface. His gaze swept over the familiar data, then stopped at the bottom. 10,000 swords returning to the nest 035. Wu Yu was stunned. He clearly remembered that the last time he checked this progress was 0, but now it had changed to 35. How did this happen? He frowned in thought. When the sword manual fluctuated, he neither killed the corpse, nor gained experience, nor practiced the sword technique. The only difference was that he was severely injured, nearly dead. Could it be that 10,000 swords returning to the nest requires one to be severely injured to progress? The moment that thought appeared, he found it absurd. How could it be so unreasonable? To become stronger, one must self-harm. He thought for a moment, then found that it was wrong. Perhaps that black-skirted corpse had some special traits that were hard to say. Such a mysterious, powerful, and unique corpse being in close proximity after negative contact could also charge some energy for 10,000 swords returning to the nest doesn't seem entirely implausible. But regardless of which possibility, he needed more information to verify. Just as Wu Yu was pondering, the door to the hospital room creaked open. Director Yi. Wu Yu, upon seeing the arrival, instinctively tried to sit up, but the lingering pain in his chest suddenly tugged at him, causing him to freeze and lie back down. Yi quickly walked over, placing a hand on his shoulder. His expression was emotionless, yet there was a hint of concern in his tone. Hey, don't move. You're seriously injured this time. Wu Yu stopped struggling and leaned back against the pillow. Yi sat down by his bed, his gaze sweeping over the freshly grown tender flesh on Wu Yu's chest, nodding slightly. You're recovering well. Xiao Ju's abilities are indeed reliable. Wu Yu also nodded in agreement. His injuries were indeed healing quickly. Yi continued, you've worked hard this time. He paused for a moment. If you hadn't held off that thousand-faced royal clan for a while, the situation could have been truly dire. Wu Yu keenly caught on to that term. Director Yi, the royal clan is. Yi glanced at him, seemingly contemplating something. After a moment he spoke. Every undead clan has a type of undead that is directly tied to the bloodline of their ancestor. His voice was calm and unhurried, as though discussing a matter that required due caution. Not only do they hold a high position within the undead clan, but they also possess unique innate abilities unbound by the rules of the real world, making their power far exceed that of the same rank, and they possess high intelligence. He looked at Wu Yu. This type of undead is known as the royal clan undead. Wu Yu appeared thoughtful. As an invading species from another realm, undead types are weakened to some extent in the real world. This was knowledge he had seen in previous investigations. After all, the dark domain is their territory. Away from it, their recovery capabilities and combat strength would significantly diminish. Yet this so-called royal clan undead is not bound by the rules of the real world. The black-skirted undead from last night never dragged him into the dark domain, yet it was still outrageously strong. Is this what the royal clan undead is like? Moreover, isn't every ancestor of an undead clan referred to as a god? Then wouldn't this royal clan undead be the bloodline of a god? For some reason, Wu Yu inexplicably thought of the energy capacity of the 10,000 swords returning to the fold technique. Yi paused before continuing, specifically, once you become a silver emblem torchbearer, you will gain access to the relevant knowledge. He glanced at Wu Yu. As for not granting access to the relevant permissions for copper emblem torchbearers and below. As he said this, Yi sighed. Royal clan undead are exceedingly powerful. Ordinary copper emblem torchbearers or candidates for torchbearers simply lack the strength to contend with them. He stopped for a moment, as if considering how to phrase it. And it's not just the royal clan, there are even stronger. He halted mid-sentence. In any case, setting permission thresholds is also to avoid fostering excessive negative emotions. His tone was flat, but Wu Yu sensed the helplessness beneath it. After all, compared to the undead, our strength as humans is still far too weak. Even though the real world exerts a suppressive effect on most undead, the current situation is still not optimistic. Wu Yu's expression turned solemn. It seemed the overall situation was quite severe. The ward fell silent for a few seconds. Then Yi shifted the topic, but there's no need to be overly pessimistic. His tone lightened slightly. It's only been a few decades since abilities became common, and many strong individuals have already emerged. Moreover, the formidable presences in the undead world cannot yet enter the dark domain and the real world. He looked out the window. The night was deep. If we are given a bit more time, we might not be unable to catch up to them. Who knows, the roles of offense and defense might even reverse. Perhaps in the future we might even get to visit the world of the undead. Wu Yu looked at Yi's expressionless face and suddenly felt that this deputy director wasn't as cold as he seemed. Yi withdrew his gaze and patted his head. Almost forgot to discuss official matters. He looked at you holding off the royal clan undead is a significant achievement. The corresponding contribution points have been credited to your personal account, so be sure to check it. He stood up from the chair. Remember not to tell others about the royal clan undead. Understood, Director Yi. The two chatted idly for a few moments before Yi reminded him to rest properly. Wu Yu nodded in response. By the way, didn't you use a sword? Wu Yu nodded. Recently the Bureau received a batch of good items, you might want to take a look. After saying this, Yi turned to leave. The door gently clicked shut. Leaning against the head of the bed, Wu Yu let out a long breath. A sword. Good items. He felt a stir in his heart as he reached for his phone beside him. Just as he touched it, thud thud thud, someone knocked on the hospital room door. Wu Yu was taken aback for a moment, but still said come in. Creak. The door was pushed open and a man and a woman entered the ward. The man was in his 30s wearing a black trench coat, his face somewhat pale, yet looking spirited. The woman followed him in her 20s with a ponytail and holding a fruit basket. It was none other than Hu Chung, whom Wu Yu had once saved along with his partner Gao Buhuan. Meanwhile, in the office of the director of the Lanha City Anomalous Investigation Bureau, the lights were on. Two people were seated in the office. One wore silver half-frame glasses, his expression impassive, leaning back in his chair. It was Yi. Opposite Yi sat a burly man, his long black hair draped over his shoulders, his rugged features carrying a hint of a smile. He sat there like a small mountain. Strangely, however, the person occupying the director's seat was not Yi, but the burly man. The rugged man spoke in a low voice. You just told him about the royal clan's information. He looked at Yi. Aren't you afraid he'll be scared? Yi remained expressionless, merely shaking his head. I trust him. He said to survive from a 6th-rank royal clan undead, at only 3rd rank, he won't be afraid. He looked at the man in the main seat, his gaze carrying more weight. Moreover, I haven't asked you why you rushed over here in such a hurry last night. You can't be here just to visit your son, can you? Old Yi, what do you mean by that? Can't I come to Lanha if there's nothing going on? I was raised in Lanha after all. Can't I drop by on my way? Yi glanced at him expressionlessly. Director, who I'm discussing serious matters with you. The rugged man referred to as director, who sighed. Old Yi, you're still as uninteresting as ever. Then his expression gradually became serious as he slightly stretched his body, lowering his voice. The new director, who was supposed to come to you. He paused. Was attacked on his way to take office. His voice was heavy. He was seriously injured. What? Yi's expression finally changed. His brows furrowed, and his fingers unconsciously tapped the table. He instantly recalled the previous appearance of the desires of the undead clan in large numbers in Lanha City, as well as the emergence of the royal clan thousand-faced undead this time. A terrifying suspicion suddenly emerged in his mind. All of this was probably not a coincidence. He raised his head and looked at the rugged man. In the Investigation Bureau's hospital room, Hu Chung and Gao Buhuan were sent away first, followed by Peng Yong and Su Ji, and then Lin Yuan. 3 groups of people arriving in quick succession, as if they had coordinated beforehand. Wu Yu leaned against the head of the bed, gazing at the items laid out on the table: a fruit basket, nutritional supplements, a bouquet of flowers, and a box of special medicinal materials, brought by Lin Yuan. The corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. Unbeknownst to him, he had amassed so many friends in this world. He glanced down at the patch of tender flesh that had recently grown on his chest, and his smile faded slightly. This world is indeed perilous. At the same time, a doubt arose in Wu Yu's mind. Given the strength of that royal corpse, it could have easily killed him, so why did it refrain from doing so? Moreover, judging by the various behaviors of that royal corpse, it was clearly targeting him. Why had it said it? Suddenly Wu Yu recalled the 3rd-tier corpse he had previously slain, which possessed a pair of pure black eyes just like those of the royal corpse. Thinking of this, Wu Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Could there be some connection between the two? If that 3rd-tier corpse were indeed related to the royal corpse, it could explain why the experience points it provided in a weakened state were even greater than those of other complete 3rd-tier corpses. If he had known earlier that the 3rd-tier corpse was linked to the royal one, Wu Yu couldn't help but shake his head at the— how could he have known so much? Even if given another chance, he would still unhesitatingly divide the cold corpse in 2 to turn it into warm experience points. And since he was already being targeted by the royal corpse, Wu Yu decided not to dwell on it any longer and picked up his phone to open the investigation app. He opened the contribution points section in his personal information. Personal contribution points, 4,600. He remembered having only over 2,000 before, but this time, after holding off the royal corpse, he had awarded him a substantial amount. Scrolling down, he clicked on the contribution points, and a redemption list unfolded on his phone screen. First tier Universal Energy, Stone, 100 contribution points each. First tier Fire Attribute Energy, Stone, 110 contribution points each. First tier Ice Attribute Energy, Stone, 110 contribution points each. Second tier Universal Energy Stone, 200 contribution points each. Second tier Fire Attribute Energy Stone, 220 contribution points each. Second tier Ice Attribute Energy Stone, 220 contribution points each. Energy stones are important items for enhancing the abilities of practitioners, as they can accelerate energy accumulation and shorten the time needed for practitioners to reach the breaking stage. They are essential resources for daily cultivation. Universal energy stones can be used by practitioners of any attribute, while special attribute energy stones can only be absorbed if the practitioner's own abilities are closely related to the stone's attribute. The energy contained in special attribute stones is generally purer than that in universal stones of the same quality, hence requiring slightly more contribution points for redemption. You had previously redeemed energy stones several times, wanting to see if absorbing the energy within them could enhance his strength or increase experience points. If it could increase experience points aside from killing corpses for experience, you would have another way to boost experience through spending. Unfortunately, energy stones do not increase experience points, although the energy within them can be absorbed. However, you had not awakened any abilities rendering the absorbed energy ineffective. He could use it while performing sword techniques, but its efficiency was less than 1% of the utilization rate of the cold energy within his body, prompting Wu Yu to abandon the idea of absorbing energy stones. The cost effectiveness was simply too low. Instead of spending time on this, it would be better to practice sword. Wu Yu continued to scroll through the screen until an item caught his eye. 4-color crystal long sword, 4,500 contribution points each. He clicked on it without hesitation. 4-color crystal long sword, 110 centimeters long, 200 G in weight, with high energy conduction efficiency, capable of breaking through the surface defenses of most 4th-tier corpses and some 5th-tier corpses. Wu Yu had seen information about the corresponding 4-color crystals on the investigation app before. The Dark Domain also contained various mountains with an array of mineral resources. Multicolor crystal mines are considered a relatively common mineral resource in the Dark Domain. First-tier multicolor crystals are generally colorless and transparent, referred to as colorless crystals. Second-tier multicolor crystals will randomly exhibit an additional color within the transparent stone and are referred to as two-color crystals. With each higher tier, an additional color will appear in the multicolor crystals. 4-color crystals correspond to 4th-tier multicolor crystals. Weapons made from multicolor crystals generally have 3 advantages. They are sharp, possess good energy conduction, and are very lightweight. Moreover, the more colors contained within the multicolor crystal, the sharper and better the energy conduction of the weapon made from it. Wu Yu clicked on redemption without any hesitation. His 4,600 contribution points instantly dwindled to 100 points. Generally, supplies redeemed from the Investigation Bureau are picked up in person, but delivery is also an option, although it requires paying extra contribution points as a delivery fee. After all, the personnel delivering the supplies are also practitioners from the Investigation Bureau, and the fees collected serve as task rewards for the delivery personnel. Sometimes, even support staff executing missions might take on delivery tasks as a side job to earn some extra money. After exchanging for a new sword, Wu Yu converted his remaining 100 contribution points into jade coins. In the Investigation Bureau's system, 1 contribution point can be exchanged for 1,000 jade coins, but generally no one uses contribution points to exchange for jade coins, as the special supplies from the Investigation Bureau cannot be bought with jade coins. Moreover, even if they could be purchased outside, the price wouldn't be the same as within the Investigation Bureau. However, for Wu Yu, 100 contribution points are not a big deal. Converting them into 1,000 jade coins, he could find a reason to give some to his parents, making their lives a lot easier. As for his identity within the Investigation Bureau, Wu Yu did not plan to reveal it to them, as the world of practitioners is too dangerous. A single misstep can lead to disaster. Even Wu Yu, who possessed 4th-tier strength, had nearly met his end at the hands of a royal corpse. Suddenly his phone chimed, snapping him back to reality. 100,000 jade coins had been credited. Wu Yu looked at the message, already calculating how to bring the money home. A lottery win, scholarship, or a subsidy from the school. Forget it, he would just have Uncle Lin help him concoct a reasonable story when the time comes. A ray of morning light slowly peeked over the horizon, dyeing the skyline a light orange hue. Wu Yu walked out of the Investigation Bureau building carrying a black cloth bag containing the 4-color crystal long sword he had just redeemed. In less than a night, the penetrating wound on his chest had nearly healed, and it wouldn't hinder his swordplay. Since he was well, there was no need to stay in the hospital any longer. He stuffed the newly acquired long sword into the bag and prepared to leave. Lying in the investigation bureau for too long was not a good idea. He still needed to go out to earn experience points. As for the royal corpse, he had inquired with Yi. She had mysteriously told him not to worry if they met again, it would be the royal corpse that would suffer. When he pressed for more details, Yi refused to say anything further, just patting his shoulder and advising him to rest well for a couple of days. Wu Yu was aware that the bureau must have already taken certain measures. Since there were arrangements from above, he could not let fear paralyze him. He had to continue earning experience. As he passed by the security booth in front of the investigation bureau building, he paused slightly. He remembered that the security booth had always been empty before, which was understandable. He couldn't imagine a scenario in which the investigation bureau would need security. At noon, a bright sun hung high in the sky, radiating an intense heat. The air exposed to the sunlight felt stifling, and waves of heat rose from the concrete ground. Occasionally a few cars passed by on the road, kicking up dust before settling back into silence. In an underground parking lot in the center of Lanha City, a tall and well-proportioned figure sheathed a semi-transparent long sword that shimmered with red, orange, blue, and green hues. He wore a fitted black trench coat, and black sunglasses obscured much of his face. It was Wu Yu. Experience points 50. Feeling the experience points credited to his sword technique panel, Wu Yu nodded slightly, then frowned. The proportion of desire corpse types has been increasing. Previously they were mostly pseudo-human corpse types, but now among 5 pseudo-human corpse types at least 2 or 3 are parasitized by desire corpse types. He shook his head, not thinking much further. The Bureau had previously issued a notice about the desire corpse types, indicating that they had already discovered this problem. Since the Bureau was already aware, there would surely be appropriate arrangements. As just a copper emblem torchbearer, worrying about it was pointless. What needed to be killed would be killed, and what needed to be gained would be gained. Since his discharge from the hospital last month, Wu Yu had hardly been to school. His previous visits were merely to conceal his identity as an investigator and maintain the image of a student in the eyes of his parents Wu Ba and Wu Ma, so they wouldn't worry. However, after the serious injury last month, Wu Yu no longer thought that way. This world is too dangerous. The 6th-tier royal family had suddenly appeared, and they had shown deep concern for him. His most urgent task now was to become stronger, continuously stronger. Everything else could be so he stopped going to school and instead ran around Lanha City searching for corpses to gain experience points, while also earning some contribution points. To facilitate his movements, Wu Yu obtained a driver's license through the Bureau's internal channels and drove the designated vehicle for torchbearers, a black SUV, just like the one Lin Wen used to drive. It had ample horsepower, a stable chassis, and the trunk was stocked with weapons and emergency supplies. After familiarizing himself for some time, he had completely adapted to the series of changes brought about by his identity as a torchbearer. Regarding not attending school, Wu Yu directly applied for the Bureau's lifestyle department to intervene. After a little adjustment from them, he acquired an identity of being admitted to a certain university ahead of time, with his student information directly transferred from the 5th high school. As for Wu Ba and Wu Ma, he not only sent them money in various ways, but later prompted by Lin Yuan, he also submitted an application to the Bureau. The Bureau was straightforward and directly transferred Wu Ba and Wu Ma to a company with a light workload and good benefits suitable for retirement. With the complications of life eliminated, Wu Yu began to focus on executing cleanup tasks, leading a regulated life of waking up, practicing swordplay, gaining experience points, practicing swordplay again, and sleeping like a finely tuned machine. Of course, the rewards of this month were immense. With a thought, the sword technique panel unfolded before. Sword technique, main Wu Yu level 5 sword techniques, phantom flowing cloud sword technique, major accomplishment, 521, 3000 basic, sword technique perfection characteristic, sword path mastery, swimming fish, sword technique perfection phoenix cry, sword technique perfection lone, swan, sword technique perfection starlight, sword technique perfection. Wanjian Goaitsong 035, allocable experience points 230. The phantom flowing cloud sword technique has reached major accomplishment. This sword technique can slay 3rd-tier corpse types when learned, and after reaching major accomplishment, he could almost confront 5th-tier experts Heiden. As for the perfected sword techniques, Lone Swan sword technique and Starlight sword technique, they were sword scores that Lin Yuan helped him procure from elsewhere. Wu Yu practiced casually, and these sword techniques reached perfection. The characteristic of sword path mastery truly proved useful. After sheathing his sword, Wu Yu glanced at his watch. It was 1140. Let's eat first, Wu Yu said, taking off his black trench coat and transforming back into a capsule. He also removed his sunglasses, revealing a face that had become excessively refined. When he had just reached minor accomplishment in the phantom flowing cloud sword technique, the changes in his appearance had already been quite apparent. Now that the phantom flowing cloud sword technique had reached major accomplishment, not only were his features more refined, but he also exuded a different aura, a sharpness in his eyes, yet his facial contours remained soft, blending two distinct qualities that made it hard for others to look away. He casually found a noodle shop and pushed the door open. The shop wasn't crowded, several tables were empty, and a fan buzzed overhead. After ordering his noodles, he just sat down. "Hey, is it really you? I thought I was mistaken," a clear voice came from beside him. Wu turned his. He saw three girls standing at the shop's entrance, all wearing blue and white school uniforms of Lanha First High School. The girl speaking standing in the front had short hair, a delicate face, and looked somewhat familiar. He pondered for a moment and recalled. The girl from Bayou Martial Arts School who lent him a wooden sword during the beginner sword class. What was her name again? "You're that Xiaoyu?" Yes, that's me." The girl's eyes brightened as she pulled her two companions over. "You still remember?" As she got closer, she suddenly paused, staring at Wu Yu's face for 2 seconds. Her expression shifted from surprise to bewilderment. "You? How?" She opened her mouth, struggling to articulate. "You've changed so much." Wu Yu instinctively touched his nose. He had indeed just taken off his sunglasses. The changes in this month were indeed substantial. Practicing swordplay, he replied honestly. Xiaoyu wanted to say something more, but the two girls beside her had already crowded over. One had a round face tied in a ponytail with bright eyes and a gossiping expression. The other had long hair down, appearing quiet and serene. Wu Yu's gaze lingered on the long-haired girl for a moment. Hiss! That face also looked somewhat familiar. Xiaoyu reacted quickly and hurriedly introduced. "By the way, we didn't properly introduce each other last time. I'm Xiaoyu, studying at Lanha First High School. They are my classmates. This one is Bao Wei," she pointed to the round-faced girl. "And this one is Lin Xinmai." Wu Yu's expression turned somewhat peculiar. At this moment he recognized who this girl was. She was the one he had saved twice. Wu Yu looked at her again. It was indeed her, both times lying unconscious in the same alley, and both times rescued by him. The boss of the Ijia sporting goods store had called her Xiaomai, but her name was actually Lin Xinmai. Lin Xinmai merely glanced at Wu Yu, nodding slightly. She did not recognize Wu Yu, whose appearance had changed drastically. Wu Yu politely nodded. "Hello, I'm Wu Yu." The girl named Bao Wei sized Wu Yu up several times, then elbowed Xiaoyu and whispered, though not quietly enough, "Xiaoyu, you have such a handsome friend. You've been hiding it from us. Afraid we'd steal him from you." Xiaoyu's face flushed red. "What nonsense. We just met while practicing swordplay." Practicing swordplay? Bao Wei became even more excited. "When did you start practicing swordplay? How come I didn't know?" I just signed up for a martial arts class before." Xiaoyu stammered, glancing at Wu Yu, then quickly looking back. "He's really skilled at swordplay, already at a professional level. I just borrowed a wooden sword from him." Wu Yu smiled and didn't interject. "Then you must seize this opportunity," Bao Wei teased. "Bao Wei?" Xiaoyu's voice rose, her face turning crimson. At that moment a waiter brought a bowl of noodles and placed it in front of Wu Yu. It was still the snow vegetable and shredded pork noodles with clear broth, and topped with snow vegetables and shredded pork sprinkled with chopped green onions. Wu Yu picked up his chopsticks, nodding to Xiaoyu. "I'm a bit hungry. I'll eat first." "Oh, okay, you eat." Xiaoyu hurriedly pulled her two companions to a nearby table, and the three also ordered a bowl of noodles each. Today wasn't the weekend. They had come out from school just to eat. Meanwhile, Wu Yu focused on his noodles, genuine. At the nearby table before their noodles arrived, the three girls had already begun to gossip. Bao Wei rested her chin on her hand, her eyes glancing over at Wu Yu. "Honestly, Xiaoyu, is your friend a celebrity? With looks like that, it would be a shame not to be a star." Xiaoyu whispered, "I didn't know he looked like this now. He wasn't like this when we practiced swordplay last time. Could it be that practicing swordplay really makes one more attractive?" Bao Wei was skeptical. "Then I should go practice swordplay too." "You can give up on that thought." Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at her. "He's truly impressive. I've seen him practice swordplay with my own eyes. Our martial arts instructor, a professional level 1, couldn't last even a move against him." Bao Wei's eyes widened, so fierce. "That's why I said his swordplay is really impressive." Xiaoyu paused. "Much better than our instructor." Bao Wei clicked her tongue, glancing over at Wu Yu again. Handsome and strong, but a bit aloof. Since entering the shop, he had hardly spoken a few words. "Isn't that just his personality?" Xiaoyu replied. Bao Wei suddenly turned to Lin Xinmai. "Xinmai, what do you think?" Lin Xinmai had been quietly sitting there, listening to the two girls, occasionally stealing glances at Wu Yu. When called out, she froze for a moment, then shook her head. "I have no opinion." "Really?" Bao Wei exaggeratedly clutched her chest. A guy this handsome doesn't catch your interest. Is your heart made of stone? Lin Xinmai didn't respond, merely lowering her head and fiddling with her chopsticks. Having witnessed the darkness of the inner world dragged into the shadow realm by corpses twice, waking up while unconscious, she had seen those monsters with distorted features in the constantly writhing black mist. After witnessing all that, she truly couldn't muster interest in the notions of love or handsome men. She merely felt that this world was dangerous and to be alive was already good enough. Of course, if she could find the person who saved her twice, that would be even better. But unfortunately, since that night, when she caught a fleeting glimpse of him, she hadn't encountered him again. Before long, the girls' noodles were served, and they quieted down, each focusing on their noodles. When Wu Yu finished eating, they were still at it. He pushed his bowl aside, stood up, and nodded to Xiaoyu. I'm off first. Oh, okay. Xiaoyu quickly put down her chopsticks and waved at him bye-bye. Bao Wei followed suit, waving her hand bye-bye. Bye-bye. Wu Yu turned and exited the noodle shop. At the moment the door swung open, the noon sunlight poured down, dazzling him. He squinted, pulled out his sunglasses from his pocket, and walked toward where he had parked. There was still an afternoon to go, enough time for him to scout 2 or 3 more places. Inside the noodle shop, Bao Wei watched Wu Yu's disappearing figure poking the noodles in her bowl with her chopsticks, letting out a faint sigh. What do you think? What kind of background does this kind of guy have? He looks good, his swordplay is so impressive, and the key point is that he's still young. Xiaoyu remained silent, lowering her head to eat, her ears turning red. Bao Wei looked at Lin Xinmai again. Xinmai, say something. Lin Xinmai finished the last sip of her noodle soup, wiped her mouth, and calmly said, there's nothing much to say. He is indeed impressive. She stood up, picked up her backpack. Let's go. It's time to head back for self-study. Bao Wei and Xiaoyu followed suit, and the three exited the noodle shop together. The noon sun was still scorching. There were hardly any people on the street, only cicadas chirping in the trees. The three girls opened their sun umbrellas and hurriedly headed toward the school. After finishing dinner, Wu Yu drove into another area. The streets here were slightly narrower, flanked by old residential buildings with peeling walls. Most of the storefronts on the ground floor were closed, their roll-up doors rusted. Several dusty cars were parked by the roadside, though it was unclear how long they had been there. He parked at the intersection, gripping his sword as he began to stroll through the area. With each graceful sweep of the 4 translucent long swords, a corpse transformed into flying ash. Experience points 10. Experience points 10. Experience points 10. According to the law of conservation of happiness, when one person is happy, another must inevitably be unhappy. Just as Wu Yu was blissfully harvesting experience points in Class 1 of the senior year at Wu High School. The afternoon sunlight slanted through the window onto the desk, warming the surface. The classroom was very quiet, with only the scratching of pens on paper and the buzzing of the fan. With the college entrance exam approaching, everyone was buried in their study materials. Hua Linlin was resting her chin on her arms on the desk, staring blankly in one direction. That spot was empty. It had been vacant for almost a month. The desk was clean, and there was no jacket draped over the chair back. Even the papers stuffed in the desk drawer had been taken away, and the textbooks were all removed. It was as if that person had never existed. Hua Linlin stared at the empty seat, her mind in disarray. How could he have been admitted early? Can someone admitted early just not show up at school? Her fingers unconsciously traced circles on the desk. Damn it, that guy had stood her up twice, and she hadn't even settled the score with him yet. So infuriating. The wretched early admission. And that detestable Wu Yu. She turned over, burying her face in her arms. She didn't even know why she kept looking over there. Was it just a habit? Yes, it must be a habit. Someone used to sit there quietly, and now that spot was suddenly empty, making her feel like something was missing. Linlin. A voice floated over from beside her. Hua Linlin didn't move. Linlin. Still no response. Linlin. Off. Hua Linlin suddenly lifted her head, seeing her deskmate Xiaoman looking at her with a helpless expression, pen in hand. Going to the bathroom. Hua Linlin blinked her big eyes, her mind still not processing. Okay. Xiaoman put down her pen, staring at her for 2 seconds, then glanced at the empty spot she had been looking at, letting out a sigh. Linlin, even though that person was admitted to university early, I think you should find out which school it was. Hua Linlin was stunned for a moment. How could I? Mid-sentence, she suddenly realized, Xiaoman, what are you talking about? Xiaoman shook her head. Forget about this month. Just this week you've been staring at that spot several times a day. Linlin, at least am a normally intelligent high school student. Hua Linlin's delicate face turned red. What? That's completely untrue. I'm not even close to Wu Yu. It's just that guy is too detestable. You don't even know that person. Just as Hua Linlin began to vent her frustrations about Wu Yu, Xiaoman looked at her and sighed softly. You're in trouble. Hua Linlin blinked, confused. What trouble? Xiaoman found her dazed expression somewhat amusing, but the words were swallowed back. Returning to the main topic, she asked, "Hey, Linlin, want to go to the bathroom together?" "Sure." Hua Linlin stood up and followed her out. After taking a few steps, she turned back to glance at the empty seat. Time spent harvesting always flew by quickly. By the time Wu Yu sheathed his sword, the sky had darkened. The sunset had sunk behind the buildings, leaving only a streak of orange-red glow on the horizon. The streetlights had yet to turn on, and the alley was dim. He glanced at the sword manual interface. Experience points available for allocation 400. An afternoon's worth of effort yielded over 100 experience points, which was quite good. However, the corpses in this area had mostly been cleared out. It was time to change locations. Wu Yu then focused his thoughts. Experience points available for allocation 4,000. Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword Technique Major Achievement 521 3000921 3000. Familiar sensations surged forth with numerous insights flowing through Wu Yu's consciousness like water. With 400 experience points spent, the steps of the 9 shadow technique became steadier, the transition of shadow / more fluid, and the unique power within him increased slightly. Wu Yu clenched his fist. Very well, he had grown a bit stronger. He opened the car door, sat down, and just as he placed his sword on the passenger seat, his phone buzzed twice. It was a message from Lin Yuan. "Lin Yuan, Xiaoyu, the Martial Arts League will start in more than half a month. You can now sign up to be a judge for the league, just to score the participants and oversee the competition a bit. No other obligations, relatively relaxed, and the contribution points aren't insignificant. If you're interested, you can sign up on the inquiry portal." Wu Yu read it, thought for a moment, and typed back, "Thanks, Uncle Lin, I'll consider it." He set the phone down and started the car. Being a judge for the Martial Arts League. It was easy enough, and the contribution points were not insignificant. For other torchbearers, contribution points represented cultivation resources, a means of enhancing strength, but for him contribution points weren't that important. After all, his strength relied primarily on the sword manual, not on energy stones. With that time, it was better to hunt more corpses and earn more experience points. Therefore, Wu Yu did not plan to sign up to be a judge for the Martial Arts League. Returning home, dinner was just being served. Braised fish, stir-fried greens, and a bowl of seaweed egg. Wu Dad sat in his usual spot pouring himself some wine, while Wu Mom emerged from the kitchen with the last plate of food. Seeing Wu Yu, a smile appeared on her face. "Back already? Wash your hands and eat." Wu Yu washed his hands and sat down, picking up his chopsticks. Wu Mom placed a piece of fish meat from the belly of the fish onto his plate, beginning to chatter. "Xiao, you don't overwork yourself with your part-time job. Now that your father and I have switched jobs, the pay is high and easy, and there is no financial pressure at home." She paused. "Since you've been admitted early, why not take some time to travel? It would also be a good opportunity to see the world." Wu Dad nodded in agreement. "Your mom is right, it's good to go out and take a walk." Wu Dad and Wu Mom knew about Wu Yu's early admission and were very pleased with it. During this time, Wu Yu found an excuse of a tutoring job to go out. Traveling can be discussed later. He picked up a piece of fish. "This is just a part-time job, it's not tiring, not as tiring as school." Wu Jing, sitting across from him, silently rolled her eyes at his words. What does not as tiring as school even mean? She glanced at Wu Yu and lowered her head to continue eating. This person had changed since the last car accident, and not just a little bit. He had even been admitted to a university early. Although she didn't know which university, any university that could accept students early could not be a bad one. Her feelings were quite complex, but since her parents were happy, she had nothing to say. Just as Wu Yu was enjoying dinner with his family. In a palace shrouded in black mist, several massive stone pillars stood on either side, their surfaces etched with twisted patterns that resembled some ancient script or perhaps struggling limbs. Deep within the palace, the light was dim, with only a few floating ghostly blue flames illuminating everything with a ghastly pallor. Several people with skin so pale they looked inhuman stood in the hall. One of them, dressed in a long black dress with long hair cascading down, had pure black eyes devoid of any emotion. This was the black-dressed corpse that had attacked Wu Yu that night. At the highest position on a seat formed of condensed black mist, a figure cloaked in black faced away from the crowd of corpses. The cloak was large, covering its entire body, revealing only a pale finger resting on the armrest, tapping rhythmically. Its voice had no inflection, like an echo rising from the depths of the earth. There is less than one natural month until the arrival of the correct stellar orbit. This plan must succeed. After a pause, it continued, "Everything is for the great god of the thousand faces." Below, the crowd of corpses raised their voices in unison, "Everything is for the great god of the thousand faces." The sound echoed in the vast palace, lingering for a long time. The black-cloaked corpse slightly turned its head, revealing a segment of its pale chin. "Xianli." The black-dressed corpse raised its head. Keep a close watch on those from the lustful tribe. The black cloak's voice remained flat. After the plan succeeds, eliminate all of them. Xianli nodded expressionlessly. The ghostly blue flames in the hall flickered, casting her shadow long against the stone pillars behind her. Beside the launching community in front of a teppanyaki tofu stall, two burly men squatted on two plastic stools. One was wearing a gray short-sleeve shirt with a rugged face and a muscular build resembling a solid stone pillar. The other was dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt wearing silver half-frame glasses, looking scholarly, as he held a box of teppanyaki tofu, poking at it with a bamboo skewer to eat. The tofu was grilled to perfection, sprinkled with chili powder and cumin mixed with scallions, the aroma wafting far away. The stall owner was a woman in her 50s, flipping the tofu on the grill while stealing glances at the two men, one sturdy like a bouncer, the other refined like a teacher. It was an odd combination to see them eating tofu together. What do you think of him? He poked a piece of tofu blue on it and placed it in his mouth. The burly man swallowed a large bite, squinted his eyes, and said, "A very good young man. His swordsmanship is impressive." He paused. "But he has a bit of a killing intent. He spends all day either practicing swordplay or hunting undead. A young man should have a more colorful life." He nodded. The spiciness of the tofu spread on his tongue, causing him to break a light sweat on his forehead. It's normal for someone whose childhood friend was harmed by the undead to have a strong killing intent. Besides, in our line of work, having a love for killing undead is a good habit. That's true. The burly man poked another piece of tofu and chewed. But we still need to pay attention to his mental state. Being too tense is not good. Yi glanced at him, but did not respond, poking another piece of tofu. The burly man continued, "This young fellow has great talent. His strength is at least at the 4th stage. He just awakened his ability a little over 2 months ago, right?" Yi was about to nod when the burly man continued. "And I feel he's not just at the 4th stage." He stuffed another piece of tofu into his mouth and mumbled, "He must not be using his full power." Yi paused in poking the tofu. He completely believed the man's words. If he said it was more than the 4th stage, then it must be. Does that mean 5th stage? Yi looked down at the 2 remaining pieces of tofu in the box, feeling a bit unreal. He himself was a 6th stage ability user, sitting in the position of deputy director of this investigation bureau for nearly 10 years, having climbed up step by step. This young man, having awakened for just over 2 months, was already close to his level. He suddenly recalled something, a smile creeping on his lips. That's just right. This year he could let him participate in the preparatory training for the 9 Li with Xiaoqi. Originally he thought it would take until next year for him to reach the 5th stage, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The burly man nodded, stuffing the last piece of tofu into his mouth. Indeed, for them Lanhai City is still too small. He chewed on the tofu and glanced at Yi. But you are quite generous. Yi tossed the bamboo skewer into the box, his tone flat. What's there to be generous about? There are places that need them more than Lanhai. The burly man shook his head, a slight smile on his face. You are still the same old Yi. Well, you finished his dinner and went to practice swordplay at the Fengxiang martial arts school, as usual. When he came out of the practice room, the sky was already dark, and he carried a long cloth bag as he walked through the corridor. In the corridor, a young man wearing a black t-shirt happened to pass by. You noticed him, and politely nodded. Zhao Hui was an old student of the Fengxiang martial arts school. Today, after changing clothes, he saw the figure he had seen last time walking down the corridor. Dressed in a black trench coat, tall and upright, he held a long cloth bag. Zhao Hui's gaze fell on the bag. Others might not notice, but he was different. Having practiced swordplay for nearly 10 years, his sensitivity to swords was almost ingrained in his bones. The shape of that bag, the arc of it swaying. That was a sword. Zhao Hui watched the figure disappear at the entrance of the martial arts school, a thought suddenly popping into his head. Since he was a guest of the school master, he must be a master too. If only he could spar with such a sword master. His face flushed with excitement, his heart raced, but he quickly deflated. This was an important guest of the school master. How could he approach rashly? If he offended the man, it would not end well. The schoolmaster would flay him alive. He patted his head, determined. He would ask his cousin in the next couple of days if there were any outstanding sword users at her school. Perhaps he could gather some useful information. Leaving the Fengxiang martial arts school, Wu Yu walked towards the parking. The streetlights were still the same few, with one far away casting dim light. As he approached an alleyway, he paused his steps. This area was darker than others. The streetlight was blocked by a nearby residential building, casting a large shadow. A breeze blew through, bringing a slight chill, causing a plastic bag to roll on the ground, making a rustling sound. The cold air inside him suddenly surged violently. It was not a fluctuation, it was a revolt just like the last time, as if something had exploded within his body, and the previously calm, cold air instantly boiled and surged wildly. Wu Yu quickly realized. It was that royal undead. He instinctively wanted to run, but as he lifted his foot, he set it back down. Yi Yi's previous words flashed in his mind. Yi Yi had no reason to deceive him, the Bureau must have made arrangements. Wu Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic thoughts. Although his heart was still racing, his hands had steadied. He stopped, closed his eyes, and silently felt the direction where the cold air was surging the most. Behind him, and very close. He suddenly drew his sword, turned around. A mixed light of red, orange, blue, and green burst forth with a grayish-white sword light, exploding in the night, the sword slicing through the air, emitting a sharp screech. Clang! The royal undead stood less than 2 meters behind him, its face expressionless, pure black eyes staring at him quietly. Its right hand was raised with its index and middle fingers precisely pinching the tip of the four-colored long sword. The sword light came to an abrupt halt. Wu Yu stared at those 2 fingers, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Because this time he saw clearly. Last time he hadn't seen anything at all. A chill had hit his chest, and his hand had passed through. This time he had at least seen how the other party made their move. Although it was quick, so fast that his eyes could barely keep up. He had indeed captured it, the trajectory of those 2 fingers being raised, the action of pinching the sword tip, and even the sword light reflected in those pure black eyes. This meant that facing this royal undead, he was no longer defenseless like last time. Wu Yu's wrist jolted and the long sword pulled free from between those 2 fingers. The 9 shadow step was activated instantly. With a push of his foot, his figure transformed into a wisp of shadow. The 4-colored long sword flipped in his hand, stabbing, slashing, lifting, and chopping. Each strike carried grayish-white light, precisely targeting the vital points of the black-skirt undead. In an instant, almost all around him within 10 meters was filled with shadows of people and swords. The shadows of people, shadows of swords, densely packed, overlapping heavily, making it hard to distinguish which was real and which was false. The black-skirt undead stood still, its body slightly moving. Its movements were minimal, just a lean, a tilt of the head, a raising of the hand. Each action was perfectly timed, blocking Wu Yu's sword with precision every time. Wu Yu was quick, but it was quicker. When Wu Yu changed his moves, it followed suit. The dense shadows in front of it were like a layer of thin paper, easily pierced with a poke. Wu Yu didn't question why it was targeting him. The black-skirt undead remained expressionless, and both man and undead entered a battle state, without any waste of words. In just a few minutes they had exchanged at least hundreds of blows. Wu Yu gritted his teeth, the cold air, and that special power surged wildly within him. The 9 shadow step reached its peak, and the shadow slash pushed to its limit. Each sword was faster than the last, each sword was fiercer than the last. The black-skirt undead still wore an expressionless face. Wu Yu took a deep breath. The last sword. He gripped the sword with both hands, channeling all his strength into the blade. The grayish-white light on the 4-colored long sword surged, nearly overpowering its original 4 colors. In the next moment, shadow slash activate. The entity and all the shadows struck with one sword, stabbing towards the black figure from all directions. This was Wu Yu's strongest move at present. As the sword light descended, the black skirt undead's movement finally slowed by a beat. 3 sword marks appeared on its body. 1 on the left arm, 1 on the right shoulder, and 1 slashing from the side to the rib. The black skirt tore open 3 gashes, revealing pale skin, nearly transparent beneath, with no blood, only wisps of faint black mist escaping from the wounds. The black skirt undead looked down at the sword marks on its body, slightly stunned. Then those wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black mist surged, the gashes closed, the skin restored to its original state, even the tears in the skirt automatically mended, all in less than a second, as if nothing had happened. Wu Yu sighed. The good news was that this move had injured it, the bad news was that it was of no real consequence. He sheathed his sword, standing still, looking at that expressionless face across from him, feeling somewhat helpless. He was still not strong enough. The next moment, help! Wu Yu suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. Since Director Yi had said so last time, he didn't believe the Bureau hadn't sent anyone to keep an eye on this side. With such a large royal undead rampaging in the city, someone had to take care of it right. No sooner had a figure appeared in his sight, without warning. In a gray short-sleeve shirt and black long pants, with a sturdy build like a moving mountain. Moreover, the appearance of that figure was so sudden that it seemed to have squeezed out of the air itself, without a sound, without footsteps, not even the dust on the ground stirred. Wu Yu clearly saw that face, rugged with long black hair, smiling as he looked at him. Wasn't this the security guard at the entrance of the investigation bureau? Then the figure flickered. Well, you didn't see what he did, not at all. He could only feel a violent gust of wind rushing towards him as if someone had detonated a bomb right in front of him. The wind carried terrifying power, making his clothes flap violently, his hair flying back, his eyes unable to open. Boom. A muffled sound, not the sound of metal clashing, nor an explosion, but a very dull sound, as if a punch had struck a sandbag. The gust of wind dissipated. Wu Yu opened his eyes and looked towards that direction. The black skirt undead still stood there, but half of its body, from the right shoulder to the side, was simply gone. It was not shattered nor blown apart. It had evaporated into thin air, as if something had directly erased it from this world. The half-destroyed black dress corpse did not perish. Its body transformed into a viscous black liquid like molten asphalt, flowing silently across the ground and vanishing into the nearby shadows in mere seconds, as quiet as a shadow dispersed by the wind. The burly man watched the black shadow fade away without pursuing it, merely shaking his head. Sigh, these corporeal thousand-faced corpses are the most troublesome. They must be killed twice each time. He turned his head, sizing up Wu Yu with a smile. But you need not worry, it won't recover for months. Wu Yu sheathed his sword, stepped forward, and sincerely bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for saving me. May I ask for your name? Me. The burly man scratched the back of his head, laughing casually. Well, we have already met before, haven't we? Wu Yu was taken aback. This voice, rough and full of vitality, he had indeed heard it somewhere before. His mind raced through the possibilities. Hu Cheng, the father of Hu Cheng, the deputy director of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau of Shilin Province. You are? Director Hu? Hu Lai frowned slightly, his expression showing some disdain. You young man, why do you sound like that, fellow? Ye always using formalities. Just call me Uncle Hu. Wu Yu readily complied. Uncle Hu, what brings you to Lana? He did not believe that the deputy director of a provincial bureau would make a special trip just for a royal corpse. The rank didn't match. Hu Lai thought for a moment and replied, Oh, about that it's fine to tell you. The new director of your city's bureau was attacked on the way to Lanha. What? Wu Yu's mind buzzed. The new director was attacked on their way to take office. The person who was supposed to replace the old director hadn't even arrived yet before trouble struck. He recalled the words Wang Qi had said last time. The corrupted corpse clan had only appeared in a few northern provinces, yet now suddenly appeared in Shilin province. He thought of the increasing proportion of parasitized corpses he had killed over the past month, and that thousand-faced royal corpse. These events connected like a thread, linking all the points together. A significant event was about to occur in Lana City. Hu Lai's appearance further confirmed this. Uncle Hu, about the corrupted corpse clan? He cautiously inquired. Hu Lai nodded at him, his tone calm. No need to worry, the bureau has plans in place. I came here for that purpose. Wu Yu understood and did not press further. Since Hu Lai was willing to share this much, it was likely due to Hu Cheng's influence. To inquire more would be to overstep. At this moment, Hu Lai changed the subject. Shall you, may I call you that? Of course. Hu Lai nodded, then looked at him with a beaming smile, his gaze seeming to penetrate deeply. You are already at the 5th stage, aren't you? Wu Yu was taken aback. He indeed possessed 5th stage. After mastering the illusory flowing cloud, he had attained 5th stage power, but he had never mentioned it to anyone, and aside from just now, he hadn't fought with all his might. You've caught me, he scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Hu Lai waved his hand dismissively. I assure you there's no need to hide your strength. In our investigation bureau, it's all about ability rising to the top, while the weak fall behind. Talent and strength are paramount. With your talent and power, everyone will treat you as a treasure and resources will be skewed in your favor. So shall you boldly showcase your talent. The future world will surely have a place for you. What I mean is there's no need to hold back. After observing you for a month, Hu Lai had noticed one issue. Wu Yu was too cautious, even holding back with everyone and everything. Although caution is a good quality, excessive caution can cause one to lose the spirit of bravery and progress. And to become a true powerhouse, one must possess a fearless heart. Hu Lai had noticed this problem, which was why he had said those words earlier. Wu Yu fell silent. Hu Lai's words were like a stone thrown into a deep pond, creating ripples in his heart that he had long ignored. Caution, reserve. These two words had almost become his only creed for survival in this world. Since he opened his eyes in the dark domain filled with black mist, everything around him, the New World Corpse's ability, users, the Investigation Bureau, all of it was unfamiliar. He felt as though he were naked, thrown into a jungle filled with invisible rules where every step could trigger unknown dangers. Surviving and using all his strength to observe, to avoid, to hide the huge flaw known as the Traveler had drained most of his courage. He had previously come from an ordinary world where the greatest dangers might be exam failures or work pressure. But here, life-threatening dangers lurked everywhere. His caution along with the existence of his unique ability had allowed him to survive and reach this point. But, is merely surviving enough? This thought pierced through the cocoon of caution he had woven around himself like an ice pick. He had come to this world, experienced life and death, carrying an unspeakable secret. Was it merely to extend another humble life, like a startled bird? He thought of the Li Wei family, their plight. He recalled Hu Cheng standing in front of him saying, "Child, come here, stand behind me." He remembered Peng Yong pushing Su Ji aside facing that black net, and that vow he once swore as a torchbearer. He lowered his head, gazing at the sword in his hand. Too much caution might have helped him avoid many hidden dangers, but it also made him retract all his brilliance inward. To the point where he almost forgot that a sword is meant to point outward. Beyond mere survival there exists a path. And walking that path requires not only the carefulness of treading on thin ice, but also the daring spirit to cut through the mist and face the unknown. He had always regarded himself as an outsider, making survival his highest goal, hence viewing everything in this world as threats to be cautious of and avoid. But what if? What if he desired more than just survival? What if he wished to touch those higher powers, to understand why he was here, to truly exist in this world according to his own will? Then this caution soaked in his soul must undergo a transformation, not to abandon it. That is the wisdom of survival earned through blood and tears, the foundational principle of his dealings with this world. But to internalize it, transforming it from chains that bind him into a rhythm that merges with his instincts. When it is time to hide, he must still blend perfectly into the shadows. But when it is time to draw the sword, he must be able to ignite his courage, fiercely driving the sword in his hand, to strike with complete abandon and relentless forward momentum. Wu Yu slowly exhaled a long breath. His gaze transformed. It was not the sharpness that suddenly brightened, but rather a more complex essence quietly growing. A re-examination of his own path, an awareness of transforming caution from a cage of fear into a ladder of reason. He looked at Hu Lai, not saying a word, just nodding. Transformation begins by acknowledging the existence of chains, and for the first time truly wanting to control them rather than being controlled by them. At that moment he suddenly recalled a saying he had seen in his previous life: a person's life actually has two chances. When you realize that life is only one, the second life begins. If he was fortunate enough to live again, he must at least do something. As soon as the thought arose, the sword manual panel stirred slightly. Sword Manual Master Wu Yu Sword Heart Enlightened behind his name was an additional term he had never seen before. Sword Heart Enlightened. Apart from the additional entry for Sword Heart Clarity, Wu Yu also noticed another thing. The charging level of Wan Jiangui's song has changed. He clearly remembered that the last time he woke up in the hospital that number was 35. Now after battling the black-skirted corpse, it had risen to 75. This time he had only fought with that royal corpse, neither killing it nor injuring it. Well, maybe a little, as the few sword marks barely counted as skin wounds. Yet the charging level indeed rose. Wu Yu's previous conjecture received some validation. The charging of Wan Jiangui's song was indeed related to the royal corpse. As long as he engaged in battle, the charging level would rise. This made Wu Yu ponder, if mere engagement raised the level, how much charge would be gained by defeating a royal corpse. However, now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. He lifted his head and found Hu Lai looking at him. The rugged face still bore a smile, but there was an added recognition in his eyes. Hu Lai nodded slightly. A true powerhouse should possess a heart that charges forward and have their own. Those traitors who betrayed humanity and joined the corpse faction could never become true powerhouses. Only those who face despair yet maintain their beliefs and continue to forge ahead have the right to tread the path known as the throne. It seems Xiao Yu has indeed understood what I meant. Hu Lai's voice carried some relief. Wu Yu nodded. Thank you. Look, you're being polite again. Hu Lai waved his hand with a smile, but his tone bore no reproach. Instead, it conveyed a satisfaction akin to that of an elder watching over a younger. Wu Yu pondered for a moment and asked a question he had long wanted to know. Uncle, what tier of powerhouse are you? He was genuinely curious about how strong someone could be to punch a tier 6 royal corpse into a state where it only had half its body left, forcing it to escape using its sub-body. Hu Lai's smile grew even broader. Having a thirst for power only adds to one's motivation. He casually pulled out an item from his pocket and tossed it in his hand, a golden little torch badge that sparkled under the streetlight. With your talent, it won't be long before you reach my level. The golden little torch. Wu Yu understood. The City Bureau's director was already a tier 7, so as the deputy director of the Provincial Investigation Bureau, Hu Lai was most likely tier 8, or even higher. He had previously seen Yi and Wang Chi's silver badges, seen his own bronze badge, and now it was his first time seeing a gold badge. By the way, Hu Lai seemed to remember something. Shall you remember to go to the bureau soon to update your tier information? Director Yi has high hopes for you. Wu was taken aback. Director Yi. The implication of this statement suggested that Yi seemed to have some plans for him. He hurriedly followed up, Uncle, who do you mean? Hu Lai smiled and patted his shoulder with enough force to make him sway slightly. Let's go back to the bureau first. I'll let Director Yi tell you. Investigation Bureau Building Director's Office. The lights were on, the curtains were not drawn, and the night outside was as thick as ink. Hu Lai sat on the sofa, still wearing that cheerful expression. That expression combined with his rugged features appeared much softer. Yi was seated behind the desk, his gaze behind silver-framed glasses calm and focused. Old Yi, I've brought the person back for you. Hu Lai leaned back on the sofa, his voice laced with amusement. I must say your luck is truly good. This year's pre-selection may be quite the spectacle. Yi naturally understood what he meant and did not respond. He simply nodded at Wu Yu. Shall you please sit? Shao Qi will join us shortly, and we can discuss together. Wu Yu sat down in a nearby chair. The office was small, simply furnished with a few documents stacked on the desk, and a potted green plant in the corner, its leaves glossy. Before long there was a knock at the door. Come in. The door opened, and a figure walked in. A black trench coat, unkempt beard, and a cigarette that had not been lit. It was Wang Qi. When he entered, his gaze swept around, and upon seeing Hu Lai, his actions noticeably paused. He quickly stashed the cigarette into his pocket, adding a hint of embarrassment to his face. Cough, Director Hu, what brings you here? Clearly Hu Lai and Wang Qi were already acquainted. Hu Lai still wore a friendly smile. I'll explain later. This time it's your Yi Bureau looking for you on some matter. Only then did Wang Qi notice that Wu Yu was also present and nodded to him. Wu Yu returned the gesture. Wang Qi sat down next to Wu Yu. As he leaned closer, Wu Yu caught a faint scent of tobacco which aligned with his impression of him. Yi clasped his hands together, resting them on the table, and looked at the two. The reason for calling you both here is to seek your opinions on a matter. His tone was neither hurried nor slow. The Investigation Bureau of the entire Dongling Kingdom is divided into city bureaus, provincial bureaus, and the headquarters located in the capital Donghua City. Of course you should already be aware of this. Wu Yu and Wang Qi both nodded. This information was available in the investigation records which they had reviewed on their first day of employment. Yi continued without pause. The heads of various departments in the city bureau are generally elected by the local city bureau itself, while the director is mostly dispatched by the provincial bureau. In addition to this, you might not know how the top leaders of those total executives in the provincial bureau and the few truly supreme leaders of the headquarters are selected. At this point he glanced at the still smiling Hu Lai before continuing. This involves another institution within the Investigation Bureau. Wu Yu and Wang Qi sat up straight in unison. This was indeed information related to the supreme leaders of the Investigation Bureau, something they would normally have no access to. This institution is known as, Yi paused. Julie. Wu Yu and Wang Qi exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. This was a term that had never appeared in the investigation records. You can understand this as an institution primarily responsible for talent selection and position nominations. Yi explained the directors of various city bureaus, and the total executives and directors of provincial bureaus are often from Jiuli. He pointed at himself. Like me, aside from being the deputy director of the Lanha City branch, I am also an ordinary member of Jiuli. He then looked at Hu Lai. And you, director, who are also a member of Jiuli. At this moment Wu Yu understood, this was essentially the Huangpu Military Academy of the Investigation Bureau. And those 9 leaders of Jiuli are the supreme leaders of our entire Abnormal Investigation Bureau and the strongest individuals in our Dongling Kingdom. Yi's tone grew serious. No, that's not right. It should be said that the 9 leaders are the strongest beings in the entire Earth Star. Strongest beings. A vague feeling surged within Wu Yu, neither excitement nor reverence, but a sense of distance. Strongest beings. What tier of powerhouses were they? Tier 9, Tier 10, or even higher? Wang Qi's expression was similar, mouth slightly agape, his gaze somewhat dazed. Yi did not give them time to digest, and continued. To join Jiuli, one can only go through internal recommendations, and only members of Jiuli have the right to recommend. Of course, joining Jiuli is not as simple as being recommended. There is also a pre-selection training. He adjusted his glasses. While it is called training, it is essentially an assessment. His gaze fell on Wu Yu and Wang Qi. This year I happen to have 2 recommendation slots. Are you? Wu Yu and Wang Qi's eyes widened simultaneously. Such good fortune. The atmosphere in the office relaxed significantly, and Hu Lai laughed heartily, his voice booming. This training is not simple, he chuckled. It could seriously endanger your life. Yi nodded and added, indeed, those who are recommended to Jiu Li are the elites among the elites of the Investigation Bureau. Only those under 25 years old with a strength of Tier 5 are eligible for recommendation. He paused. In other words, those who can be recommended to Jiu Li for pre-selection training are all geniuses. As he finished speaking, Wu Yu and Wang Qi looked at each other. Wu Yu's gaze fell on Wang Qi's rugged face, and a massive question mark arose in his mind. This guy is under 25. He looked at least in his 30s, right? With that scruffy beard, those weathered eyes, and the aura of "I am an old hand," how could he possibly be under 25? Wang Qi was also looking at him, disbelief written all over his face. How did this guy become Tier 5? Wasn't he just Tier 3 before? How much time had passed? A month. Jumping straight from Tier 3 to Tier 5. What kind of monster was this? The two stared at each other for a full 3 seconds. Yi observed their expressions, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. All right, stop staring at each other. Yi tapped the table. Let's get back to business. Are you going to participate? Are we going or not? Is there even a choice? Wu Yu and Wang Qi exchanged glances once more, and simultaneously exclaimed, "Go." Their voices were not loud, but they were crisp and decisive without a hint of hesitation. Yi and Hu Lai both nodded in agreement, satisfaction evident on their faces. Very well then, I will report your information. Yi picked up the pen from the table and made 2 marks on the document before her. Training generally begins around July each year, which is just over a month away. I will notify you when the time comes. He raised his head, his gaze landing on Wu Yu. And Xiao, your personal information needs to be updated. Yi particularly emphasized the words personal information, her tone laden with significance. Wu Yu nodded, understanding exactly what was meant. Rank, strength, and that copper badge. Hu Lai was right. In the Investigation Bureau, talent and power were the most fundamental aspects. Hiding such things would only lead to missed opportunities. When he exited the Investigation Bureau building, the night had already deepened. Wu Yu glanced down at his chest. The small copper torch badge had already transformed into silver. His base salary had increased from 300 contribution points to 500. The salaries in the Investigation Bureau were issued in contribution points, which converted amounted to a monthly salary of several 100,000 jade coins, a definite, high-paying job, albeit a bit dangerous. In addition, Yi had also given him a title, Deputy Minister of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau in Lanhe City, claiming it was necessary for attending the Jiuli training to at least have a respectable public record. As for Wang Qi, since he became a 5th-tier ability user last year, he had already assumed the role of Deputy Minister, making Wu Yu's position seemingly a last-minute grab. He walked out of the Investigation Bureau's main entrance, heading towards the Landing Star community along a familiar street. The night breeze brought a touch of early summer chill, and the streetlights flickered one after another, casting his shadow long, then short, then long again. The road was quiet, with only a car or two passing by, their headlights briefly illuminating the distance before vanishing. It was a pity, though, that not a single corpse type was encountered on the way. No extra earnings came in. But that was to be expected. He had walked this road countless times, and it had been cleaned to an impeccable state by him. Moreover, it was getting late, so he quickened his pace towards home. As he reached the vicinity of his building in the community, Wu Yu's steps suddenly slowed. He spotted a familiar figure. Although the night was dark, with his current strength his senses were enhanced to an unknown degree, making the darkness inconsequential. The dim light from the street lamp illuminated the person clearly. With long black hair tied in a ponytail, and wearing a school uniform from No. 5 high school, she squatted beside the street lamp. It was Hua Linlin. She was crouched there, hugging her knees, resting her chin on her arms, her gaze drifting towards the entrance of the building where Wu Yu lived. That was also the first place he had encountered Hua Linlin in Landing Star community. Wu Yu sighed. Although he had also been single in his past life, his emotional intelligence was not low enough to miss this. He naturally understood a bit of Hua Linlin's feelings. However, he had not taken it seriously before. After all, a 17 or 18-year-old girl was at the cusp of blossoming feelings, easily captivated by his optimized appearance. Yet he believed that such attraction would not last long. After a period of absence, she would likely forget. He truly did not expect that after a month apart, this young girl would instead be squatting outside his building. Moreover, it seemed it was not her first time. Perhaps she had always missed him as he returned home late, and only today had been slightly earlier, resulting in this encounter. Wu Yu stood there watching the figure squatting under the street lamp, his feelings becoming somewhat complex. If this were an ordinary world, marrying and living a mundane life would be a decent choice, but unfortunately this was not that. This was a world filled with corpse types, dark domains, and ability users fraught with various dangers. Furthermore, having joined the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, he was destined to deal with these matters constantly. Therefore, no matter what, he could not simply follow her wishes. The world of corpse types and ability users was far too dangerous. Even Wu Yu himself could easily fall if he was not careful. How much more so for an ordinary person like Hua Linlin who had not awakened any abilities. He sighed again. Continuing like this was not feasible. He would be attending the Jili training selection in July. Although Yi had not specified the exact location, Wu Yu understood that such national-level training would most likely not take place in the small city of Lanhe. This meant he would be leaving in July. It would be better to clarify things now. Wu Yu walked over. Hua Linlin was still squatting by the street lamp, glancing at her phone once more. The chat interface was still on the previous conversation. As she typed a few words, deleted them, typed a few more, and deleted them again. Her finger hovered over the screen for a long time, ultimately sending nothing. Damn. She bit her lip and muttered softly, if it weren't for not knowing your door number, this miss. Her words trailed off. She sighed, her expression somewhat dejected. After so many days without seeing him, could he have gone to register for college early? She braced herself on her knees and stood up. But after squatting for too long, her legs had gone numb, and she stumbled slightly. Yet even then she first steadied herself with a long object beside her, before using her other hand to support the nearby street lamp. At that moment a voice came from the side. Classmate Hua Linlin. She turned her head sharply. The figure she had been thinking about day and night stood less than 2 meters away from her. Wearing a white t-shirt and black casual pants, and that face she couldn't forget for an entire month. Oh. She rubbed her eyes. Her first reaction was disbelief. After confirming she was not mistaken, a look of ecstasy spread across her face. Her eyes sparkled, and her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But soon she bit her lower lip, forcibly swallowing back the words that almost escaped her. She lowered her head, took a deep breath, and when she raised her head again her expression was mostly under control, though her ears remained red. Cough. She cleared her throat, feigning calmness. What a coincidence. I heard you were admitted early. Don't you need to report to school early? Wu Yu shook his head. He'll report in July. July? That early? Hua Linlin's expression management almost slipped again. Her fingers tightened unconsciously. But Hua, the master of expression management, Linlin still held herself together, though there was a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. Cough. I mean, shouldn't school start in September? Wu Yu immediately replied, that's how it is for early admission. Hua Linlin's brows showed visible disappointment. Oh. That O was very soft, as if it had been squeezed from her throat. She lowered her eyes, her eyelashes casting a small shadow under the street lamp. After a 2-second silence, she suddenly remembered something and lifted the long object beside her with both hands, handing it to Wu Yu. The item was evidently not light. She struggled slightly, her arms trembling. Congratulations, you can go to college without taking the college entrance exam. Her voice became a bit more cheerful. This is a gift for you. When she said the word gift, her face noticeably turned a shade of red under the street lamp. You didn't make it to that shop the last 2 times, so I figured this would be a consolation. She paused, but don't think too much about it. This sword was bought by my cousin before I just happened to give it to you. After all, I want use it. Wu Yu observed her effortful demeanor without exposing the poor lie. He accepted the sword wrapped in a cloth bag and said, in any case, thank you. The cloth bag opened, revealing the sword sheath inside. Made of purple sandalwood, it had a subdued sheen and a rich texture. The wood grain was delicate, feeling warm and smooth to the touch, with silver metal fittings at both the mouth and tail of the sheath, making it look expensive. Wu Yu drew the sword. Under the streetlight, the blade shimmered with a crisp luster, with a shallow blood groove running from the guard to near the tip. He weighed it in his hand, noting that the center of gravity was positioned 3 fingers ahead of the guard, and it felt quite good. He swung it lightly a couple of times. Though it could not match the special material weapons like the 4-color crystal long sword, it was still a rare good sword. Meanwhile, Hua Linlin, watching Wu Yu wield the sword, was already stunned. At that moment, Wu Yu was not wearing his glasses. His already exquisitely handsome face seemed to radiate a certain indescribable brilliance as he swung the sword. It was not merely about being attractive, but rather an aura exuding from within, sharp, cool, and with a hint of grace. As the sword light flowed, his brows and eyes appeared as if washed by moonlight, clean and unearthly. Hua Linlin was mesmerized. She stood there with her mouth agape, her eyes wide, forgetting to breathe. Wu Yu sheathed the sword and handed it back. It's a very good sword, he said, but I cannot accept it. It's too precious. Hua Linlin finally snapped back to reality. Oh. She blinked, a faint blush creeping onto her face. It's just a sword. How is it precious? Besides, I can't use it. If you don't want it, I have to carry it back. Are you trying to kill me from exhaustion? Wu Yu still shook his head. It's getting late, he said. Let me walk you home. Hua Linlin fell silent. She looked into Wu Yu's eyes, which held no ambiguity, no flicker, only a calm and gentle rejection. Though she had never been in love, she was not foolish. She certainly picked up on the refusal hidden in Wu Yu's words. A rejection of all kinds. Her eyes reddened visibly, the colors spreading from her outer corners like a drop of ink in water, rapidly expanding throughout her gaze. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. Then she snatched the sword from Wu Yu's hand and turned to run. She ran quickly, her ponytail swaying behind her. A voice tinged with tears drifted with the night wind. If you don't want it, you don't have to. I don't need you to send me. The voice grew fainter and fainter, eventually disappearing into the night. Wu Yu stood rooted in place, watching the figure run far away past the street light into the shadows, then into the light of the next street lamp. He sighed and finally moved his feet. Hua Linlin had no idea which direction she was running or how long she had been running. She had never been an athletic girl. Throughout her life, she had avoided physical education classes and sneaked out of running drills whenever possible. Now, clutching a hefty sword and wearing flat shoes, she had run quite a distance in the night wind until her lungs felt like they were about to burst. Soon she could barely run anymore. She stopped, gasping for breath, bent over with her hands on her knees, the sword wedged under her arm, its sheath clattering against the ground with a dull thud. Overexertion brought a scorching sensation to her lungs, as if someone was stirring them with a pair of fiery tongs. Her thigh muscles accumulated enough lactic acid to ache intensely, making her tremble even while standing. But what made it harder for her to breathe was that gaze. That calm and gentle gaze which kept others at a distance. She wiped the tears from her face, her fingers touching her cheek cold as ice, unsure if it was from the night wind or from crying too long. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt. Idiot, idiot, idiot. She gritted her teeth and cursed into the air 3 times. She didn't know if she was cursing Wu Yu or herself. After her outburst, she looked down at the sword in her hand. She had spent all her saved pocket money to buy this sword, and even borrowed a bit from her cousin. And now, he hadn't even taken a second look at it. The traces of tears she had just wiped away reappeared. Tears slipped down from the corners of her eyes, tracing down her cheeks, and dripping onto the sword sheath. He doesn't even want the sword. Does he really hate me that much? She knew that Wu Yu used to bring the sword to school every day, and that very sword was a gift from her. Thinking about how Wu Yu had carried the sword she gave him every day, Hua Linlin suddenly laughed despite her sorrow. But as she laughed, tears streamed down again. For a moment her expression was a mix of crying and laughing, looking rather comical. She quickly snapped back to reality, shaking her head. He has already rejected you. What are you still thinking about, Hua Linlin? With a smile fading, she took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, her sorrowful emotions finally easing a bit. She took out her phone to check the time. It was past 11 at night. There were several unread messages, all from her parents. Hua Linlin knew without thinking that they were urging her to come home. She texted her parents back saying, "I'll be home soon," and then put her phone away. It was at this moment she noticed her surroundings. At 11 at night, the streetlights were dim. The lights along the road were spaced far apart, casting a gloomy light that barely illuminated anything. The trees on either side were dense, rustling in the wind, making a whispering sound, as if something was hiding inside, while fallen leaves were swept up by the wind, rolling noisily across the ground. She hadn't been paying attention to the road, while running, completely unaware of how she ended up in such a desolate place. Ahead was a narrow road with dark alleyways appearing intermittently on both sides. Those alleyways looked like open mouths, revealing nothing inside, only an unfathomable darkness. Hua Linlin gripped the sword tightly in her arms, feeling a slight chill in her heart. She dared not linger, quickly moving her sore legs to walk faster. Each time she passed an alleyway, her heart would race. She had the unsettling feeling that something inside was watching her. If I had known, I should have paid more attention to the road before running. She muttered quietly. It's all that idiot's fault. Her pace quickened, nearly breaking into a jog. But according to Murphy's law, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to happen. Just as she was about to pass an intersection, a dragging footstep reached her ears. Clop, clop, clop. It was slow and steady, as if something was being dragged along the ground. Hua Linlin couldn't help but quicken her pace. She glanced into the alley as she passed. A swaying figure was stumbling out from the depths of the alley. The figure moved unsteadily, as if unable to control its body. Each step was crooked and seemed ready to fall at any moment. Hua Linlin let out a sigh of relief. It was just a drunken man. Just as she was about to look away, a sudden chill enveloped her body. The sensation was hard to describe, as if some invisible force was crawling up from her feet along her calves, thighs, and waist all the way to the back of her neck. It was cold, but not the chill of winter, rather it was a bone-deep cold seeping out from her bones. The next moment the scenery before her changed dramatically. She was still standing on the road, but the trees beside her, the distant residential buildings, and the parked cars had all vanished. Instead, there was only black mist. Endless black mist. Thick and viscous, it writhed as if alive. The streetlight nearby was still on, but the light was swallowed by the black mist, leaving only a small patch of illumination around her. Where is this? Hua Linlin's pupils dilated, unsure of what had happened. At that moment, she heard the footsteps again. Clop, clop, clop. Closer and closer. She turned abruptly. The swaying figure was moving step by step towards her. It was already very close, less than 10 meters away. Hua Linlin looked around. Both sides of the road were filled with black mist with no exits or retreat. The only place she could stand was the small patch of concrete illuminated by the streetlight. She gritted her teeth and drew the long sword she had intended to give to Wu Yu. The blade shimmered with a sharp light under the dim glow. Holding the sword with an extremely unorthodox grip, she aimed it unsteadily at the approaching figure. You better not come any closer. Her voice trembled, but she still shouted, I have a weapon, it's very sharp. The figure seemed to ignore her words, dragging its body closer step by step. 8 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters. Hua Linlin felt the sword growing heavier in her hands. No, that wasn't it. It was that she was losing strength. The chilling sensation continued to penetrate her body like countless tiny needles, piercing her muscles, stabbing into her bones, draining her strength little by little. Clang. The sword slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. She bent down to pick it up, but her fingers could barely grip it. Moments later, she found herself sitting on the ground. Her entire body felt limp, as if all energy had been drained away. Even raising her hand felt strenuous. The figure had now reached in front of her. In the dim light of the street lamp, she finally saw its face clearly. What a twisted face it was. It was not human at all. It was a monster. Hua Linlin wanted to scream, but it felt as if something had choked her throat. No sound came out. She could only widen her eyes, helplessly watching that twisted face draw closer and closer. The mouth opened wide. A bloody maw. She could see the viscous liquid hanging from its triangular teeth and smell a rotten, nauseating odor. Hua Linlin closed her eyes in despair. The cold, rough touch of the ground beneath her. Next to her lay the sword she had bought with her own hands, its sheath still stained with the tears she had shed. Was this a nightmare? But the sensations, the foul smell, were all too real. This was not a dream. It would hurt, wouldn't it? Just as this thought emerged, another thought followed. If only he hadn't rejected me. She gritted her teeth, bracing for the impending pain. 1 second, 2 seconds. The anticipated pain did not come. Instead, a familiar voice resounded from above her. What are you doing out here instead of going home? Hua Linlin suddenly opened her eyes. The light from the street lamp fell upon a figure wearing a black trench coat with a silver badge, holding a translucent sword that shimmered in red, orange, blue, and green. The place where the monster had stood was now empty, with only wisps of faint black smoke slowly dissipating in the night wind. Wu Yu stood before her, looking down at her, half of his face illuminated by the street lamp, his features exquisite and surreal. He sheathed the four-colored crystal sword at his waist, then bent down to pick up the sword Hua Linlin had brought, stowing it away, and then crouched down, extending a hand toward her. Don't just stand there. Hua Linlin stared blankly at the outstretched hand, momentarily unable to respond. This wasn't a dream, was it? She blinked. The surrounding black mist was rapidly dissipating, and the trees, residential buildings, and parked cars that had vanished were slowly reappearing in her view, like a faded painting being recolored, everything returning to normal. It was only when that hand waved in front of her that she snapped back to reality. She raised her hand, wanting to grasp it. But just as her fingers lifted, they fell limply back down. I have no strength left. Her voice was small, laced with a hint of grievance and embarrassment. Wu Yu finally understood that an ordinary person pulled into the dark realm by the thousand-faced corpse would rapidly lose their strength. This was a unique ability of the thousand-faced corpse clan, and the fundamental reason why ordinary people couldn't even resist a first-tier thousand-faced corpse. It wasn't that they didn't want to run, but that they couldn't. He rearranged the two swords, then crouched down, wrapping one arm around Hua Linlin's shoulder, lifting her from the ground. Hua Linlin's body was very light, almost weightless. Leaning against Wu Yu, she could feel his warmth through the trench coat. Her face flushed instantly. Her ears turned red as well. After a moment of silence, Wu Yu spoke. What you saw just now is classified information. Please do not mention it to anyone else. If you violate this, you may be restricted in your personal freedom for allegedly breaching relevant provisions in the highest codex of the Dongling Kingdom. Hearing Wu Yu's routine tone, Hua Linlin was stunned. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but for a moment, she didn't know where to start. A moment later, that kind of monster has always existed. She didn't ask where the monster had gone, nor did she inquire about Wu Yu's true identity. She wasn't foolish. Standing there together was the best answer. Wu Yu did not respond to her question. He gazed into the distance, his eyes fixed on the sky revealed after the black mist dissipated. The moon hung there round and bright. In the passenger seat, Hua Linlin turned to the side, curiously observing Wu Yu as if she was meeting him for the first time. "Can you drive?" she asked. "It's quite obvious," Wu Yu replied, gripping the steering wheel, his gaze focused ahead, his tone flat. "Can we get a driver's license at our age?" "You can once you turn 18. "Oh." Hua Linlin nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "Have you turned 18? Wu Yu did not answer. Hua Linlin was not concerned, continuing, "Your driving skills are quite good. I've only ever sat in the passenger seat next to my dad." Throughout the journey, she chattered away while Wu Yu occasionally responded, but mostly remained silent as he drove. At the entrance of the Public Security Bureau, Wu Yu parked the car and led Hua Linlin inside. In the brightly lit hall of the bureau, several night shift workers were busy at their respective stations. Wu Yu glanced around and spotted a familiar figure. Xiao Wang from the Logistics Department of the Investigation Bureau, whom he had interacted with a couple of times before. "Brother Wang," Wu Yu approached. Xiao Wang looked up, saw it was Wu Yu, and quickly stood up, saying, "Oh, you go, why are you here so late?" "There's a witness," Wu Yu said, stepping aside to reveal Hua Linlin. "We need to take a statement, sign a confidentiality agreement, and please arrange for someone to take her home afterward." Xiao Wang glanced at Hua Linlin, and then back at Wu Yu, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes, but he said nothing, simply nodding. "All right, leave it to me." Wu Yu turned to Hua Linlin. "Someone will take you home after the statement is done," he said. "I'll take my leave now." Hua Linlin opened her mouth as if to say something, but looking into Wu Yu's calm eyes, the words caught in her throat. "Oh, okay." Wu Yu turned and walked away. Saving Hua Linlin was his duty, but some things should not be given hope. Offering hope may only lead to torment. Wu Yu's footsteps echoed down the corridor, growing fainter until they disappeared at the door. Hua Linlin stood rooted in place, staring in that direction for a long time. Xiao Wang waited nearby for a moment and cautiously spoke. Student, shall we take the statement first?" Hua Linlin snapped back to reality and nodded. She followed Xiao Wang into an office and sat down on a chair. Xiao Wang took out a notebook and began to ask questions according to procedure. His demeanor was very professional, his tone gentle and wording precise, but Hua Linlin noticed a detail. Every time he mentioned Wu Yu, there was an involuntary respect in his voice. "The superior said you are the witness. Please describe the situation at that time." "Superior." Hua Linlin felt something sink in her heart upon hearing those words. She did not know Wu Yu's exact identity, but from the attitude of this public security officer it was clear that Wu Yu held a significant rank. An official organization capable of dealing with monsters, a rank not to be underestimated. What did that imply? She dared not think too deeply. She was just an ordinary high school student at most from a relatively well-off family. For the first time, the once confident and proud Hua Linlin felt the disparity. After the last incident, Hua Linlin had not been seen near Wu Yu's home. Wu Yu's life returned to the cycle of training with his sword, gaining experience points, resting, and repeating. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. In a dark domain, Wu Yu stood in an abandoned clearing surrounded by thick, impenetrable black mist. Dozens of figures emerged from the mist, swaying unsteadily, their features twisted, mouths grinning from ear to ear. First-tier thousand-faced corpse type, followed by a few slightly more coordinated second-tier thousand-faced corpse types, their eyes holding a faint flicker of intelligence. They surrounded him from all sides like sharks drawn to the scent of blood. Seeing this scene, a hint of delight flashed in Wu Yu's eyes. Before entering this dark domain, he had felt a strong reaction from the cold energy within him, not expecting to find a nest of thousand-faced corpses here. What a delightful surprise. Yet Wu Yu did not move, he simply stood there, his hand resting on the sword hilt. When the first corpse lunged at him, the sword light ignited. Red, orange, blue, and green colors mixed with a shade of gray exploding in the darkness. The sword light was as fast as light itself. With each flicker, one corpse turned to black smoke. One sword for the first tier, one sword for the second tier, and still one sword for the third tier. In less than a minute, all the corpses were wiped out. Experience points 10, 10, 10, 50, 50, 100. The numbers on the panel jumped rapidly. Wu Yu sheathed his sword and stood still, not rushing to leave. He could sense that there was still one more left, hidden deep within the black mist, the true main target. The black mist surged. A figure walked out from the fog, its steps steady, unlike those lower-tier corpses that swayed unsteadily. It wore human clothing, its features upright. If not for its pure black eyes, it would look no different from an ordinary. Based on its aura, this was a fourth-tier, thousand-faced corpse. Moreover, those pure black eyes. Wu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. The corpse stood there, its pure black eyes locked onto Wu Yu, not making an immediate move. It was observing, analyzing, but had witnessed the deaths of its subordinates, and understood that the person before it was very strong enough that it might not be able to defeat him alone. Thus it employed a tactic of attrition. First it used lower-tier corpses to wear down the opponent's strength and energy, before looking for an opportunity to ambush. Quite clever. But it did not get the chance. Wu Yu moved. With the 9 shadow steps his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, the 4-colored long sword tracing an arc in the air piercing straight for the corpse's face. It dodged. Its speed was much faster than those previous 3rd-tier corpses. Then it sidestepped to evade while swinging its right hand, sending several black lines shooting from its palm towards Wu Yu. Wu Yu did not evade. He swept his long sword, the gray-white sword light, severing all those black lines. Then came the 2nd sword. This sword was even faster, so fast that the corpse barely had time to react before the sword point pierced its chest. It lowered its head, looking at the hole in its chest, disbelief filling its pure black eyes. The 3rd sword followed. The corpse's head fell to the ground, its body turning to black smoke, slowly dissipating. Distributable experience points 1,000. Wu Yu sheathed his sword, watching the black smoke disperse. In the last moment before that corpse vanished, its pure black eyes were fixed on him. Not hatred, not anger, but something deeper, like pity or perhaps mockery. That look seemed to say, "You will also die." Wu Yu furrowed his brow slightly at that gaze. He then shook his head, thinking too much was pointless. He just needed to focus on getting stronger. When the time comes, he would simply face whatever danger arose with his sword in hand. Opening the sword manual panel, Wu Yu began to tally his gains. Sword manual: Master Wu Yu Sword Heart, Clear Level 5 Sword Techniques, Illusory Cloud Sword Technique, Major Success. 1370300 Basic Sword Technique, Perfect Trait, Sword Mastery, Swimming Fish, Sword Technique, Perfect Phoenix, Cry, Sword Technique, Perfect Solitary Swan, Sword Technique, Perfect, Star Point, Sword Technique, Perfect. 10,000 swords returned to the vault. 15. Distributable experience points 1410. Wu Yu looked at that string of distributable experience points, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This massive wave of corpses provided him with over 1,400 distributable experience points. This was the richest battle he had fought. Previously, he had only cleared solitary corpses, accumulating experience points in tens, at most just a few hundred. But this time the experience points broke the 1,000 mark, enough for him to push the level of the illusory cloud sword technique significantly higher. And that was not all. Wu Yu also noticed the entry for 10,000 swords returned to the vault. 10,000 swords returned to the vault. 15. Charged to full. He could activate it again. Wu Yu was momentarily stunned, then a look of joy appeared on his face. However, his expression quickly turned a bit strange. Was that 4th-tier corpse also a royal corpse? How could there be such a weak royal corpse? Was it a youngling from the royal line? Moreover, it seemed to have no special abilities aside from its intelligence being slightly higher than a normal 4th-tier corpse. It was no different from an ordinary 1,000-faced corpse. It lacked the eerie hidden aura ability of that black-skirted corpse and had no other unexpected talents. Could it be that his sword was too fast and it was taken out before it could make a move? Or could those black lines be its special ability? Wu Yu pondered and still felt that the first possibility was quite significant. After mastering the illusory cloud, his sword's speed had more than doubled. With the use of 9 shadow steps, his afterimage had not yet dissipated when his true self's sword had already struck. Even a 5th-tier corpse would suffer if they were not careful. And those black lines seemed to have nothing particularly special about them. Wu Yu pushed those thoughts aside. His immediate priority was to improve himself. He was eager to learn new sword techniques. Wu Yu focused his mind. 10,000 swords returned to the vault. Activate. The scenery before him suddenly transformed. The abandoned clearing vanished, and the surrounding buildings disappeared as well. In their place was an endless void, vast and boundless. Countless stars twinkled in the boundless void, filling his entire field of vision. Wu Yu stood in the void, closed his eyes, and instinctively reached out toward one of the starlights. A pure white starlight fell into his palm. In that moment, Wu Yu felt as if he had grasped a miniature. It was neither cold nor hot, but rather an indescribable warmth. Like moonlight falling on the back of his hand, cool, yet emanating a hint of warmth from deep within his palm. In the next moment, a piece of information floated into his consciousness. 9 Heavens Mystic Art. Immediately afterward, a torrent of information flooded his mind. This was a complete and systematic sword technique inheritance. Every movement's initiation, transformation, and conclusion, every response to variations, every detail of power application, all vividly clear, as if someone were demonstrating each move in front of him while explaining. After a moment, Wu Yu opened his eyes. A faint silver starlight flashed in his eyes and vanished like a shooting star crossing the night sky. Wu Yu blinked, and that brilliance had completely disappeared, but the knowledge that had entered his mind remained as clear as if it had been etched into him. 9 Heavens Mystic Art, comprising the 7 sword techniques of Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Ji Tian, Quan Yu Hung Kai Yang, and Yao Guang. Tian Shu Pajun, sword technique focused on slaughter. It is the initiating move, and also the finishing blow with a majestic sword momentum thrusting straight, as if to pierce through 1,000 troops. Tian Xian Ba Xing, sword technique focused on confinement. The sword light is dense as the Milky Way, capable of transforming formless star power into a prison, trapping enemies, locking weapons, and immobilizing foes. Tian Ji Hung Shi, sword technique focused on balance. A sword of defense, its circle rotates like the orbit of stars, able to measure, resolve, and deflect external forces. Tian Quan Wen Chu, sword technique focused on transformation. The most intricate and bizarre path of the sword, ever-changing, specializing in exploiting the enemy's weaknesses. Yu Hung Lian Zhun, sword technique focused on judgment. The sword carries the intent of adjudication, dealing additional damage to evil, bizarre, and other shadow attributes. Kai Yang Wu Chu, sword technique focused on warfare. Its offensive is the fiercest. The sword winds are mighty and unmatched, like a meteor striking the ground, often breaking finesse, with brute strength, delivering multiple strikes in one move. Yao Guang Dong Ming, sword technique focused on insight. This is the sword of certainty, its heart clear and bright, able to glimpse the enemy's secrets with the light of the sword arriving before the attack, destined to reach its target. Note, 9 Heavens Mystic Art is the foundational sword technique for the 7 Calamities sword chapter. Wu Yu's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. The training method for this sword technique is quite unique. It must be practiced on nights with starlight, harnessing the brilliance of the stars to refine the sword technique. Practicing during the day would greatly reduce efficiency. It seems he would have to stay up late from now on. Meanwhile, the last piece of information also caught his attention. 9 Heavens Mystic Art is the foundational sword technique for the 7 Calamities sword chapter. Could it be that mastering the 9 Heavens Mystic Art to perfection unlocks the 7 Calamities sword chapter? Or is it something else? However, this matter felt too distant for him at the moment. He glanced at the new line that appeared on the sword technique panel. 9 Heavens Mystic Art, uninitiated 0500 entry, requires 5,000 proficiency. Wu Yu was startled by this number. To be clear, the Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword, which has decent strength, only requires 500 proficiency to initiate, while the proficiency required for the 9 Heavens Mystic Art is actually 10 times that of the Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword. This disparity is too great. But then he thought of the sword technique information that had just flooded into his mind: the majestic might of Tian Shu Pajun, the dense confinement of Tian Xian Ba Xing, the certain strike of Yao Guang Dongming. Each move was exquisite enough to leave him in awe. With such a sword technique, it seems normal for the entry to be a bit difficult. He recalled his thoughts and opened the section for distributing experience points. 1,410 points. This was the most he had ever accumulated. Then he focused his mind. Distributable experience points: 14100 Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword Technique Major Achievement, 1370300 Major Achievement, 27803000. Only 220 proficiency points are needed for the Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword Technique to reach perfection. What kind of new characteristics can be provided after the Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword Technique reaches perfection, having gained mastery after completing the foundational sword techniques? Wu Yu had already begun to look forward to it. This was also why he had not invested experience points into the 9 Heavens Mystic Art, but had instead poured everything into the Phantom Flowing Cloud. Throwing over 1,000 experience points into the 9 Heavens Mystic Art wouldn't even make a splash. With a threshold of 5,000 proficiency, this amount would merely make a sound. But investing in the Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword Technique would bring it closer to perfection. He looked at the empty experience points on the sword technique panel and sighed. Experience points are still insufficient. After securing his sword and brushing off the dust from his black cloak, Wu Yu left the abandoned area. Not long after Wu Yu departed, a figure suddenly appeared in the spot where he had just stood. It was a person with pitch black eyes. It slightly lowered its head, its nostrils flaring as if it were sniffing something. After a moment it frowned. Then it raised its hand, spreading its 5 fingers. In the next second, a complex hexagram pattern emitting a faint black light emerged from the ground precisely where Wu Yu had just eliminated that group of corpses. Each corner of the hexagram extended numerous lines like blood vessels, like roots, deeply penetrating the ground. It gazed at the pattern and nodded slightly. In the next moment, the hexagram faded again, vanishing completely, and the figure with pitch-black eyes also disappeared, as if it had never existed. Wu Yu drove to the investigation bureau. His standard cloak had been torn in several places during the previous battle, so he planned to pick up a few new ones while passing by the bureau. As he walked into the building, he encountered several colleagues in black cloaks. Brother Yu, a young candidate for the torchbearer, nodded at him. My lord Yu, another slightly older copper-badged torchbearer, also bowed slightly. As the acting deputy minister of the execution department, his name and photo had long been published on the internal website of the Lanha City Investigation Bureau. Given that he had visited the bureau quite a few times, he had recognized many people. Wu Yu nodded in response to each. After greeting them, they hurried away, clearly in a rush to carry out cleanup tasks. Just as he entered the logistics department's supplies distribution hall, a familiar figure emerged from inside. Little Yu. Uncle Lin, what a coincidence. Wu Yu's gaze fell on Lin Yuan's chest. There hung a small bronze torch badge glowing with a warm light. He smiled sincerely. Congratulations on your promotion, Uncle Lin. Thank you, but hearing that from you feels a bit strange, Lin Yuan replied, also smiling. Since Wu Yu had just crossed over, Lin Yuan had helped him a lot and later even privately assisted him in collecting sword techniques from various martial arts schools. Wu Yu had always remembered these deeds. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan also smiled. Thank you, but it feels a bit odd coming from you, Little Yu. By the way, Little Yu, Lin Yuan's smile faded, and he said seriously, there's something I might need your help with this. Oh, it's rare for Uncle Lin to seek my help. You rascal, Lin Yuan scolded jokingly. It's not a big deal, just the martial arts competition I mentioned to you last time. Tomorrow is the official competition day, and originally I was supposed to be the representative sent by the Bureau to oversee it. However, I happen to have some personal matters to attend to tomorrow which will likely take some time, and I can't find a suitable replacement for myself in this short time. He looked at Wu Yu. I wonder if Little Yu is free tomorrow. Wu Yu thought for a moment. Of course I am. Lin Yuan rarely spoke up, and given their relationship, Wu Yu was more than happy to help, especially since it wasn't a big deal. That's great. Lin Yuan sighed in relief. The corresponding contribution points will be directly deposited into your account, Little Yu. I'll inform the Martial Arts Alliance shortly. You just need to go there directly tomorrow. Wu Yu was somewhat familiar with the Martial Arts Alliance. This was an organization primarily composed of martial artists responsible for things like permits for establishing martial arts schools and organizing martial arts competitions. However, given that the Martial Arts Alliance has branches across all provinces and cities in the Eastern Spirit Kingdom, Wu Yu definitely did not believe that there was no official backing behind the alliance. By the way, there are still a few things to be mindful of. Lin Yuan raised a finger. Martial artists are more likely to awaken as ability users, making them potential candidates for the Investigation Bureau. Most of them are aware of the existence of the Investigation Bureau, so if they come to deliver something to you, accept it without hesitation. This is a benefit for those in charge, and the Bureau also tacitly agrees. Lin Yuan joked, if you don't accept it, they'll all be scared out of their wits one by one. Wu Yu nodded. Accepting gifts is indeed an art. And also, Lin Yuan continued, if there are any civilian ability users disguised as martial artists trying to sneak into the competition, just bring them back to the Bureau for some tea and record their information. Other than that, there's nothing else to be particularly cautious about. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and added, oh, try not to laugh inappropriately. Laugh inappropriately. Wu Yu was a bit puzzled. What do you mean? Lin Yuan looked at him, his expression somewhat mysterious. You'll understand once you go. Although Wu Yu didn't understand, he nodded. Understood, Uncle Lin. After receiving several sets of new uniforms, Wu Yu left the Investigation Bureau. He drove around the urban area of Lanha City, circling from the south to the north and from the east to the west, specifically targeting those secluded corners. He had not encountered a single corpse. Where could these corpses be hiding? Wu Yu parked the car by the roadside, glancing at the panel that showed he was just 220 proficiency points away from mastering the Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword technique, as well as the Star Pivot 7 Luminary Sword that required 5,000 proficiency points to begin. He was at a loss. Looking at his watch, he noted that dinner was still some time away. After some thought, he decided to turn the car around and head towards the Fengxiang Martial Arts School. In the sword practice quiet room, Wu Yu drew out the four-colored crystal long sword. Phantom Flowing Cloud commence. The sword light spread like flowing water within the quiet room. He executed the 9 shadow steps, leaving multiple afterimages. After 2 repetitions, he stood still with his sword. His proficiency increased by 2 points. It was acceptable, but not enough. At this rate, he would need more than 100 days to make up the remaining 220 points, which was far too slow. He placed the sword horizontally in front of him, closed his eyes, and mentally reviewed the starting posture of the Star Pivot 7 Luminary Sword. Celestial Pivot Breaking Military Sword. Then he moved. His right foot stepped forward, his waist slightly sank, and the sword tip pointed diagonally at the ground. This was the position for the starting stance. Then he twisted his waist, rotated his hips, lifting the sword from below to draw an arc in the air, before thrusting it straight forward. The sword paused midair, and Wu Yu frowned. Something was off. The force of this strike was incorrect. Celestial pivot breaking military emphasized a grand and righteous momentum, focusing on a direct thrust that could pierce through 1,000 troops. However, the first half of his strike had been too airy, while the latter half was too stiff. The force broke when transitioning from his waist to the sword, failing to transfer to the sword tip, lacking that grand and righteous feeling. He tried again. Still not right. Each aspect, hand-eye body step, was at odds, as if his limbs and body were not in sync. He clearly knew how it should go, but when it came to action, everything felt awkward. Then he continued to the third, fourth, and fifth attempts. Wu Yu stopped, sweat already beading on his forehead. This was still under the influence of the sword mastery trait. Without this trait, he estimated, he wouldn't even be able to perform the starting stance. The difficulty of cultivating the Star Pivot 7 Luminary Sword was far higher than he had anticipated, requiring 5,000 proficiency points to begin was no coincidence, as this sword technique had extremely strict requirements for body movement, stepping, and force application. Any slight deviation would not suffice. He recalled the annotation for the Star Pivot 7 Luminary Sword. It had to be practiced on a night. It was still daytime now, although there were lights in the quiet room, they were nothing compared to starlight. Even if he practiced hard, he likely wouldn't achieve anything significant. It was better to wait until night. After putting away the sword, Wu Yu prepared to go back for dinner, then head out again. He really wanted to quickly make up the missing 220 proficiency points. Pushing open the door to the quiet room, Wu Yu walked towards the outside of the martial arts school. The corridor was not very bright, with several posters of sword techniques hanging on the walls, the glass frames reflecting the light. He walked at a leisurely pace, still mentally running through the movements of the celestial pivot breaking military from earlier. As he turned the corner of the corridor, a figure happened to emerge from the other side. In his 20s, dressed in a loose black martial arts uniform with a black belt cinched around his waist featuring 3 golden diagonal stripes. Professional level 3, holding a training sword, the grip was a bit worn, indicating frequent use. Wu Yu had a vague impression of this person, he had encountered him in the corridor last time. Upon seeing Wu Yu, Zhao Hu's eyes clearly sparkled. Last time he had asked if there were any exceptional sword practitioners at his cousin's school. But his cousin's reaction had been strange, stammering and asking why he wanted to know, ultimately not providing a clear answer. Unexpectedly, luck was on his side this time, as he happened to run into him again. Of course, only Zhao Hui knew whether it was truly a coincidence. Zhao Hui gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Despite this being a significant guest of the schoolmaster, he was simply too eager to spar with a skilled swordsman. In the past it had been fine, he could visit various martial arts schools to spar with those who practiced swordsmanship. But this year, for some unknown reason, the other martial arts schools, including their Fengxiang martial arts school, had seen all the exceptional experts vanish, and he hadn't seen anyone. When asked, they claimed to be on business trips. Meanwhile, the remaining few lacked even professional-level practitioners, comprising only lesser fighters who couldn't meet his sparring standards. He had been holding back for too long. Thus the scene unfolded. Zhao Hui stood in front of Wu Yu, unsure where to put his hands. You? I. In a moment, he didn't even know how to address the other person. Should he call him senior? The other looked younger than him. Should he call him master? That felt a bit odd as well. Wu Yu looked at this man who had approached him, struggling to find words, and 2 question marks popped up in his mind. Hello, may I ask who you are? He initiated. Esteemed expert, hello. Zhao Hui took a deep breath, speaking rapidly like a machine gun, but stammering. My name is Zhao Hui. My swordsmanship is at professional level 3. I wonder if I could have the honor of sparring with you. He paused as if gathering courage. I know this is quite presumptuous, but I can tell you are definitely a skilled swordsman. He looked at Wu Yu, his eyes filled with anticipation. What do you think? Do I have a chance? Wu Yu's head was filled with more question marks. What was wrong with this guy? But looking at the eager expression on the man's face and glancing at the worn training sword in his hand, Wu Yu pondered for a moment. How did you figure that out? He asked. Zhao Hu's eyes lit up. This was promising. It's a matter of instinct. He blurted out, feeling a bit embarrassed afterward and scratching the back of his head. Instinct. Wu Yu chuckled but shook his head. I have something to do today, perhaps next time. This was not a rejection. He truly had matters to attend to today. After finishing dinner, he planned to explore some areas he hadn't visited much before aiming to gain more experience points. The 220 proficiency points were not many. He could easily gather them from those corpses. Zhao Hu's expression fell immediately, but he still held on, asking, When will the expert come next time? Not sure, Wu Yu replied. Zhao Hui looked even more dejected, his shoulders slumping. If I do come, I usually arrive around 5 in the afternoon, Wu Yu added. Zhao Hu's entire demeanor seemed to ignite, his eyes shining once more. Wu Yu nodded at him. I have matters to attend to, I'll take my leave now. He turned to walk towards the door. Hey, wait a moment, esteemed expert. Zhao Hu's voice called from behind. Wu Yu paused. Zhao Hui caught up, holding up his phone, the screen displaying a QR code. Esteemed expert, could we add each other as friends on theSword? Wu Yu simply took out his phone and scanned it. The business card that popped up made his expression turn slightly odd. Business card, I love practicing swordsmanship. The avatar was a close-up of a sword shining brightly, the blade reflecting light. Why did this avatar and nickname seem so familiar? Wu Yu froze for a moment, a memory resurfacing. This was the business card that Hua Linlin had recommended to him, her cousin. He looked up at the man before him. Was this Hua Linlin's cousin? Was he from the Fengxiang martial arts school? Zhao Hui completely failed to notice Wu Yu's expression seeing the friend request pop up. He immediately clicked to accept, and upon seeing a new chat window appear on the screen, he was so happy that his smile nearly reached his ears. Finally added an expert on theSword. Now he could consult with the expert about swordsmanship. He didn't even notice that the other's avatar seemed somewhat familiar. Thank you, esteemed expert. You take care. Zhao Hui waved happily at Wu Yu holding his sword. Wu Yu didn't say much. It was indeed quite a coincidence, perhaps even a bit absurd. He glanced back at Zhao Hui, who was happily clutching his sword in one hand and his phone in the other before turning and leaving. At the dining table, Wu Dad and Wu Mom looked much better than before. After changing jobs, their living conditions had indeed improved. Previously, while working at a clothing factory, they could barely make over 3,000 a month. After paying the mortgage, there was hardly anything left, and with 2 children to send to school, they were always living on a tight budget. But now, having joined a retirement-oriented company, their salary had doubled, and the work was much easier. The wrinkles on Wu Dad and Wu Mom's faces had lessened, and even their demeanor had changed. Working in a factory and in an office were indeed 2 different things. Wu Yu quickly finished his dinner, put down his chopsticks, and was about to speak. At that moment, Wu Jing stood up first. I have plans with friends today, I need to go out. After she said that, she grabbed her phone and walked out, but Wu Yu noticed that she had changed into a completely different outfit. Not her school uniform, but a light-colored dress, and her hair had been tied up differently. Wu Dad and Wu Mom exchanged glances, smiles spreading across their faces. Ever since she got into the first high school, Wu Jing had been holed up in her room studying, and they worried that this might lead to some issues. Now that she could go out and relax with friends, they were glad to see it. Go ahead, come back early. Wu Jing acknowledged with a sound, and pushed the door open to leave. Wu Yu waited until Wu Jing left before standing up. I'll go out for a walk too. Remember to come back early, Wu Mom reminded him. Got it. Wu Yu grabbed his sword and stepped out. After going downstairs, he headed towards the parking area. As he passed by the Ijia Sports store, he hesitated for a moment. At the store entrance, 2 figures were walking out side by side. One was Wu Jing with her ponytail, and the other with long hair flowing down was Lin Xinmai, who he had met a few times before. Wu Yu was taken aback. Did Wu Jing know Lin Xinmai? But then he thought about it, as since they both attended Lanhano, one high school, and lived in the same neighborhood, it wasn't strange for them to know each other. Wu Jing and Lin Xinmai noticed him as well. Wu Yu nodded towards them and continued walking without stopping, as he was eager to find some experience points. Lin Xinmai certainly recognized him. After all, that face was too easy to remember. Once seen, it was hard to forget. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, but she still slightly nodded in response as a basic courtesy to a friend of her classmate. Xiaomai, do you know him? Wu Jing noticed their interaction. Lin Xinmai replied, he's a friend of Xia. Yes, we met once before. I didn't expect to run into him here. Xia, yes, friend. Wu Jing glanced at Wu Yu's departing figure, feeling a bit complicated inside. Xia Yu was her classmate from a well-off family with good grades and a great reputation in class. Although she treated everyone well, Wu Jing could tell that Xia Yu was quite proud at heart. And her older brother, who used to be so meek, had actually become friends with Xia Yu. Yet for some reason, Wu Jing also thought about Wu Yu's changes during this period. If it were the Wu Yu of now. She shook her head, stopping her wandering thoughts. Let's go, Xiaomai, we still need to check out that new store, tomorrow's premium goods. They both moved forward. Xiao Jing, I'm planning to sign up for a martial arts class and learn every weekend. Lin Xinmai suddenly spoke. Learn martial arts. Wu Jing turned to look at her. Isn't that tiring? Why the sudden interest in martial arts, Xiaomai? I just want to learn. She fell silent for a moment before speaking. Their voices gradually faded away. On the other side, Wu Yu sheathed his sword, facing a swirl of dissipating black smoke. Experience points 10. He frowned. This was the third area he had run through, but it was the first wild corpse he encountered. As for why it was called the first wild corpse, it was because he happened to come across a few groups of torchbearers in reserve carrying out cleaning tasks. Being kind, Wu Yu passed by and helped them take care of it. Of course, he only snagged the monster, and the contribution points for the rewards still belonged to them. The two rookie teams from the investigation bureau hadn't even reacted to what had happened when the distorted-faced corpse turned into black smoke, only seeing a figure in a black trench coat disappearing into the night. As the matter was settled, he left without a trace, concealing his achievements and name. Besides those two unfortunate souls detected by the dark domain monitoring device, he had only encountered this lone thousand-faced corpse. Moreover, it was only a first-tier corpse without any higher-tier desires parasitizing it. Wu Yu glanced at his balance. Available experience points 30. He sighed deeply. Was he cleaning too thoroughly lately? But he quickly shook his head, feeling that something was. Corpses come from another world, and even if the investigation bureau cleans 24 hours a day, there are still endless new corpses emerging every day. Regardless of whether the numbers fluctuate, it shouldn't be this few. In fact, this was not just few, it could be described as having vanished without a trace. Wu Yu sensed something was amiss. Reflecting on the series of events that had occurred before, he shook his head. What a troublesome autumn. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and sent a message to Yi Yi. Moments later, Yi Yi replied, "Don't worry." Just 4 short words. Wu Yu nodded. It seemed the bureau had anticipated this, and Hu Lai was also in Lanha. With this thought, he felt a bit steadier. It was just a pity that he wouldn't get the warm experience points provided by the cold corpses. After a busy night, Wu Yu drove towards launching community. Upon returning to his building, he didn't rush home, but went straight to the rooftop. The rooftop was an open-air platform, usually a public area. Some residents raised flowers and plants up there, with a few foam boxes in the corner, growing green onions and garlic sprouts, while the middle of the rooftop was an empty space with no junk. Now it was the middle of the night, and the rooftop was deserted, not a single shadow in sight. Wu Yu walked to the center of the empty space and looked up at the night sky. The silver moon hung high, surrounded by a multitude of stars. The starlight fell from the distant heavens, illuminating the rooftop and casting a cool, serene glow on him. Since there were no corpses to slay, he decided to take advantage of the brilliant starlight and give the Star Pivot 7 Luminary Sword another try. He drew out the colorful crystal long sword, closed his eyes, and mentally reviewed the initial moves of the Heavenly Pivot Breakthrough Sword. Then he opened his eyes and looked up at the starry sky above him. The starlight fell upon him like a thin veil. He moved. This time the sensation was completely different from during the day. When he practiced in the daytime, every strike felt like swinging a sword in a quagmire, awkward and uncomfortable. But now the starlight that cascaded onto him seemed alive, flowing along the sword's body, seeping into his being, into his bones and muscles. Each movement of the Heavenly Pivot Breakthrough Sword became smoother under the enhancement of the starlight. With the translucent sword tip angled towards the ground, Wu Yu stepped forward with his right foot, slightly bending his waist, then twisting his waist and pivoting his hips. He swept the sword upwards from below, drawing an arc in the air before thrusting forward. This time the power rose from his feet through his waist and hips, flowing into his arms, infusing the sword. Although it didn't fully connect, at least it didn't break in the middle. He retracted the sword and thrust again. Again retracted and again thrust. Once, twice, 3 times. Each iteration felt slightly smoother than the last, and although it was just a little, Wu Yu could feel that the starlight acted like tiny gears, gradually meshing his body and sword techniques together. Wu Yu became immersed in it, losing track of time. It was only when a faint orange hue appeared on the horizon that he snapped back to reality. He stopped the swordplay, breathing heavily. Looking down, he saw that he was drenched in sweat, his clothes sticking to him uncomfortably. Wu Yu glanced at his watch. It was already past 4 in the morning and daylight was approaching. He opened the sword manual panel and took a look. Star Pivot 7 Luminary Sword, not yet initiated, 15,000. After practicing under the starlight for most of the night, the proficiency of the Star Pivot 7 Luminary Sword increased a bit. Wu Yu looked at that line of numbers, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. The mountain does not refuse the weight of its fibers. The sea does not disdain its fullness to become profound. Although it only increased a bit of proficiency, it was still a good start. Then Wu Yu quietly returned home. Wu Dad and Wu Mom's door was closed, as was Wu Jing's. He crept into his room in the dark, didn't even take a shower, just changed into dry clothes, and lay directly on the bed. As soon as his head touched the pillow, his consciousness sank down. When Wu Yu opened his eyes again, a ray of sunlight was piercing through the gap in the curtains, drawing a fine golden line on the bedsheet. He squinted for a moment before reaching for his phone. It was already past 7 in the morning. Although he had only slept for a little over 2 hours, he still felt quite refreshed. Given his current physical condition, it was just that last night's training with the 7-star sword had drained too much energy, otherwise he could go days without sleep without issue. Just as he was about to put down his phone, his gaze suddenly froze. There was a missed call from an unrecognized number and an unread message. He clicked on it. Esteemed Torchbearer, good day. I am Chun Xing-song, the president of the Martial Arts Association in Lanha City, and I humbly extend the highest respect on behalf of all my colleagues in the association. It is a great honor to learn that you will be attending the Lanha Martial Arts Competition. I am apprehensive and would like to inquire about your itinerary if you would be so kind. If you would not mind, the association has prepared the most comprehensive reception arrangements with special vehicles and accompanying personnel on standby awaiting your orders. Should you have any needs, please do not hesitate to inform us at any time. The association will spare no effort in alleviating your concerns. Will you finished reading and couldn't help but chuckle? The flattery in these words was almost overflowing, and the phrasing was so overly formal. However, one could also see that the torchbearer wielded incredible power outside of the investigation bureau. Yet considering the responsibilities and duties of the torchbearer, Wu Yu found it quite reasonable. If the torchbearer as a guardian not only had to face the undead, but also had to be bullied by others outside, what was the point of guarding? He pondered for a moment and typed a reply. Please send me the specific address and schedule for the competition, and I will be there shortly. The competition started at 9. If he washed up and had breakfast first, he would just make it in time. Meanwhile, at the Lanha Central Sports Center, a group of people was gathered in the lounge, all dressed in white martial arts uniforms, and though not young, they stood with straight backs. Some were pacing with their hands behind their backs, some were sitting on chairs repeatedly checking their phones, while others stared blankly at the wall clock. President, do we have any news about the esteemed guest responsible for the competition this year? An elderly man with graying hair couldn't help but speak, looking towards the slightly graying man in the center of the crowd. Chun Xing-song shook his head slightly. I have already sent messages and made calls to the esteemed guest, but have yet to receive a reply. The elderly man suggested, should we ask again? Perhaps the esteemed guest hasn't checked their phone yet. Chun Xing-song shook his head again, his tone steady. That would be inappropriate. Asking too much could annoy someone. Besides, the competition hasn't started yet, we can wait a bit longer. The others exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. The lounge fell silent with only the ticking of the clock on the wall. Suddenly a phone rang, and all eyes turned to it. Chun Xing-song picked up his phone, tapped the screen, and his expression shifted from calm to serious, then from serious to one of relief. They replied. He raised his head. The esteemed guest will arrive shortly. The atmosphere in the lounge instantly relaxed. President, who is the esteemed guest responsible for this event? Someone asked. Chun Xing-song shook his head. It is not one of the usual guests. It is someone with the surname Wu. The crowd exchanged glances, disappointment evident on their faces. They had gotten a sense of the temperaments and preferences of previous torchbearers, making it easier to present gifts, but this new guest with the surname Wu was entirely unfamiliar. I wonder what this new guest likes, someone muttered softly. Oldly, didn't your eldest disciple join the investigation bureau after awakening last year? You should ask him. Another middle-aged man turned to an elderly man with graying hair beside him. Hearing this, Li Mingguang narrowed his eyes. Isn't your grandson in the investigation bureau? Why are you asking me? So did you ask or not? Li Mingguang shook his head, sighed. They are very busy. I feel awkward asking something like that. What about you, old Lu? Didn't you ask a little? The man called Old Lu also shook his head. I asked, but Xiao Kuei said he wasn't sure either. Oh, someone dragged out the last syllable. It seems we can only send some medicinal herbs or energy stones as generic resources. Yes, it seems that is the only option. A group of people whispered among themselves, a tone of helplessness in their voices, while Chun Xing-song stood quietly aside, his expression calm, lost in thought. You have arrived at your destination. Navigation has ended. The navigation prompt sounded as Wu Yu parked the car and got out. What caught his eye was a banner with red background and white text stretched above the entrance of the sports center, the font dignified and grand. A warm welcome to the esteemed leaders visiting to guide the 5th Lanha Martial Arts Competition. Wu Yu glanced at it and silently withdrew his gaze. Below the banner stood a group of people in white martial arts uniforms lined up neatly on either side of the entrance. Though they were not young, they stood very straight. Moreover, Wu Yu spotted a familiar face among them. Fengshan, the master of the Fengxiang Martial Arts School. He was positioned slightly to the left and nodded slightly with a hint of a smile in his eyes when he saw Wu Yu. At the front of the crowd, a man with slightly graying hair stepped forward. His gaze lingered on Wu Yu's face for a moment before falling on the silver torch emblem on Wu Yu's chest, his expression becoming slightly serious. "May I ask if you are the esteemed Wu Yu?" Wu Yu nodded. "That's me." "That's good to hear." Chun Qingsong's face displayed a look of relief. "Lord Lin Yuan has mentioned you to me." Wu Yu turned slightly. Lin Shu knows him. He hadn't heard Lin Yuan mention it before. The white-clad martial artists behind Chun Qingsong subtly changed their expressions upon hearing this. Hadn't they just said they only knew his surname was Wu? Who is this Lord Lin Yuan? "Wait, President, are you—" Chun Qingsong ignored the reactions of those behind him and gestured for Wu Yu to follow him. "The schedule hasn't started yet. Please come with me for the time being." Wu Yu followed him into the sports center through the corridor and into a lounge. The group of martial artists in white uniforms also followed but consciously stayed at the door, with only Chun Qingsong and two others entering. A few people were already seated in the lounge. Dressed in black trench coats, 2 men and 1 woman were drinking tea and chatting. Upon seeing Wu Yu enter, the 3 stood up in unison. They were all members of the execution department, so naturally they recognized Wu Yu. "Brother Yu." A young man was momentarily stunned. "Why are you here?" "Esteemed Lord Yu, why do you still need to be responsible for such matters?" Another responded. Wu Yu understood their meaning. A municipal investigation bureau has a fixed structure. The director, as the highest official of the bureau, must be a gold emblem torchbearer representing the top combat power for defending the city. The deputy director, along with the heads and deputy heads of the execution and logistics departments, are silver emblem torchbearers responsible for coordinating inspections across various regions. Below them are the copper emblem torchbearers and torchbearer candidates who take care of low-level undead cleanup tasks within their respective jurisdictions. Wu Yu, as the deputy head of the execution department and a silver emblem torchbearer coming to oversee a martial arts competition, seemed somewhat like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. "I am merely fulfilling a request." Wu Yu smiled, sitting down on the sofa. "What are you all standing for? Please sit down. I'm just here to show my face. You all may continue with what you were doing." The 3 exchanged glances and smiled as they returned to their seats. Chun Qingsong, with good insight, didn't ask further questions, simply saying, "Lord Yu, please rest for a moment. The competition will start shortly," then clapped his hands. The door was gently pushed open and a girl in a white martial arts uniform walked in holding a wooden box. The girl had a ponytail, a bit of baby fat on her face, and appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. "Esteemed Lord Yu," she called out sweetly, placing the wooden box on the table in front of Wu Yu, then taking 2 steps back, standing there shyly. Wu Yu opened the wooden box. Inside lay a long sword, its blade semi-transparent and shimmering with 3 colors, red, blue, and green, shifting under the light. A 3-color crystal long sword. He raised an eyebrow. This item would require at least 3,000 contribution points within the Investigation Bureau, which was undoubtedly a significant amount for these martial artists. At this moment, Wu Yu remembered Lin Yuan's words, refusing would be inappropriate. "All right, I will accept it." He closed the wooden box, and "Thank you, President Chun." The group of people in white martial arts uniforms at the door were left stunned by this scene. The president was really something. He had already figured out the new guest's information. Otherwise, why would he let his own charming granddaughter bring a sword in? The others gritted their teeth, but still managed to keep smiles on their faces. Then Li Mingguang and Feng Shan exchanged glances and stepped forward together. "Esteemed Lord Yu." Both Li Mingguang and Feng Shan pulled out 2 thin booklets from their sleeves and presented them with both hands. "We have a few sword manuals here detailing several sword techniques. You can browse through them when you're bored as a form of entertainment." "Sword manuals." Wu Yu's eyes lit up as he took the booklets. "Thank you," he said, putting them away and nodding at the 2. Li Mingguang stepped back into the crowd, sneaking a glance at the old Lu beside him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Old Lu, standing at the back of the crowd, widened his eyes at this scene, his lips moving, as if to say, "Didn't you just say you weren't clear about things?" Old Li, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, "How could you also play tricks on me?" Li Mingguang ignored this glare, standing with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, as if nothing had happened. Things got lively after that. With the president and others taking the lead, the rest didn't hold back anymore. Some brought medicinal herbs, while others presented first and second-tier generic energy stones. Wu Yu and his colleagues accepted them all one by one. Although these supplies were of little use to him, they represented a significant gain for the 3 colleagues in black trench coats beside him. The league is about to begin. Wu Yu sat in the main seat of the judging panel, leaning slightly back against the chair. His eyelids were gently closed as he studied the phantom flowing cloud sword technique in his mind. Although the proficiency gained was minimal, it was still better than nothing. In the center of the arena below, Chun Chingsong, dressed in a white martial arts uniform, stood in the middle. His slightly graying hair was neatly combed and his voice was surprisingly powerful for someone of his age. After reading a series of competition rules, he took a deep breath and announced loudly, "I declare that the 5th Martial Arts League of Lanha City is now officially open." Applause erupted from the audience, marking the official start of the competition. Wu Yu's gaze swept across the audience. Sitting there were people dressed in various martial arts uniforms, both men and women, old and young, all exuding a vitality that surpassed that of ordinary people. The audience for the Martial Arts League also has its standards. Only certified entry-level martial artists, those with at least Mingjing and above, are qualified to watch the event live. The martial artist's cultivation of qi and blood is specifically divided into 4 realms: Mingjing, Anjing, Huajing, and Danjing. Mingjing martial artists are generally at the strength level between 1st tier Ding and 1st tier I, while Anjing martial artists are above 1st tier I, but below 2nd tier. The strength of Huajing martial artists varies. Those newly entering Huajing may only possess the strength of 2nd tier Ding, while the strongest among them may have nearly reached 3rd tier. As for Danjing, the highest realm for martial artists, it corresponds to the strength of 3rd tier Ding and Bing level capable individuals. As for those so-called professional levels, they are martial artists who have entered the realm, but have yet to begin cultivating qi and blood, and cannot yet be called martial artists. In fact, logically speaking, a martial artist reaching Danjing would already have strength comparable to that of a bronze badge holder. Yet the Investigation Bureau only recruits awakened individuals as members. Wu Yu understood the reason behind this. The Dark Realm itself has an imperceptible corrosive effect on humans who enter. Prolonged exposure to the Dark Realm gradually weakens a person's vitality, and their physical form continuously distorts until they lose their sanity and become a monstrous abomination. This kind of corruption cannot be avoided even by Danjing martial artists. Only awakened individuals have the resistance to this corruption and can operate within the Dark Realm for extended periods. Of course, Wu Yu is an exception. Although he has not awakened any abilities, he possesses a special cool energy within him, and the Sword Classic, making him largely immune to external energy. Wu Yu had previously attempted to cultivate qi and blood martial arts. Unfortunately, the strength gained from the same amount of time spent was not even a fraction compared to practicing swordsmanship, so he merely tried for a while before giving up. Retrieving his thoughts, Wu Yu looked down at the arena where the first match had just begun. On stage, 2 martial artists had taken their positions and then turned to bow to the judging panel. Wu Yu's gaze shifted slightly. The one on the left was in his 30s with a sturdy build and large hands, while the younger one on the right appeared to be about 25 or 6 with long legs and an agile stance. The two then turned back to each other and bowed again. Please, please. Just as the words fell, the stocky one made the first move. He stepped forward with his right foot and pushed out a palm the wind from his strike, howling, exuding a strong momentum. However, halfway through his push, the younger one countered with a kick, not aimed at him, but at his palm. His toe accurately struck the wrist of the stocky man, cutting off the force of his palm. Good leg technique. Someone shouted from the audience. The sturdy man did not get angry. He withdrew his palm and changed his technique, lifting his left hand from below while slapping down with his right, both hands striking out as if to deliver a combination. However, before he could fully execute his palm technique, the younger one countered again with a series of kicks. Left leg, left leg. Each kick targeting the path of his palm techniques. Thus an extraordinary scene unfolded on stage. The stocky man pushed out palm after palm, each one powerful and forceful. The young man countered with leg after leg, each kick landing precisely. Yet both were cautious not to harm each other, holding back their strength during their exchanges. As a result, their techniques began to appear somewhat comical. Palm techniques looking like mere gestures, and leg techniques appearing to be tests. It was as if they were dancing to a choreography they had not yet mastered. In the end, after a remark about the strength of the leg technique, the man using palm techniques fell slightly short, receiving a kick to the chest. Good leg technique, I concede. The young man also returned the bow. Thank you for the match. They exchanged smiles and retreated from the stage. Throughout the match, no one was injured. Although the final kick appeared forceful, by the time it connected, 70% of its strength had been withdrawn, causing no harm. Wu Yu jotted down a few notes on the scoring sheet and chuckled helplessly. He suddenly understood what Lin Yuan meant by try not to laugh during the match. For some reason, Wu Yu thought of the owner of the Bayou Martial Arts Hall. Did he fight his way into the finals of the Martial Arts League like this? Seeing Wu Yu's helpless smile, Chun Chingsong, who had returned to the judging panel, turned to him, chuckled, and lowered his voice to explain, "There are orders from above. You understand, my lord." Wu Yu nodded in understanding. Every martial artist is a potential reserve for awakened individuals. Each could be a warrior standing on the front lines against the undead in the future. The Investigation Bureau would naturally not allow casualties among martial artists due to a so-called martial arts competition. The main purpose of holding the Martial Arts League is to attract more people to practice martial arts, to pave the way for the establishment of martial arts and martial universities, and to be a part of the Awakened Development Plan. In this context and background, the sparring in the Martial Arts League is genuine sparring, not a life and death. Moreover, this is the era of the Investigation Bureau and the era of awakened individuals. Most practitioners are focused on awakening their abilities, so there is really no need for martial artists to compete so fiercely. If someone were to choose to use heavy-handed tactics for league rankings, the Investigation Bureau would not only withhold rewards, but also thoroughly investigate the individual's background to understand the motives of someone who defies the Bureau's strategic direction. Next, this fist technique has strength, I concede. Good footwork. You are stronger than I. Damn, I still fell short. What a thrilling battle. Let's fight again next time. I'm sorry I couldn't make it exciting for you. Your sword technique is impressive. Heroes truly abound, just like fish crossing a river. You have won. Your hand knife technique truly brings me joy. As the matches continued, everyone understood the rules, and there was little for Wu Yu to worry about. The various ways the martial artist conceded were quite peculiar, causing Wu Yu to marvel. What a gathering of talents. He had already handed the scoring sheet to his colleague, and was now closing his eyes slightly. At this moment the sunlight was just right. The matches in the arena continued, and Wu Yu leaned back in his chair, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table, continuing to study the sword techniques in his mind. Today is the preliminary round of the league, with matches on the stage happening one after another. As the schedule approaches its end, only a few teams remain. Wu Yu's eyes, which were slightly closed, suddenly opened, focusing on the contestants sparring on the stage. A twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are there still experts? On the stage, a young man in a black martial arts uniform is sparring back and forth with his opponent. His movements are not particularly fluid, the angles of his punches and the transitions of his steps are somewhat awkward, making him look like a novice practitioner. His opponent, however, is a muscular man at the dark strength level. Zhang Xiaowei is nervously fending off his opponent while glancing at the judges' table. He doesn't dare to look too, obviously merely stealing glances with the corner of his eye. The few people in black coats are seated there, their expressions indifferent, revealing no abnormalities. Especially the one sitting in the central position, who has been keeping his eyes closed, appearing to be asleep. I'm being so cautious. I've hardly used my abilities. I shouldn't have been discovered, right? He felt anxious while continuing to fight. He threw another punch, but the muscular man sidestepped and returned a sweeping kick. Zhang Xiaowei leaned back slightly as the wind from the kick brushed past his chin. That was close. At this moment, a colleague of Wu Yu in a black coat also sensed something. He frowned, his gaze lingering on Zhang Xiaowei for a few seconds before turning to exchange glances with the two people beside him. The three exchanged a look and nodded. He then turned to Wu Yu, lowering his voice. Sir, you, the young man in the black martial arts uniform on stage, seems a bit off. Wu Yu opened his eyes, waved his hands, signaling that he understood. Chun Qingsong beside him also noticed this, seeing his expression changing slightly as he leaned over about to speak. Wu Yu turned to him. If there are capable individuals causing trouble, let's pause the match for a moment. Chun Qingsong nodded immediately upon hearing this, standing up to grab the microphone, his voice echoing through the speakers in the sports hall. A special situation has arisen. Match paused. On stage, Zhang Xiaowei's opponent stood still, somewhat confused, scratching his head and looking around. Zhang Xiaowei, on the other hand, was instantly drenched in cold sweat, frozen in place. He instinctively glanced at the judges' table. The black figure in the main seat had vanished without a trace. In the next moment, a calm voice reached his ear. A capable person participating in a martial artist match is quite unfair. Come back to the bureau with me. Zhang Xiaowei turned his head abruptly. The figure that had been sitting in the judge's main seat was now standing beside him, within half a meter's distance. Clad in black with a silver badge, the exquisitely featured face showed no expression, simply looking at him calmly. Sir. It was actually Zhang Xiaowei's opponent, the muscular man with bronze skin, who reacted first. As a dark-strength martial artist, he naturally recognized the Investigation Bureau and immediately cupped his fists in greeting upon seeing Wu Yu bowing deeply. Wu Yu nodded to him and then continued to focus on the obviously younger boy in front of him. Stop gaping and come with me first. Only then did Zhang Xiaowei come to his senses, his lips trembling as he stammered, Sir. I. Wu Yu shook his head, uninterested in hearing his stuttering explanation. He reached out, gripping the back of his neck like a chick lifting him up, then, in a flash, the two vanished from the In the next moment, Wu Yu had brought him back to the side of the judge's table. He placed Zhang Xiaowei on the ground, and said to Chen Qingsong, "Let's consider this match a victory for the other side, and continue the competition." He then turned to his three colleagues. "You all continue monitoring the match, while I'll check what's going on." The three nodded in unison, their expressions serious. Wu Yu once again gripped the back of Zhang Xiaowei's neck. In the next moment, the two disappeared from their spot again. There was a brief silence at the judge's table. A young man in a black coat opened his mouth, finally managing to stammer out, "Wow, is this the strength of Sir Yu? Did you all see that clearly? It vanished in the blink of an eye. How could anyone see that clearly?" Another one shook his head. "Indeed, when will I ever possess the strength of Sir Yu?" Upon hearing this, the other two merely chuckled, each lifting their teacups to sip, none engaging further in the conversation. In the lounge of the sports hall, Wu Yu set the young man he had been holding down onto the sofa. Zhang Xiaowei sat down with a thud, bouncing slightly. He was still trembling all over, though the fear in his eyes had lessened, replaced by confusion. Wu Yu sat down opposite him, crossing his legs, and spoke in a calm tone. "As a second-tier capable person, why did you infiltrate the martial arts league?" Zhang Xiaowei was so tense that he trembled all over, clutching the sleeve of his martial arts uniform. He opened his mouth, his voice as small as a mosquito's buzz. "Sir." What is a second-tier capable person?" Wu Yu looked at him without speaking. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Did you suddenly gain some strange abilities? Has your physical quality seen a significant improvement in a short time?" Zhang Xiaowei's pupils constricted sharply. He trembled his lips a couple of times, avoiding Wu Yu's gaze as he said, "Sir, what are you talking about? What strange abilities? I don't understand." Wu Yu sighed. He stood up, his figure flickering. In the lounge, several afterimages suddenly appeared. Some at the door, some by the window, and some standing right in front of Zhang Xiaowei. Those afterimages opened their mouths simultaneously, their voices overlapping from all directions. "This is just a slight application of the Nine Shadows step, which Wu Yu can now execute effortlessly." Zhang Xiaowei's eyes widened in shock, his mouth forming an O shape, his whole body springing up from the sofa, his face flushed with excitement. You are also a capable person." Wu Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he roughly understood this must be a wild awakener without any basic knowledge, and a typical Chinibya teenager using the term capable person. "We are not capable persons, we are ability users," he said, retracting the afterimages and sitting back down. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wu Yu from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau." Zhang Xiaowei's eyes lit up, his entire demeanor ignited as previous fear and tension vanished. He leaned forward, speaking rapidly. "Anomaly Investigation Bureau. That sounds so cool. Is it like the Dragon Group in novels, a secret organization responsible for saving the world? Are there all-powerful capable persons, no ability users?" Dragon Group. A secret organization that saves the world. Wu Yu's expression was somewhat odd. From a certain perspective, the description of this Chinibya teenager wasn't entirely wrong. Pretty much, he nodded. "Can I join?" Zhang Xiaowei's eyes sparkled like two light bulbs, the earlier tension vanishing as he appeared invigorated. Wu Yu pondered for a moment. "That's possible. However, you will need to go through certain checks and assessments." "Awesome. Please test me as much as you want." Zhang Xiaowei slammed his thigh and jumped up from the... Wu Yu raised his hand to signal him to sit down. "All right, first tell me why you disguised yourself as a martial artist to participate in the martial arts league." "Huh." Zhang Xiaowei's smile froze on his face, scratching his head, his expression turning bashful. "I saw online that if you participate in the martial arts league, as long as you get through the first round, you can win a cash prize." "For money?" Wu Yu raised an eyebrow. "Do you really need the money?" Zhang Xiaowei nodded, his voice lowering and his expression dimming. "My mom is sick and needs surgery, which requires a large sum of jade coins. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to do this." Wu Yu fell silent for 2 seconds. Although this person seemed a bit Chinibya, his nature wasn't bad. He awakened his abilities but didn't think of using violence to make money. Instead, he wanted to win a prize through competition. Though his approach was misguided, his heart was in the right place. He thought for a moment and asked, "How did you sneak into the league?" "I remember that signing up for the league requires a martial artist certificate, right?" "Obtaining a martial artist certificate requires participating in assessments organized by the Martial Arts Federation, and passing them is necessary to be issued a certificate which operates on a real-name basis and cannot be easily obtained." Zhang Xiaowei scratched his head again, this time with a hint of embarrassment. "I attended a few trial classes at the Fengxiang Martial Arts School in the city, practiced for 2 days on my own, and then passed the Federation's assessment." Wu Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. Did he really break through to a bright strength martial artist just by attending a few trial classes and self-studying for 2 days? Even if he is an ability user possessing a physique and stamina stronger than an average person, this speed is sufficient to prove his excellent martial arts talent. My ability know my capability allows me to practice martial arts. Zhang Xiaowei was interrupted mid-sentence by Wu Yu raising his hand. You don't need to tell me about your ability, nor do you have to disclose it to others. It is your own secret. Zhang Xiaowei was momentarily stunned before nodding vigorously. So can I join the Anomaly Investigation Bureau? He asked again, his tone more serious than before. Wu Yu nodded. Joining should be fine, but as I said, you will need to pass checks and assessments. Then sir, when can I participate in this assessment? That would. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud crash suddenly echoed from outside. At the same time, the chill within him began to stir uneasily, as if issuing a warning. Wu Yu's pupils constricted sharply. Something has happened. His figure flickered, and he instantly vanished from the lounge. At the top of the sports hall on the rooftop, Wu Yu stood at the edge of the railing looking up at the sky. Then his breath halted for a moment. Black pillars of light shot up from various locations in Lanha, piercing the clouds. These pillars are astonishingly thick, each as wide as dozens of people can embrace, rising from the ground, penetrating the cloud layer, and disappearing into a higher and more distant place. The number of pillars is still increasing. 1, 2, 3. He couldn't count them all. Some were to the east of the city, some to the west, some to the south, and some not far from his line of sight. At this time, the sky, originally filled with orangered sunlight, was visibly darkening at a rapid pace. Not the kind of darkness that comes with nightfall, but as if something was covering the sky, gradually swallowing the light, dragging the entire world into a grayish hue. Then a faint layer of black mist filled all the sky within Wu Yu's view. Although the mist was light, Wu Yu, who has dealt with corpses for a long time, recognized it at a glance. It was the unique black mist from the Dark Realm. At this moment, that faint black mist descended like a celestial curtain, gathering from all directions and enveloping the entire city of Lanha. The celestial curtain pressed down on the city. Wu Yu stood on the rooftop of the sports hall in the city center, his expression grave as a cool breeze blew from all directions, causing his coat to rustle. The building of the Lanha City Investigation Bureau. In the monitoring room, dozens of screens lit up simultaneously, filled with red alarm interfaces. All the dark domain energy detectors across the city were beeping, their sounds rising and falling like countless urgent second hands moving simultaneously. Yi, dressed in a black trench coat and wearing silver half-frame glasses, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window on the upper floor of the building, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing through the glass at the black pillars of light rising from various locations. He watched for a while, his tone calm, as if he were stating something he had long anticipated. They want to drag the entire Lanha into the dark domain. He paused. Indeed, they are going to hold a sacrificial ceremony. Beside him, Hu Lai, now dressed in a black trench coat, nodded. He also stood at the window, his sturdy frame stretching the trench coat tightly, his steady gaze fixed on those black pillars of light. Now the nodes of their ritual are basically all revealed, he said. We can close the net now. Yi nodded and adjusted his glasses. This group of rats has finally chosen to show themselves after hiding for so long. He then sighed. After this, we will have to conduct large-scale memory covering again. Hu Lai nodded in agreement, his voice low. There's no other way. If they don't actively trigger those ritual nodes, it will be very difficult for us to find them all. He looked at the gradually darkening sky, his brow slightly furrowing. First, activate the protective force field. The residents can't withstand the aura from the dark domain. Yi said nothing more, just raised his wrist and pressed a few buttons on the pure black watch. In the next moment, silver pillars of light rose from various locations in Lanha City. The surfaces of those silver pillars flowed with complex symbols resembling some ancient runes or intricate circuit diagrams. They shot up from the ground throughout the city, piercing straight into the sky, then expanding outward at their highest points, connecting and merging. A huge inverted bowl-shaped silver light membrane slowly taking form in the sky. The light membrane was as thin as a layer of gauze, encapsulating the entire Lanha City like a gigantic bowl, holding the city beneath. Almost simultaneously, at the moment the light membrane formed, the dark sky was instantly cut off from the outside. The dark mist that had been gradually swallowing the light was also blocked outside the light membrane, surging and piling like tides crashing against a dam, yet unable to advance an inch. On the rooftop of the gymnasium, Wu Yu also saw the rising silver pillars of light. Among them, the thickest one originated from the direction of the Investigation Bureau building. He understood that the Investigation Bureau had taken corresponding measures. At the same time, his phone began to emit a series of beeping sounds. You have received a new task notification. Task code Exterminate Evil. Task area all of Lana City. Task level P0. The task priority levels of the Investigation Bureau are divided from P0 to P4, with P0 being the highest priority, indicating a potential threat capable of annihilating the entire city, requiring all torchbearers to obey deployment unconditionally, and that any casualties occurring during this task would be posthumously recognized as duty-related deaths. The above notification was clearly sent to all torchbearers in Lana City, while below, it was Wu Yu's assigned personal task. He shifted his gaze downward. Respected LH-36 Silver Emblem Torchbearer, you have been temporarily authorized as the commander of the Exterminate Evil Combat Zone 4, including 6 major areas D1 to D7 responsible for coordinating all combat-related matters in Combat Zone 4. Please proceed to the corresponding location immediately to coordinate the relevant battle work. The main combat task for Combat Zone 4 is to eliminate all emerging corpses and destroy all ritual nodes' black pillars within the area. Specific combat tasks within the area will be deployed by the commander. A map followed marking the location he needed to head to, a square not far from the launching community in Area D1. Wu Yu put down his phone and his figure immediately vanished from the spot. Inside the gymnasium things had already become somewhat chaotic. The martial artists in the audience seats, although aware of the corpses, and some having indirectly participated in clearing tasks, had never encountered such a large-scale situation. Some stood up to look around, others whispered to one another, and some had already reached into their clothes to grab their weapons. What's going on? Are the corpses coming in? A burly man with a beard said in a deep voice. Damn it, I've been wanting to kill corpses for a long time. A tall and thin person beside him slapped his thigh, his eyes shining. One. At the judging table, 3 torchbearers dressed in black trench coats also received their notifications. They glanced at their phones, then exchanged looks. I've been assigned to the combat group of Combat Zone 2, one said. I'm also in Combat Zone 2, but I'm in the logistics group. Another added, I'm in the combat group of Combat Zone 1. The 3 exchanged glances again, then looked at the empty main seat, where Wu Yu had just been sitting. What should we do? Do we wait for Lord Yu to return? One shook his head. Lord Yu must have a more important task to attend to. Besides, this is a P0 level task we can't delay. Alright, then we'll split up. Before he could, a gust of wind swept by, and Wu Yu's figure suddenly appeared at the judging table. He stood beside the main seat, the hem of his black trench coat still gently swaying. He looked at Chen Xingsong, speaking rapidly but clearly. Here, President Chen, you are responsible for maintaining order. Try to stay inside the gymnasium, don't run around, and don't go outside. Leaving this remark, he nodded to his 3 colleagues, and then vanished again. The 3 nodded in response and quickly ran out of the gymnasium. Chen Xingsong stood in place, took a deep breath, and turned to grab the microphone. His voice echoed through the gymnasium via the speakers, carrying a steady power. Everyone, please be quiet. According to Lord's instructions, everyone must stay in the gymnasium and not go outside. Please cooperate. Across all areas of Lanha City, all devices connected to the public network, broadcast televisions, outdoor screens, and live screens in shopping malls, were simultaneously occupied by a single image or voice. The Lanha City Public Security Bureau announces at 4 p.m. today a special disaster event occurred within Lanha City, and the entire city has entered a state of full alert. Residents of Lanha City are urged to secure their doors and windows and stay indoors. Those still outside, please quickly find shelter in nearby indoor spaces. Repeating once again, the Lanha City Public Security Bureau announces. The voice played in a steady loop, neither rushed nor slow, yet carrying an undeniable seriousness. At that moment, inside an office building, Wu Dad and Wu Mom stood by the window watching the darkening sky and those black pillars of light, both wearing worried expressions. The voice from the company broadcast echoed in the empty office area, repeating over and over. They exchanged glances and picked up their phones to call Wu Yu and Wu Jing. Wu Jing's call was quickly connected. Hello, Dad, where are you now? Are you indoors? We're indoors, Xiao Jing, how about you? Have you found a safe place? We're all hiding in the classroom with the doors and windows locked. Alright, just stay safe. Meanwhile, Wu Mom's call to Wu Yu, however, kept ringing without connection. Hello, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Dialing again, still no connection. Soon they noticed that their phone signals had become extremely weak. A few moments later, there was no signal at all. Wu Mom's hand trembled slightly as she held her phone, raising her head to look at Wu Dad. Wu Dad glanced at his phone and shook his head. Their eyes met in the air, filled with undeniable worry. Xiao, you went to do tutoring, Wu Dad began, his voice slower than usual. He must be indoors, perhaps just hasn't turned on the ringer. Even though he was also very worried, he could only comfort Wu's mom in this way. At Lanha 5th high school class, one of the third year. The atmosphere in the classroom was tense. Over 40 students sat in their seats, some whispering, some in a daze, and some staring intently at the strange sights outside the window. The teacher at the podium was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Although he felt somewhat helpless, he still forced himself to remain calm and followed the instructions from the broadcast. Everyone lock the doors and windows and stay in your seats, don't run around. He said, walking to the window to lock the last window that hadn't been properly secured and checking the door lock again. Hua Linlin sat by the window looking through the glass at the black pillars of light. The sunset had been completely obscured, and the sky displayed a bizarre gray-black hue resembling a gigantic mouth that was closing. She recalled that night, the dark alley, the grotesque creature, and of course the figure wielding a sword. Although the broadcast referred to it as a special disaster event given the eerie and completely irrational scenes outside, she could vaguely guess that it must be related to those monsters. She took out her phone wanting to call her parents, but found the screen displaying no service. She tried to send a message, but after 2 attempts a red exclamation mark appeared. It couldn't be sent. She put down her phone. A familiar face flashed through her mind. Where is he now? Is he safe? Is he going to fight those monsters? Will there be danger? Hua Linlin clenched her phone tightly, her nails digging into her palm. You must not. At that moment, Wu Yu was hurrying towards the designated location. As a commander of a combat zone, he needed to get there quickly and issue the necessary orders. Time waits for no one. Although the dark domain's mist was temporarily kept at bay, the black pillars of light continued to rise, and the sky beyond the silver shield was growing darker. No one knew what would happen in the next moment. He ran directly there. With his current strength, moving at full speed was much faster than driving. Wind howled past his ears, the buildings on both sides of the street rapidly receding. There were no pedestrians on the street, only some torchbearers in black trench coats executing their assigned tasks. Yet even they could only catch a glimpse of a black shadow flashing by. A young torchbearer in a black trench coat scratched his head. What was that? Next to him, another slightly older torchbearer replied. No need to look, we all know that must be some big shot from the bureau. Stop dawdling. This area hasn't been checked yet, keep going. Wu Yu passed through street after street, crossing intersection after intersection, the roadside broadcast still looping the announcements from the Public Security Bureau, the sounds quickly fading behind him. At this moment his mind was clear of distractions. No fear, no hesitation. Only one thought remained. To go where he needed to go and do what he needed to do. Wu Yu rushed forward, reaching the designated location in less than 10 minutes. The black trench coat billowed in the wind, and when he stopped there was no dust rising beneath his feet, not even a sound. In the square, about 100 torchbearers in black trench coats had lined up in an orderly formation. No one spoke, no one whispered, everyone was waiting for his arrival. Wu Yu's gaze swept from the front of the line to the back quickly, but every face passed through his eyes. Among the people in front of him, 60% were candidates for torchbearers without badges and 40% were torchbearers with bronze badges hanging small torches. He withdrew his gaze, wasting no time, and pulled out an earpiece from his coat pocket to put it on. At the same time the task was assigned by the Bureau, all members of Combat Team 4 were pulled into a dedicated wireless communication channel. Though there was no signal for mobile phones, the internal wireless communication of the Investigation Bureau was still operational. At that moment the channel was quiet, and everyone was waiting for him to speak. I am Wu Yu. His voice was not loud, but it was clear and steady as it transmitted through the earpiece to everyone's ears. I am the leader of the combat team for this eradication mission in Operation Zone 4. Next, those who have arrived at the gathering point, please remain silent. Those who have not arrived, please report your numbers in the wireless channel along with the time you need to arrive. The earpiece was silent for a moment before people began to speak. 1. 3 minutes. 2. 2 minutes. 3. 5 minutes. 11. 5 minutes. There were still 11 people unaccounted for. The fastest would arrive in 1 minute, while the latest would take 5. Wu Yu nodded slightly, feeling reassured. The members of Combat Team 4 were mostly active in nearby areas, so they were quickly assembled in this operation zone. 5 minutes later, everyone had arrived. The formation in the square was even denser than before, with over 100 black trench coats standing in perfect alignment. No one whispered, no one looked around, all gazes were fixed on Wu Yu like 100 unsheathed blades. Wu Yu wasted no time and immediately began to issue operational deployments. For this eradication mission, our combat team's main tasks are twofold. Eliminate all corpses appearing in Operation Zone 4 and destroy those black pillars of light. The method for destroying the ritual nodes, which were those black pillars of light, had previously been sent. He had not had the time to look at it while rushing, but while waiting for the last batch of people to arrive, he had quickly skimmed. The method to destroy the ritual nodes was quite simple. Just destroy the integrity of the six-pointed star pattern at the base of the pillar, and any means would suffice. The six-pointed star pattern was quite fragile, and even an attack from a first-level ability user could break it. However, the notification also clearly stated there would definitely be higher-level corpses guarding each ritual node. Wu Yu raised his head and scanned the line. Those who have reached 4th tier power step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, 9 people stepped out from the line, all wearing bronze badges with small torches, their steps steady and their breaths calm. The 9 stood in a row silently watching Wu Yu. Good. Wu Yu nodded. You 9 will be the captains, forming teams 1 through 9. Now those who have reached 3rd tier power take a step forward. Approximately 30 people stepped forward from the line. Their badges were also bronze. Good. You will form groups of 3 from left to right, standing behind each team captain. The teams moved like a flowing stream, and soon 9 combat squads were arranged neatly in the square. Each team had a 4th tier torchbearer as the captain, along with 3 to 4 3rd tier members and 6 to 7 torchbearer candidates. Wu Yu glanced at the map on his phone, quickly reviewing the area divisions of Operation Zone 4. Team 1 is responsible for clearing the corpses in Area D1. He raised his head, scanning each small team. Teams 2 and 3 are responsible for Area D2, and Team 4 for Area D3. He paused to confirm there were no omissions. Task assignments are complete. Each small team proceed immediately to your assigned areas. If corpses are found, eliminate them immediately. At this moment, a team leader raised his hand and said, Lord Yu, we will take care of the corpse clearing tasks, but what about the destruction of the ritual nodes? Wu Yu glanced at him, paused for a moment, then replied, the destruction task will be handled solely by me. The square fell silent for a moment. There were a total of 3 black pillars in Operation Zone 4, which meant 3 nodes. If the corpses guarding them weren't strong, it would only take a few strikes for Wu Yu to destroy all 3 nodes in a short period. If the corpses guarding them were troublesome even for him, then sending others would only lead to their demise. However, he still trusted the Bureau's arrangements. If high-tier corpses really appeared, who lie, and the others wouldn't ignore it. But the Bureau's notification also clearly stated that higher-tier corpses would guard the nodes. Even if they weren't true 7th-tier corpses, 4th-tier ones were still very possible. Of course, besides not wanting them to go to their deaths, Wu Yu had some selfish reasons as well. Although the dark domain sky was pressing down on the city, making the situation look quite alarming, in reality, there had been no large-scale appearance of corpses in the Lanha urban area just yet. So Wu Yu thought rather than running around clearing scattered low-level corpses, it would be more efficient to head directly to the ritual nodes, where higher-tier corpses existed, thus maximizing his experience gains. Just you alone. The team leader widened his eyes. How can that be? Before he could finish, Wu Yu raised his hand to interrupt. Enough, this is an order. Wu Yu's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Get moving. The team leader opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately just nodded firmly. Yes. The 9 combat teams quickly dispersed, each heading towards their assigned areas. Wu Yu turned to look at the nearest black pillar of light, located in Area D3, about 2 kilometers away. Whoosh, his figure vanished from the spot. Moments later, Wu Yu stood atop a residential building. The wind blew from all directions, causing the hem of his trench coat to flutter. He looked up at the towering black pillar. The pillar was immensely thick, shooting straight up into the clouds, its surface swirling with black mist, as if it were breathing with life. Then he lowered his head and looked at the base of the pillar. It was a complex 6-pointed star pattern etched into the ground with crooked lines resembling some ancient talisman. Each angle of the 6-pointed star emitted a faint black light, merging with the pillar. Around the 6-pointed star, several corpses were moving in twisted steps, endlessly circling the pillar. Wu Yu frowned. Only a few 1st-tier 1,000-faced corpses were guarding the node. Something was off. He stepped forward, and the coolness within him stirred slightly. Not violently, but distinctly. Wu Yu knew, and his hand rested on the sword hilt. The 4-colored crystal-long sword was unsheathed. A sweeping strike followed. The gray-white sword light, like a crescent moon, swept along the ground, passing over the twisted figures. Where the sword light passed, the corpses' bodies were sliced apart, like paper falling to the ground. However, their remains did not dissipate. In the next moment, several streams of black mist surged from the remains, shooting towards Wu Yu at incredible speed from different directions. The black mist was thick as ink, twisting in the air like venomous snakes with their mouths wide open. A sneak attack. Wu Yu remained calm. His sword was faster than that black mist. A dazzling sword light erupted on the rooftop, red, orange, blue, and green mixed with gray-white weaving together into an impenetrable net. As the black mist collided with the net, it was sliced apart without a sound. Simultaneously, the lustful corpses parasitizing the first-tier thousand-faced corpses were also left with nowhere to hide under this sword strike. Their true forms were also cleaved in two by the brilliant sword light dissipating into black smoke without even a struggle. Experience gained 4,000. 4 fourth-tier lustful corpses. They provided a total of 4,000 experience points. Wu Yu, who hadn't harvested warm experience points in a long time, felt a stir at this number. He took a deep breath, glanced at the six-pointed star pattern beneath him, raised his sword, and waved it casually. The sword light struck the ground, causing the complex six-pointed star to crack open from the middle. The towering black pillar above it shook violently, then collapsed like shattered glass, turning into countless small black fragments that dissipated into the air. The first node was destroyed. Next, without any hesitation, Wu Yu opened the sword technique panel, his gaze falling on the illusory, flowing cloud sword technique line. Illusory flowing cloud sword technique, great accomplishment, 28103000, only 190 points away from perfection. With a thought, he activated it. Available experience points, 40003810. Illusory flowing cloud sword technique, great accomplishment, 28103000, illusory flowing cloud sword technique perfection. Level 5-6. In that instant, Wu Yu felt as if he was lifted by something. It wasn't a physical lifting, but a deeper, more essential transformation. The unique powers within him, clear as wind and light as clouds, surged, expanded, and sublimated wildly. They surged through his meridians, took root in his bones, and grew in every cell. At the same time, countless insights in his sword techniques flooded into his mind. Every move, every strike, every variation of the illusory flowing cloud sword technique became flawless in that moment. The 9 shadows of the 9 shadow step were no longer mere afterimages. They gained a more tangible presence. The transformation between the real body and the afterimage became seamless, flowing like water. Then a new feature appeared in the sword technique panel. Illusory flowing cloud sword technique perfection, flowing cloud shadow step. The effect of flowing cloud shadow step was simple. It allowed one to step in midair. Wu Yu was taken aback. He tried to circulate the power within him and immediately felt lighter on his feet, lifting off the ground. It was not a leap off the ground, but stepping on invisible stairs, walking upward step by step, each step steady, as if something tangible supported him. He took a few steps, standing several meters above the ground, looking down at his feet. Walking on air. Previously, after Wu Yu unlocked the permissions of the silver badge torchbearer, he had also reviewed some material about high-tier powers. Besides a few extremely rare special abilities, users could only step in midair after reaching the 8th tier. It could be said that walking in midair was almost a hallmark of 8th tier powerhouses. Yet now Wu Yu's strength was at most equivalent to a 6th tier ability user, but he already possessed the ability to step in midair like an 8th tier powerhouse. Wu Yu slowly landed back on the ground, feeling a mix of emotions. This feature, though simple, was very practical and powerful. However, he had no time to think deeply. There were 2 more nodes to destroy and more corpses to clear. He glanced at the remaining available experience points, 3,810. Then his gaze fell on the line for the Star Pivot 7 Celestial Sword. With nearly 4,000 experience points invested, Wu Yu could distinctly feel the qualitative change in his swordsmanship foundation. The Tianshu Pajun sword had been thoroughly mastered by him. This sword technique of slaughter and destruction unfolded now, its momentum grand and imposing, piercing forth like an army of 1,000. The pressure of its might felt even before the blade arrived. He was certain that if he were to face the black-skirted royal corpse again at this moment, a single strike from this sword would be enough to send the opponent fleeing. As for the second sword, the Tianxian Fuxing sword, he could only be considered to have a basic grasp of it, lacking proficiency. While its light could weave a dense net of starlight, the speed of its condensation was still too slow and the binding force was insufficient. Wu Yu opened his eyes and exhaled. Crossing the threshold of 5,000 proficiency was indeed not an easy feat. Through this boost in experience, he understood the method of enhancing the Star Will 7 Luminary sword. At the entry level, one could master the Tianshu Pajun sword and Tianxian Fuxing sword. At the minor achievement level, one could master the Tianjiheng Shi sword and Tianquan Wenchu sword. At the major achievement level, one could master the Yuheng Lianjin sword and Kaiyang Wuchu sword. Only upon perfection could one master the infallible Yao Guang Dongming sword. With each step, the high threshold of this sword technique matched its formidable power. Wu Yu retracted his thoughts, turned around, and looked towards the direction of the second black pillar, his figure vanishing from the spot in an instant. At this moment, due to the proximity of the previous node to a residential area, many citizens of Lanha City had witnessed Wu Yu's battle firsthand. Numerous people were pressed against their windows, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. What are those black pillars and humanoid monsters? Heavens, is this world still the one I know? Who is that man in the black windbreaker? I need his complete information in 5 minutes. Oh my god, is he wielding a sword? I want to practice swordsmanship too. Goodness, is this still humanity? But Wu Yu was unaware of this, that that moment he had already arrived at the second node location. This black pillar was thicker than the first, with black mist swirling more violently around its surface. The hexagram pattern on the ground was also larger, with each corner extending countless intricate lines resembling veins burrowing into the ground. Near the pillar stood 2 people. They had well-defined features and wore ordinary clothing. At first glance they seemed indistinguishable from humans, but their eyes were closed, standing motionless like 2 statues. As Wu Yu approached, slightly a chill vibe emanated from within him, giving him a rough idea of their strength. At that moment the 2 opposite him opened their eyes, simultaneously revealing 2 pairs of pure black eyes. Finally, a human has arrived. The one on the left smirked slightly, its voice hoarse. It seems we can finally indulge ourselves. Indeed, indeed, the one on the right nodded in agreement, a hint of flattery in its tone. Wu Yu did not waste words. He drew his long sword, the tip angled towards the ground, as a grayish-white light flowed along the semi-transparent blade. The 2 corpses opposite him froze momentarily at the sight of Wu Yu drawing his sword. The left one's pupils constricted, seemingly sensing something, and its body involuntarily shrank back. Brother, this aura. It seems we cannot win, the one on the right whispered to the left, speaking in a low voice, but with Wu Yu's hearing every word was crystal clear. The left one swallowed hard, its gaze flickering. Hiss. Should we run? No way, brother. The great priest has given a death command. We must die here at the ritual. Then what should we do? The left corpse's face wrinkled in distress. We can't fight, so we just wait for death. Wu Yu paused slightly in his steps as he listened to the exchange between the 2 corpses. He had always been curious about the world of corpses, their social structure, and their interactions with each other. Moreover, one term in their conversation caught his attention: Great Priest. At that moment, the 2 dark-eyed corpses suddenly turned towards Wu Yu and knelt in unison. The one referred to as brother raised its head, black liquid oozing from its pure black eyes, not sure if it could be considered tears. It spoke to Wu Yu, its voice filled with pleading. Powerful human, feel free to destroy the ritual. Can you spare us our lives? Wu Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. Corpses could also plead for mercy. However, upon reflection, any intelligent life has the desire to survive, so it was not surprising that an intelligent corpse would seek mercy. He pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. First tell me about the situation of that great priest. Hearing this, the 2 corpses exchanged glances, their faces displaying a troubled expression. If we say it, the great priest won't spare us. The one on the right shrank its neck, its voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Wu Yu chuckled lightly, raising his long sword slightly, the grayish-white light at its tip shining for an instant. If you don't say it, then you'll die right now. No, we will tell you. We will tell you. The 2 corpses almost shouted in unison, their bodies trembling like chaff. They looked around, their eyes scanning nervously, as if afraid of something. Then come a bit closer. The one on the left waved at Wu Yu, speaking in a low voice. We'll tell you secretly. You can't tell other humans, okay? The one on the right added, its expression mysterious. Wu Yu did not think twice and nodded directly. All right. He stepped forward. Just as he reached in front of the 2 corpses, an unexpected change occurred. The necks of the 2 corpses suddenly elongated sharply like 2 venomous snakes, shooting forth their speed, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Their mouths opened wide, revealing a mass of white triangular sharp teeth, each glinting with a cold light. The 2 heads with their gaping mouths lunged towards Wu Yu's vital points from opposite sides. At this moment, the auras of the 2 corpses were fully revealed. Both were 5th tier. 5th tier corpses plus a sneak attack would leave an ordinary silver badge torchbearer either dead or severely injured. Yet Wu Yu's lips curled slightly into a mocking smile. A corpse is still a corpse. His voice was calm. No matter how human-like they appear, they are still not human. He had long anticipated this situation. Corpses were invaders attempting to conquer the entire reality, and he had never believed a single word they had said. Previously, playing with them was merely Wu Yu's dark amusement. In the next instant, the long sword struck first. The grayish-white sword light exploded like a torrent. Tianshu Pajun sword. Grand and imposing, piercing through 1,000 armies. The head of the left corpse was still in midair when the sword tip had already pierced through its brow. Pale silver starlight spread from the wound, scorching its flesh like flames. Its mouth was still agape, fangs on display, but the spark had faded from its pure black eyes. The right corpse reacted slightly quicker, its neck twisted violently in midair, attempting to retreat, but Wu Yu's second sword was already upon it. Both heads fell to the ground, almost simultaneously. The right corpse's head was slightly more intact, still holding a trace of consciousness. It lay on the ground, its pure black eyes fixed on Wu Yu, a strange smile curling at its lips. Wait. For it. Its voice was intermittent like a candle flickering in the wind. You won't survive today. Wu Yu ignored it and raised his hand for another strike. As the sword light flashed, that head also dissipated into black smoke. Experience points 2,000. Experience points 2,000. Two fifth-tier corpses yielded a total of 4,000 experience points, and at the same time, Wu Yu noticed the charging level of Wan Jiangui Tsang jump from 5 to 75. Then he raised his sword and swung it across the sword light, illuminating the ground. The intricate hexagram pattern instantly cracked apart the black pillar, shaking violently before collapsing into countless tiny black shards dissipating into the air. Second node destroyed. Wu Yu hesitated not at all and opened the sword manual interface. Experience points available for allocation 4,000. All allocated to the Star Wheel 7 Luminaries sword. Star Wheel 7 Luminaries sword, entry level 38115000. Entry level 2810. A surge of swordsmanship comprehension poured in like a tide, no longer the gentle starlight seeping in, but rather like a river of stars cascading in a mighty and grand manner. The previous Tian Xian Fuxing sword was also completely mastered, and at the same time the corresponding techniques of the Tian Jiheng Sure sword flowed into Wu Yu's mind. However, in the end, Wu Yu could only barely learn the Tian Jiheng Sure sword. The limit of those 4,000 experience points was reached here. Regrettably, however, level 6. The level remained at 6. The entry-level Star Wheel 7 Luminary sword was not sufficient to raise Wu Yu's level to 7. He took a deep breath, shaking off any extraneous thoughts from his mind. There was still one last node. Whoosh! Wu Yu's figure vanished from the spot. 3 minutes later, Wu Yu arrived at the location of the final black pillar. This pillar was thicker than the previous two, with a diameter of nearly 20 meters, and the black mist rolled around its surface like boiling water, emitting a low humming sound. The hexagram pattern on the ground was astonishingly large, with each corner extending countless fine lines covering a vast area like a spider's web. Beside the pillar stood a familiar slender figure facing away from him. Clad in a black long dress, her long hair cascaded down and her exposed skin was pale to the point of transparency. She stood there quietly like a statue, like a soulless shell. Even without seeing her face, Wu Yu could recognize it was the royal corpse that had once bared its heart to him, only to have half of its body blown apart by Hu Lai. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Wu Yu did not hesitate. He unsheathed his long sword, the pale silver light spreading along the blade. In the next moment, the four-colored crystal long sword sliced through the air, emitting a piercing cry as it aimed directly for the back of that black-dressed figure. He initiated with the Tian Shu Pu Jun sword. And this time things were different. At this moment, he was also at the 6th tier. At that moment, within the offices of the Lanha Investigation Bureau, Wu Yu was handling the 3rd node. Yi Yi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the diminishing black pillars of light outside, his gaze fixed in one direction, and he subconsciously nodded. That was the 4th combat zone where Wu Yu was located. Following his line of sight, Hu Lai also saw it, and smiled, his voice laced with unabashed admiration. Truly, the Yangtze River pushes the waves forward. Just as he finished speaking, his brow suddenly furrowed, as if sensing something, and his gaze shifted from the 4th combat zone to the vast sky outside the window. The main character has finally arrived, he said. I will go meet them first. With that, his figure vanished from the... In the next moment, 3 black figures appeared above the investigation bureau without warning. They wore large black cloaks that enveloped their entire bodies, revealing only their pale chins. The 3 stood in a triangular formation, suspended in midair, their cloaks billowing in the wind, resembling 3 giant bats. Hu Lai appeared simultaneously, standing on the air opposite the 3 figures, his robust form resembling a small mountain, his black coat clinging tightly to him, revealing solid muscle lines underneath. The 2 sides faced each other from afar above the building, the atmosphere growing tense. Hu Lai looked at the 3 figures and was the first to speak. Black cloaks. The priests of the Faceless Sect. The figure standing at the forefront also spoke, his voice devoid of any fluctuations. Hu Lai, 8th tier limit, Vice Governor of Shilin Province, I have heard of you. Hu Lai had dealt with the faceless sect more than once, so it was normal for them to have their own intelligence. He smirked, revealing a mocking smile. I am indeed Hu Lai. Which rats are you? A pathetic provocation. Heh. Hu Lai laughed, his voice filled with disdain. Aren't you the thousand-faced corpse clan who loves to wear human skins and mimic others? In my eyes, Spawn is still Spawn. Do you really think you can learn to be human? The opposite remained silent for a moment, then the voice echoed again, still devoid of fluctuations. I hope you can still be so spirited later. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Hu Lai cracked his neck, making cracking sounds. Next, look directly at me, Spawn. The pre-battle trash talk segment came to an end. In an instant his figure appeared before the leading black cloak, his right fist already swinging out. That punch was simple, without any flashy effects, but the air compressed into a visible white shockwave, emitting a sharp, explosive sound. Hu Lai's ability was like this, simple yet immense strength. With one punch, everything shattered. The leading black cloak hurriedly tilted slightly narrowly, avoiding the punch. The punch breeze grazed its cloak, blowing back the hood, and revealing a pale, but unremarkable. The other two black cloaks immediately reacted, attacking Hu Lai from the left and right, black mist surging from beneath their cloaks, transforming into countless tiny tendrils that ensnared Hu Lai from all directions. Hu Lai did not retreat. He swung his left fist, shattering all the black tendrils on the left. With a thrust of his right elbow, the black cloak on the right clearly did not dare to take it heed and could only dodge. With his 8th-tier limit strength, Hu Lai was evidently much stronger than his opponents, facing 3 without losing ground. The 4 figures instantly became entangled in battle, the punch winds intertwining with black mist, creating a fierce clash. Meanwhile, in the 3rd node of the 4th combat zone, Wu Yu was locked in a fierce battle with the black-skirted. Times had changed. He was no longer the Wu Yu who could be effortlessly pierced through the chest. With 6th-tier strength, the Phantom Flowing Cloud sword technique perfected, and the Star Pivot 7 Luminaries sword at an introductory level. These combined allowed him to completely dominate this royal corpse that had once killed him in an instant. With each sword strike, gray and silver sword light left lingering trails in the air, forcing the black-skirted figure to continuously retreat. However, the opponent possessed a very tricky ability capable of traversing through shadows. It could enter and exit any shadow like a slippery loach. Just when Wu Yu's sword seemed about to hit it, it would shrink its form and merge into the ground's shadow, reappearing from a nearby wall's shadow the next second. This was also the reason why Wu Yu had been battling it for so long. If he could strike it directly, he was confident he could defeat it in just a few strikes, but the problem was that he couldn't land a hit. Wu Yu took a deep breath and changed his sword stance. Tianxian Binding Star Sword. Starlight surged from the sword body, transforming into several silver chains that twisted and spiraled through the air, entangling towards the black-skirted corpse. Previously, the black-skirted corpse had already suffered from the Tianxian Binding Star Sword, but it had self-mutilated a third of its body to break free from the binding, avoiding Wu Yu's lethal strike. So this time the black-skirted corpse showed no hesitation. Upon seeing the chains, it shrank its body again, merging into the shadows, causing the chains to miss, and leaving only faint traces of starlight in the air. Wu Yu furrowed his brows. The binding of the Tianxian Binding Star Sword required a clear target, and the gathering of starlight chains needed a little time. Though very short, it was enough for the slippery royal corpse to escape into the shadows. Except for the first time, every time he had just gathered the chains, the opponent had already disappeared, not giving him a chance to bind it. Then let's change our strategy. Wu Yu turned the tip of his sword and no longer pursued the black-skirted corpse, but instead turned towards the black pillar and charged. Holding the 4-colored crystal long sword high, he gathered a faint silver starlight on the sword body and slashed down. The black-skirted corpse indeed emerged from the shadows, standing in front of the pillar. It raised its arm, black mist gathering into a shield that firmly blocked the strike. Then it shrank back into the shadows. Wu Yu let out a cold laugh, charging towards the pillar again, swinging his sword once more. The black-skirted corpse reappeared to block again, then retreated back into the shadows. This repeated each time Wu Yu attacked the node. It had to show itself to block, but each time after blocking it immediately retreated, not giving Wu Yu a chance to bind it. Wu Yu knew that this approach was not working. The longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for the entire battle. He had to think of a way to lure it out. He stopped his attack, standing in front of the pillar seemingly in thought. Then he moved, not to attack the black-skirted corpse, but to raise his sword again and strike down with all his might towards the pillar. This time he held nothing back, the faint silver sword light brighter than any before, the blade falling with a sharp whoosh. He didn't even pay attention to any potential sneak attacks from the shadows behind. He seemed to have completely abandoned defense, focusing all his attention on destroying the node. This was a significant flaw. The black-skirted corpse emerged from the shadows. It did not attack Wu Yu. It knew that attacking might be too late, as Wu Yu's sword was about to strike the node. Its goal was to block that strike, just like before, and then retreat. But this time was different. The corner of Wu Yu's mouth curled slightly. At the moment the black-skirted corpse appeared, the sword in his hand suddenly changed direction. The imposing stance of the Tianshu Breaking Army sword suddenly transformed into the dense binding of the Tianxian Binding Star sword. There was no stagnation in the transition fluid, like flowing water, as if it had been aimed at it from the start. The pure black pupils of the black-skirted corpse slightly contracted. It sensed something was off, but it was too late. The starlight chains had already formed around it. This time Wu Yu had not just started gathering the chains after it appeared, but had completed the preparation before it showed itself. The action of slashing towards the pillar was merely a cover for the fact that the chains were already ready to strike. The silver chains tightened from all directions, wrapping around the black-skirted corpse's wrists, ankles, and waist. The moment the starlight touched its body, it emitted a sizzling sound like a hot iron touching ice. It struggled to merge into the shadows, but the starlight on the chains acted as an invisible barrier, completely severing its connection to the shadows. It was trapped. Wu Yu gave it no time to react. Tianshu Breaking Army Sword. The sword body glowed with a faint silver starlight, which was not glaring but exuded a chilling aura. In the next moment, the sword light streaked across like a meteor, piercing through the head of the black-skirted corpse. Its body froze. For the first time, a hint of emotion resembling fear appeared in its pure black eyes, no longer the previous expressionless indifference, but a genuine, instinctive fear faced with death. Then its body began to disintegrate, starting from the head, as if a sand sculpture was being blown apart by the wind, transforming into wisps of black smoke. Those wisps twisted in the air for a moment before completely dissipating, leaving nothing behind. Experience points 5,000. At the same time, the energy level of the 10,000 swords returning to the vault surged abruptly, from 75 directly to 225. Wu Yu sheathed his sword and stood catching his breath. The grudge from that initial piercing had finally... Meanwhile, above the investigation bureau, Hu Lai was still engaged in combat, with the three black-cloaked corpses, the winds from their punches intertwining, with black mist shockwaves colliding with tendrils, the four figures constantly changing positions in the air, their speed too fast to be captured by the naked eye. For a moment the two sides were at a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Hu Lai took half a step back, his gaze swiftly scanning the skies above Lana City. The black pillars of light were now few in number. The node pillars in the 5 combat zones were being rapidly cleared, and the 4th zone, where Wu Yu was located, had already completed all tasks, while the others were approaching their conclusion. But Hu Lai knew that the energy required to encompass the entire city's protective field was immense, with every second of ongoing consumption draining a large amount of resources. He silently calculated the time, his expression tightening. They needed to destroy the ritual nodes quickly as time was running out. Only by destroying all the ritual nodes could they completely halt the Dark Domain's erosion ritual upon Lana City, allowing the dark energy that could corrode ordinary people to dissipate entirely. His gaze was caught by the leading black cloak. The corpse chuckled softly, its voice still devoid of any fluctuations. No need to look anymore. Even if those nodes are all destroyed, the ritual will not stop. Hu Lai furrowed his brow, looking at the opponent. Before him, a pure black hexagram slowly emerged from the body of the black cloak, like a tattoo rooting itself into its skin, emitting an eerie black glow. The design was far more complex than any node on the ground of Lanha City, with intricate writhing patterns, as if alive. Because the core node, it extended a pale finger pointing at its own chest. "Is on me." Hu Lai's pupils suddenly constricted. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted loudly, "Director." That voice pierced through the clouds, echoing above the entire investigation bureau. Inside the building, Yi paused at that shout. "Director." He instinctively looked around. Is someone called? After all, he was the only deputy director in the bureau who could be called the director. The next moment, Yi quickly realized who Hu Lai was calling. He saw a middle-aged man dressed in a black coat with a golden small torch on his left chest, quickly stepping through the air from the top floor of the building, appearing beside Hu Lai in an instant. His face was lean with slightly graying temples, but his gaze was incredibly sharp. When Yi saw this figure, he was taken aback. "Director," he murmured, "did you not suffer injuries from a failed breakthrough?" It was indeed the former director of the Lanha City Investigation Bureau, the torchbearer of the Golden Emblem, Lin Ji Li. Looking at that figure walking through the air, Yi quickly realized that the news of director Lin Ji Li's failed breakthrough and serious injuries had all been false. After destroying all the instrument nodes in Operation Zone 4, Wu Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. He stood atop the ruins of the last node with shattered hexagram patterns beneath his feet, the debris slowly dissipating into black smoke. Wu Yu did not rush to leave, but instead opened the sword manual panel. Available experience points. The black-skirted royal corpse had contributed 5,000 experience points. Without any hesitation, he focused his thoughts and infused all of it into the Xing Shu Qi Yao sword. Xing Shu Qi Yao sword beginner 28110 beginner 7811100. A vast amount of knowledge surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The Tianji Hung Shi sword. This defensive sword had finally been fully mastered. The sword's circle rotated like a stellar orbit capable of forming an invisible barrier of stellar force around him to weigh, resolve, and deflect external forces. At the same time, he had also initially learned the fourth style of the Tian Quan Wen Chu sword. This primary attack maneuver focused on transformation and exploiting weaknesses characterized by a complex and unpredictable sword path. Well, you could feel that it was entirely different from the grand and upright Tian Shu Pa Jun sword, where one relied on brute strength to break through. This relied on skill to counter strength. He opened his eyes, a fleeting silver star gleam flashing across his gaze. He exhaled deeply. Although his level had not yet increased and remained at the 6th tier, his strength had made a significant leap. If that black-skirted corpse were to revive, he would no longer need to play any tricks with it. He would directly use the Tian Quan Wen Shu sword to find weaknesses, followed by the Tian Shu Pa Jun sword for a swift kill. The synergy of the two was not as simple as 1 + 1. Feeling the enhancement in his strength, a faint glimmer of joy crossed Wu Yu's eyes. At this moment, the residents of Lanha City also saw the black pillars of light continuously diminish. Some stood on their balconies gazing up at the sky, murmuring to themselves. Some leaned by the windows, pressing 5 fingerprints on the glass. Others emerged from their basements, squinting at the crumbling black pillars, releasing a long sigh. They did not know what those pillars of light were, nor what the people in black trench coats were doing, but they could see. The ominous black pillars were disappearing one by one. Fewer of them must be a good thing. The panic began to slowly dissipate. Above the Bureau of Investigation building, Hu Lai and Lin Ji Li exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. No need for unnecessary words. The camaraderie of comrades flowed naturally in this moment. Hu Lai clenched his right fist while Lin Ji Li raised his left hand slightly, both of them striking simultaneously. Previously, 3 black-cloaked figures had managed to contend with Hu Lai, albeit barely. After all, 3 against 1, a war of attrition could still exhaust him. But once Lin Ji Li entered the battlefield, the situation tilted decisively. Though Lin Ji Li had just entered the 8th tier, he could easily hold off 1 black cloak. Meanwhile, Hu Lai had it much easier. His 8th tier peak fist slammed into the 2 black cloaks, each punch carrying the force to shatter mountains and split stones. The fist winds howled and black mist scattered. The 3 black cloaks were beaten back again, and again their cloaks tattered, and revealing their pale bodies underneath. One of them had their left arm shattered by Hu Lai's punch, black mist swirling from the severed end, yet it could not regenerate. Another's chest was deeply caved and hissing with each breath as air leaked out. The leader was in slightly better condition, but blood oozed from the corner of their mouth, looking as if they would be punched to death on the spot. Hu Lai retracted his fist, looking down at them from a height, his voice devoid of mockery, only cold interrogation. Tell me all the schemes of your 1,000-faced corpse clan and the lustful corpse clan in Lanha, and I can grant you a swift end. He paused, a dangerous curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Otherwise, we in the Bureau have developed some little toys specifically for high-tier corpses, ensuring your desires are heightened, yet you won't be able to die. However, the scarred leader of the faceless cult laughed instead. The raspy laughter sounded particularly eerie in this tense standoff. You know, this matter involves the lustful clan, they said, their tone still flat, but laced with a hint of amusement. But tell me, have you seen any high-tier experts from their clan? Hu Lai's pupils constricted sharply. For the 1,000-faced and lustful corpse clans to collaborate, it was impossible for only the 1,000-faced clan to send high-tier corpses. The lustful corpses must also have high-tier corpses in Lanha. Otherwise, this wouldn't be called cooperation, but rather one side enslaving the other. After all, the hierarchy among corpses is rigid. The subservience of low-tier to high-tier is an instinct ingrained in their bones. Without a corresponding high-tier expert to oversee, how could the lustful corpses possibly stand on equal footing with the 1,000-faced corpses? So where were the high-tier corpses of the lustful clan? Yet even if there were height-year lustful corpses, he and Lin Zhili both. Before this thought could settle, an unexpected turn arose. Lin Zhili beside Hu Lai suddenly struck. Not at the three black cloaks, but at Hu Lai. He slapped outwards, the palm carrying black mist aimed directly at Hu Lai's back. Hu Lai, being at the 8th tier peak, had an exceptionally keen sense. The moment Lin Zhili made his move, he sensed something was off. His body instinctively turned, and he swept his right fist horizontally, forcibly blocking the attack. Bang! The collision of fist and palm released a shockwave. Hu Lai was forced back 2 steps, the air beneath his feet momentarily distorting. He stared in disbelief at Lin Zhili. How is this possible? Old Lin, what is wrong with you? His voice was filled with incredulity. If a wild ability user surrendered to a corpse and became a human traitor, he could understand. After all, not everyone had the courage to face death. But if an investigator of the Bureau surrendered to a corpse and became a human traitor, Hu Lai couldn't believe it for a second. Yet Lin Zhili stood before him, attacking him. Hu Lai forced himself to calm down, his gaze fixated on Lin Zhili's face. At that moment, he also noticed a detail. Lin Zhili's once piercing gaze now held a hint of malice. That was not the old Lin he knew. Combined with what the Black Cloak had said earlier, Hu Lai suddenly harbored an almost impossible suspicion. He turned sharply to the 3 Black Cloaks. How is this possible? Even if the lustful corpse's rank is high, it cannot parasitize a highly intelligent human. Not even a corpse can do that. Moreover, Lin Zhili's life indicator has always remained lit, never extinguished. Even if he were truly parasitized at this moment, Lin Zhili should only be a shell. His life indicator should not be lit. The life indicator monitored by the Bureau measures vital signs, heartbeat, body temperature, and brain waves. If a person were merely a shell, those data would have long since dropped to 0. How did you do it? Hu Lai was extremely anxious. There had never been a precedent of humans being parasitized by lustful corpses before, as that was determined by the underlying logic of the lustful clan's parasitic ability. Lustful corpses can parasitize all types of corpses because they are all corpses. Even the lowest tier corpses are still corpses, and fundamentally, they are all of one race, so the rejection response is minimal, allowing parasitism to occur. But humans and corpses are entirely different species. Once lustful corpses begin to parasitize, there will be severe rejection reactions. Either the human body explodes, or the lustful corpse explodes. It is utterly impossible for parasitism to succeed. The higher the intelligence, the harder it is for lustful corpses to parasitize. Compared to corpses, humans possess extremely high intelligence. Even an ordinary person has high intelligence and cannot possibly be parasitized. With all these conditions combined, it is virtually impossible for lustful corpses to parasitize humans. Yet this time, even the Bureau's Gold Emblem investigators have encountered problems being controlled by corpses. Even more surprisingly, it had deceived the Bureau. Hu Lai could hardly believe his judgment. At this moment, the Lin Zhili with malice in his eyes spoke. You always knew this was a collaboration between our 2 clans. Why still rely on past experiences to judge old Hu? Hearing the controlled Lin Zhili call him old Hu Lai felt a shiver down his spine. 2 corpse clans collaborating. The experienced Hu Lai's mind conjured a new suspicion. You first took advantage of Lin Zhili's breakthrough to ambush him, then the 1,000-faced corpse swallowed his flesh and blood, inheriting his memories, and then had the lustful corpse parasitize the 1,000-faced corpse that had devoured Lin Zhili. Lustful corpses cannot parasitize humans, but they can parasitize 1,000-faced corpses. But Hu Lai shook his head. No, even so it wouldn't be possible. If that were the case, at the moment the 1,000-faced corpse consumed his flesh and blood, he would have already died and his life indicator should have extinguished. You can consume human flesh and blood but cannot imitate the exact life fluctuations of humans. You could not possibly bypass the life indicator. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Black Cloaks laughed. Who told you he is dead? Then the malice in Lin Zhili's eyes faded, replaced by a look of despair and anger. That gaze was familiar to Hu Lai. It was Lin Zhili's true gaze. Then Lin Zhili spoke. Run, old Hu. They want. Before he could finish, in the next moment, Lin Zhili's gaze was once again filled with malice. At this time, the injuries on the leader of the Black Cloak that Hu Lai had inflicted had also healed. We only consumed his body, retaining his head. Yet Hu Lai, filled with rage, still endured. Even so, it's impossible. His consciousness is still present, and lustful corpses cannot parasitize him. He needed to gather intelligence as much as possible, and he simply could not understand how the 1,000-faced corpses and lustful corpses had coordinated to completely control Lin Zhili, a Gold Emblem investigator, without detection. Hearing this, the leader of the Black Cloak raised a hand, leisurely smoothing the wrinkles on his cloak. He glanced at Hu Lai, his pure black eyes devoid of emotion, only an aloof indifference. You humans can sacrifice your lives for your kin and your world, it said. Our corpse's faith in the great deity is no less than your belief in your own kin. Its voice remained flat, but every word struck Hu Lai's ears like nails. The words of the faceless cult priest reminded Hu Lai, and a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. 1,000 faces devouring flesh, lustful souls as spirits. The high-tier corpses of the 1,000-faced clan first consumed most of Lin Zhili's body, leaving only the head. Then the lustful corpse was made to parasitize the high-tier 1,000-faced corpse that had devoured Lin Zhili. Lustful corpses cannot parasitize humans, but they can parasitize 1,000-faced corpses. After parasitism, that high-tier 1,000-faced corpse became the host of the lustful corpse, simultaneously gaining Lin Zhili's body and a portion of his memories. The life indicator primarily monitors the vital signs of the head. Since the head remains, the brain is still intact, and brainwaves continue to pulse, while pulse and heartbeat can be easily mimicked, thus the light does not extinguish. As for the part of the body that is controlled, it is actually the shell of the 1,000-faced corpse draped in Lin Zhili's skin, while the consciousness inside is that of the lustful corpse. Why was it a high-tier 1,000-faced corpse that devoured Lin Zhili? Because a low-tier 1,000-faced corpse simply could not consume a high-tier gold emblem investigator. The gap between them is too vast. Moreover, after a lustful corpse parasitizes, the parasitized 1,000-faced corpse will inevitably die. Once a lustful corpse has taken control, any host will be left with nothing but a shell. This means they chose to sacrifice one of their own high-tier corpses to obtain a controlled gold emblem investigator. Understanding all this left Hu Lai trembling with cold sweat. At this moment, the Bureau still did not know of this indirect parasitism method that could bypass the life indicator. If such a method were applied to other gold emblem investigators. Hu Lai gritted his teeth. No, this information must be relayed back to headquarters. In the air above the Investigation Bureau building, Hu Lai was tightly surrounded by 3 corpses and 1 person. For figures sealed off his escape routes from all directions. Hu Lai took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling. The Qinyan and Yuni 2 corpse clans had joined forces to control Lin Zhili, gaining access to part of his memories. All of the Investigation Bureau's arrangements and plans in Lanhua City had likely been grasped by them, and the situation was extremely critical. But he could not panic. As the highest combat power in Lanhua City, if he panicked and anything went wrong, it would truly be the end. He raised his head, scanning the 3 corpses and 1 person with a steady gaze, his voice calm. Good tactics. This was a sincere statement as well as an undeniable fact. There had never been a precedent for such cooperation among corpse clans. The Investigation Bureau's life indicator had never malfunctioned, and there had never been any incidents of torchbearers being controlled. This was a consequence of information disparity, and it was simply a loss. Moreover, after this incident, the situation would be completely different. The cooperation between the 2 corpse clans made Hu Lai realize a more serious issue. The invasion of the human world by the corpse species had entered a more intense and deeper stage. Even the 2 corpse clans, which had mutual disagreements and animosities, began to unite, indicating that they had reached an unprecedented level of seriousness towards the human world. Hu Lai suppressed the anger in his heart, his gaze lingering on Lin Zhili's face for a moment before shifting to the 3 black cloaks. You've made such a big fuss, it must be to hold a sacrificial ceremony to please whatever god you worship. His voice was neither hurried nor slow, but I have a question. Now that the 2 corpse clans are cooperating, which god is this sacrificial ceremony for? He paused. Is it for your Qinyan clan's god? Or for the Yuni clan's god? Or perhaps half for each clan? His gaze swept back and forth over the 3 black cloaks. But I see that your Qinyan clan has lost a high-ranking member, yet you've made so many arrangements. Your contributions are clearly greater than the Yuni clans. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 corpses and 1 person fell silent for a moment. The leading black cloak spoke, its voice still flat. You need not sow discord. The sacrificial matter is under the great arrangement of the Qinyan god. Anyway, you won't be able to see the sacrificial ceremony start. Lin Zhili continued, his voice filled with malicious glee. Upon hearing this, Hu Lai laughed instead of getting angry. Ha ha ha. His laughter was loud as a bell echoing in the sky. His eyes suddenly turned sharp and his aura began to rise, the black trench coat billowing without wind, making a rustling sound. Even though you are 4/8 tier beings, so what? His voice was deep and powerful, each word seeming to be forced out from his chest. In my eyes, you are still nothing but mere chickens and dogs. And I just said, look me in the eye, you little bastards. In the next moment, an invisible wave of energy suddenly spread from him. The wave carried an astonishing pressure sweeping in all directions, even pushing the clouds in the sky apart. Hu Lai's 8th tier limit aura was rapidly rising, even surpassing a certain threshold. The 3 corpses and 1 person were startled at the same time, looking up in unison. A faint human-shaped shadow towering hundreds of meters high slowly appeared in the air above Lanhua City. The shadow was entirely a pale gold color and semi-transparent, as if woven from light. It hovered above the clouds, gazing downwards with piercing eyes. In front of that human-shaped shadow, the 3 corpses and 1 person appeared as insignificant as ants. And the face of that figure resembled Hu Lai exactly. Hu Lai's true body had already left its original position without him noticing, and when his figure reappeared, he was suspended at the center of the giant human-shaped shadow's forehead. The 3 8th tier black cloaks gasped in surprise. An illusion? How is this possible? When did you? But they quickly sensed something was wrong. At that moment, Hu Lai, situated at the forehead of the illusion, had blood seeping from all his facial features. Not just his features. Every pore on his body was continuously exuding fresh red blood. No. The leading black cloak's voice trembled for the first time, with emotional fluctuations you haven't broken through. You're merely a half-step illusion that's burning your life force to forcefully cross that threshold. Hu Lai ignored him. He extended his right hand, moving slowly and heavily, as if lifting something. At the same time, the giant illusion also extended its right hand, slowly reaching towards the 3 corpses and 1 person. That hand overshadowed the sky, fingers like columns, and wherever the palm wind passed, the air was compressed into dense white waves, producing a deep rumble. The black cloaks were still mocking verbally, but as they saw that gigantic palm descending like a mountain, they were filled with panic. Their bodies were much more honest than their mouths. The moment they saw the giant palm, they rapidly fled in all directions, their speed so fast that their trajectories were nearly invisible. Meanwhile, inside the Investigation Bureau building, Yi listened closely to the conversation outside through the earpiece on Hu Lai. His expression was extremely grim. He had thought this was a trap set against the corpse species, but unexpectedly, it was actually a trap set by the corpse species themselves within a trap. The Investigation Bureau was laying out plans, and the corpse species were also scheming like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware that a yellow oriole was behind. From the content he had previously heard, he realized the severity of the issue. The corpse species had launched a further invasion of the human world, and this method of invasion was more covert and lethal than any previous one. With his 6th tier strength, he could naturally see the massive figure above the Investigation Bureau, as well as the Hu Lai who was seeping blood all over. Yi clenched his fists. He was completely unable to intervene in the battlefield between the high-tier powerhouses in midair. For the first time, he hated his 6th tier strength for being so weak. At this moment, Wu Yu, who had already destroyed 3 ritual nodes, was moving rapidly within combat zone 4, harvesting the appearing corpses. His speed was like a bolt of black lightning. Wherever he passed, the combat teams that were clearing the corpses could only see a shadow flash by, and then the corpses in front of them vanished into black smoke. A 3rd-tier torchbearer stared dumbfounded at the suddenly vanished corpse before him, his hand still raised in midair, unable to react for a long time. I can't believe, he murmured, even though there's a force field isolating the dark realm and the corpse's strength is limited, Lord Yu's speed in killing them is just too exaggerated. A nearby 4th-tier squad leader patted his shoulder, maintaining a calm expression, yet the shock in his eyes was impossible to hide. That is Lord Yu. Alright, stop dawdling, let's move on to the next area. The numbers on Wu Yu's panel were increasing at available experience points 400, 5101, 5201, 820. 10,000 swords returned to 25-2, 45-2, 75-315. Suddenly Wu Yu, who was moving at high speed, sensed something. He abruptly stopped, turning to look towards the direction of the Investigation Bureau building. A colossal shadow was suspended in midair, the pale golden illusion resembling an ancient deity gazing down upon the entire city. Although the features of the illusion were faint, the contours of the face were identical to Hu Lai's. Uncle, who is so fierce? Though I say that there was no sense of ease for Wu Yu, as whatever could provoke Hu Lai to act with such ferocity must be a high-tier powerhouse among the corpse species. He paused for only 2 seconds before continuing to harvest corpses. Now was not the time for reflection, his battlefield was right here, above the Investigation Bureau building. The 3 corpses and 1 person barely dodged the grasp of the illusion's giant hand. But the human-shaped illusion had 2 hands. One of the black cloaks had just evaded the first hand when it had no time to catch its breath before a gigantic fist like a falling meteor appeared before it. The trajectory of the fist was cunning, as if calculated in advance for its escape route. The black cloak was filled with dread, dark mist erupting from its body as it desperately flew to the side, trying to escape the range of the fist's attack. But it was too late. The moment the enormous fist made contact with its body, there was no sound of collision, no explosion, only a muffled thud, as if a fist had struck into mud. Its body instantly exploded into a mass of black smoke, the thick black smoke spreading outwards, gradually dissipating in the air. The gap between the 8th and 9th tier illusions was too vast. Even a half-step illusion could completely crush 4 8th tier beings. The remaining 2 black cloaks exchanged glances, realizing that if they did not take action soon, they would likely turn to ash before Hu Lai's life force burned out. The 2 black cloaks glanced at Lin Zhili, once more nodding in agreement. Lin Zhili also nodded, seemingly reaching some kind of consensus among the 3. Seeing this scene, Hu Lai felt a wave of ominous premonition rising in his heart. He endured the intense pain coursing through his body, and once again controlled the illusion to launch an attack. Each action was accompanied by a fierce burning of life force, the blood seeping from his pores growing thicker, while the illusion's color faded more and more. This time Lin Zhili did not retreat, but instead moved closer to the giant human-shaped illusion. Hu Lai frowned. What does it intend to do? One hand of the illusion reached towards Lin Zhili, the palm wind like a mountain, unstoppable. But Lin Zhili did not dodge or evade, speaking with an eerie voice. Lin Zhili can still live. Are you sure you want to kill him like this? At the same time, the evil in Lin Zhili's eyes retreated, revealing the familiar gaze Hu Lai recognized. Hu Lai was momentarily stunned. Is there still hope for Lin Zhili? At this moment, the Lin Zhili who regained control said, "Old Hu, don't worry about me. First kill those 2 priests. The sacrificial ceremony is just a guise. Their real purpose is to conduct the descend ceremony." His speech was rapid. Hu Lai's pupils constricted sharply. The descend ceremony. Not a sacrifice, but a descent. He understood all too well the difference between these 2 terms. A sacrifice is to offer a tribute to their god to gain power or blessings. But the descend ceremony is what the human side calls it. On the corpse side, it's called the divine descent ceremony. Without any hesitation, the giant palm that was originally aimed at Lin Zhili suddenly changed direction in the air, both hands attacking towards the 2 black cloaks. The left hand's fingers spread wide, resembling 5 giant pillars descending from the sky. The right hand clenched into a fist, crashing down with the force of a collapsing mountain. But it was already too late. Hu Lai's earlier moment of distraction and the attack of the 2 hands had a time difference. The combination of the 2 allowed the leading black cloak to evade Hu Lai's attack. In the next moment, a jet black flame erupted from its body. The hexagram pattern rooted on its body began to twist, stretch, and proliferate, as if it were a living thing under the licking of the black flames. Simple lines crazily derived and intertwined. The geometric structure completed its parsing and reconstruction in an instant. A much more complex, intricate, and filled with strange divinity 16-sided magic array took shape in the black flames. The moment the 16-sided magic array was formed across Lanhua City, in residential areas, office buildings, supermarkets, and schools, the number of corpses suddenly surged. Their speed of appearance and sheer numbers completely exceeded the current cleaning capacity of the investigation bureau. Ah, monsters! Help! Someone save me! Run, run, there are monsters! A chorus of cries for help erupted, only to quickly vanish, leaving behind the sound of continuous sucking. One vibrant life after another was ceasing to exist. Panic was spreading, despair was thickening, and the strength of those uni-corpses was rapidly increasing. They were devouring fear and despair, transforming the negative emotions permeating the air into their own power, like a sponge soaking up water. In a short time, first-tier uni-corpses turned into second-tier, into third-tier. The combat teams that had once barely held on began to retreat one after another. The order that the Investigation Bureau had painstakingly maintained was collapsing at an alarming speed. Wu Yu, who was clearing corpses, furrowed his brow. Why are there suddenly so many corpses? He looked at the swarm of corpses that had suddenly appeared before him, flipping his wrist, as the 4-color crystal long sword traced a brilliant arc in the air. The 3 corpses closest to him instantly turned to black smoke. But he did not stop. The 9 shadow steps activated 9 afterimages, plus his true form 10 swords swung simultaneously, weaving a net that was impenetrable. Each sword accurately struck a corpse, each sword taking away a twisted life. Experience points were rising, and 10,000 swords return was continuously charging. But Wu Yu's expression was exceptionally grave. Something was wrong, something must have happened. The voice from the headset was urgent and trembling, mixed with the sounds of explosions and splattering liquid in the background. Team 3 encountered a 5th-tier corpse type at position D22. Requesting support. The voice of Team 1's captain abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Location D19. Team 1 seems to have encountered a 6th. Wu Yu's heart sank as he rushed to provide support. Encountering a 6th-tier creature, perhaps the entire team was. But he couldn't afford to think too much. His figure left after images on the street, as he cleared away the corpses that surged along the way, hurrying towards the location that needed assistance. But it was still too late. When he arrived at the first rescue point, the scene before him froze him in place. At the scene, a 1,000-faced corpse emitting a 5th-tier aura was extending its long mouthpart, sucking on a body dressed in a black trench coat. The face of the corpse was turned towards Wu Yu, eyes wide open, but vacant, with dried blood at the corners of its mouth, and the trench coat covered in dust and blood stains. The bronze torch badge on its chest hung askew, reflecting a dim light. Beside that corpse there were a dozen other bodies, battered and bruised. Their black trench coats were nearly torn to shreds, revealing horrific wounds underneath. Some still gripped knives in their hands, blades already bent. Some maintained a forward-leaning posture, as if still charging in their final moments. Wu Yu took a deep breath, as if something within him had been ignited. The feeding corpse raised its head, and saw Wu Yu. A glint of joy flashed in its pure black eyes, and its mouth curled into a grin, revealing sharp, triangular teeth. The taste of the black-skinned dog is truly delightful. It licked its lips, thick liquid dripping from the corners of its mouth. I didn't expect to have a second course, truly blessed by the god of 1,000 faces. Wu Yu remained silent. A brilliant sword light erupted. The smile of the 5th-tier corpse was still frozen on its face when its body was split in half. Black smoke billowed from the gash. It didn't even have time to let out a scream before completely dissipating. Experience points 2,000. Sword gathering 35. Wu Yu glanced at the dozen broken bodies once more, his chest heaving. He recognized a few of their names. The captain of Team 1, surnamed Fong, had shouted Lord Yu at him in the corridor just last month. A young female team member had only been on the job for less than half a year. The last time they met, she shyly asked him if she could add him on the messaging app. Now they were all forever lost here. But there was no time for sorrow now. Wu Yu closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, activated the flowing cloud and shadow, and immediately leaped forward to the next location. On the way, he opened the sword panel. Star Pivot 7 Luminaries Sword Minor Achievement 811-0 Minor Achievement 101-112-0000. After unknowingly slaying countless corpses, Wu Yu's Star Pivot 7 Luminaries sword finally crossed the threshold of entry and reached a minor achievement level. But at this moment Wu Yu felt no joy. He simply accelerated again. By the time he reached the second support point at the fastest speed, there were only a few damaged black trench coats left, along with dozens of shriveled human skins. A 1,000-faced corpse emitting a 6th-tier aura was standing beside the human skins, smacking its lips, as if savoring the taste from moments before. Finally, a stronger one has arrived. It began to speak. A silver sword light gleaming with cold radiance pierced through its head. The Tianquan Wenxiu sword and the Tianxin Pujuan sword delivered a direct kill. It wore an expression of disbelief, its gradually dulling pupils reflecting Wu Yu's icy face before it transformed into black smoke and vanished. Experience points 4,000. At this moment Wu Yu's phone beeped. In this signalless area, the only messages that could come through were from internal communications. He quickly took out his phone, and there was only one message on the screen. If my family is still alive, could you please keep an eye on Xiaoyu for me in the future? Lin Yuan. Upon seeing this message, Wu Yu's hand gripping the sword trembled slightly. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and raised his head. He understood the meaning of this message. The figure that always smiled at him flashed through Wu Yu's mind, the one who had been so helpful to him. Uncle Lin. When Wu Yu opened his eyes again, they were filled with bloodshot veins, the colors seeping out from the depths of his killing intent. All he wanted now was to unleash a massacre. Meanwhile, Wu Dad and Wu Mom, who had been in the office building along with a large group of middle-aged men and women, had already been escorted to an underground shelter by a team in black trench coats. The elder care company they were in was originally a place under the jurisdiction of the Investigation Bureau, used to shelter the relatives of torchbearers. There had always been torchbearers patrolling nearby. If the situation turned dire, they would naturally be taken to a safer place. The shelter was dimly lit, the air stifling, carrying a mixed scent of disinfectant and rust. Several boxes of water and dry rations were piled in the corner, with a few black trench coats standing guard at the door, their expressions grave. Wu Dad and Wu Mom squeezed among the crowd, their hands tightly clasped together. Wu Mom's nails dug into Wu Dad's hand, but he remained silent, gently patting her hand with his other hand. They exchanged glances, both filled with overflowing worry, not for themselves, but for their two children. At Lanhano, one middle school, Wu Jing and Lin Xinmai followed the crowd, running into a nearby air raid shelter under the guidance of their teacher and a team of people in black trench coats. The hallway was filled with people, the sounds of footsteps, cries, and shouts mixing together like a boiling pot of porridge. The doors of the shelter slowly closed, cutting off the last rays of light, leaving only the pale glow of emergency lights. Wu Jing and Lin Xinmai squatted in a corner, tightly embracing each other, their bodies shaking. They had just witnessed the gruesome scene of a corpse devouring a person. One classmate was suddenly chased down by a monster whose mouth part pierced into his body, causing his skin to shrivel as if drained of water. At Lanhano, 5 middle school, Hua Linlin followed the crowd, shifting towards a nearby shelter under the command of a team in black trench coats. The line was long, students stumbling through the dimly lit streets. A loud crash of collapsing buildings resounded behind them. Someone turned back and screamed. A corpse emerged from the dust of the collapsed buildings. Its neck was absurdly long, like a twisted snake, its head swaying in midair as its pure black eyes scanned the panicked students on the street, its mouth splitting wide to reveal sharp triangular teeth. The aura emanating from it was cold, sticky, and nauseating. Fourth tier. In the next moment, 7 figures in black trench coats burst from the front of the line, standing between the corpse and the students. This was a logistics team responsible for escorting residents to safety, not a frontline combat group, and even the strongest captain among them was merely a third-tier torchbearer. The 7 of them wore grave expressions, but none stepped back. The corpse seemed to catch a scent, twisting its neck and launching its head towards the team. The 7 moved simultaneously, silver beams from energy weapons shooting towards the corpse's body, weaving into a net of firepower. But the beam struck the corpse, leaving no marks, not even a faint burn, merely causing it to slightly tilt its head. The captain condensed an ice spear, aiming for the creature's eyes, the only seemingly weak point. The ice spear flew through the air with a sharp whistle. The black-eyed corpse didn't dodge, allowing the spear to crash into its eye socket and shatter into icy shards. The gap was too significant. The corpse seemed to be enraged, its neck abruptly retracting before springing forward like a spring, its speed so fast that it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. The captain couldn't dodge in time, and was bitten on the right shoulder by the massive maw. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was distinctly audible. The right shoulder, along with the entire right arm, was swallowed by the creature, blood gushing from the severed area, staining half of his body red. Gritting his teeth, he did not cry out. Instead, he used his left hand to conjure frost, completely encasing the wound below the right shoulder in ice. The corpse chewed twice, spitting out the segments of white bone, then licked its lips, a fleeting look of satisfaction flashing in its pure black eyes. The logistics captain's face was as pale as a sheet, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, but his gaze remained sharp. He stood at the front of the team like a wall on the verge of collapsing, but refused to fall. Continue the attack, his voice was hoarse yet steady. At least hold on a little longer. The 6 others did not hesitate, raising their weapons once again. The silver beams lit up again, this time denser and more frenzied. Some charged in for close combat, others maneuvered to the sides to restrain using their abilities, while some retreated to the back to provide support. They knew they couldn't win, knew they might die, yet not a single one fled. They were fulfilling the torchbearer's oath with their lives. The corpse swung its neck back and forth like a nimble giant python. It swatted away a charging torchbearer who rolled several times on the ground, struggling for a moment, but unable to get up. Then it swallowed another black trench coat. The crunching sounds distinctly jarring. Yet it was indeed being held up. Hua Linlin stood at the back of the team, trembling all over. She watched the captain, who had nearly lost half his body and was barely continuing to fight thanks to the ice encasement and the black trench coats that fell one after another. She couldn't help but think of the boy in the black trench coat. Were these the kinds of monsters you were battling? She wanted to run, but her feet felt glued to the ground, immobile. She felt like crying, tears brimming in her eyes, yet unable to flow down. Then she saw the captain stand up again. His left arm had also been bitten off, the severed end covered in ice, emanating a chilling aura. Using the last of his strength, he conjured one final ice spear and shot it towards the corpse. The spear fell to the ground, less than 2 meters away, shattering into dust. But he was still trying. Humanity. Humanity. Hua Linlin felt something explode in her mind. A warm power surged from deep within her body, spreading along her spine to her limbs. At her feet the cement ground cracked open, several green vines pushing through the gaps, thin and tender like newly sprouted bean sprouts. The vines crawled forward, wrapping around the corpse's hind legs. The creature glanced down, lifted a foot, and several vines snapped instantly. Hua Linlin gritted her teeth, urging the power within her. More vines surged from the ground, this time thicker and tougher, wrapping around the corpse's ankles and calves. The corpse frowned, raised its leg. The vines creaked, but did not break. It looked down at the green tendrils, a hint of surprise flashing in its pure black eyes. But it was only for a moment. With a little exertion, the vines crumbled like paper. A newly awakened first-tier ability user trying to bind a fourth-tier corpse was simply impossible. But Hua Linlin did not stop. A faint green light glowed in her palm, lifting slightly forward as the green light drifted towards the captain. The green light carried a warm aura like a spring breeze, like the buds of new life. The ice encasing the captain on the ground trembled slightly, and new granulation tissue began to slowly grow at the wound. At that moment the corpse also noticed the green light. It turned its head, pure black eyes fixated on Hua Linlin, and then it moved. Not in the previous teasing manner, but in a true lethal attack. Its neck elongated, head launching forward, the massive maw flew straight towards Hua Linlin. Seeing this, the captain wanted to rise, but his broken body no longer obeyed him. Hua Linlin watched as the mouth approached the sharp triangular teeth, making her pupils constrict tightly. There was no escaping. Just as Hua Linlin was on the brink of being swallowed whole, a silver-gray sword light descended from the sky, like a bolt of lightning, accurately slicing through the corpse's elongated neck. Where the sword light passed, the neck was severed in two. The head was still flying in midair, mouth still opening and closing, eyes still filled with bloodthirsty excitement, but the body had stopped, black smoke billowing from the severed end like a tower whose foundation had been dug out, wobbling and about to collapse. Wu Yu descended from the air, his black trench coat fluttering in the wind. His feet did not touch the ground, but hovered half a meter above the surface, the four-colored crystal-long sword in his hand still resonating with silver-gray remnants. Lanhano, 5 Middle School, was in the D19 zone. Passing by, Wu Yu sensed the aura of a fourth-tier corpse and rushed over to deal with it. Wu Yu glanced at the captain of the logistics team, then at Hua Linlin, not saying a word. He drew his energy weapon from his waist and casually tossed it to Hua Linlin. "Use it for self-defense, then use your abilities to heal him," he said. Then his figure vanished, leaving only a faint silver starlight slowly dissipating in the wind. Hua Linlin clutched the pistol, staring blankly in the direction he had left. The classmates behind her were in an uproar, some calling out Wu Yu's name, while others asked who that person was. But she simply lowered her head, looking at the gun in her hand. Engraved on the weapon was a line of small letters, LH-36. She didn't know what it meant, but she knew that this gun was left for her by that person. She tightened her grip on the gun, turned, and knelt beside the captain, her palm glowing green once more. Wu Yu rushed forward, slashing through enemies with his sword without pause. But human strength has its limits, and Wu Yu was only one person. Countless residents of Lanha were dying, the remains of black trench coats scattered throughout the city as the entire place was enveloped in a panic of death. In front of a refuge point, dozens of torchbearers dressed in black coats formed a curved defensive line, resolutely blocking a horde of undead. Behind them was the last batch of residents who had not yet managed to enter the shelter. However, they were at most third-tier torchbearers, while their opponents were multiple third-tier undead along with a fourth-tier undead. Team 1 hold them back, Team 2 attack, Team 3 defend. Hurry and get the last batch of residents inside. The vast disparity in strength caused this group of dozens of torchbearers to suffer heavy casualties at an alarming rate. One by one they fell, yet not a single one fled. Among the last batch of residents, behind them a young man in his 20s, slender in build, was pulling a middle-aged woman in a floral short-sleeve shirt, hastily running towards the refuge point. He kept his head down, while running, trembling all over, afraid to look at the black line of defense forged by lives behind him. At that moment something flew past and landed beside him, rolling twice. He caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, and his trembling intensified. It was a severed limb. Shreds of black coat, bloodied and mangled with exposed white bone at the broken end. His pupils shrank sharply, his chest heaved violently, and his steps gradually slowed, seemingly having made a certain decision. Noticing this, the middle-aged woman also slowed her pace, grasping his hand, her face filled with anxiety. "What's wrong, Akai?" "Hold on, just ahead is the refuge point." The man called Akai came to a complete stop. He then knelt down, his knees striking the rough concrete ground, and bowed deeply 3 times to his mother. "Mom," his voice trembled, but each word was clear. "I am unfilial. You must take care of yourself." A faint crimson energy rose from him, He was unexpectedly a second-tier ability user. He dared not look up at his mother, and after standing up with his head down he charged towards the crowd. Watching the man rush towards the monsters, the middle-aged woman in the floral short-sleeve shirt understood something. Tears welled in her eyes, yet she said nothing to stop her child. Having been a mother for over 20 years, how could she not understand her own child? Upon witnessing this scene, others in the crowd of refugees also stopped. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Ancestors above, bless me. Long live humanity. Several first and second-tier ability users along with several entry-level martial artists halted their escape and turned to charge towards the undead. Humanity's song is a song of courage. In the city center atop a ruin covering several dozen meters, two silver-badged torch-bearers, bloodstains at the corners of their mouths, stood in the center of the ruin looking at the black energy mass exuding a high-tier aura with grave expressions. One of them was Wang Qi, an old acquaintance of Wu Yu. His coat was tattered, his face covered in dust and blood with dried blood at the corners of his mouth. The other was Gu Luan, deputy director of the Lanha Investigation Bureau, a 6th-tier ability user and a silver-badged torchbearer. The black energy mass was an evil undead that had just broken through to 7th tier by absorbing numerous negative emotions from Lana City. In the next moment, the black energy mass suddenly contracted and then exploded like a bomb with countless black tendrils shooting out from its center, flooding towards Wang Qi and Gu Luan. Gu Bureau. Wang Qi shouted, his internal energy surging wildly. Gu Luan did not retreat. He took a deep breath, pushed his left hand forward, and a faint golden light barrier unfolded before him, blocking all the black tendrils. The light barrier trembled violently, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface, yet he gritted his teeth and held firm. I'll hold them off. His voice was hoarse, but steady. You focus on attacking. We cannot let this thing leave this area. Wang Qi showed no hesitation. He raised both hands, palms facing each other, and blue flames began to gather between them. Two instruments burn. More blood seeped from the corner of Wang Qi's mouth. He had already activated 2 instruments burn once before, and his body was at its limit. Forcing it again would inevitably harm his body. Meanwhile, above the Investigation Bureau building, the hexagonal magic circle taking shape amidst black flames rapidly expanded outward, almost covering half of Lana City. Even Hu Lai's 100 soft-meters tall illusion seemed insignificant before this magic circle. Hu Lai abandoned attacking other undead, directing all his punches towards the priest undead at the center of the magic circle. Each punch carried the power to shatter mountains, each punch enveloped in the illusionary power he had gained by sacrificing his life. Yet every attack was blocked before it could land by the red light illuminating the magic circle. The red light resembled a thin layer of blood membrane, seemingly fragile, yet incredibly resilient. Hu Lai's illusionary fist struck against it, only creating ripples and failing to injure the priest undead at the center. The black-cloaked priest at the center of the magic circle glanced up at the sky, and then at Hu Lai, whose spiritual power was concentrated at his brow. Its voice remained devoid of emotion. Futile. The ritual has already commenced, and the star paths are in the correct position. You can no longer prevent the arrival of the great faceless god. Hu Lai said nothing. He merely accelerated his assault, throwing one punch after another faster than the last. His anxiety overshadowed the excruciating pain he felt in his body. If the divine summoning ritual were truly completed and the god of the undead descended, even if it was just a fragment of its power, not only would all humans in Lanha perish, but the situation would become far more dire. If the power of the undead deity truly took root in Lanha, then Lanha would completely merge with the Dark Realm, becoming a real stronghold for the undead world to invade the human realm. Lin Zhili beside him understood this as well. However, he could hardly control his own body, forced to watch the completion of the summoning magic circle. A drop of crimson liquid flowed from his eyes, sliding down his cheek. I am the center of all humanity. As the gigantic magic circle continued to operate, the corpses and severed limbs of the deceased in Lanha City began to float, involuntarily rushing towards the massive magic circle in the sky. As the flesh and blood filled the magic circle, its lines became increasingly solid, transitioning from ethereal to tangible, from dim to bright red. Seeing this, Hu Lai, who was straining to maintain his illusion, sighed. He realized the previous priest of the Faceless sect had been correct. He could no longer prevent the completion of the summoning magic circle. Dissipating his illusion, Hu Lai, drenched in his own blood, spoke with a hoarse voice into his earpiece. Initiate the seed protocol. Inside the Investigation Bureau building, upon hearing those 4 words, Yi's pupils contracted sharply. Seed protocol. This implied that Lanha City was likely beyond saving. Yet he fully trusted Hu Lai's judgment. Without any hesitation, he operated a few commands on his black watch, sending out several messages. Beep. Beep. Wu Yu, who was currently engaged in combat, glanced at his watch. The screen displayed a brief line of text: cease all ongoing tasks and assemble immediately at the Investigation Bureau building. On the other side, beep. Beep. Wang Qi also received that message. Gu Bureau. Wang Qi relayed the content of the message to Gu Luan. After a moment of silence upon hearing the new information, Gu Luan spoke, his voice calm. You head to the Bureau quickly, I'll handle things here. But no buts. Gu Luan's voice trembled slightly. This is an order. Hurry. Wang Qi gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening, and turned to dash towards the Investigation Bureau building. Wu Yu swept his sword horizontally, the silver-gray sword light unfurling in a fan shape, annihilating the nearby, oncoming undead, before immediately turning to dash towards the Investigation Bureau building. As he ran, he opened the sword manual panel. Star Pivot 7 Sun, Sword Minor Completion, 198, 112, 0000, Major Completion, 311400. Level Tier 6-7. A more powerful force erupted from Wu Yu, accelerating his speed and slaying the undead. Experience points gained 2,000, 100, 1,000, 2,000. Sword return 20, 15, 40, 25. The numbers on the panel fluctuated wildly, but Wu Yu did not pause to look. He continued to kill and run his sword light and figure intertwining into a black lightning bolt slicing through the city that was heading towards death. His gaze swept across the sky. The bizarre magic circle that covered most of Lanha was in motion. Yet he did not stop charging towards the Investigation Bureau building. Meanwhile, the magic circle solidified further, its emanating aura growing heavier. The black-cloaked priest at the center furrowed its brow. This slight change in expression marked the first emotion it had shown. Time is running out, it murmured. Then it looked at Hu Lai, drenched in blood, extending a pale finger to point at the struggling, fighting, and dying humans below. Look, your race is so weak, yet possesses such high intelligence and talent. Even your strength grows at such a rapid pace. Its voice remained devoid of fluctuation. How unfair. It shook its head to itself. But it matters not. Though your race is exceptionally intelligent and gifted, regrettably, time is not on your side. Your world will become the pasture of the great, faceless god. You too will become slaves of our kind. At that time we shall thoroughly study the uniqueness of your race. What a pity. It did not specify what was regrettable. Hearing these words, Hu Lai was overwhelmed by a sense of foreboding. Without any hesitation, he once again endured the pain to activate his illusion. A massive pale golden humanoid reappeared in the sky, but this time the illusion's color had dimmed significantly, resembling a candle flame on the verge of extinguishing. He burned the little remaining vitality he had left, launching another fierce attack on the black-cloaked priest at the center of the magic circle, one punch after another, each punch infused with his last and all remaining strength. Red ripples appeared on the surface of the magic circle, blocking all of Hu Lai's attacks. The black-cloaked priest, observing Hu Lai, whose life force was beginning to fluctuate violently, spoke still, without any fluctuation in tone, futile. Although we missed the information about your ability to manipulate illusions, all your other arrangements are under our control. From start to finish, you are merely turtles in a jar. It waved its hand lightly. The massive hexagonal magic circle suddenly accelerated in its. Next, the body of the black-cloaked priest began to disintegrate, its flesh falling off piece by piece, transforming into streams of black light that merged into the magic circle. Not only it, but another black-cloaked priest, along with all the faceless undead in Lanha City, also transformed into streams of flesh and blood, flying from every corner of the city towards the magic circle, merging into the rotating magic circle. It not only sacrificed humans, but also offered itself and all members of the faceless race in Lanha as offerings, accelerating the descent of the faceless god's power. Seeing this, Hu Lai completely disregarded his own life, frantically crashing into the summoning magic circle. His illusionary body repeatedly collided with the magic circle, only to be rebuffed by the red light each time. His body was disintegrating, skin cracking, bones fracturing, yet he did not stop. It was futile. In the next moment, a vast and immense aura erupted from the center of the hexagonal magic circle. That aura was lofty and indifferent, as if it originated from a higher dimension, a deeper abyss. Hu Lai, facing this aura directly, was struck heated, and his illusion shattered instantly, sending him crashing like a cannonball into the Investigation Bureau building. Cough, cough. Hu Lai coughed up some internal fragments, red blood splattering on the ground. Yi, who rushed over, pulled him out from the rubble, propping him against the wall, pulling out several specially formulated healing potions from his pocket and pouring them into Hu Lai's mouth. Hu Lai swallowed a few gulps before pushing the potion away. He looked at Yi, his voice weak like a candle flickering in the wind. Cough, cough, cough. Have the seeds. Arrived. Yi gritted his teeth and glanced at the positioning on his watch. The dots of light representing the seeds were rapidly moving towards the building with the nearest ones already downstairs. Almost there, they will arrive soon. That's good. In midair, the red light gradually dissipated. A massive, entirely crimson head began to slowly take shape at the center of the magic circle. The head had no hair, no facial features, resembling a smooth, blood-soaked red egg. It floated in midair, slowly rotating. Then a crack split open on the head's surface. A vertical pupil opened in the center of its face. The vertical pupil was golden, erect with a black line, as the pupil surrounded by layers of golden halos. At the moment it opened, a terrifying and majestic aura erupted like a tangible wave spreading out in all directions. All living beings in Lanha City and its surroundings felt an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. This was not a physical pressure, but rather a weight arising from a vast difference in life levels. A fragment of the faceless gods had descended. Meanwhile, in the neighboring cities of Yin Hua Jianwan and Dahu, numerous individuals dressed in black coats simultaneously looked up towards the direction of Lanha. Yin Hua City. Damn it, something has happened. I said, why has the psychic barrier in Lanha been operational for over an hour and still hasn't shut down? It shouldn't take that long to clean up the undead in bulk. Jianwan City. This oppressive aura. All torchbearers above 5th tier, without P1 level tasks, immediately head to Lanha City. TNNDE, you better not die, just like this. All silver badge torchbearers come with me to Lanha now. Wu Yu rushed forward, slashing as he went, unaware of how many corpse types he had slain. He simply kept swinging his sword, relentlessly reaping the light of the four-colored crystal long sword, never dimming. Upon seeing the bodies of those faceless corpses suddenly freeze and then float upwards as if drawn by some force, Wu Yu seized the moment to kill a few more. After slaying several 5th and 6th tier lust corpses along the way, Wu Yu finally arrived near the Investigation Bureau building. At a glance, the street beneath him was a scene of devastation, with crumbling buildings, burning vehicles, and the air thick with the stench of blood and char. He then looked up and saw the enormous red egg. As Wu Yu gazed at it, a strange feeling of being watched suddenly crawled up his heart. At the same time, Wu Yu felt an incredibly cold force appear within his body, without any warning. The cool energy that had fused from the Phantom Flowing Cloud Sword and the Star Pivot 7 Luminaries Sword sensed the invasion of this cold power and immediately began to revolt. However, the essence of this cold power was extraordinarily high. Wu Yu almost expended 10 times its volume in cool energy to extinguish it. At this moment, a weak voice came from beside him. Do not look at it. That is the god of facelessness. Yi supported the bloodied Hu Lai as he emerged from the ruins. Hu Lai's trench coat was no longer recognizable, and his face was as pale as a sheet, his lips purple, and his breath so weak it was nearly undetectable. The god of facelessness. Wu Yu's pupils constricted sharply. The progenitor of the faceless core. The being known as a god. How could it appear in Lanha? Wasn't it said that beings of such strength cannot enter the dark domain, let alone the real world? Cough, cough. Hu Lai coughed twice, blood foaming at his lips. That was summoned by the Faceless sect through a divine descent ritual. It is a fragment of the god of facelessness power. Seeing Hu Lai like this, Wu Yu's heart tightened. Uncle Hu, how did you get so injured? Cough, cough. There was a major problem with this plan. Then Hu Lai briefly explained to Wu Yu about the cooperation between the Faceless Core and the Lust Core, the old bureau chief Lin Jeline of Lanha City being manipulated, and the Faceless sect holding a descent ritual. Meanwhile, the red egg in the air opened its vertical eye at intervals. Each time the vertical eye opened, any living being seen by that pupil surrounded by layers of golden light would have their features directly erased, their faces turning into smooth surfaces. Then a chaotic and frenzied vertical eye would open on that smooth surface. From then on, that being would completely transform into a kin of the god of facelessness. Both body and soul would be under its control. There would be no self, no consciousness, only obedience. So this is actually a trap designed by the corpse world against us. Hu Lai nodded gravely. Their invasion of our world has entered a new phase. There has never been a precedent for two corpse clans to cooperate. Now they have not only joined forces, but have also developed this unprecedented parasitic method. So what should we do next? Hu Lai did not answer. Yi glanced at him, sighed, and patted Wu Yu on the shoulder. Come with me, Wu Yu. Just in time to explain together. Although Wu Yu was somewhat puzzled, he followed in Yi's footsteps. Yi led him deep into the building through several corridors, and finally stopped in front of a door. Wu Yu recognized this door. He had been here before. Pushing it open, he found a large stone tablet about 2 meters high in the room, inscribed with the oath of the torchbearers. This is. Several individuals were already standing scattered throughout the room. They were all wearing battle-worn black trench coats, their clothes stained with dust and blood, clearly just returned from the battlefield. Wang Qi was among them, leaning against the wall, a lit cigarette hanging from his mouth, his face weary. Their common trait was obvious. Young, and all were silver emblem torchbearers. Wu Yu looked at Yi Yi in confusion. Why bring him here? Yi Yi sighed and turned to everyone in the room, including Wu Yu. Next, you have only one task. That is to stay in this room until someone opens this door again. Wu Yu furrowed his brow, instantly a bad premonition rising in his heart. Just us. What about you? Wang Qi and the others also looked at Yi Yi. Director Yi. Yi Yi shook his head. We naturally have our tasks, and this is a death order. All of you are forbidden to step out of this room, otherwise you will be considered traitors to the Investigation Bureau. Wang Qi and the others fell silent. Yi Yi offered no further explanation, approached Wu Yu, patted his shoulder, and then turned to leave with Hu Lai, whose breath had slightly stabilized. The only door to this room slowly closed. Wu Yu sighed. With this series of actions, he could no longer be oblivious to the thoughts of Yi Yi and the others. There must be some protective measure in this room, even capable of resisting the so-called god of facelessness, which was why Yi Yi wanted these young promising torchbearers to stay here. They were probably going to deal with the so-called god of facelessness. Although he didn't know the extent of the god of facelessness power, judging from Hu Lai's injuries, as the strongest combatant in Lanha, they were likely unable to handle it. Otherwise they wouldn't have let them hide here. Their going would be no different from sending themselves to death. Wu Yu closed his eyes, flashes of the tragic scenes he had seen throughout Lanha passing through his mind, those figures who charged forward without hesitation. And Uncle Lin's last message. No longer hesitating, he opened the panel of the Sword Codex. Available experience points 20120 star pivot 7 luminaries sword great success 100 114 0000. This was the experience he had accumulated while killing his way here, including 8,000 points contributed by a 7th tier lust corpse. He hesitated not at all. With a thought, all experience points were injected into the Star Pivot 7 Luminaries sword. Star Pivot 7 Luminaries sword great success 100 114 0000. Great success 301 314 0000. With just 9,000 points remaining, the Star Pivot 7 Luminaries sword would reach perfection. When he opened his eyes again, a dazzling silver light flashed in his gaze, fleeting. Then he approached the large door and pushed it. It didn't budge, obviously locked tight. Wu Yu drew his long sword, and with a swoosh, the door split in two. Wang Qi and the others were stunned by his actions. Wu Yu turned his head, scanning each face in the room. Everyone, this time I will not obey the order, he said, and his figure directly vanished from the spot. Wang Qi stared at the empty doorway, silent for 2 seconds. Then he put away the unlit cigarette in his mouth, transforming it into a blue flame lotus, and disappeared from the room. Before long, the room was empty. Only the stone tablet inscribed with the oath of the torchbearers faintly glowed in the center of the room. Meanwhile, Yi Yi and Hu Lai, who had transformed into golden-haired, golden-eyed forms, were clearing out the one-eyed monsters that had been transformed into kin of the god of facelessness, while dealing with some lust corpses. Yi Yi took care of those at 6th tier and below, while Hu Lai handled those above 6th tier. Furthermore, they had to evade the gaze of the god of facelessness. In a short time, the kin transformed by the god of facelessness had grown immensely in number, and they were impossible to kill completely, with several 7th tier lust corpses lurking nearby. Normally, these 7th tier corpses would be nothing more than a few punches for Hu Lai, but now severely injured, he could barely hold them off. Watching the one-eyed kin surge around them, the two leaned against each other, panting heavily. Sigh, I hope they don't hate. Yes, Yi Yi sighed. Hu Lai punched back a 7th tier lust corpse, smiling weakly. They want. Indeed, it's just that I have a bit of reluctance to part with them. The one-eyed kin around them were increasing, and several 7th tier lust corpses had set their sights on the two. More critically, the fragment of the god of facelessness had already noticed them, frequently casting its gaze this way. The situation had become extremely perilous. At that moment, a silver sword beam swept in from afar like a crescent moon. Wherever the sword light passed, large groups of one-eyed kin were instantly bisected, their upper and lower halves separating and dissipating into black smoke. Experience points 100, 100, 100. The two who feared not even death were taken aback upon seeing the figure of the newcomer. Wu Yu, why are you out here? Quickly go back. Hu Lai shouted anxiously, his voice hoarse. Wu Yu, hurry back. Do you want to defy the Bureau's orders? Wu Yu merely smiled. Director, ye uncle, who it's rather inconsiderate of you to sneak out to kill corpses with several more sword strikes. The 7th tier lust corpses surrounding Yi and Hu Lai were instantly dissipated into black smoke. Experience points, 32,000. Seeing this scene, the two were shocked. Wu Yu, not even 20 years old, and already slaying 7th tier foes. Their desire to keep Wu Yu alive intensified. Hu Lai hurriedly said, Wu Yu, listen to uncle, who quickly returned. Although you possess 7th tier strength, the power of the god of facelessness has already descended. Though it is merely a trivial fragment of power, it is far beyond 8th tier existence, at least reaching the 9th tier limit, possibly even close to 10th tier. Moreover, the rank of this fragment is extremely high, existing in a state we cannot comprehend. Ordinary attacks simply cannot touch it. We cannot resist it at all. The stone tablet in that room contains the power left by the great lords of the Li family. Only there can we hold out until a strong enough individual comes to resolve this incident. Wu Yu, your talent is the best I've ever seen. You have the potential to become a strong individual of the Li family level, the pillar of humanity. You cannot die. You should not be buried here with us old ones. The future of humanity still just listen to Uncle Hu. Hu Lai's final words even carried a hint of pleading. Yi, after clearing another batch of one-eyed kin, also said, Wu Yu, I know you are a kind-hearted child, unwilling to see us like this. But this is our duty. You do not need to feel guilty. The name Torchbearer, besides illuminating the path ahead, also signifies passing down the torch from generation to generation. Illuminating the path for your generation is also our duty. Today we may die, but you absolutely cannot die. Are you going to let us fail to fulfill the oath we once vowed as torchbearers? Will you listen to these words in silence? Then he shook his head. Isn't it true that besides that room, everyone else in Lanha City will die? Hu Lai was silent for a moment. Yes, its power has begun to radiate throughout Lanha. In less than an hour, the entire Lanha will completely merge with the dark domain. By then, everyone will. Except for that room. And there is only one strong individual capable of resolving this incident in the provincial bureau. It will take at least half a day for them to arrive. So no one can save us, right? Wu Yu took a deep breath. Although he had guessed a bit from Hu Lai and Yi's arrangements, hearing it confirmed still left him in disbelief. A city, hundreds of thousands of people, and now they were all going to die here. His family, friends, classmates, those who cared for and helped him, those who held him dear, were all now facing death. Was he going to hide and let everyone else march towards annihilation? Wu Yu closed his eyes. Flashes of many scenes appeared in his mind. Li Weiss liberated eyes before vanishing, Hu Cheng standing in front of him, Lin Yuan smiling as he handed him the sword manual, Wu Ma's nightly glass of milk on the table, Hua Linlin squatting under the streetlight waiting for him with a sword, and those comrades who he could not name, one after another falling before the corpses, not a single one retreating. Opening his eyes, he looked at Yi and Hu Lai. As long as we destroy that red egg called the god of facelessness, everyone can live, right? Hu Lai sighed. That is correct. But right now. Before he could finish, Wu Yu had already leapt into the air, charging towards the enormous red vertical eye, exuding immense pressure. Wu Yu's leap startled the two. Don't. Hu Lai, regaining his senses, shouted, exhausting his last strength to chase after him. Wu Yu, that is an existence close to 10th tier. Even with your 8th tier strength, you are merely walking to your death. Wu Yu continued to soar upwards, the howling wind in his ears mixed with Hu Lai's anxious shouts. Upon hearing the phrase walking to death, he slightly curled his lips and shook his head. Walking to death? I don't understand. With that, Wu Yu accelerated again, leaving the severely injured Hu Lai far behind. In midair, Hu Lai wanted to speed up again, but a mouthful of blood surged from his throat. His injuries prevented him from accelerating any further. As Wu Yu neared the red vertical eye, a pure white flame suddenly ignited on his body. With the burning of the white flame, his aura surged violently. 7th tier, 8th tier, 9th tier. Time rewound to when Wu Yu had just exited that room. Sensing the dire situation, Wu Yu opened the sword codex panel, his gaze falling on the last line. 10,000 swords returned to the vault. 915. Without hesitation, Wu Yu focused his mind. He reappeared in the vast void filled with light points. Then a message came from the sword codex. The more times 10,000 swords returned to the vault is consumed, the higher the level of the sword technique obtained. Wu Yu hesitated not at all, using all 9 times. At the same time, he had only a single thought in mind. He needed a sword technique capable of resolving the current predicament. As if sensing his fervent and near-obsessive desire, a massive pure white star suddenly appeared. It shone brighter and larger than all the other star lights, like a white sun crashing through other stars, trying to rush towards Wu Yu, directly flowing into his body. At the moment of contact, a voice echoed in his mind. The voice was both youthful and ancient like a child, and an elder speaking at the same time two entirely different textures intertwining, yet harmoniously. In the underground shelters people were crammed together, the air stifling and murky, filled with a complex mix of sweat and rust. The emergency lights cast a pale glow on countless faces with old and young men and women, workers in uniforms, mothers holding children, students clutching their backpacks, and silver-haired elders. Most of their expressions were filled with fear and confusion, with some unable to suppress their terror. The doors of the shelter were tightly closed. Outside, muffled crashing sounds echoed each thud, making the walls tremble slightly, causing the people inside the shelter to shudder in response. Several torchbearers in tattered black coats leaned against the wall by the door. Their coats were ragged, stained with dark blood and dust. Some sleeves hung empty, while others had makeshift bandages wrapped around their legs. No one spoke. The crashing sound was particularly clear in the silence, like the countdown to death, one thud after another. "Captain," the youngest torchbearer candidate spoke up, his voice soft as it, "that there is no support anymore." The captain's face was smeared with blood, making his expression unreadable. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke in a hoarse voice, "Hold on, support will come." No one responded. From the situation outside, the entire Lanha had descended into chaos, with each area struggling to cope, every combat zone fighting desperately, and every shelter holding on. Even if support were to arrive, it would be a long time coming. At this moment, someone stepped out from the crowd. It was a woman in her 30s wearing a casual short-sleeve shirt, holding a plastic bag from the supermarket. She pushed through the crowd and carefully placed the bag on the ground in front of the torchbearers. "There's some food in here." Her voice trembled slightly, but she was earnest. "You've worked hard. Please eat something first." The captain glanced down at the bag, which contained some bread, biscuits, and a few bottles of water. He raised his head, attempting to show a friendly smile, but with his face smeared in blood, the expression appeared somewhat grim. "Thank you." The woman shook her head repeatedly, then bowed deeply towards them, her voice a bit choked. "We should be the ones saying thank you." The young torchbearer closest to her immediately stood up, reaching out to help her up. But halfway through his motion, because at that moment everyone in the shelter bent down simultaneously. A sea of black from front to back, young and old men and women all bowed deeply towards them. No one spoke, no one shouted slogans, but that silent, orderly, heartfelt gratitude was heavier than any words. The young torchbearer's hand froze in midair, and he slightly turned his head away. "What are you doing?" His voice was hoarse. "This is what we should be doing." Meanwhile, on the expressways leading to Lanha City from Inhu City, Jinwan City, and Dao City, black SUVs sped along at high speed, the roar of the engines rising and falling like urgent war drums. "Accelerate! Accelerate! Go faster!" The driving was to save some energy for the upcoming battle. As they neared the borders of Lanha City, "Abandon the vehicles. Run over as fast as you can." The doors opened simultaneously, and dozens of black figures leapt from the vehicles, racing towards Lanha City. In the center of Lanha City, amidst the ruins, Director Yi, General Hu, Wang Qi, and others rushed from various directions to stop beside Yi. They had also seen Yi standing on the ruins with Hu Lai, who had just fallen from the sky. Hu Lai wanted to force himself to speed up to chase Wu Yu, but his injured body was no longer obedient, and he couldn't even maintain a suspended state, causing him to fall from the air. Fortunately, Yi reacted quickly, leaping up and catching him in midair. They landed. Yi stumbled slightly, but managed to steady Hu Lai. But they had no time to think of anything else. Their gazes were fixed on that pure white meteor rushing towards the god of 1,000 faces. Wang Qi and the others followed their gaze, and also spotted the rapidly moving meteor. "What is that?" In the air, the pure white flames on Wu Yu were still burning, and his aura was rising. Tier 9, B Tier 9, a Tier 9 limit. In just a few seconds, Wu Yu had crossed directly from Tier 7 to 2 higher tiers. So what was the cost? His hair was growing at an alarming rate from his ears to his shoulders, from his shoulders to his waist, and from his waist to his ankles. Moreover, as his hair grew longer, its color rapidly faded, starting from the roots black, vanishing, as if it were being pulled away, swiftly turning grayish-white. When his aura reached the limit of Tier 9, his hair had grown down to his ankles, swirling wildly in the air. The Departing Sorrow Sky is an extremely special sword technique. This sword technique has no moves, no mental method, no divisions of small success, great success, or perfection, and it cannot even be improved using experience points. Its effect is singular: to burn one's life for ascension, burning the practitioner's own lifespan to exchange for a short-term enhancement of power. The more one burns, the greater the ascension. Wu Yu burned 70% of his lifespan, stepping from Tier 7 to the limit of Tier 9. But this was not the end. Distributable experience points 352,002,5331. Star Pivot 7 Luminaries Sword Great Success 301,314,0000. Star Pivot 7 Luminaries Sword Perfection. Although it did not trigger a further level increase, a brand new characteristic slowly surfaced behind the sword technique. Characteristic Starfall. The descending form of the god of 1,000 faces also sensed the rapidly approaching white light. The enormous red head slightly turned, and the black vertical pupil, filled with layers of golden halos, slowly opened. A sense of observation 10 times stronger than before instantly climbed over Wu Yu's heart. But this time, as soon as the previously encountered cold power appeared in his body, it was instantly extinguished by the coolness from reaching the limit of Tier 9. Wu Yu raised the long sword, also burning with pure white flames. Tianquan Wenchang, sword find the flaw. Tianxian Pujuan, sword one strike to kill. Combining the two styles, the sword light sped forward like a meteor charging through the moon, directly piercing towards the center of that enormous vertical pupil. But the descending form of the god of 1,000 faces remained unmoved, still slowly rotating in midair. The next moment, Wu Yu's sword passed straight through its body without resistance, without sensation, as if it were piercing through the air, stabbing at something non-existent. He recalled Hu Lai's words, "This strand of power has an extremely high rank, existing in a state that ordinary people cannot comprehend, and ordinary attacks cannot hit it at all. Cannot hit it." Then a dazzling starburst suddenly ignited at the sword's edge. Wu Yu layered the indispensable Radiance sword on top of the Tianquan Wenchang sword and the Tianxian Pujuan sword. He once again stepped forward, transforming into a white light, launching a second attack, still targeting the center of its pupil. This time, at the moment the sword tip advanced, he finally felt a different sensation, not the feeling of piercing flesh and blood, but like stabbing into a mass of extremely viscous glue, requiring immense effort to move forward an inch. But just before the sword tip could touch the pupil, a strong repulsive force surged from that black vertical pupil, pushing Wu Yu away. Wu Yu thrust inward with all his strength, while the repulsive force pushed outward. The two forces became stalemated in midair, forming a brief, delicate, dynamic balance. But ultimately the repulsive force was stronger. Wu Yu was bounced back, flipping several times in the air before stabilizing his form. But he confirmed one thing: he could pose a threat to it now. Otherwise it would not block. Wu Yu narrowed his eyes. The next moment, a colossal humanoid phantom, over 1,000 meters tall, appeared above Lanha's city next to that enormous vertical pupil. This phantom was taller, larger, and more solid than Hu Lai's, its silvery white body almost taking on substance, holding a similarly massive long sword burning with pure white flames. The phantom's facial features were clear, resembling Wu Yu. Complete body phantom. Hu Lai stared at the towering figure, murmuring, "Tier 9 limit." Wang Qi and the others were also left in a daze. That face. The gigantic phantom then moved. It raised the massive sword in hand, the pure white flames shooting skyward, then thrust down, fiercely aiming directly at the vertical pupil of that red head. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed through the sky. Even the residents hiding in the underground shelters could hear it clearly. Some covered their ears, some held their loved ones tightly, and some closed their eyes in prayer. A massive shockwave spread from the impact site, swirling debris and rubble from the ruins like a sandstorm, causing Hu Lai and the others to instinctively raise their hands to shield their eyes. As the shockwave dissipated, the gigantic sword of the humanoid phantom halted in midair, blocked by a faint red barrier that seemed real, yet unreal. The barrier was thin as a membrane, yet astonishingly stable, preventing the sword tip from advancing an inch. At the same time, an absolutely neutral voice devoid of joy or sorrow echoed in Wu Yu's mind. "You possess the scent of rules. If this power does not belong to the level you can comprehend." Wu Yu's pupils constricted sharply. "This is the voice of the god of 1,000 faces. Rules? A power not belonging to my level. What does that mean?" Wu Yu asked repeatedly. But that voice did not appear again, as if it had never existed. The opponent did not respond, and Wu Yu ceased his futile words. The pure white flames burning on his sword suddenly turned silver. On the foundation of the three techniques, Tianquan Wenchu sword, Tianshu Pujuan sword, and Yaowang Dongming sword, he layered on the Yuhing Lianjing sword, which carried additional damage. At the same time, the giant sword in the phantom's hand also changed. The silver flames swirled around the blade, resembling a silver-fired dragon entwining it. Wu Yu gripped the sword with both hands and plunged it downward with all his might. The silver flames scorched the faint red barrier that seemed neither real nor unreal, with cracks spreading across its surface like a spider web, as if it were about to shatter. Seeing this, Wu Yu unreservedly infused all the power within him into the sword, and the flames on the blade burned fiercely, almost piercing through that layer of barrier. In the next moment, the avatar of the god of 1,000 faces suddenly vanished from its original location and appeared thousands of meters away. It created distance between itself and Wu Yu. Then the hexagonal formation covering almost the entire Lanha began to shrink at an extremely rapid speed, not dispersing, but being retracted. In contrast, its size continually expanded, growing from hundreds of meters to over 1,000, from a kilometer to several thousand meters, and its aura rose incessantly, causing the ground of Lanha's city to tremble. On the ground, Hu Lai's pupils contracted sharply. It has stopped its invasion of Lanha and wants to deal with the threat posed by Xiao Yu first. Wu Yu naturally sensed this in midair. He felt the remaining power within him, let out a soft sigh, and shifted his gaze to the ruins of Lanha below, towards those standing amidst the devastation, the injured members of the Investigation Bureau. Then he looked up at the increasingly large red head. Only one chance. He no longer hesitated. The pure white flames on his body surged violently. Since his limit at the 9th rank was insufficient, he would continue to burn and transcend. What was originally 70% became 80, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94. The pure white flames surged higher. As Wu Yu's lifespan diminished, his gray hair began to turn pure white, and his aura climbed once more, breaking through the shackles of the 9th rank limit, stepping into an unprecedented realm. A gigantic pure white rotating halo began to manifest behind the phantom's head. The halo, over 100 meters in diameter, was woven from countless fine pure white strands, each emanating a soft, yet vast radiance. On the ground, Hu Lai looked at the pure white halo in disbelief, murmuring unconsciously, 10th rank. Triyong. At that moment, Wu Yu had no extraneous thoughts left. He endured the immense power that threatened to burst him apart, every inch of flesh moaning, every bone trembling. The gigantic phantom raised the sword in its hand, pointing the tip towards the sky. Star. Falling. He muttered each word slowly. In the next moment, 7 stars suddenly lit up in the afternoon sky. They pierced through the black mist of the outer dark domain and broke through the translucent silver light of the protective field, clearly visible to all. It was the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. They flickered rapidly, as if something was calling them, or as if they were responding to something. Sensing something was amiss, the avatar of the god of 1,000 faces accelerated to concentrate its power, its size rapidly expanding, and the speed of the formation's retraction increased. Its vertical pupils fixed on Wu Yu, the gaze from a higher dimension, nearly solidifying into substance. But it was already too late. 7 dazzling starlights penetrated through space, shooting directly from the 7 stars of the Big Dipper towards Lanha's city below. They intertwined and fused in midair, transforming into a silver sword aura. That sword aura was purer than anything in the mortal realm, swirling with celestial patterns, and each flicker resonated with the rhythm of the stars' movements. The moment the sword aura took shape, it was as if the entire world had been stripped of color, leaving only that streak of silver. Stars shift and fall, the celestial path sinks in the west. With the light of the falling stars, myriad beings return to dust. In the next instant, the splendid trailing silver sword aura descended upon Lanha. And at the moment the silver sword aura formed, the avatar of the god of 1,000 faces halted its action of retracting its power. Its golden vertical pupil calmly gazed at the pure silver sword aura, as if it had already foreseen the outcome. That utterly neutral voice, devoid of joy or sorrow, echoed once more in Wu Yu's mind. Stars. It paused. Countless paths lead to the same destination. We will meet again, as long as you continue to pursue. The words were left unfinished. The silver sword aura swept by. The avatar of the god of 1,000 faces, along with the intricate hexagonal formation beneath, it instantly melted away. It was neither an explosion nor a collapse, but like snow falling into warm water, silently dissolving into countless tiny particles of dust. Those particles of dust scattered in the wind, glimmering with faint silver light, then completely vanished from the real world. Stars fall, gods are slain. The sword classic panel's information flickered rapidly, but having reached its limit, Wu Yu had no energy left to check. In the next moment, the pure white flames on Wu Yu extinguished, and the enormous halo phantom dissipated as well. He could hardly feel the existence of his own body. There was no cold, no warmth, not even a sensation of pain. His consciousness receded like the retreating tide, little by little. All he felt now was an overwhelming fatigue, a deep desire to sleep. Wu Yu closed his eyes, unable to hold onto the sword in his hand any longer. On the ground, Hu Lai, still in profound shock, was the first to react. He looked at the white-haired figure plummeting straight from the sky, suppressing the intense pain within his body, and stepped into the air. His speed was not fast, but gritting his teeth, he exerted his last ounce of strength to catch Wu Yu before he hit the ground. Xiaoyu. Wu Yu lay in Hu Lai's embrace, his white hair cascading down, gently swaying in the wind. He struggled to open his eyes, those eyes that once burned with pure white flames now held only a flicker of weak light. His voice was so weak it was nearly inaudible. Uncle Hu. We saved Lanha. Right. Hu Lai's eyes reddened, and he tightly embraced the young man with white hair, his voice hoarse. No, it was you, Xiaoyu, you saved Lanha. Wu Yu did not even finish hearing Hu Lai's words before he closed his eyes again, his consciousness plunging into boundless darkness. Hu Lai held him gently as he slowly descended to the ground, surrounded by devastation and silent, injured torchbearers. They all reached out to support the still trembling Hu Lai and that familiar white-haired figure. The dark mist of the outer domain above was dissipating, the silver protective field was slowly receding, and the long-awaited sunset leaked through the gaps in the clouds, casting its light on this nearly obliterated city. Across the underground shelters of Lanha City, people huddled in dim recesses, curled into themselves as they waited for an uncertain fate. When that ear-splitting roar reverberated through the sky, walls and floors shuddered violently. Many clutched loved ones tighter, some closed their eyes in prayer, others wept in silence. Despair spread like an incoming tide. Then the thunder faded. The walls ceased trembling, the earth stilled. The dull, repeated thuds against the outer doors abruptly stopped. Tentatively, some craned their necks toward the firmly shut doors. Others fished out their phones and discovered the signal slowly returning. The torchbearers posted at the gate received messages through their headsets. They exchanged glances, the captain drew a long breath, and pushed the door open. Outside there were no Shizhong corpses, no black mist. Only the orange-eared light of the setting sun filtering through a rent in the clouds, spilling onto a city ravaged and scarred. Is it over? Murmured a young torchbearer candidate. The captain said nothing as he stared at the ruined city. He clenched his fist until his knuckles whitened, his eyes rimmed with red. Elsewhere, torchbearers rushing from Inhua Jinwan and Dahu, having just passed the outer dark domain and the spiritual energy protective field, witnessed a scene they would not soon forget. A monstrous red head radiating a terrifying aura lay across the center of Lanha City. It had no features save a single vertical pupil. Within that pupil, concentric rings of golden light overlapped, the sight of which sent shivers across the skin. Facing it, an equally colossal humanoid apparition raised a sword to the heavens. Behind its head, a ring of pure white light turned slowly. 7 beams of starlight fell from the sky and condensed into an arcing starbright sword chi. As the blade of light swept through, the dreadful head melted away without a sound. The black mist of the dark domain ebbed like a retreating tide, and the sunset once more bathed the wounded city in light. The young silver emblem torchbearer stood, stunned, voice thin and awed. Director. What was that? The man called Director, his brow furrowed and a deep crease between his eyebrows, stared at the dissipating sword chi and breathed 4 words: Shizhong deity. And a 10th rank Xinyan. He fell silent for a moment before continuing, that is a power that surpasses the gold emblem tier. If you remain at Jili in the future, you might one day step onto that plane. He swept his gaze over them, and his voice, suddenly rising, barked enough standing around. Split into 2 teams, 1 to rescue survivors, 1 to cleanse the Shizhong remnants. Move. Yes. The cadre in black coats divided swiftly. One team began clearing the lingering Shizhong in Lanha City. As for the one-eyed kin of the thousand-faced deity, they dissolved into nothingness the moment their godly manifestation collapsed. The other less powerful squad moved to the shelters and ruins to search for survivors. The broken-browed man set off alone toward the ruin at the center of the battlefield. At the edge of Lanha, in a stand of pine, the figure that had hidden since the thousand-faced deity's descent darted through the trees. Clad in Lin Zili's skin, it ran with uncanny speed like a streak of black wind. Suddenly it halted and whipped its head toward the center of Lanha. Layers of golden rings flickered across its eyes and vanished as quickly as they had come. It frowned in puzzlement, apparently unsure why it had stopped, but did not linger in thought. It spoke to the other consciousness within, a note of resentment in its tone. Lin Zili, Lanha City was lucky. Even in such utter passivity you escaped this calamity. There was no reply, only a cold snort in answer. At the heart of the ruins, when the gold emblem directors from Inhua Jinwan and Dahu arrived, a dozen ragged silhouettes emerged from the debris. At the forefront, golden hair and golden eyes maintained, cradled a long white-haired figure in his arms. The white hair brushed nearly to the ground and shimmered silver in the sunset. The person's features were mostly obscured, only a delicate pale profile was visible, eyes closed in stillness. Others supported the gravely wounded who lie. His body bore many injuries, yet he could still stand. Chief Hu, old Yi, what happened in Lanha City? How could a Shizhong deity descend in Lanha? Who was it that dealt with the manifested deity? Questions tumbled out in a rush. Yi merely shook his head and voice hoarse said return to the Investigation Bureau building. The Lanha City Investigation Bureau building now stood less than half intact. After hearing Hu Lai's account, the director from Yinhua City knitted his brows into a deep frown. Chief, who you mean to say this youth, still not 20, erupted with a 10th rank Xinjiang and felled the manifested deity with a single sword. Hu Lai nodded, his gaze fixed on the white-haired youth frozen on the sickbed. A thin, transparent sheet of ice covered him, revealing the purity of his brows and eyes. Indeed, he has only been awakened for a few months. The director from Dahu side voiced low. Judging by this, he must have employed some life-consuming ability to attain 10th rank strength in such a short time. The Jianwan director shook his head. What a pity. With his talent, in less than a decade, we could have had another powerhouse at the level of a Li Zhu predecessor. Yi cut them off. Enough speculation. Our immediate priority is stabilizing Xiao Yu's condition. Li Zhu Pan, do you still have any life-restoring herbs? Our supplies are exhausted. The Yinhua director raised an eyebrow. Do I need to be told? I've already dispatched notice to our bureau. Herbs are being sent with all haste. The Jianwan and Dahu directors echoed him, notified. Should arrive within half an hour. Meanwhile, in the capital of Dongling Nation, Donghua City, the Anomalies Investigation Bureau headquarters, Central Conference Room. A group of men in black coats sat around a long table, expressions grave and the atmosphere heavy. At approximately 4 this afternoon, a Shizhong deity descent occurred within Lanha City of Shilin Province, announced the chair with a steady voice. Each word landed like a stone on every heart. Torchbearer casualties in Lanha exceed 80%, civilian fatalities number over 1 million. Those around the table knit their brows in alarm. Over 80%. Over 1 million. The two figures chilled the room by several degrees. The manifested bodies of the Shizhong have been cleared. The cleansing was performed by Lanha City operative LH-36, a Silver Emblem torchbearer. A puzzled expression surfaced among some present. Silver Emblem. Cleared a Shizhong deity manifestation. The two phrases seemed at odds, and yet no one interrupted. They waited for further explanation. According to the transmitted report, the Shizhong faction has developed a previously unseen indirect method of parasitism. The former Lanha City Investigation Bureau Director Lin Jili was controlled by this method, which precipitated this catastrophe. It can be said that without this indirect parasitic technique, the descent of the Shizhong deity would not have. The chair paused and swept his gaze across every face present. This parasitism is exceeding. If the controlled party refrains from actively using Shizhong power detectors within the dark domain fail to pick it up, even life indicator monitors can be deceived. At present, we do not possess an effective scalable detection method. The man at the head of the table surveyed the room. Distribute tasks. Research Institute based on this parasitic method develop a device to detect such covert infestation as swiftly as possible. Education Department as Shizhong incursions intensify. Even two corpse clans once mutually hostile are now cooperating. The ability cultivation program must be accelerated. The pilot opening of martial sciences in the university entrance exam is to cease. From this year, the program shall be open nationwide. We must hurry. Ministry of Civil Affairs coordinate with Shilin Province to launch rescue and reconstruction operations in Lanha City immediately. Finally, regarding rewards for LH-36 for halting this deity descent. The man at the head hesitated before continuing. LH-36 played an extremely important, perhaps decisive role in this incident, yet he has paid a tremendous price. First, mobilize the central reserves. Special herbs and any required materials are to be supplied without limit. On hearing this, those below the table voiced their agreement. Agreed. 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 Secondly, add him to the Juhua roster, inscribe his name upon the Jubei, and include him in the core talent sequence. At this, subdued murmurs rippled through the room. Everyone understood the significance of placement on the Juhua roster. The man at the head watched the discussion calmly. After a moment, a relatively young-faced man with hair already half white raised his hand. Speak. Director General, there are only about 3 vacant spots left on the Jubei. The Jubei is our sole current means of increasing the odds that one of our people will ascend to a supreme strength tier. LH-36 has been gravely injured in this engagement. His potential has likely been compromised. The chair inclined his head in understanding and tapped his fingers on the table. Light screens rose before Review LH36's dossier. All eyes turned to the displays. Exclamations burst forth. What? Awakened less than half a year, and he counterslashed the thousand-faced deity's manifestation. The pace of his advancement. Few could recall the like save for legends of old. The room fell in. Seeing this, the man at the head addressed them. Gentlemen, even if LH36 retains but a sliver of recovery potential, humanity could well gain another supreme powerhouse within the next decade or two. We all understand what a supreme powerhouse would mean. Given the increasingly dire situation, resources should be used to their fullest effect. So who is in favor? Who objects? Moments later, the man who had earlier opposed, after learning Wu Yu's experience, was the first to nod agreed. This was unsurprising. Those who occupied these seats always weighed choices by the public good and the larger whole. Earlier objections had stemmed only from concern that the precious Jubei resource might be squandered. One after another, voices agreed. The man at the head nodded. Very well. Commence preparations for the Stellinscription ritual at once. Aim to complete it within 3 months. As for notifications, matters concerning the Jubei will be announced after the ritual preparations are complete. Orders went out, and the vast machinery of the Dongling nation sprang into swift motion. A figure with long hair down to their waist is lying on a reclining chair with sunlight streaming in from the window and casting its glow upon them. They hold a book in their hands, gently flipping through its pages. The features of this figure are so androgynous that it is impossible to discern their gender, presenting an absolutely neutral state. Every inch of their facial features is like the most perfect creation in the world without a single flaw. At the same time, an ethereal, detached air that seems to belong to a realm beyond this world emanates from them, like eyes gazing down from a higher plane, gentle yet devoid of warmth. Strangely, their long hair and eyebrows are pure white, resembling snow. At this moment, a slightly gruff voice approaches from afar. Shall you look what I've brought for you? The long-haired figure is Wu Yu, who has just awakened. He shifts his gaze from the book to the newcomer. Uncle, who didn't you return to the provincial bureau this morning for your report? The newcomer is Hu Lai, clad in a black trench coat. Although his face is still somewhat pale, his voice is already full of vigor, indicating that his injuries have clearly healed considerably. He carries a long box in his hand and walks with a light step. Upon seeing Wu Yu, Hu Lai is momentarily taken aback. Cough. Xiao Yu, how is it that just one night apart you've changed so much? Hearing this, the corners of Wu Yu's mouth twitched. It's not that he wished to change like this, but that damned god of 1,000 faces is to blame. The damned god of 1,000 faces only needs to obediently be dissolved, but for Wu Yu to slay it, he must consider many factors. The story begins with Wu Yu awakening yesterday. More than half a month has passed since that great battle, and Wu Yu's consciousness is gradually returning from the boundless darkness. After confirming that he hasn't perished, the first thing Wu Yu did upon awakening was to open the Sword Manual interface. Sword Manual main Wu Yu. Level 7. Sword Technique Li Hen Tian, unable to upgrade Star Pivot 7 Luminaries. Sword Perfect Characteristic Starfall. Can awaken 7 calamities. Sword Chapter Phantom. Flowing Clouds. Sword Technique Perfect Characteristic. Flowing Clouds. Shadow Basic. Sword Technique Perfect Characteristic Mastery of Sword Dao. Experience points available for allocation 102. 5W. 10,000 swords return to the vault 1025. Divine Nature 1. Indeed, the god of 1,000 faces provided Wu Yu with 1,0 experience points, and 10 full charges of 10,000 swords returned to the vault. At the same time, a new section appeared on Wu Yu's sword manual panel. Divine Nature. Driven by curiosity, Wu Yu focused and clicked on the Divine Nature section. In the next moment, Divine Nature 10. Simultaneously, a cold and strange power suddenly fused into Wu Yu's body. When this power appeared, Wu Yu recognized it immediately. If he remembered correctly, the power that appeared in his body when the god of 1,000 faces was watching him was very similar to this cold power. The only difference is that the former was filled with aggression, while this one is gentle and completely As this named Divine Nature power infused into Wu Yu's body, his nearly drained physique seemed to be infused with new vitality. The once dry meridians became full again, and the withered bones regained their hardness. It even seemed as though the consumed lifespan had restored a bit. But the cost was also immense. Wu Yu's appearance underwent a tremendous transformation. If Wu Yu's original features could be described as exquisitely beautiful, his current appearance transcends the mundane and almost belongs to another plane of existence. To be more specific, Wu Yu's current visage is transitioning from human to a higher dimension of divinity. This is why even Hu Lai was momentarily stunned upon seeing him. If given another chance, of course he would still choose it. Not to mention anything else, just the ability to restore his lifespan is enough for Wu Yu to make that choice. Previously, he had burned 99 of his lifespan to break through the barrier from the 9th to the 10th level. Moreover, after that thread of divine nature fused into Wu Yu's body, he had a vague premonition once the accumulation of divine nature in his body reaches a certain level, it would trigger some peculiar transformation. He withdrew his thoughts and shifted his attention to another section on the sword manual. Star Pivot 7 Luminaries Sword Perfect Characteristic Starfall can awaken 7 calamities Sword Chapter. The word awaken caught Wu Yu's attention. Awaken. This is generally used to describe living beings. Could it be that this sword technique is alive? With a slight movement of his thought, he considered, would you like to consume 10,000 swords, return to the vault 10 and 500 experience points to awaken 7 calamities Sword Chapter? To awaken this sword technique, it requires not only 10 occurrences of 10,000 swords returned to the vault, but also 500 experience points. A question mark popped up on Wu Yu's head. However, Wu Yu did not hesitate and directly chose to consume 10,000 swords returned to the vault 10 and 500 experience points to awaken 7 calamities Sword Chapter. After all, the sword manual has always been a case of you get what you pay for. The effects of Li Hen Tian, after consuming 9 occurrences of 10,000 swords returned to the vault, were already so astonishing that it could slay divine beings descending to the mortal realm. 7 calamities Sword Chapter, which requires 10 occurrences of 10,000 swords returned to the vault and 500 experience points to awaken, Wu Yu holds great expectations. Another reason is that as the predecessor technique to 7 calamities Sword Chapter, the Star Pivot 7 Luminaries Sword integrates defense attack, binding additional damage, and guaranteed hits, making it extremely useful and easy for Wu Yu to use. Thus, as an advanced version of the Star Pivot 7 Luminaries Sword, Wu Yu also wanted to give it a try. In the next moment, an ancient and profound voice surged into Wu Yu's mind. The sword rises from chaos, questioning the primordial beginning. The 7 calamities revolve, revealing true nature. 1 slash brings sorrow to all beings through the ages. Another wave dismisses the stars and constellations from the courtyard. Following this, a flood of information regarding 7 calamities Sword Chapter surged into his consciousness. Then a piece of information appeared on the sword manual panel. 7 calamities Sword Chapter Chapter 1 Pivot Calamity 010000. The levels of 7 calamities Sword Chapter are not divided into small success, great success, and so forth. Each chapter of 7 calamities Sword Chapter represents a level. They are as follows. Calamity Sword Chapter 1 Pivot Calamity. Calamity Sword Chapter 2 Shinlock. Calamity Sword Chapter 3 Collapse. Calamity Sword Chapter 4 Authority Quietus. Calamity Sword Chapter 5 Balance Judgment. Calamity Sword Chapter 6 Young Death. Calamity Sword Chapter 7 Eternal Night. Additionally, 7 Calamity Sword Chapter has a unique feature. As long as one completely learns a chapter, they can summon Starlight at any time to condense into a tangible sword that perfectly matches the corresponding sword chapter. This means that even if Wu Yu only learns the first chapter, he will no longer need to carry a sword with him, because with a mere wave he can condense Starlight into a sword. Wu Yu did not hesitate at all, pouring all his remaining experience points into 7 calamities Sword Chapter. Experience points available for allocation 52. 5W0. 7 calamities Sword Chapter Chapter 1 Pivot Calamity 52. 5W10000000. A pure black light flashed in Wu Yu's eyes. Wu Yu extended his hand and strands of faint starlight were drawn down from the sky, intertwining and coalescing in his palm into a faint, somewhat ephemeral sword-shaped illusion. But unfortunately, it was still not fully learned. The condensed starlight only formed an illusion. Cough, cough. Wu Yu coughed. He has just awakened, and although that thread of divine nature restored some of his body and lifespan, it was only a little. His body remains in an extremely weak, heavily injured state. After all, he had lost 99 of his lifespan. The reduction of lifespan causes comprehensive and nearly irreversible damage to the body. It's not just that his hair has turned white, but fortunately that thread of divine nature has given Wu Yu a glimpse of hope for restoring his lifespan. Time returns to the present. Hu Lai recovered from his moment of surprise and chuckled a couple of times. Hee, isn't the day for the Julie preliminary training approaching? I won't be returning to the provincial bureau for now. He paused, lowering his voice mysteriously, this time on the list of instructors for the Julie prelim. Listening to Hu Lai's words, Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Yes, it seems that the time for the Julie pre-selection training is approaching. It has been over half a month since the Divine Descent event, and other places must be preparing for the upcoming college entrance examination. Wu Yu stood up from the lounge chair, stretched lazily, and his cascading white long hair shimmered under the sunlight, sparkling like it was dusted with silver powder. Wu Yu shook his head and gently flicked away a strand of white hair that had fallen onto his forehead. It's not that Wu Yu didn't want to cut his long hair, but even if he did, it would quickly grow back to this length. Currently, this length is the slowest growing stage for his white hair, which is why it is only waist length now, whereas it originally reached his ankles. Wu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. In his previous life in Huagua, everyone had a preference for white-haired individuals, and unexpectedly not long after his reincarnation, he had become one himself. Regaining his thoughts, Wu Yu turned his head to look out the window where the reconstruction efforts across the Lan River were progressing in an orderly manner, with many areas already having been rebuilt. Of course, this wouldn't be possible without the help of the ability users. Just a moment ago, Wu Yu had seen a task post on the investigation channel about recruiting torchbearers with earth, wood, and other attributes in Lan River and surrounding cities. The task involved assisting in the reconstruction of Lan River City, and torchbearers of 3rd rank or below could sign up, receiving a reward of 100 contribution points daily, which isn't too shabby. The Jili pre-selection training, huh? Does that mean we have to leave Lan River? Hu Lai walked over to Wu Yu's side, following his gaze. Yes, this pre-selection training is in Yunxiang province. Moreover, the pre-selection training generally lasts about a year. If you pass the training assessment, you can continue to stay in Jili, so after leaving this time it will at least be a year before you return. With your talent, Xiao Yu, you will definitely. Before he could finish, Hu Lai seemed to realize something, and hurriedly shut his mouth, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Wu Yu smiled, knowing what Hu Lai was avoiding. Previously, due to excessively burning his life force, he had been in an extremely weak state. Even though the Bureau didn't know how many life-restoring herbs they had given him, it couldn't reverse the aftereffects of the overburned lifespan, as his lifespan hadn't increased at all. The effect of Li Hentian could ignore the shackles of high-year ascension, but the aftereffects brought about by burning one's life were equally formidable. Only after experiencing the divine essence wash from last night did Wu Yu slowly recover a bit. He sensed the power within his body. Various attributes of cool energy were still present, but his flesh and bones were filled with a strong sense of decay akin to an old man nearing his end. Wu Yu clenched his fist. He could still use the various powers within him, meaning he could still exert at least 7th rank strength. If he unleashed the pivot tribulation, he might even be able to contend at the 8th rank, but his decaying body certainly couldn't support high-intensity battles. As for the extremely powerful but physically taxing Starfall, Wu Yu naturally dared not use it. At this point, he couldn't be certain whether his opponent would fall first, or if he himself would. In the eyes of Hu Lai and other ability users, Wu Yu's incurable injuries and the profound sense of decay within him all pointed to the fact that he had already become a useless person. That was why Hu Lai spoke cautiously, afraid of provoking him. Of course, even though Hu Lai and the others knew that Wu Yu's injuries might never recover, they were still gathering various herbs to replenish life force, and had sent a special report to the Investigation Bureau headquarters regarding Wu Yu's current condition, seeking possible cures. Wu Yu chuckled. He was not an ability user, and his strength primarily depended on the sword cannon. Moreover, he had already developed some ideas on how to restore his lifespan. One method of restoration was to continue acquiring divine essence and integrate it into his body, which could effectively restore his lifespan. Another was to accumulate experience points and enhance the level of the 7 Calamities Sword chapter. After multiple level upgrades, Wu Yu understood that the levels displayed in the sword cannon corresponded to the ranks of ability users, representing a certain level of strength achieved. As ability users ascend in rank, their lifespans increase accordingly. According to the report from the Dongyu Research Institute, by measuring the telomere lengths in the cells of ability users of different ranks, which reflect the number of cell divisions and the degree of damage, they predicted the approximate lifespans of various ranks. Although there might be slight deviations due to different types of abilities, there is still a general classification. Among them, the lifespan of 1st to 3rd rank ability users is roughly between 130 to 150 years. For the 4th to 8th rank, each rank increase roughly adds about 50 years to the lifespan. As for beyond the 8th rank, the report did not mention anything. As to why this is said to be a prediction, it is because ability users have only appeared for a few decades. Aside from a very few elderly low-rank awakened individuals, there have yet to be any 4th rank or higher ability users who have died from lifespan exhaustion. Although Wu Yu is not an ability user, the increase in strength would also promote an enhancement in life tier. According to this reasoning, by leveling up through the sword canon, it is highly likely he could also increase his lifespan similar to how ability users increase their ranks. The first method of absorbing divine essence is not currently applicable for a simple reason: the only way he knows to acquire divine essence is by slaying the descending deity. Given his current state, even if he encounters a divine descent body, rushing in would likely just be delivering results to the other party. Therefore, Wu Yu understands that he still needs to enhance his strength first. Enhancing strength requires experience points. Improving his swordsmanship to drive up his level also requires experience points. The question returns to the starting point. Where can he gather some experience points? Looking at the sword cannon panel, which still needed over 400,000 experience points to enter the next level of the 7 Calamities sword chapter, Wu Yu sighed helplessly. Hearing Wu Yu sigh, Hu Lai of course did not know what he was troubled about. He thought his words had upset Wu Yu, and a strong sense of guilt and heartache flashed in his eyes. Xiao Yu. Seeing Hu Lai's expression, Wu Yu knew he had misunderstood again, so he changed the topic. Uncle Hu, what's in your hand? Is it for me? Oh right, Xiao Yu, look. Hu Lai finally remembered the box in his hand. He opened it. A magnificent long sword radiating 8 colors lay quietly within. The 8-color crystal long sword. Wu Yu raised his eyebrows. Corresponding to the 8th rank, this 8-color crystal long sword was something he couldn't procure in Lan River City and was likely obtained by Hu Lai from the provincial bureau in Shilin province. Wu Yu did not stand on ceremony thanking him as he took the box. His 7 Calamities sword chapter was still not fully learned, and he was unable to condense the pivot tribulation sword, so he still needed a sword for now. At that moment, a scruffy figure with an unlit cigarette in his mouth knocked on the open door and walked in. Cough cough, old Wu Yu. The newcomer was Wang Qi. He greeted Hu Lai and then turned to Wu Yu. Under the influence of divine essence, Wu Yu's appearance and form were quietly evolving into a high-dimensional perfect life, his visage surpassing mundane limits, nearly reaching an inhuman degree. At the same time, he exuded a unique, absolutely neutral, gentle, yet temperatureless aura that irresistibly drew others in. This deadly allure is rooted in all living beings' innate yearning for an elevation in life tier, a primal desire etched deep within their genes. With so many overlapping traits, Wu Yu was nearly transforming into a succubus. Thus Wang Qi had this reaction. Promise me you won't wear women's clothing in the future, okay? Seriously, I fear the colleagues in the bureau won't be able to handle you dressed like this. Wu Yu? Hearing Wang Qi's nonsensical words, Wu Yu's lips twitched noticeably as he retorted, I don't have any cross-dressing fetish, okay? Wang Qi looked at Wu Yu, who appeared to be in decent spirits, and his underlying worry eased a bit. He then proceeded to discuss the matter at hand. Old Wu Yu must have seen the notice, right? In 3 days we have to go to Yunxiang province for the Jili preliminary training. Wu Yu nodded. He had seen it that morning. Are you going? Hearing his question, Wu Yu was taken aback. Why wouldn't he go? But seeing the concern in Wang Qi's eyes, Wu Yu quickly realized in their eyes he was currently in a state of utter weakness with no combat capability. Moreover, Hu Lai had mentioned before that the Jili preliminary training could potentially be life-threatening. Wang Qi was worried about him. Before Wu Yu could respond, Wang Qi continued, well, it's fine if you don't go. Although I'm not as freakishly strong as you, I'm still not too shabby, am I? If you don't go, you can wait for me to come back. Oh, I'll protect you in the future. Although it was a joke, his eyes were filled with sincerity, as if making a solemn promise. Wu Yu shook his head. He still wanted to attend the Jili preliminary training. Not for any other reason, but because he had previously asked Hu Lai if the Jili preliminary training was related to the corpse breeds, and Hu Lai had given him a definite answer stating that they would encounter a large number of corpse breeds during the training, or rather they would need to complete certain tasks in areas where the corpse breeds congregated. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu, who had initially been indifferent, made up his mind. He had to go. What preliminary training? This was an opportunity. Seeing Wu Yu shake his head, Wang Qi was not surprised. He merely nodded. All right, I'll come find you in 3 days, and we'll go together. Wu Yu nodded. After speaking, Wang Qi greeted him and left first. After Wang Qi departed, Hu Lai remarked, actually, it wouldn't matter if you waited 2 more years. After all, Xiao Yu, you're still quite young. Wu Yu shook his head again. I'm not that weak. Seeing Wu Yu's determination, Hu Lai did not insist further. Fine, I'll be there too anyway. Before Hu Lai could finish, an image of Wu Yu battling against the faceless god flashed through his mind, and he momentarily lost his words. Wu Yu chuckled and changed the subject, asking about the current situation in Lana City. With the support of nearby cities and the provincial bureau, the reconstruction work is progressing quite rapidly. But the casualties are still too high. At this, Hu Lai fell silent for a moment. Most of the colleagues in the Lanha bureau have perished, and over 1 million residents have been affected. Listening to Hu Lai's description, Wu Yu also fell silent. Lin Yuan was one of those casualties. The image of his smiling figure resurfaced in his mind. Exhaling a breath of frustration, Wu Yu continued, "Has the memory coverage for the entire city of Lanhe been completed?" At the beginning of the Bureau's establishment, there had been incidents of large-scale corpse breed invasions in the city, and many residents had become aware of their existence. The consequence was the rapid emergence of a large number of mid-tier lustful corpse breeds, and a small number of high-tier lustful corpse breeds, further exacerbating the casualties. To cope with this situation, the Investigation Bureau developed a memory coverage device using a special dark domain mineral known as Dreamstone. This device, once activated with a universal energy stone, could cover the memories of ordinary people from the past 3 days on a large scale, automatically altering any content related to corpse breeds in their minds. Originally, memories of witnessing the corpse breeds committing murder could be transformed into car accidents, drownings, fires, etc., while damaged buildings would be considered as having resulted from earthquakes or other natural disasters. Moreover, they would subconsciously avoid questioning or thinking deeply about this part of their memory. Memories related to corpse breeds would only manifest as illusions buried at the lowest tier of memory, unrecoverable. Each city was basically equipped with this device, and Lanhe City was no exception. However, this method is equally cruel for ordinary people. Perhaps one of their relatives was killed by a corpse breed, and to prevent worse outcomes they could only be forced to forget the truth, living in an illusion woven by their own minds without even the power to choose. But this was dictated by the state of war between humans and corpse breeds, and since the corpse breeds were stronger, the humans had no choice. Hu Lai naturally understood all this. He sighed. It was completed the day after the great battle ended. After a moment of silence, Wu Yu spoke again. "Have my parents been notified?" "Not yet." Wu Yu paused before adding, "About my death?" Hu Lai shook his head. "Not yet, but are you sure, Xiao Yu? This is very cruel for you and your family." Wu Yu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and the image of that glass of milk that was always placed on the table came to mind. After a moment, he opened his eyes as if he had made a certain decision. "Notify them in my current state. Even if I stand in front of them, they probably wouldn't recognize me." If it had been before, Wu Yu's appearance could still faintly reveal traces of his former self, but now his height, physique, features, and aura had completely transformed into something else. Even his voice had changed to a completely gender-neutral state similar to that of the faceless god. Only Hu Lai, Wang Qi, and others from the Investigation Bureau who had watched him change little by little could recognize that he was actually the somewhat gloomy teenager he once was. Moreover, rather than letting them know the truth and worrying about him day and night, it would be better to take advantage of this disappearance. Indeed, the Bureau had told Wu Yu's parents that he was temporarily missing while he was unconscious. However, Wu Yu's parents had nearly accepted that he had perished. After all, they viewed Wu Yu as an ordinary high school student, and the chances of survival for an ordinary high school student who had been missing for over half a month during a disaster were almost zero. It would be better to let Wu Yu truly die now that his parents had almost acknowledged his death. Besides, Wu Yu's profession and abilities destined him to constantly battle against corpse breeds, and remaining close to his family would only bring them hidden dangers. Wu Yu was about to say something when Hu Lai continued. "I know Xiao Yu is afraid they will worry, and your current appearance indeed isn't suitable for meeting them. How about this? Let's always declare you as missing to the outside world. It leaves them with a glimmer of hope and gives you a way out. If you ever want to return, you'll have a reason." Wu Yu was taken aback, then silently nodded. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, he was still a bit soft-hearted. Just then Wang Qi, who had previously left, returned. He entered and said to Wu Yu, "By the way, there's a new girl looking for you outside, but seems she's been inquiring about you for a while. She brought your sidearm, so I brought it along." Wu Yu was taken aback. A new girl? A sidearm? A name floated up in Wu Yu's mind: Hua Linlin. She joined the Investigation Bureau. However, considering her ability to bind enemies while healing teammates, it seemed quite normal for her to join the Bureau. Wang Qi continued, "Should we let her in?" Wu Yu contemplated for a moment before replying, "Let her in." Wang Qi nodded, turned around, and walked out. Hu Lai also nodded to Wu Yu, saying, "Then I'll leave first." The door was casually closed, leaving only sunlight and silence in the room. After a while, the door was gently pushed open, and a young girl dressed in a black trench coat with a high ponytail walked in. Her trench coat was still quite new, clearly just received not long ago, while her familiar face appeared somewhat pale, with faint dark circles under her eyes showing a hint of fatigue. It was Hua Linlin. After she entered, her gaze swept around the room before stopping by the window. Wu Yu was standing there with sunlight slanting in from outside, casting a delicate golden hue over his pure white long hair. She paused her gaze. Those eyes lingered on him for a long time, from his white hair to his brows and eyes, from his features to his figure, as if she was trying to recognize a distant, uncertain shadow. Her lips slightly parted, and then closed again. Doubt, shock, disbelief, and various emotions flickered across her face. You? Her voice trembled a bit. You are. Wu Yu? Wu Yu looked at her without giving a direct answer. Instead, the corners of his mouth curved slightly upward, that smile faint, but the arc exactly the same as before. Long time no see, classmate Hua Linlin. He paused. Perhaps I should call you comrade Hua Linlin. Hua Linlin's eyes turned red in an instant. She bit her lip, enduring her voice, still carrying a nasal tone. Your hair. How come? The Divine Descent incident in Lanha City was described in the official report from the Investigation Bureau as a large-scale invasion of corpse species, mentioning that a silver emblem torchbearer, numbered LH36, played a crucial role in resisting the tide of corpse species. The specific details regarding the descent of the deity were concealed. Only torchbearers with silver emblems or higher-level permissions could view the relevant content. Hua Linlin was stunned when she saw the report on the investigation document. LH36. She was very familiar with that number as it was engraved on the gun he had given her. So it was he who saved Lanha. Now seeing Wu Yu's white hair, she vaguely understood something. The price of saving Lanha was immense. Wu Yu chuckled, raising a hand to tuck a strand of white hair behind his ear, casually asking, "What's wrong? Doesn't it look good?" Hua Linlin fell silent. She lowered her head, pulling out a black handgun from her trench coat pocket, cradling it with both hands, and offering it forward. "Your gun. I'm returning it to you." Her voice was a bit choked, her fingers trembling slightly. Wu Yu took the gun, gently placing it beside the box next to him, without saying much. The room fell silent for a few seconds. "Are you doing okay now?" she asked. "I'm fine," Wu Yu replied. Hua Linlin nodded again, as if confirming something. Then she took a step back, deeply bowing to Wu Yu. "Thank you. Thank you for saving me and everyone." Wu Yu looked at the top of her head, remaining silent for a moment before saying, "Living well is the best gratitude." Hua Linlin straightened up, her eyes red, but holding back her tears. She took a deep breath, revealing a somewhat forced smile. "I will. By the way, there's something I might need your help," Wu Yu said. Hua Linlin didn't ask what it was, just stared at his face, and responded decisively. "You say. I'm about to leave Lanha." Wu Yu turned to look out the window at the city that was being rebuilt. "You know where my home is. Please keep an eye on my parents for me." "You're leaving?" Her voice involuntarily rose a bit. Wu Yu didn't turn around, just nodded. "Yes, my parents only know I went missing. Remember not to let it slip." Hua Linlin suddenly understood the meaning behind Wu Yu's words. He wasn't just missing, he was going to let the ordinary high school student named Wu Yu truly disappear from their world. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but her throat felt like it was blocked by something. "Our work isn't suitable for them to know. It's better not to let them worry." Wu Yu paused, not saying anything further, only asking, "So can you help me with this?" "Okay." Moments later, Hua Linlin turned and left. When she reached the door, she paused, not looking back. Her voice floated from the entrance, filled with complex emotions. There was sadness, regret, reluctance, and some things she couldn't even articulate. You with white hair looked. Before becoming a power wielder, they were two people from different worlds. After becoming power wielders, they still remained two people from different worlds. Perhaps one should not meet someone too stunning in their youth. Then she quickened her pace and disappeared at the end of the room. Fell silent. Wu Yu looked down at his white long hair with sunlight shining on it, sparkling bright. He shook his head, then picked up the clear liquid on the table that could replenish vitality, and took a couple of sips, smacking his lips, and saying, "Tsk tisk, it has a strong tea flavor." Though this thing did little for his injuries, he had drunk an unknown amount over the past couple of days, and had somewhat gotten used to it. His lifespan was reduced, but the limit of life remained. These potions could only replenish the vitality that had been consumed. As if the blue bar limit had been reduced to 1% of its original, while these potions could only replenish the blue amount without increasing the limit. Wu Yu's side experience points cannot stop. The disaster had passed for more than half a month, and the order in Lanha City had begun to recover. At the entrance of launching community, a man and a woman, both middle-aged, were carrying bags of daily necessities as they walked into the community. They slightly lowered their heads, their expressions dark and slightly dazed, with an unshakable sadness in their eyes. It was Wu Ba Wu Linhai and Wu Ma Chui Zhu. When they reached the entrance of the community, they seemed to sense something and slightly raised their heads. Beside them stood a figure dressed in a black trench coat, wearing a mask and sunglasses, with a baseball cap pulled down tightly, almost completely wrapping themselves up. The figure slightly nodded towards them. Seeing this, Wu Ba and Wu Ma also politely nodded in response. After entering the community, Wu Ma asked Wu Ba, who was beside her, in a weary tone, "Do you know who that is?" Wu Ba shook his head. "I thought you knew." They turned to look back, only to see the figure still standing in place, facing their direction. Maybe they are waiting for someone. Turning their heads, the two continued to walk forward in silence. That figure with a strand of white hair peeking out from under the brim of the baseball cap watched their backs for a long time, not recognizing each other despite the encounter. Next, we went to the public cemetery of the Investigation Bureau, looking at the black and white photos on the headstones, many of which held familiar faces: Lin Yuan, Peng Yong, Su Ji Xiaowang. Each one had once been a living person, now reduced to mere tombs. Wu Yu remained silent for a long time, ultimately bowing to these heroes known and unknown before turning to leave. Back at the bureau, Wu Yu discussed the arrangements for caring for Lin Yuan's family with Yi, and after receiving assurances, Wu Yu finally felt at ease. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was time to head to Yunxiang province for the Julie preliminary training. In the early morning, shortly after the sun had risen, the orange light spread across the square in front of the Investigation Bureau building. Wu Yu sat on the sofa in the hall, looking down at his phone, the information on the investigation documents scrolling by one. Aside from exorcism pistols and dark domain blockers, the concept for the development of new generation standard weapons, based on the fact that conventional firearms cannot be used in dark domains and cannot effectively harm corpse species, while use in the real world easily results in widespread civilian casualties. Researchers proposed a new type of weapon made from special materials. Shock. A silver emblem torchbearer actually confronted the deity's descent body. Access encrypted. In mid-month, a divine descent incident involving the thousand-faced corpse clan occurred in Lanha City, and the strength of the corpse deity's descent body depends on the scale of the descent ritual, with strength not lower than the 9th tier. The Julie preliminary training will begin. How many will remain this time? It is well known that those who can participate in Julie preliminary training are all silver emblems under 25 years old, carefully selected geniuses from each city, yet the proportion that can pass the Julie preliminary training remains extremely low. As he was reading, the sound of helicopter rotors roaring from outside grew closer. Wu Yu put away his phone, stood up, and walked out of the hall. The helicopter hovered above the square of the Investigation Bureau, its massive rotors creating gusts of wind that whipped his white hair around. The cabin door of the helicopter was open, and Hu Lai was leaning halfway out, waving vigorously at him, his voice breaking through the roaring engine. "Xiao, you were off." At this moment, Wang Qi, still carrying a faint smell of smoke, walked out of the smoking room, pinching an unlit cigarette between his ear, and walked over to Wu Yu. After flying for several hours, the helicopter slowed down over a forest near a city. Wu Yu looked down. Surrounded by continuous mountains, the buildings in the forest stood out distinctly. Skyscrapers, streets, and squares were scattered throughout the valley, embraced by mountains, almost resembling a miniature city. The helicopter slowly descended and finally landed on an open helipad. Wu Yu, Wang Qi, and Hu Lai jumped off the helicopter. Before the rotor wind settled, 2 young men in black trench coats adorned with golden sword insignias approached. Their steps were brisk, standing tall, clearly permanent staff here. "Please follow us. Registration and identity verification are required for the pre-selection training." One of them spoke. Hu Lai then took out a shoulder insignia with 2 sword insignias from his pocket and casually affixed it to his shoulder. "He'll take them over. You two go ahead and get busy." The 2 young men glanced at the insignia, immediately saluted, and turned to leave. "Let's go." Hu Lai led the way deeper into the miniature city. As they walked, Wu Yu noticed that the city was mostly filled with pedestrians in black trench coats, each bustling about, as if they were in a hurry to attend to something important. Some streets had a few stalls set up, which caught Wu Yu's attention. Curiously, he looked over and saw various peculiar items on display: oddly shaped pure black medicinal herb stones of different forms, energy stones of various sizes emanating diverse auras, and even a few entirely black kittens and puppies. But these items shared a commonality: they all exuded a strong aura of dark domain mist that clearly just came from the depths of the dark domain. Hu Lai noticed Wu Yu's gaze and casually explained, "Deep dark domain." Both Wu Yu and Wang Qi expressed curiosity, having never encountered this term before. Hu Lai smiled and teased, "You'll find out later." The 3 continued forward, passing through several streets until they reached the center of the miniature city. There stood a majestic and simple building with 2 golden characters, Jiuli, carved prominently above the entrance. The font was robust and powerful, as if engraved with a sword, radiating a sharp aura even from a distance. Upon entering, a banner reading Jiuli Pre-Selection Training Personnel Information Review hung prominently in the center. Beneath the banner was a spacious hall already filled with many young people in black trench coats sitting in chairs on either side waiting. They either rested with closed eyes, scrolled through their phones, or watched the table in the middle observing each person who stepped forward to have their information reviewed. Hu Lai led the two forward. Behind the table sat a middle-aged man also wearing a shoulder insignia with two sword insignias with a buzz cut and a rugged face who was focused on operating something on the device in front of him. Seeing that face, Hu Lai raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with unexpected delight. "Oh, isn't this Xiao Tian?" The middle-aged man looked up, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Hu Lai go. "Are you one of the mentors this year?" His gaze lingered on Hu Lai's rugged face, seemingly recalling those days dominated by the high damage of the left punch and the right punch. "Yes. Hurry up and finish here so we can have a good catch-up." Hu Lai walked forward and patted his shoulder. "Sure." Listening to their tone, it was clear they were old friends. At this moment, a person in a black trench coat had just completed verification, and the buzzcut man nodded at him. "Identity information is fine. Oh, you please sit over there for a while. Next, will you step forward?" Although he was brought over by Hu Lai, the buzzcut man still followed the process without any hesitation. "Please remove your sunglasses, mask, and hat." Wu Yu glanced at Hu Lai. Hu Lai nodded. "It's fine. Just going through the process." "All right then." Wu Yu reached up to remove his sunglasses, mask, and then his hat. A cascade of white hair spilled down, revealing a face that seemed otherworldly. The air in the hall felt as if it had suddenly frozen for a moment. The buzzcut man operated his device a few times, then looked up and habitually said, "Please look this way." Puff! A nearby person in a black trench coat casually drinking water accidentally caught sight of Wu Yu's appearance and sprayed the water out, coughing, cough, cough. "What is this?" Those in black trench coats who had been paying attention to the table were momentarily stunned. The entire hall fell silent for a full 2 seconds before erupting into a buzz. Could her ability be enhancing beauty? Goodness, is this a human? Could it be a disguise by the thousand-faced corpse clan? Can a person look like this? Hey, this is Julie. In 10 minutes, I want her complete information. Hissed the white-haired one, is going to drive me crazy. Voices of discussion rose and fell, with some eyes widening, some mouths agape, and others instinctively leaning forward, trying to see more clearly. Though they were all 5th rank and above torchbearers, they had never witnessed such a sight. Yet among them a few in black trench coats did not join in the discussion, their brows furrowed deep in thought. Before departing, the elders at home and the seniors in the bureau had specifically warned, if you encounter a white-haired torchbearer during this training competition, do not engage. White-haired? Is it this one? The buzzcut man quickly reacted, clearing his throat to mask his moment of disarray. "Ahem, please look this way." Wu Yu looked at the camera. A flash of light passed, and his information appeared on the screen in front of the buzzcut man. Number LH36. The buzzcut man's pupils slightly constricted, and his expression immediately turned serious. He had seen that notice incident of the corpse species deity descending in Lanha City, Shilin Province. The number mentioned in that report was this one. His gaze moved down and saw the rank information showing 7th rank, his brows unconsciously raised. He raised his head and looked at Hu Lai. Hu Lai was also looking at him. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the information?" Wu Yu's photo and rank information had just been updated by Hu Lai in the past few days, and the original photo did not match his current appearance at all. It had to be updated. Moreover, Wu Yu had subtly hinted at his strength before coming here. This was not to show off, but to prevent them from being overly protective due to his injuries, thus not allowing him to fight the corpse species. This pre-selection training could not be for nothing. The buzzcut man shook his head no. A 7th rank mixed in with a group of almost all 5th ranks, and one with some special ability capable of slaying the deity descending body of the corpse species. Things were starting to get interesting. "All right, your identity information is fine." He steadied himself and clicked to confirm on the screen. "Next." Wang Qi stepped forward. His verification went smoothly without any hiccups. "They'll be on my way first." Hu Lai patted the shoulders of the two and said, "The training mentors need to report too. You just need to wait here for instructions. You will be following the main training group for a while." The two nodded and walked towards the waiting area on either side. Feeling the curious gazes directed at them, those looks swept over from all directions like searchlights, some inquisitive, some amazed, some dazed. Everything was present. Wang Qi instinctively pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, wanting to light it. Then he quickly realized that the occasion was not appropriate, and put it back. Leaning closer to Wu Yu's ear, he lowered his voice laced with amusement. "See, I told you it would be like this. They reacted this way without you wearing women's clothing. If you change into women's attire, they wouldn't be able to handle it." "Heh." Wu Yu replied expressionlessly with a single word, walking straight to an empty chair in the corner, sitting down, closing his eyes, and pretending to doze off. Wang Qi shrugged, also finding a chair to sit and crossing his legs, his gaze sweeping over the black trench coats, still secretly observing them, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, as if recalling something amusing. At 9 o'clock in the morning, everyone participating in the Jiu Li pre-selection training had arrived. Wu Yu glanced around, seeing a sea of black cloaks, the talented torchbearers from cities across the nation gathered here. He also noticed several individuals in black cloaks nodding at him, both male and female. Although he didn't know who they were all colleagues, and Wu Yu politely nodded back. The man on stage with a buzz cut cleared his throat. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly throughout the hall. Alright, since everyone is here, let's begin with a ranking match. Wu Yu, who had been studying the 7 Tribulation Sword chapter in his mind, opened his eyes. It was finally about to begin. The buzzcut man continued, I know that all of you are gifted individuals from various provinces and cities, but every single member of Jiu Li, including those welcoming you at the entrance, is a genius. Moreover, I'm not trying to discourage you. Reaching the 5th level before the age of 25 you are undoubted. However, each year the percentage of those who pass the pre-selection training rarely exceeds 20%. Last year a total of 1,234 people participated in the training, but only 145 remained in the end. Those who did not remain either returned to their original investigation bureaus, or, he paused, remained forever in the dark realm. The hall fell silent for a moment. During this training some of you will definitely die, and it will be in the dark realm, leaving no remains. The buzzcut man's gaze swept over everyone, so, if anyone wants to withdraw you may leave now, without any punishment. No one stood up. No one spoke. Over 1,000 eyes calmly watched the stage, undeterred by it. Which 5th level torchbearer has not experienced brutal battles? Which one has not faced life and death? To withdraw now would not only disgrace themselves, but also their recommenders, their investigation bureaus, and all the torchbearers. The buzzcut man was not surprised, and nodded. I say this only to follow protocol with no other intention. In Jiu Li, strength is everything. Here you will find high-quality energy stones of various attributes, precious cultivation aids, special weapon materials, and even methods for breakthroughs above high levels. All things unavailable outside. The premise is you must have strength. With strength you can take on various tasks, and earn a wealth of contribution points. The tasks here are more dangerous than those in the investigation bureaus, offering greater contribution points. Moreover, the tasks here are virtually endless, so you need not worry about lacking work. For example, resource gathering and exterminating corpse species are both permanent tasks available at any time and without limits. Wu Yu's eyes brightened slightly upon hearing this. Unlimited tasks for exterminating corpse species. Does it mean there are endless corpse species here? But the forest did not seem to have many corpse species. He suddenly recalled Hu Lai's words. They had just returned from the deep dark realm. So the corpse species are in the deep dark realm. But how does one enter that so-called deep dark realm? While he pondered, the buzzcut man continued, Jiu Li is a paradise for the strong. At the same time it is the front line against the world of corpse species. He scanned the audience seriously, his tone suddenly becoming grave. At the same time, I have something to admonish you. You must cherish your life. Each of you is a precious asset to the Investigation Bureau and to all of humanity. As long as you are alive, there is hope. As long as you are alive, there is a tomorrow. If it weren't for the current situation. He paused, waving his hand. Enough of the nonsense. Let's start the ranking match before the training. He pointed at the crowd below. The purpose of this ranking match is merely to assign you rooms during the training and to grant you initial contribution points. However, I must remind you of one thing. The rooms for different rankings and the number of contribution points awarded will vary. Here, everything must be earned through your own strength. He raised his wrist to check his watch. Next, pair up and begin the ranking match. You have 5 minutes to choose your opponents. If they agree, you may come up to compete. If you fail to choose an opponent, the system will randomly assign you one. Observation is also an important quality, so be careful not to pick the wrong opponent. At this point, a peculiar smile appeared on the buzzcut man's face. 5 minutes. The timer starts. As soon as his words fell, the atmosphere in the hall changed abruptly. Pairs of eyes began to scan the surroundings, discreetly selecting their opponents. Wu Yu, however, showed little reaction. Even in his weakened state, he could handle opponents below the 8th level, and facing a 7th level opponent was no issue. His weakness was merely an inability to engage in prolonged intense battles, but those at the 7th level and below posed no significant threat. He raised an eyebrow, noticing several gazes directed at him. The nearest young man with medium-length hair stood up, holding a sword, and walked straight towards him. Hello, may I choose you as my opponent? The young man asked, his eyes sizing up. Wu Yu, I see you hold a sword, so you must also be skilled in a blend of abilities and swordsmanship. Of course. Wu Yu nodded in agreement. The several individuals in black cloaks who had been watching them immediately displayed expressions of regret, as if something valuable had been snatched away. Before them, two individuals had already quickly moved to the center of the stage, leaving Wu Yu and the young man with medium-length hair to queue behind. Seeing that someone had already chosen their opponent,